Chapter 9. Cain and Abel. Begin all acts and thinking by using El Kalum the All. Tablet 17. The House of Anu. 19 times 6 equals 114. Lo. El Elo, another name for Elionel, most glorified and exalted, who is Anu, said unto Cadmon, Follow yonder cloud. It shall lead you to a place opposite my heavenly throne. Build me a temple there. When you walk around it, I shall be as near to you as the 24 Igigi which encompass my throne. Cadmon received the plans for the construction of the Kaaba from the Anunnaki, the box that was presented to him by the Anunnaki Gabriel to place in the Kaaba, the box that was a perfect 4x4 shaped cube made of ebony wood. This was buried near the Lot tree in the enclosed garden of delight. The Kaaba is exactly where the tree of knowledge of agreeable and disagreeable was. He therefore built a temple there with 4 gates. The first gate was called the gate of Enoch, son of Jared. The second gate was called the gate of Abraham, son of Terah. The third gate was called the gate of Ishmael, son of Abraham. The fourth gate was called the gate of Ahmed, son of Abdulat. These 4 gates were the 4 walls and the 4 sides of the Kaaba. The remains of Cadmon or Adam is the black stone. It was taken to the enclosed garden after the creation of Cadmon for safekeeping, because Anu, most glorified and exalted, knew that if Halal had access to the black stone, he would try and make an evil being, a twin of Cadmon. This is why the Anunnaki Gabriel brought it from the enclosed garden to be placed in a corner of the Kaaba. The Kaaba is the sacred house of Anu, most glorified and exalted. It was presented to human beings along with the rest of creation. El, most glorified and exalted, appointed the 23 elders Agigi. These Zodokite priests as its guardians were chosen for time in one earth day, 24 hours, 56 minutes and 6 seconds, or 24 hours, which is also based on the equinox that happens every 24,000 years, lined with the 4 cycles, 2 moon cycles, 2 sun cycles, each of 6,000 years. The 24th elder seat is occupied by whatever human being has been selected to reveal the message or bring the good news. Over him would be one of the elders. Each elder has 24 hours, which is 60 minutes of years. It is broken up into 2 sets of 30 in these end times. The elder from the 19th galaxy Ilion manifests with his first 30 years in the lunar logging of the 19th-17th year of the Gregorian calendar, the first half hour of the end times. The elders guarded the Kaaba until it came for them to separate and teach in various parts of the world, at which time they left the Kaaba destroyed. The construction of the Kaaba is based upon the circle and the square. They are 2 things in existence that are mysterious surrounding Anu, most glorified and exalted's handiwork. The Kaaba is located in the enclosed garden of delight, the original home of Cadmon. The planet Earth, like the human body, is surrounded by a force field. The force field contains the planetary life force and the creative life force or monad. The Kaaba is the crown seat or navel of the planet Earth, and Nubia is the heart seat of the planet Earth. The building of the Kaaba was the illustration of the uniform rules of creation as manifested in the movement of the galactical bodies. Pilgrimage. Gabriel taught Cadmon the customs and ceremonies of the pilgrimage. In the same way, this would be taught to the seal of the prophets in later times. After completing this, the Elohim appeared to him saying, O Cadmon, your pilgrimage has been accepted by the forgiving sovereign. After this, the Elohim commanded Cadmon not to go near his confident mate Nekeba. This is why he did not go near his mate until the holy days were ended, and on the following day, Cadmon and his confident wife went back to Nubia. Upon returning home from Becca, Cadmon had no idea that he would be faced with the reality that Cain slew his brother Abel. Cadmon remembered this story. All the Elohim did as requested, except Iblis, for he was of the disagreeable, the Kafaruna Anaki. He did not submit, because he thought he was superior and older than Cadmon, and he was more worthy of the gift which the Elohim bestowed upon their new creation. When the Anunnaki were questioned about the nature of human beings, Halal had become one who conceals what he knew to be true, because he did not tell of what he knew of the nature of human beings. Halal, who was of the old cycle, he did not understand how Cadmon could be superior to him, not realizing that the ability to say how in the heavens meant that he had inherited will. Cadmon was supposed to be a superior creation of the new moon cycle because he knew of the nature of the Anunnaki. He would possess 360 degrees of knowledge of agreeable and disagreeable. He was given Munaya, so he could rule the planet Earth with the intellect which Anu endowed him with. The Anunnaki only had knowledge of the spiritual realm Malakut, and they did not know the physical Nasut, which was the destination of Cadman. They possessed only one half of the nature of Cadman, 180 degrees of either submission to the will of the Creator or rebellion against his will. It was Halau's concealing of the truth that prevented him from accepting the superiority of Cadman, yet he had no control over his nature. It was predestined for him to rebel, so he was called Iblis from that time that Gabriel Zadok asked him to prostrate before Cadman and he refused. The light. One part of this light was pure and luminous, and the other appeared to the intellect to be inferior. The first was the light, and the second was the fire, imperfect because it was smokeless. Cadman had the light of Anu. This was breathed into him. That light was the soul of Anu, the source, that part of Anu which is in and through every human being. The special part of him is what the darkness of the human being's body did not overstand, for it was of another world. The body was physical and the light was spiritual. Within and through every human being is the Creator. This part is not hidden. It's just not recognized by many, and thereby must be uncluttered. But it is still there. It was true in the sense that although it appeared to be of a foreign nature, its potential was agreeable and compatible for human beings. Cadman receives the warning. Cadman is warned that the character of the disagreeable Anunnaki is rebellious, which invokes only that which is disagreeable, and this disagreeable nature is what Cadman must not fall to. The disagreeable Anunnaki were created as a reflection of the agreeable he created. This reflection came forth by the force and velocity of a wind, a hot poisonous wind, Na al-Samoon. This is parallel to when Anu Elyon El, most glorified and exalted, illuminated the light of Michael, and then he divided that violet light into two parts. Light, Nur, is agreeable, and fire, Na, test from Anu, most glorified and exalted, or what is called disagreeable. The hot poisonous wind is parallel to the fire, and the breath is parallel to the light. These things emanated from his holy soul, the Anunnaki Michael, the agreeable and the tests of that agreeable. From the agreeable soul Sarufat were created the heavenly Garubat, or disagreeable Elohim. This does not mean that Anu, most glorified and exalted, gets angry at human beings. He overstands anger. But the things which the Anunnaki, most glorified and exalted, sends down in their anger are tests for you. There will be many tests for human beings, and you will cool his anger by passing these tests through practicing his rules and statutes. So the hot poisonous wind is not disagreeable unless fire is placed before it. If the light or Nur is placed before the word Samoon, or Nur al-Samoon, light of the wind, then this would denote something agreeable. However, as Na al-Samoon of the fire of hot poisonous wind by itself means something disagreeable. So therefore, those born of the light or Nur, those born of the fire or Na, the fire makes the wind poisonous, it can kill. It's called smoke inhalation. The nature of human. So by nature, human beings were originally created from the rulers to be submitted to, but born to submit, and if he submits to the intellect that was created by the Anunnaki Elohim and bought by the pen, human beings will end up in a state of peace, which is the light that is in the human being, which is the human part, and represents the physical composition, which is a part of things that happened on this side of the light, and once it returns to the earth from which it was taken, it is at peace, as it becomes part of the chain of life. However, if human beings reject the intellect that the Anunnaki Elohim taught, human beings will end up in the fire, thus their physical composition will not naturally decompose but be burnt. The nature of the Anunnaki Elohim. Both the agreeable Anunnaki Elohim and the disagreeable Anunnaki Elohim came from the same intellect by way of the creation, and the pen of Anu Elyon El, most glorified and exalted. Michael is the highest Anunnaki. He is also known as Munaya, which is one who is enlightened, or an Ela, deity. Cadman also had intellectual power, and this gave him the ability to say no. You too, as an Anunnaki of the planet Earth, have the ability to say yes or no, but the Anunnaki of Malakut did not have the power to decide until it was given to them. By nature, everything is peaceful, because by nature everything surrenders. When a child is born into the world of Nasut, the first thing he says is Ah, and there is no way you can continue breathing and not say La, or just Allah, the name of the physical conception and the physical plane, the breath of life, but the true essence goes beyond that. As you walk through life, you are constantly breathing Allah. Your heart is breathing. El Elo is making each of you an El Elo as a group, and you are Allahum. So every second of your life you breathe the name El Elo. The day you stop, you shall make your journey back through the stars. You will need to learn to use the fuel of Hua to propel your souls up the long path of pure light, back to Malakut, by calling out Yahuwah El Yahuwah, which will be taught to you through the ancient mystical order of the Sons of Green Light, past the yellow-haired, pale blue-eyed colourless skin Garubat with the flaming sword, and back through the east gate to Gan, which is the enclosed garden. This is the day your body dies. Tablet 18. The first murder. 19 times 10 equals 190. Lo! Cain objected to his twin sister Labuda marrying his brother Abel, an offering which Gabriel Zadok had requested by the Allahum. This is for them to perform after the free will offering. However, Cain gave his brother Abel the impression that everything was alright, and there was no animosity between them. This is why Abel dropped his guard, and they were in the field together. Cain gave Abel the impression that he was in submission to the Anunnaki most glorified and exalted. Yet he didn't really mean it. Cain played the part of Halal. He, Halal, will spend his stay here on the planet Earth making agreements with people just to turn back on his word. Halal said, "For we have knowledge that the law is of the spirit, but I am of the body, one soul under sin, who is the father of Ishtar, also called Inanna. For that which I do, I allow not. For what I would, that I do not. But what I hate, that I do. If then I do that which I would not, I consent unto the rules that are agreeable. Now then, it is no more I that do it, but the love of sin that dwell in me. For I have knowledge that is in me, but how to do that which is good, I find not. For the agreeable that I would do, I do not, but the disagreeable which I would not, that I do. Now, if I do that I would not, it is no more I that do it, but sin dwell in me. I find in the law that when I would do agreeable, disagreeable is present within me. For I delight in the rules of Anu most glorified and exalted, after the inward human being. But I see another law in my body, warring against the law of my mind, and it bringing me to the level of the law of sin, which is in my body. O wretched human being that I am, who shall deliver me from the body of this death?" So Cain wanted to kill Abel his brother, but he did not know how. Yet Halal educated him on how to kill his brother by taking the grapes and putting them between two rocks and crushing them. This placed a thought into the universe which would in the future manifest as the making of intoxicants and other fermented wines. Intoxicants therefore will be a definite weapon of Halal. To show Cain how to kill his brother Abel, Halal took the form of a dove, and he fought against the raven until he succeeded in killing the raven, and he buried the raven therein. This was concealing. Halal tried to bury the name of Kafaruna, those who conceal what they know to be true, which would be applied to the people that follow him, also being the name of the fallen Anunnaki tribe. The raven and the dove would be used as symbols of the worship of Halal. Cain followed the same procedure as the dove and the raven. He struck his brother on the forehead 3 times until he fell on the ground. This was the first murder to take place amongst the Adamite human beings of the New World. The Anunnaki of Malakut witnessed this murder and they were saddened by it, and they ascended back to Anu most glorified and exalted to inform the others of the mortals' actions. The Mala'ikat had already been informed of the nature of the new human beings when Israel Zadok, head of the Anunnaki, procreated Cadman, the first male living being in the spiritual realm. When Cadman was created in the spirit, the Anunnaki sensed a difference in him, as if he was destined to personify. Anu most glorified and exalted knew he would make mischief and shed blood in the planet Earth because of the disagreeable in the Adamites. Halal is the disagreeable in the Adamites. He is the other side of the Adamites' will, Through Cadman's seed, the Hindus, smokeless fire, or a poisonous fire, is represented in the form of envy, greed, vanity and jealousy. The disagreeable Anunnaki feed off the disagreeable qualities in human beings. The dove describes the character and nature of Halal. He planted the negative seed, which has blossomed into weeds. The weeds that blossomed are the people on the left or negative side. White grapes will be one of the tools that Halal will use to lead the righteous astray. As you can see, the dove represents Halal, or the disagreeable nature, and is used as a descending unholy spirit by those who worship Halal as Krishna, the Hindu deity, and you call it the Holy Ghost and call him Christ. The raven represents peace, being its color black, as in darkness existed before the light of chaos was created, for the Most High dwelleth in darkness. Then it was said, let there be light, and with the light came all forms of chaos, the agreeable nature, the state of darkness that existed before the creation of light, when it was all peaceful and in supreme balancement. The Allahum of death comes. Just before Abel breathed his last breath, the Anunnaki of death named Israel Zadok, who is also known as Enki, came to him for his soul. Calling him servant of Anu, Elion Elion El, he caressed him and grabbed his hand because he had great compassion for him. He wept because he overstood and knew what Abel felt. This was the first time the actual physical hand salutation was given. Israel Zadok Enki showed Anu Elion Elion El the Most High and Exalted's yielding nature to Abel by stating, "Peace be upon you, and the mercy of Elion Elion El and his blessings." This salutation, which Enki now transferred into Israel gave to Abel, symbolizes the bond between the souls of Anunnaki. The tears expressed by Israel Zadok as Anubis was not to be taken as a sign of weakness. In the past, when Enki Zadok, also called Elo, commanded the Anunnaki Nergal Ninhursag, also called Ninti and Erishkagel, to form, by breeding the physical body of Cadman, and all of the Anunnaki who were sent to Earth to perform this task, which he too would participate in. Before Israel accepted the job to head the plan to form the physical human body by cloning, there were 3 Anunnaki who were first sent to collect the dust seed from the ground Adama. Every human being will see the Anunnaki of death Israel Zadok before he passes into a higher life. This was also why human beings will be so busy with this world that he will not notice Israel, the Anunnaki being of death, who is standing on the side waiting to take his soul. Enki is the being that is feared when he is coming, and loved when he has come. With this news, Enki wept, because Enki now realized how taxing his job would be as the Anunnaki of death. The fact that this first murder was performed as a result of the jealousy and envy among the brothers, this indicated that it would be all that much easier for a male living being who did not have the same father and mother to commit the act of murder. However, there will be a small number of people who will die of natural causes. They will have lived their lives according to the prescribed rules of Anu, most glorified and exalted, having completed the pilgrimage, which will be the last pillar of a human being's faith. Are you ready to return back to El Elo, most glorified and exalted? This is why they will cry unto Anu, most glorified and exalted, "Here I come, O Anu! Here I come, O Anu! No partners have you! Here I come! Surely the gratitude and the grace is for you, and the kingdom is yours. No partners have you." After the Anunnaki of death Israel saluted Abel, he took his soul, and they both passed through the skies where Abel was shown the future events. The Anunnaki protested, because this was the same mortal family who they asked Anu Elion Elion El, the Most High and Exalted, about, would he create a mortal who would cause mischief and bloodshed in the land? Abel now sat on the right hand of Anu, most glorified and exalted, on his holy throne. After Cain killed his brother Abel, he said, "I am unable to be like this dove, to cover the corpse of my dead brother," which means that he was talking about his own ignorance. So Cain dug a hole in which he put the body of his brother in. The Saluki dog. From that day forward, the system of burying the dead has been the command. When Cain buried his brother, the Saluki dog was there to guard the sheep. He was a witness to the burial. Later, the Saluki sought out Abel's grave for Cadman by digging the area where Abel was buried. When Cadman returned home from the Kaaba, he noticed during the lapse of time that everything was not the same. The trees had become yellow as the season began to change. He sensed death, and thus he asked Cain about his brother Abel. After not seeing him for a while, he replied, "Do you appoint me a guardian over him?" The inquiry of Cain reached the skies, and the Elohim questioned him also. Cadman searches for Abel. So Cadman sought to find his son Abel, whom he loved so much. Cadman went to his flock, only to find a dog there growling at his death. Israel, the Anunnaki death, made the Saluki dog dig at the shallow ground where Abel was buried for the earth, and it refused to take his body, the complete 6 feet of the law. The raven and the vulture knew where Abel was buried, yet they would not help Cadman. This is why they have been cursed to fly around the dead. Prior to this event, the doves were a beautiful flock of birds. Now they are cursed with narcolepsy, for if you put a dove in a dark environment, he goes into a coma state until brought out into the light, when he appears to come back to life. Some dogs are possessed by evil spirits. There are evil spirits within those dogs that respond to whistles, and when death is impending, he senses the presence of the Anunnaki Israel. The Anunnaki asks, "What did you do?" "The sound of your brother's blood cries unto me from the ground. You are cursed from the ground, which has opened her mouth to receive your brother's blood from your hand." The Anunnaki explained to Cain that Abel's blood, which was his spirit of life, summoned him from the ground. This was the same ground that Anu, most glorified and exalted, gave them to cultivate for food, and the offerings to their creators, the Anunnaki. So the Saluki dog began to dig his paws on the soil to find Abel. Cain is cast out. It was the command to Cadman from the skies to curse Cain his son for his actions. Cain tried to deceive Anu, most glorified and exalted, and he went out and hid himself. Cain was now referred to as the one cast out. After Cain slew his brother Abel, Cadman became saddened, and he was filled with grief. He cried a total of 30 days, which is why we will fast for 30 days. His sorrow was useless, for it did not bring back his lost son. It was too late, because Samael has succeeded once more in seducing human beings. He became the father of the black devils. Cadman dug Abel's body up from the ground, for the ground kept spitting it forth, and he gave him a proper burial. This was the second time that a human being was seduced by Halal. If you remember, when Nekeba listened to Nakash the Whisperer, Halal in disguise, she turned her back to the Anunnaki, who watched over her truest interests, and she listened to the Whisperer, which told her the truth regarding the fruit. But he taught her disloyalty, disrespect and disobedience, which Elohim, most glorified and exalted, made forbidden. Because they disobeyed, they were expelled from the physical garden of delight on the planet Earth. Paradise had been lost, but Anu, most glorified and exalted, gave them another chance: childbirth. The female living beings being deceived was in transgression, but Anu, most glorified and exalted, granted females forgiveness for this disobedience. Through childbearing, she could be saved with true faith. Cadman was first formed, then Nekeba was 3 years after. Cadman was not deceived, but the female being deceived was in transgression. She will be purified in child delivery with children, if she is steadfast in faith, love and holiness with intelligence. As a consequence, Cadman and Nekeba disobeying the Elohim first command, human beings were subject to something which they had no knowledge of: death. Human beings had broken the seal of eternal life, and although his third eye was once opened, it is now closed. He would no longer have immortality, which is the ultimate mastery by leave of Anu, most glorified and exalted. Although death was now a phenomenon in life that they were soon to experience, they did not know that this was a gift of Anu, Elyon El, most glorified and exalted. The breath of life is removed, and human beings are now given the opportunity to return back to El Elo, most glorified and exalted. Anu, most glorified and exalted, also knew that the loss of one of their offspring, whom they loved, would help them overstand. The murder of Abel, who Cadman loved so much, was part of his first school. Cadman returned back to Nekeba in grief. He wept greatly. He wept for 40 days and 40 shadow hours. Cadman dehydrated and was near his own death from grief. His grief reached El Shaddai, the Almighty, most glorified and exalted. Abel's replacement. It was revealed to Cadman that Anu, most glorified and exalted, would grant him a son who would be a replacement for the other. Such a son was born pure on the 7th day of this revelation to Cadman. The Anunnaki took the genes of the Elohim Namu, and they artificially inseminated Nekeba with Seth, and said to Cadman, "O Cadman, this is for you from us, and we will name him Abed El Elo, which is the first and true name of Seth." Seth was to receive the title Abed El Elo, being the slave of El Elo. Cadman lived 130 years before Nekeba bore Seth. He was born of the agreeable seed. However, he was in the image of Cadman 1/4 Anunnaki and 3/4 human. He was not in the image and likeness of the Anunnaki of Malakut. He had no power, and he was without a twin. So when Seth attained the proper age, he married Abel's sister Aklamia, who was of the disagreeable seed. In the seed of Seth and Aklamia, you have those who listen to the words of Anu most glorified and exalted, and those who conceal the truth of the words of Anu most glorified and exalted, until they meet the final day. For Enos, his son, was the first 100% human being, having no Elohim of Malakut in him. He was 4/4 human being, and he had forgotten that he was of the Elohim. You must learn to distinguish between self and truth. Self is the cause of selfishness and the source of evil. Truth cleaves to no self. It is universal and leads to justice and righteousness. Self, that which seems to those who love their self as their being. It is not eternal, the everlasting, the imperishable. Seek not the self, but seek the truth. Trust in truth. You who love the truth, for the kingdom of righteousness is founded upon the earth. The ignorance of error is dispelled by the knowledge of truth. We can see our way and take firm and confident steps. The chosen one, our master, has revealed the truth. The truth cures our diseases and redeems us from perdition. The truth strengthens us in life and in death. The truth alone can conquer the evils of error. Rejoice at the glad tidings. Tablet 19. The Elohim of Death. 19 times 1 equals 19. Lo, who does not grant this until the leaf of each Enoshite's name in time is written from the hand of the same? From the tablets of destiny, it is written that there is a shadow hour, calling for no less than 100 prostration on that powerful and illustrious shadow hour. All the leaves of those souls who fall from the sacred tree are standing by the throne. Each soul's destiny is recorded by Israel, who is Enki, the Anunnaki, a death alone in that month. His presence reveals that he has 4 faces, which he sees in all directions. 1 head. Consequently, the 3 remaining are placed severally on his chest, back and feet. The first is reserved for the regard of the Elohim and the news bearers. The second is for the faithful, with the spiritual body as bright as the sun, appearing from the planet to be stars set in darkness. The third, those who seek to conceal what they know to be true, those who know the path of righteousness but choose to follow their own vain desires. The fourth, for the disagreeable Elohim, red and yellow as the flames of fire. He, Israel, son of Anu and Id, also had 70,000 feet, 4,000 wings, and an eye for each person that has ever been and will ever be begotten into this world. His eyes are full of tears for those that die not being peaceful. For when each being dies, his very Elohim closes an eye. Israel, known as the Elohim of Death, is the Elohim who Eli and El, the most glorified and exalted, assigned to collect the human being souls. He was given this duty because he was present to help shape Cadman's body. Cadman, as you know him, was born and procreated on a Friday at the time of the afternoon meditation. This is how it was recorded, and this is how it will be. Chapter 10. Disagreeableness. Begin all acts and thinking by using El Kalum the All. Tablet 12. Ghost Ether. 19 times 23 equals 437. Lo. The English Bible is the manifestation of Leviathan, 6 ether and ghost. Leviathan, 6 ether fire, produces ghost and goat-like hair, dog hair, jackal-like hair. Leviathan is called Jesus, Baal, and Lord, and Ghost is called God and Christ. The manifestation of the false Jesus, 6 ether, started with the evolution 17,250,000 years ago. The manifestation of Krishna, the Hindu deity or ghost called Christ, started with Cadman and Nakeba through Cain, approximately 42,000 years ago. Therefore, God, Ghost, is part of the one supreme being and not of the supreme or almighty himself. When seen with the spiritual eye, Ghost looks like a haze or a fog. In light of the previous knowledge about Ghost or God, I am using God in the English language, spelt with a small g. However, whether the word God is spelt with a small g or a capital G, the original meaning of the word is the same, but a different definition is given to God with a small g. Whether God has a capital or small g, it is still Ghost. Moreover, graveyard forces and those who wear this cross as a shield of Christianity, the graveyards also bear the cross. Thus, the cross becomes the symbol of death, and death is related to ghost, which is very depressive, repressive, and oppressive by nature. This is why, if they do not have some other race or races to suppress, they will oppress and destroy themselves. The word gospel means ghost, spell, or spell of the ghost, which is the same as the spell of God. One knows the nature of God by knowing the nature of the Tamahu race. The etymological or original meaning of the name Jesus is gaseous, conscious fire gases. Jesus or Leviathan is in its moon. That is, ghost manifestation is called Theos or Theoris, Anubis, Hermes, Sin, Siva, Nana, Dina, Queen, God, Christ, etc. The spirit force is called Jesus, a male and female, but the female forces are the dominant. Most other Tamahus accept the false Jesus because they found out that it produces ghost. A ghost is their sustainer and creator. The birth of myth and mythology, which gave birth to theories and theology, is the removal of facts and reality. Their false Jesus, who is really a Jehovah, Zeus in short, it's because Jazus, Jesus, he gave the other Tamahus a chance to get back at the Israelites for refusing to share riches and true spiritual and universal knowledge with them. Their Jesus, their spirit six ether, is no friend to the Nubian people. This is why Africa today above the Sahara Desert is mostly in the hands and control of people other than Nubians. The name you call Jesus was the savior of their race. You saw him as some god that had sent a ghost deity Pan, by whose sacrifice would keep the Tamahus in ruling power by turning justice from the guilty until the end of the moon cycle. The wise neither judge a spiritual book by its cover nor by the writing that is found in it, because both can be very deceiving. The way the wise judge spiritual books or religion is by what their leaders and adherents, believers of that book or religion, do, not what they say or what the book states, because it is said, actions speak louder than words, and you know the tree by the fruit it bears. In other words, one knows what the spirit forces of a book or religion represent by knowing what the leaders and adherents of that religion do. So, if a spiritual book and religions are judged by the actions of its adherents rather than its words, this tells you that the spirit forces of their books and religions are dragon and monster forces, speaking beautiful words from hot mountains and bushes in flames of fire and making melodious music. At the same time, they're murdering people and taking their lands, oppressing, suppressing, stealing, lying and ravishing the earth. So all this means that Negroes not knowing what you are worshipping, yet you worshipping spiritual forces that are monsters of the necropolis like Frankenstein, Dracula the zombie, the mummy, the werewolf, spirit dragons and demons like the ape man, the dragon serpent, the cat man, the crocodile reptilians, etc. Those spiritual dragons, spiritual monsters and spiritual demons are ghosts or six ether or both. Those demon spirits are the nature of the alien religion new beings believe in. This is another reason why the descendants of six ether and those like them kill or have it done by others possessed and think nothing of it. The favourite diet of those sadistic monsters is the blood of the innocent, and their favourite pastime is the suffering of the innocent and the mentally dead. When possessed by those spirit demons and ghouls, the person becomes in the likeness of them, and they will prey upon the mentally dead and innocent, like the ghouls prey upon corpses. The names nymph, dryad, and homadrya are names of lesser deities of sex that were usually depicted as beautiful women. Nymphomania is defined as excessive sexual desire by a female. This is no surprise, since women have the power to entice, seduce, and lure male of the species. Lure ties in with la, lard, or lord by way of the phonetics. Lord or lard is the name used for the monkey people of the first breed of Aborigines. Lars are the trope of spirit monkeys, well known in ancient times. The chief amongst the troop of the spirit monkeys is called La or Lard. In Egyptian theology, the Lord is called Thoth or Tahuti, and he was worshipped as the chief spirit monkey. That was the ancient deity of wisdom and magic. Therefore, some spiritual men call themselves monks today. The spirit monkey is one of the many spirit forms of the false Jesus. The crocodile, the lion, the eagle, the serpent, the horse and dog, such as Anubis of Kemet and other forms of the zodiac, are spirit forms of the false Jesus. The zodiac has many forms that are not shown in the encyclopedias and dictionaries. The zodiac is Canaan, and the evolutionary force is cast from the sun 5,994 years ago. After the Great Flood, Mother Earth and her female energy were referred to as a woman, Anak, a female demon in ancient times. Their Christ child called Canaan albino, ghost-like, came after Noah. Christ is a moon word, which refers to the moon and to the Christ, Christian child, or children called Tamahus. Canaan had silver and yellow hair, and pale pink skin like the colour of ghost. The Hindu moon deity Sin, or Sinji, is known as Ishtar in Sumerian culture, and thus set up a whole new religion. The original meaning of the word Sin, a name of the moon deity, is the same as that of Christos and Christ. The group called Automites, with the ruler Autumn and Queen Lilith, who were the Cuthite tribes, were the first dark people converted to the moon god's way of life, or rather, way of death called Christianity, which upholds the symbol of the cross, which is a known symbol of death. Hence, Canaan and Sala were the first natural-born Christians, meaning the first Christians by nature. This fact was verified when the god ghost passed the cross and its powers from the Hindu to Canaan. Christian means people living under the sign of the cross, which was later adopted by the Aryan race. The swastika is also known as the broken cross and is an ancient symbol, originally used to denote harmony with nature, the four winds and the four seasons and the 4 points of the compass, usually shown with the arms pointed the other way, opposite the way the swastika's arms turn. The arms turned the way of the swastika denotes that the force is turned against nature and they are out of harmony. The moon god ghost is Christ or Krishna, the god and extractor from the Phoenician and East Indian people. Christ is your ghost, the death gases. The moon deity Anubis or Anubu, the symbol of death, is a part of the Leviathan that produces ghost. Therefore, ghost and god are the same. The Tamahu race inherited its colonizing nature from the Phoenicians and its caste nature from the Hindus. No one can be a real Jew or Christian by nature but the Tamahu. Christianity was called the heathens' religion in the Old Testament days, where they worship Molech, a fire deity. The worship of Molech still requires human sacrifices and is dominant throughout Christendom today. The Negro, mentally dead, does not know what it means to accept an alien religion. For example, if a person accepts Hinduism or Mohammedanism as his religion, he should know that he has accepted an East Indians or Indo-Arabs as his visible deities, insofar as the images of authority, respect and admiration is from a specific race. That's why they dress like them and they want to look and be like them, which is other than your own self. Neither can he become equal with or have power over the East Indians or Arabs, so he becomes their slave again. This happens because he has been accepted as the superior power, the same way as with Judaism and Christianity or any other religion that is alien to you. If a new being person accepted Islam or Christianity as his religion, he has accepted the Tamahu as his visible god because their god is depicted as Tamahu. Neither can that person become equal with or have power over the Tamahus because the Tamahu has been accepted as the superior power in those religions, being the image of the god is in their image. This is why trying to obtain liberty and equality in any alien religion is a cruel hoax. Hinduism is the spirituality and power of the East Indian. Islam and Christianity are religions and power of the Tamahu race. Yours is Nawapu, the way of the Anunnaki. The world of religion needs to be dismantled. You can't agree on anything because everyone has their own personal god. The differences between each religion are always pointed out. However, the similarities are never talked about. For example, each religion believes that there is an almighty force that does exist. You'd be eliminating the world's problems with the elimination of religion. Nevertheless, if a person accepts his own spiritual science Nawapu, he has accepted himself and his own kind as the superior power. Then, the visible and invisible forces and powers can easily work for you and with you for liberation and well-being. All religions are alien by nature to you, except the spiritual science Nawapu. Nawapu is the equalizer for you anywhere and at any time. You must embrace the purpose and the plan, and must develop the power to execute that purpose and plan. Idleness and ignorance must play no part in the plan. You must take the plan and pursue the purpose. The purpose must be mental and physical liberation from the adverse forces. The plan must be in pursuit of the purpose via right knowledge, right wisdom, and a right understanding. Because right knowledge through right reason tells you what to do, when to do it, and where to do it, how to do it, and what must be done in pursuit of the purpose. You get the power to execute the purpose and plan by rejecting the oppressor's religion and his spiritual forces, including the names of his spiritual forces. Control your thinking with right knowledge. Control your physical activities, including your sexual activities. To elaborate a bit further on the first step to power mentioned in the previous paragraph, you must first pass the capability test. The capability test determines whether your mind is capable of growing in and with the new sun cycle, the revolutionary cycle. You have passed the capability test when you are able to actually deny and reject the alien religion's spiritual forces and the names of their spiritual forces such as God, the false Jesus, Lord, Christ, Ghost, etc. There is no growth in a person unless he is able to pass the test. Mind power is the greatest power in the universe, and you as a race are greatly in need of it in order to think and do for yourselves, independent of other races, as other races are independent of you. Again, in the days of old, the second step to power is the acceptance of right knowledge by the practice of it. Then universal forces can and will work for you and with you to achieve your goals. The third step is controlling your various emotions and getting things accomplished through right knowledge, sound right reasoning, and sound action, instead of trying to escape from your responsibilities through strong drinks, drugs, and sexual gratification. The less pleasure you have, the less your burden of liberation will be. A male person who does not control his sexual self is ruled by women or sex because he is a slave to sex. This does not mean that those of a kind should not have sexual relationship, but it does mean that it should be controlled and channeled in the best interests. If a man or a woman can't control their sex, get away from them. They will self-destruct and destroy others with them. Controlling sex means having sexual intercourse without selfish desires and the unnatural acts that are against the laws of nature. Sex is a heavy burden on any race when the sex of that race is out of control. You as an oppressed and captive people cannot afford any extra burden such as extra sexual activities, strong drinking, and using dope for those pleasures, because that prevents your growth. Having too much pleasure and too many children are great burdens. Women should not have to take cancer-producing drugs to keep from having too many children, because the husband should be the controlling factor. Sex must also be channeled in the best interests of the human race. There is a great power in sex, and there is great power in the semen, and when he shares that power with a female, if that female is not for the best interests of his race, like the moon converts gases from the sun to negative forces, she will convert much of that semen from the male to negative forces with the help of the enemy oppressor, and they will give birth to black or white devils working to destroy that race. Nakeba Eve converted Cadmon's power into agreeable forces, and women have stopped doing that increasingly since then. But now, you do it for Leviathan ever since, turning the children against their father. So males must awaken the women with right knowledge and get them on the side of liberation, mentally, spiritually, physically, and sexually, by guiding them right and refusing to be so free with your sexual power. Then build a culture, protective, and an economic foundation for your women and children in your own communities, so that women will have no excuse to let men of other races use them as sexual dumping grounds, as they use them and exploit them now. Lovemaking, in the form of sexual affairs with the alien enemy, in all walks of life, is one reason why women do not desire to support the communities today for the future well-being of your descendants, for nobody likes for anybody to talk about his or her lover, sweetheart, etc. And that is what you are doing. When you talk to the women about liberating themselves, the women are easy prey for men of other races, especially Tamahu men, because they are ignorant to the facts. They are in economic traps and are stigmatized by the enemy's religion. His religion softens up women to become his easy victims. Just look at who they teach God is, or what Jesus looks like. Of course your women think she wants them. To be with them is to be with God. But it is time for a change. Right knowledge organizes and unifies the minds individually and collectively. If knowledge is not to be confused and thereby ineffective, it must be in sequence. Knowledge received must be in organized sequence in order to put the mind in order and unity. Organize and put your minds in unity and order, enough to qualify for your own effective spiritual science called Nwapu. It will clear the fog and your single eye will reopen. Clairvoyance, clear vision will return and you will see again. Nwapu and the forces and powers thereof are liberty, equality, justice, righteousness and proper survival for new beings everywhere. Nwapu and the powers that make it effective and binding are the equalizers in all fields of necessity and endeavors in which other races offer contest. The liberation forces are not their God, their false Jesus, their Lord, their Christ, nor the spiritual power names of any other race. The liberation forces of Nwapians, new beings by nature, is 9 Ether, whose scientific name will be disclosed in the science of Nwapu. 9 Ether is the original creative forces. 9 Ether grew from 9 to the 9th power of 9, a symbol of beyond infinity. Its opposer, the so-called Jews, who are considered the head and chosen by the god of the Tamahu race, because the Jews have at least 1,000 years of universal knowledge, culture and know-how on the other Tamahus, and thereby the Jews are richer, wiser, more observing and more deceptive than the other Tamahus, and they are really the Aryan race. When Leviathan, producing God, ghostized Tamahus from the Phoenician and East Indian peoples, Canaan eventually renamed everything, took over the rulership, and finished up God's creation. As you see, the many man-made things today, altered and increased by the Tamahu race. Most things you see today that were created by people existed in time immemorial, but like the evolutionary forces changed much of the original creation, God's creation, the Tamahu race altered much of what the Nubian, Tarai, Ethiopian, Kushite and the original Sumerians had done and created. Ghost and its seed are the death of death, meaning 6 Ether represents death and Ghost is the death of 6 Ether. That is Ghost, ruler of the moon cycle, and its seed. The albino race marked the end of any evolution. There is no other stage of evolution after Ghost. Therefore, after the cycle of Ghost, evolution reverses, meaning the revolutionary cycle takes over. Nwapu informs you that knowledge is knowing. To know is knowledge. Knowledge is mental power. Knowledge is correct information. Of course, knowledge can be thought, spoken or written. Knowledge is the best information. Wisdom is knowing how and when to use that knowledge. Overstanding is receipt of knowledge by the mind, and is the unity of knowledge and wisdom. The greater one's mental power is, the greater the things are he or she can do and will do. Your mental power is deeply lacking, and this is the biggest block between you and reality, between you and the facts, which keep you in a spell of religion and its spookism. Nwapu is right knowledge, wisdom and overstanding, and this is what you need to restore your powerful mind of right reason. By this day and time, most of your brain power that is left is being used to support and maintain the alien power structure and his belief and the pursuit of his images and likenesses. You are literally out of your mind. That means not using your mind, not loving your image nor your likeness, but living in the likeness and worshipping the image of the beast. For example, most Nubian college students graduate and professors use what they know to keep the Tamahus in power and dominion over themselves and over their own kind, by simply looking for and being content with a mere job in their power structure, and that helps to prolong the barbaric system, instead of using what they know to build something of their own, by helping develop their own communities into profitable economic neighborhoods run by Nwapian people, the same as students and graduates of other races do to a much greater degree than you. Another part and phase of this major power structure is the churches. Preachers of the gospel, ghost spell, proclaim that they do not like white supremacy. At the same time, Tamahu supremacy is taught in Sunday school and in the pulpit. For instance, in most churches and church books, they show the false Jesus as being Tamahu, the Son of God, a Jew, the chosen of God, and then teach that God is the Almighty and one supreme being. Your children and adults go outside and they see the Tamahu ruling, and he has everything, so they are thoroughly convinced that the only thing for them to do is to serve the chosen of God. That is white supremacy in one of its rawest forms. The forces of Leviathan are beginning to put it in the preachers' minds to keep you deceived longer and deeper by proclaiming that Jesus was black, or at least of the darker peoples, but the false Jesus and God in any colour are no friends of yours, and the brutal enslavement, barbarous oppression and bestial lapidation, one-sided forced sexual mixing under Tamahu religion and civilization are proof of their Jesus and God's enmity to you beyond any reasonable doubt. No spiritual force but an enemy force would help anyone do to you what has been done and is still being done to you. What children should be taught are the facts, and that your spiritual power and spiritual science are not the same as those of the Tamahu race or any other race. Before you can ever get respect from the world's people again, you must first regain trust and respect through proper protection. Proper protection means putting women in a position that they will be the Nakeba, tribal leaders, instead of the chambermaid. This means building moral and economic communities with all the resources that you have access to, spearheaded by right knowledge, proper teachings and sexual discipline, as well as all other restraints necessary. But female counterparts must realize and understand that they must help you become rulers, kings. This means that you are the original rulers or kings. After this, they can take their position as rulers, and this means they have to stop making love to men of other races and start using their energies and mentalities to help maintain their supremacy, not by supporting his kind of society in his churches. The preacher, an imam, is a non-productive religious parasite who preys on the poor, the gullible, and the unreasonable in underdeveloped communities by stirring up their emotions and deceiving the people about heaven after death. Many women in the United States are fully possessed by the Tamahu men, physically, mentally, educationally, occupationally, spiritually, economically, and sexually. They live their lives to be and look like women that are portrayed through the media, even if they pretend they are into a black thing. Deep in their hearts they feel these women are a symbol of beauty and success, and most males are also possessed by them in various ways. But I capitalize the word sexually in the case of women because there is a special campaign underway by Leviathan to destroy racial identity through the sex of women, and at the same time destroy the moral fiber that you may still have. Leviathan is using men of other races to accomplish destroying racial identity. The only one who will ever check that diabolical scheme of mankind and its forces is the male through proper teaching, protection for and direct appeal to women. Leviathan is a giant sex and spirit force. This was in reality Halal, the son of Tarnush, who is able to control people and nations by sex and spirit, generated from blood and the waters of the earth. Leviathan has many spirit members and parts distributed throughout the earth, cast from the sun people of Gan, the enclosed garden, just before the evolutionary cycle began. Some women know that they are working against the best interests of their people and do it deliberately because they are gold diggers, degenerates and opportunists who want to please the master and seducer who keeps them in power. Other women are just ignorant to what's going on, and yet there are still others driven to do things that they would not do, but yet do them because of their poverty-stricken condition. One of the best ways to check women is to give them right knowledge and see that they and their children get proper protection and provisions by way of you males. Some may wonder, why am I still using the word Negro when referring to mentally dead Nawarpian people? It is because as long as you people have negative enslaved minds, you are still Negroes, no matter what other names you choose to call yourselves, and by calling themselves something other than Negro, deceives you into believing that you are not Negroes anymore. Therefore, I will continue to call the mentally dead by the name Negro, for the emphasis of the fact that the person does not become something else just by changing his name, but instead by changing his mind. After the mind is changed by the knowledge of resurrection, then it's proper to change the name. When the negative enslaved mind of the Negro is changed by right knowledge, wisdom and understanding, she will automatically cease being a Negro, and everybody will know it by his words and works. The slave master taught 9 ether woolly-haired people that it was disobedience to God that caused enslavement of any kind, but Nawarpu informs you that it is a cheap and cynical falsehood designed to falsely justify the enslavement of people. Nuwaupu discloses that the opposites by cycle and law of nature cannot rule on the earth equally at the same time. The slave master taught the Nubian slaves that God put a curse of black skin and kinky hair upon you. Nuwaupu teaches you that it is purely false, because Nubians had black or brown skin and woolly hair from the original creation before this planet Earth, and black skin provides the best protection against exposure and disease, and woolly hair means that the sun heat genes, the genes of life, are much stronger in woolly haired people than they are in straight haired people. Hence, woolly hair is a sign of life and originality. However, Nuwaupu does agree that God did put a curse on the darker peoples, but the curse is not woolly hair and black skin. Instead, the curse that God put on you is following a way that leads to death. In the 17,250,000 year period of evolution, Leviathan would have ghost eyes, bleached everybody, but the laws of opposites of nature forbade it, and those laws are binding. God, the creator of the Tamahu race, represents riches for them and poverty for you, except for those people willing and ready, for a price, to step on the necks of the race of their own people while doing the wishes and wills of their master. The Bible is a book tampered with and thereby possessed by will and power that spellbinds the weak-minded and the gullible and the ignorant, that opposing forces may rule. But the cycle for the Bible was the moon cycle, and that cycle is ended. Their deity exists indeed, but it does not exist in your favor. Neither preachers nor imams nor anyone else know who God is, unless he knows what God is and the nature of the substance of God. They know who their God is and what their God is. God and devil are opposite sides of the same thing, Leviathan. This means that their God is not going to destroy the devil, as the Bible pretends and deceives, because destroying the devil means destroying Leviathan, and that would be the end of their deity, for Leviathan produces their God, Ghost. Yet their God is the death of Leviathan, in the sense that the moon cycle marked the climax and end of evolution, and Leviathan is the evolutionary forces. If one knows the nature of the Tamahu, he knows the nature of their deity, if they are made in the image and after his likeness, for the Tamahu are the children of the God, Ghost. Their nature is to oppress and cause you suffering and death. It stands to reason that the oppressor's slave master did not, and will not, give the slave anything which he thinks may one day liberate the slave. Therefore, you know that the Bible and the spirit forces thereof will never liberate the captive. Hence, the powers in the Nuwaupu are the only liberation forces for the woolly-haired peoples everywhere. The powers in the Nuwaupu are knowledge, reason, and 9 ether. There is a special project underway by Leviathan to further leopardize and ghostize your race, the world of the woolly-haired peoples, by changing original hair, original color, and original features to those of other races. In other words, destroy beautiful woolly hair and pretty dark brown skin by one-sided racial miscegenation, which is one-sided racial sexual mixing. They are creating a new race, or neutral race, where you can't tell what their nationality is. Leviathan is using straight-haired men and women in its attempt to destroy you through the sexual use of woolly-haired women and men. Male new beings must also refuse to have sexual relationships with alien women, and refuse to mongrelize their seed by refusing to father offspring by women of Tamahu races. The hybrids born from interracial sexual mixing are not accepted in the Canaanite race, and they are not accepted by the Nubian race, so that leaves another human without an identity. The only way you can correct this problem is through the acceptance of right knowledge, right wisdom, and a right understanding, which leads to the right thinking and right actions and right reasoning. Being careful how 6 ether subliminally seduces 9 ether into worshipping 6 ether. A woolly-haired woman should never buy a Canaanite doll for her child, because that mentally and spiritually ties the child to the Canaanite race and compels the child to think it is alright for her to have real babies that look like the doll. Buying Nuwaupian of Nubian dolls for Nuwaupian children goes a long way towards restoring racial pride and self-respect in the eyes and minds of children, as well as the restoration of respect from other races. There is nothing wrong with identifying with whatever race or culture you are from, because that's you, be it with your dress, your hair, or your features, or your way of life, and you should not, nor should anyone else make you feel intimidated or inferior because of it. When Europeans identify with France, Germany, Holland, England, Poland, Scotland, it's considered being cultural. When you identify with Egypt, Nigeria, Sudan, Ethiopia, it's considered occult. The Tamahu's last stand to perpetuate the spell, influence, and rule is the woman, the Tamahu woman. He used to let an old Tamahu woman slip out of his hands once in a while to one of his real good Negro captives, but when you see the Tamahu, the oppressor, letting his girls and young women go hand in hand with Negro males, this is truly a sign of the decline and fall of Tamahu power and rule, because he will only let some of his young women go freely, but reluctantly, in order to try and keep the oppressed confused, deceived and spellbound, for the purpose of remaining master as long as possible. The Tamahu race is using all the tricks available to keep you from regaining liberty, equality, justice and rightness, but when you get hold of right knowledge and accept it, your wisdom and understanding grow, and that person is able to see all the tricks of the oppressor and take the right steps to avoid them by helping the forces of nature. If you don't take the proper and necessary steps to change yourselves, then you deserve to be mistreated. You are your own responsibility. The help you seek is at the end of your own arm. Nawarpians are to become aware. They are waking up to all of the deceptions and lies. For the first time since the rule of Cheops 5,000 years ago, woolly-haired people are being given a real choice between right or wrong, knowledge or ignorance, liberty or serfdom, equality or inequality, justice or injustice, life or death, own spiritual science Nawarpu or alien religion, meaning liberty with 9 ether or captivity with God and Jesus or Muhammad worship called Islam. When sufficient circulation of these choices has been completed and sufficient time has been allowed to accept or reject these choices through overstanding, Armageddon will climax with fire, artificial fire and natural fire. The last war of the moon cycle is called Armageddon. Armageddon will start before the end of the moon cycle and will continue until the universe, including orb Earth, is in the rule of liberty, rightness, justice and equality again. Armageddon is the war of the resurrection of the dead, the mentally dead. Armageddon is the showdown between right and wrong, between life and death. If a Negro male and female can read and study this tablet and still have the same old negative mind and the same old negative spirit, that means a person is a black devil and keeps a person a Negro. That individual is incapable of being resurrected from the mentally dead and is definitely detrimental to the cause of the new being's progress and well-being, because indeed that person is on the side of the enemy of liberty, equality, justice and nationalism. Furthermore, if a Negro simply reads these teachings and the knowledge in them and does not start a growing fire for mental resurrection, liberty and equality, that person is dead forever and is a bigger liability to the progress and well-being than the alien enemy himself, because you know the alien enemy on sight, but those enemies amongst you that look like you are more dangerous, for the only way you know them is by their words or deeds or both. Therefore, the enemies amongst you that look like you are enemies of right Nawarpian goals, the same as the alien oppressor. They are black devils. Nawarpu is the best knowledge, wisdom and understanding. Nawarpu is the equalizer anywhere and any time, and it will be disclosed when the minds of all woolly-haired people with the ability to identify themselves with 9 ether have been qualified, and that time is now, right now, if accepted and diligently studied as well as read. This tablet is dedicated and designed to separate the sheep from the goat, separate those who can make it from those who cannot make it, those who are not flexible enough to reform and conform to right knowledge through sound right reasoning will not survive Armageddon. The showdown between right and wrong is right now. Come and join your own. Chapter 10. Disagreeableness. Begin all acts and thinking by using Al-Kalum the All. Tablet 1. The origin of Halal. 19 times 13 equals 247. Lo. Halal, who is also known as Zara, Samael and Nakash, or Kanaz, is the reptilian son of the reptilian Shakar or Tarnish, an immigrant from Maldek, which is also known as Vulcan. Tarnish was originally from Maldek, but he came to Tiamat by way of the 6th star, or sun constellation of Orion. He was also called Azazel, the scapegoat, Iblis the rebellious one, and he was also called Tarnish and Shaitan, slanderers or false accusers. Halal was once a beautiful Anunnaki in the galactic heavens of Malakut, the realm of the Malaikat, but he was from the race of Jinn, and he was the son of the Anunnaki Melita and the reptilian Tarnish. His name became Azazel and Zara, for he shone as a bright light, amber in colour. His position in the galactical heavens, his beauty, his power and his final end was the result of his great big chest full of pride. In might, he was next to my son Gabriel, who is also known as Nusku, yet not having the strength of my great son Malachi Zadok, which is another name for Melchizedek, who is also known as Michael, who is the priest of all the Anunnaki of the Order of Zadok. He was also the center of Sarufat in the Anunnaki circle of Zodokites. Yet, Halal was one of the wisest beings in the vast universe, for even I have said, thou sealest up the sun, full of wisdom. Cunning and deceitful, yet he was wise. He was perfect in beauty and the father of vanity. He managed to live in the garden of delight in Gan, the enclosed garden that I prepared for your father Cadman, son of Autumn and Lilith, and your mother Nekeba, daughter of Fatar and Anath. Yes, he was deceptive in my very own enclosed garden. He is the father of swooning, Persuasion, the whisperer. In music they call him Ban or Pan, Dionysus or Funnus. The pipe is his sound, and he has the taberet. Yet I created him of power, and by my light he became fire, son of Shakar, who is Tarnish, the son of Zu, who is the father of evil, who is also known as Humbaba. He caused one third of the first state of Anunnaki to be cast from Ilion into all the universes, to live in the midst of my anointed Sarufat, the arch Anunnaki. I gave his son Halal all his wisdom, beauty, strength and power, and his position near my throne. He was fit for the work I wished him to do, and he was good in the place I desired him to occupy, for I knowest what you do not, and I see all persons, all places, and all things. But with all these gifts as mortal, a being of solid, liquid and gas, Halal became acting like his true nature. He became Iblis, or the rebellious one, proud of his glory, forgetting it was all a gift. His heart raised up because of his beauty, yet Michael was above him in all. He hated my grandson Michael, and he wished to be equal with me in all, saying, I will exalt my throne above the sons of Anu, Eli and Elin El. I will be the most high. But I could not permit that. That very thought by Halal was a disagreeable thought. Not even my grandson Michael is my equal. The 200 fallen Anunnaki. Halal had 200 of my Sarufat become Garubat, or disagreeable Anunnaki of the lesser light. They followed him to his race of Garubat, but rather 200 fallen Nephilim, fallen from grace of Sarufat to become Garubat. I sent 23 of my Sarufat Anunnaki, and in one soul called Ruach is many bodies. The others raced to the planet Earth to enlighten and to protect. Amongst my Sarufat were my rulers, the Zodokites, the 7 Arch-Anunnaki, Michael, Gabriel, Uriel, Israel, Raphael, Uziel, Samariel, and their ranks were headed by Malachi Zadok, who is Michael. Like the wind in a ship, they came down to Nasut, the realm of the human beings, also called Ardat. It is the blue planet Earth. From the planet Risk in the galaxy is Ilion, where there are 19 planets, 3 suns and 38 moons. They entered into Kanergi or Argata, the lower world, in the belly of the planet Earth, in the kingdom of the Grey, also called Shambhala. He, Halal, was upon the holy mountain Gadash. He walked up and down in the midst of the stones of fire, called Ur. After this rebellion came into the heart of Halal, he became Iblis, for he was of the El Kafaruna, of the land of Ur. He was a Chaldean, demon by nature. He went amongst the agreeable Anunnaki, after I had given many of them free will, 360 degrees of knowledge, and then they took human form to work for me, but he told them his story. Many of the agreeable Anunnaki of Sarufat took his side to cover the truth. They are also called the Al-Kafaruna, living in the land of Nod, which is also called Uruk. When my son Michael came to stop him, those at his command felt strong enough to defy me, and they became the enemies of Michael and his race of Sarufat. The appointed one Michael took command of the agreeable Anunnaki, but Halal took command of the disagreeable Anunnaki, the race of jinns now called Jinn, who had rebelled with him, thus making him Ja'an. He was determined to hold his place in the galactical heavens, to rule the 6-star constellation called Kessel Orion, and the 7-star constellation called Kamet Pleiades, originally one of the adopted homes of the Riskians when they left Ilion, and the 3-star constellation called Aish. Arcturus is another home of the Anunnaki. These 3 constellations are in the nebulous, and the planet Earth is in the galaxy called the Milky Way, the battleground. Then there was the war in the galactical heavens. My son Michael and his agreeable Anunnaki fought against Shakar, who is also known as Shaitan, the father of Halal, and his jinn race called the disagreeable Anunnaki or Garubat, the Luciferians. Both agreeable and disagreeable are called Yahwehans, being the name Yahweh is Yah or Yod for the agreeable Elohim, and Weh Wav, the thorn or peg for the disagreeable Elohim. Halal and his host of jinn fought against Michael and his host of Anunnaki, but Halal lost, and all that was left of his host of Garubat was 200. This is how it was recorded. He, Halal, changed from a beautiful Anunnaki of light to a symbol of a dragon, a winged serpent. And he was cast out of Orion, and his jinns were cast out with him, and they were scattered amongst the different galaxies. The 1/3 of Anunnaki were cast out of the galactical heavens. Knoweth that my son Cadman, who bred his own son in his image and after his likeness, is not of us. My son, you Enoshites were beguiled, and lost your first state as Adamites in the image and after the likeness of the Anunnaki. You knew agreeable from disagreeable. You were a Noah with right knowledge. Seth, who is in tones called Sheth and in rhythm Shaith, he is like your son Enos. The Enoshites are not in the image and after the likeness of the Anunnaki as the Adamites. They are in the image and after the likeness of Cadman, after his fallen nature. I will tell you what he beguiled the Sarafat with, and what words he used. After he beguiled your mother Nekeba, female living beings have been the most beautiful and the most dangerous amongst all the creatures of the planet Earth. Her beauty and attractiveness allured male living beings, and it blinds selfish male living beings to higher and nobler things, and inclines him to forget me, Elian El. It was such a seductive influence that was exercised by the charming Nekeba. She was an agreeable and virtuous female living being who is wholly devoted to me, and she is a blessing to an agreeable male living being because she knows her position and she keeps her proper place. But he who yields to the influence of an ambitious and selfish female living being, he walks in a path that leads to degradation and death. Amongst all female living beings of your descendants are selfish, sensual, and they walk in the way of vanity. Beautiful and graceful of form, yet filled up with pride. They have an excessive desire to be noticed and to be approved by male living beings, and they do all things to be seen by man. Halal became the opponent and the enemy of all right knowledge. Now he concluded that the time was opportune to make another move. He had begun his wicked schemes by using a female living being. Even now, he would continue to use female living beings for his nefarious purposes. During the period of 160 years since the expulsion of Cadman from Gan, only 3 male living beings have taken a firm stand for me, your creator, your father Cadman, your brother Abel, and you Seth. Halal calls one of these people to be murdered, and the other I took away, and now there is you, my recorder. Halal could use these circumstances for a good argument to further his wicked designs. In the galactical heavens, there was a host of 24 Sarufat. They were the sons of Anu, Eli and Elian El. These creatures would watch the course of the Earth's creation, the foundation of the planet Earth. The tablets clearly disclose the fact that the Sarufat and Garubat have had power to appear in human form. This is by my consent. When these disagreeable sons of Anu, Eli and Elian El, appeared in human form called Anakims, Gibborim or Hindus, being called Nephilim, those who fell down from grace, they were even more attractive, which made it easier for them to reproduce a race of people on the planet Earth, which he could completely and absolutely control. From what was transpired and is recorded, it seems to be warranted. Halal called before him many heavenly hosts, which is also included 23 Sarufat of Anu, Eli and Elian El. Halal spoke with them like this: for some time now, you have all been watching the drama amongst men on the planet Earth. Since Anu, Eli and Elian El, the Most High, the Highest, assigned me to the position as Adamite's master, I possess the power of death. Anu, Eli and Elian El decreed that I should die, and that by the power of the seed of the female living being, such was an ideal threat by Anu, Eli and Elian El. Thou have seen me, that during the past 6,000 years, the Adamites Cadman and Abel have been taking the side of Anu. One of these I caused to be put to death, and El, fearing what might be done to the other one, took him away. All of the Adamites, now on Ardut, have acknowledged me as Baal, their Most High God. All the Enoshites, human beings beings to be born, with the one exception of the purified ones, Al-Mukhlasina. In due season I shall give my attention to them and put them out of the way. This is what Samael said to the Sarufat. If you hosts of Anu, Elyon, El will not join me and give your allegiance to me, I am the God of abundance, the morning star Lucifer, Yucatan, or Guatemala, the feathered serpent. I will establish a great empire on Ardat, the blue planet Earth, and I will live with the people that are in a class which will live forever and not die. I will be called Quetzalcoatl of the Mayas and Aztecs, not of the Atlantean. I will take the form of the Garubat who guards the gates. Anu intends to use the daughters of the Adamites for some of you to mix your seed with, and then rule over the Enoshites in Nasut Ardut, the blue planet Earth. But only 23 of you shall be chosen. I, on the other hand, need many more of you, 200 in number, and we will use the female living beings of Cain to reproduce. For you seraphims of Anu, Elyon, El have the power to appear in human form. You are far greater in strength than any of the Adamites race. Your vigor is undiminished. The female living beings of Nasut are the daughters or offspring of Cadman and Akaba. There is nothing like them in the spiritual realm Malakut, with who you could satisfy your pleasures, and you have them for wives. You can indulge in sexual pleasures. You can reproduce a race far greater than the children of Cadman, the giants, the Anakims, the legions. These are a few of the many names. They are many in number, 200. With me as your leader and prince, you can have the greatest empire that ever existed, and Anu cannot interfere. The period that was elapsed from Gan until now has demonstrated to you that I am not subject to Anu's power. Come now, join with me. We will let this foolish human Utnapishtim, who is also called Noah, take his own course until it suits me to destroy him. We will first show him that we can take the female living beings and use them as we please. All male living beings will soon join our force, but if any should not, we will put them out of the way. My power will be supreme. You know if that Anu has declared that male living beings shall die, and that your offspring resulting from your cohabitation with these female living beings on the planet Earth shall live on and never die. This pleasurable and seductive argument of Halal will turn the minds of 200 hosts of Anu, Elyon, El on the spiritual plane. This was the end of Halal's speech to the Sarufat. They yielded to him, and they became Garubat, falling from the grace of Anu, Elyon, El. Exercising their power, they came to the planet Earth by way of crafts as men, called the Anakims or Nephilims. They established a land in the planet Earth, and they called it Bali, after leaving Nod. They were Hindus who had 6 ether straight hair, and they had black eyes and dark brown skin. They were under the rule of the 3 Hindu demons, Brahma, Shiva and Vishnu, who had been coming back and forth to the planet Earth for thousands of years. They are savage animals, and are called Chaldeans demons, coming from the planet Nirvana in Procyon star constellation, stopping off first at Rigel and Andromeda and Kingu. They became known as the original Indo-Aryan race. These 200 fallen Anunnaki Garubat came to the planet Earth by chariots of light, or fiery skyships called Vimanas. The fiery skyships were called Naru by the Sumerians, meaning stones that rise, Naru by the Akkadians, Babylonians and Assyrians, meaning objects that give off light, also Nuras and Amuru, meaning fiery objects. They came and set up in the land of Nod, under the rule of Nadimud. In it was all the delight of that day. It had great bright lights in the sky of many colours, music and all kinds of tasty foods. They had fabrics of many colours never seen by the eyes of Cadman's children. So the female living beings of Cain went there with their male living being folks, but they, the 200 fallen Anunnaki, only killed the male living beings. They were mighty men indeed, and they walked about in the land, taking the account of the situation, and they were preparing to carry out Halal's advice. They raped the female living beings and took them back to a land called Kish, and observed that they were voluptuous, attractive and alluring, but most of all they were agreeable in their hearts. They would of course exhibit to the female living beings their powers, that they might be greatly admired by the female living being. The mind of the female living being is easily turned by a usually strong, vigorous and attractive man. These male living beings were virile giants, Garubat. Amongst the children of the male living beings, there was none to compare with them. So the female living beings fell easily victims to the Hindus' flatteries and seductive speech, and the record does not disclose that they made any objection to becoming their wives. They thought it was a great thing to have a child by these fallen Anunnaki Garubat, and Seth's seed would do the same thing in later time, and daughters were born unto them, and they were agreeable and beautiful in their hearts, and they took by force wives, all which they chose from the first land of Cush, Ethiopia. Now later, the sons of the agreeable Anunnaki, 23 in number, were also at the speech of Azazel, now called the Bliss in the Sanskrit tongue, the language of the 200 fallen Anunnaki. But he had his scheme, and I had my scheme. I sent down my 23 to the planet Earth from Ilion, in the land then called Mecca in Arabia, with great wisdom, knowledge and overstanding. They too were giants, Sarufat, in wisdom. They spoke of how the stars appeared in the sky 144 billion years ago, and they explained childbirth and the fruit 42,000 years ago, and they spoke of my plan for male living beings and the future in love and peace. They taught the Tarites called Mumin, or El Muminuna, the faithful one, who are also called Amun, Amen, or Amin. They taught them what herbs are good for you and which are bad. No great lights, dancing or wild music existed for them. They gave them only wisdom, and some of the women came to them, but they remembered the stories of the elders Anu or An, their heavenly one, Enlil and Enki, and their half-sister Ninti, also called Ninhursag, who was also known as Mamu or Mum or Mama from the skies. They would not be deceived by Zu, who arrived on the planet Earth at the Mount of Eka of Enlil, who they trusted in him and they were deceived. The tablets of destinies from the preserved tablets clearly prove the fact that the disagreeable sons of the Anunnaki appeared on the planet Earth in Muur or Mu, flying things, as giants in the form of men, and that these Kuthites took by force the daughters of the Tarites, of who they chose for their wives also, and that they gave birth to a Gibborim, of which was Lilith, the wife of Antum, and the disagreeable daughter of Sud, who was conceived by the rape in Ur of Chaldea, not to be mistaken with Sud, who is also known as Mother Ninti. Those beings were handsome fellows, attractive to the women, tall, dark and handsome, muscular of body, big in size with long black straight hair. When these giants cohabitated with these vigorous women, the result of the offspring were mighty but disagreeable men Anakites, Hindus, worshipping the moon deity. After them, the 23 agreeable Anunnaki of Elin came down from Pleiades and set up the land of Gadash. When in time it came to pass that the Adamites became multiplying all over the surface of the ground on the outside of the enclosed garden, and many daughters were born unto them, and the sons of the disagreeable Anakites saw the daughters of the Adamites that they were very agreeable and beautiful in their hearts, and they took them by force to be their wives, all that they chose, the seed of Anaf Nekaba's mother, the Hawilawites, or the Dogon tribes of Mali. Beneath the planet Earth, there were ships which were originally called Muur, that came and went, and they entered into the center of the world known as Apsu, Kanergi, and Argata, having its own sun by north and the south polar entrance. This inner world was headed by a leader who was to take down all of Halal's power in time. The pages describe them as thus: there were giants in the planet Earth in those days, and also after that, when the agreeable sons of the Anunnaki Sarufat came into the daughters of the Pygmy and the Kushite tribes, the same became Gibborims, the mighty men, Atlanteans, also called Sham, from above, from there, up there, or translated in Aramaic Hebrew, of the rocket ship, which were of old called the men from there. In Salam they dwelt in Mu, meaning one who is of Salam, peace. The holy place inhabited no more than 59,999, plus Malachi Zadok, 60,000 in all, called Muslims or Muslimites, not to be mistaken for the Mohammedan religion. These 23 sons of Eli and Elianel, called commuters or messengers, appearing in the form of mortal men and forming alliances with women and cohabitating with women for the purpose of bringing forth the children. Thereby they departed from their first estate to win the estate of the sons of the Anunnaki on the spiritual plane. This new place on earth was called Gadash, the holy place. The other 200 Garubat, or disagreeable Anunnaki which fell down and were cast to the planet Earth, mixed in with the seed of the women of Cain's seed, because that was part of Halal's plan in that part of the planet Earth called Nod. They became Halal's allies and his servants. Thereby he became the disagreeable one called Halal. Their rites were called Hinduism, after the river of the dead, the Ganges, in the land of the Hindus. Their leaders were the princes of the evil ones called Zu, Guru, Swami and Imams. These disagreeable ones appeared as human giants also, and they produced a race by cohabitating with the female living beings of the Tahrites in Sauda, or outer fields of Sudan, of the seed of Fatah, the father of Nekeba, whose rites were called Nawupu, the way of the Tahrites. The Hindus would in a short time be able to dominate all the peoples of the planet Earth, who would yield to them together with their offspring, the demon seed from the 6,000 years of the second moon cycle. They debauched the human race, turned their minds away from me, and they caused them to indulge in every conceivable deed of wickedness. The offspring of this unholy union with the male living beings and the female living beings of Cain in the land of Nod that joined with them and became extremely wicked. I saw that the wickedness of the sons of the Adamites was great in the planet Earth, and that every imagination of the thoughts of the Enoshite's heart was only disagreeableness continuously, and Cadman repeated to me by my Anunnaki that I had made him on the planet Earth. It aggrieved them in their hearts that the perfect man Cadman, who was made and placed in a perfect home and given the power and authority to refill the planet Earth with a perfect race of people, the planet Earth had now degenerated, and it was filled with violence, and man's every thought was vile and wicked. Amongst all the Enoshites of the planet Earth there was to be one, Utnapishtim, who was also called Noah, son of Lamech, which would have faith in me, and he would remain loyal to me against all opposition. He was to hold himself separate and be free of the 200 Nephilians. Also those who fell down Nephilians to the planet Earth in the same period of time were the shaggy giants, genus Homo, from the 6th star constellation Orion, the disagreeable Elohim Anakites, after the rape of the Adamite Dogon tribes, daughters and sons of the agreeable Elohims from Risk. The 8th planet in your 19th galaxy called Ilion was sent here to breed amongst the mortals. When they had sexual intercourse with the daughters of the Adamites and gave birth to the children with a dual nature, Homo erectus, these Gibor were very powerful because they were the sons and daughters of the Elohim who had existed for what seemed to be an eternity. The Anunnaki had come to Earth from out there by 12 ships of 50 passenger ships out of the mothership called Nibiru, who had become demons in human form to rule Ardat for no more than 6,000 years. Only one of the 4 6,000 year cycles, 2 moon cycles and 2 sun cycles, would put an end to the 24,000 year period for rebuilding your past. A reformer will come in human form, known as the Son of Justice, to guide you back to the right knowledge, and he shall come to raise the lost seed of the Sarufat, the children of the Anunnaki, to fight against the demon seed, the 144,000 in which he will need. Tablet 2. The Extraordinary Sinners. 19 times 1 equals 19. Lo! Woe unto them, the Al-Munafiqun, those who separate from the agreeable. They are the hypocrites, and they are referred to as the extraordinary sinners, such as those who turn away, the rejectors, the traders, the heretics, the seducers of many. Hawir is the hell for the Munafiqun. He will be cast into the bottomless pit. What will make if you perceive what it is? It is a very hot fire. It is an abyss, a deep place, bottomless. They had an understanding of right knowledge, being welcomed into the family of the Ansar-ul-Allah, the Nubian Islamic Hebrews, and as long as the light shined on them the way they wished, they walked in it. But when the belief became facts and they were confronted with realities, they thrust their fingers into their ears and they ran back into the dunya to slander and receive a seal on their heart and their hearing and a screen over their eyes. Their reward for stepping off the path will be eternal damnation. But Anu is forgiving and merciful if they find their way home. But they became hypocritical and they did nothing for their spiritual health. Their worm shall not die and neither shall their fire be quenched. Tablet 3. Repentance. 19 times 2 equals 38. Lo! But the merciful and compassionate creator of the galactical heavens and the planet Earth, Anu Elion Elionel, provided from the very beginning, alongside the garden, the power of repentance to enable male living beings to escape the former and inherit the latter. It is my chief function to lead you, the seed of Cadman, son of Autumn and Lilith of the Cuthites, to repentance, before the coming of the great and dreadful day of El Rab the Sustainer, for it was received by Malachi in the 3rd and 4th degree of the scroll of Malachi. There I will send my own angelic messenger Elijah, and he will turn everybody towards my face, and the Adonai Master, whom you seek, will suddenly enter his temple, the angelic messenger of the covenant that you desire to see. He will come. Yahuwah said so of the angelic army. However, who will be able to endure the day of his coming? Who will be able to stand firm when he, Malachi, is seen in the flesh? For he is just like smeltering fire, and like washing soap, and he will dwell as a smeltering fire, and as one who cleans silver. He will purify the Kohen sons of Levi, and purge them as a goldsmith and a silversmith, that they will draw near unto Yahuwah with the right kinds of offerings justly. Then will the obligations of the tribe of Judah and the city of Jerusalem be pleasant unto Yahuwah, just like the ancient days, and as in the former years. I myself, Malachi, will appear unto you as a judge, and I will be against the practitioners of any witchcraft, and against the fornicator, and against those who give false oaths, and those who oppress the laborer in his wages, and the widow, and the orphan, and those that turn away the temporary inhabitant, and against all those who do not respect me, Malachi, out of reverence. This is what Yahuwah of the angelic army said. I am Yahuwah, and I do not repeat myself. Therefore, all you sons of Jacob who are not finished, just like in the days of your fathers, you have turned aside from my prescribed statutes. And also after that, when the agreeable sons of the Anunnaki Saraphat came into the daughters of the Pygmies and the Cushite tribes, and they have not kept them. Return unto me, and I will return unto you. This is what Yahuwah of the angelic army said. But you say, how will we return back to you? All an Adamite rob an Elohim. Yet you have robbed me. But you Kohen priests say, in what way have we robbed you? In payment of a tenth, and in contribution, there is a better curse on all of you, because you have robbed me. The whole Goy, Gentile nation, has come with you, and the whole payment of a tenth part to the treasure. There may be food in my house. Put me to the test, and I will prove myself, said Yahuwah of the angelic army. If I open the windows of the skies and pour out you the blessings, there will be no room to receive it. I will stop the consumer on your behalf, and he will not destroy the fruits of your ground, neither will the vine be loaded with grapes in the outer field. The Goy Gentile nations will call you happy, because on the part of the planet Earth which you live will be very pleasant. This is what Yahuwah of the angelic army said. Your words have been very bad about me. Yet you say, what have we spoken that is so much against you? You have said it is useless to be Elohim's slaves, and what profit is in it for keeping Elohim obligation, and that we are sorry for what we have done mournfully in the face of Yahuwah of the angelic army. As we see it now, the arrogant are the ones who walk happy, yet they that do wickedness are built up. Yes, the Elohim let them get away with it. They, those people who respected out of reverence Yahuwah, spoke up, and Yahuwah listened and heard what they had to say to each other, and a scroll of remembrance was written before the face of those who respected out of reverence Yahuwah, and respected his name and knew. Tablet 4. They the true Muslims. 19 times 1 equals 19. Lo, they the true Muslims will be my own, said Yahuwah of the angelic army, in that very day when I will take up my possession, as a male living being spares his own son that serves him. Then you will see the difference between the Zodokites, and between the wicked, and between him who serve the Elohim, and him who do not serve him. For here the day will come, that will burn up as a pot of fire, and all the arrogant ones, and all that do wickedness will be stubble, and the day that will come will burn them up. It will leave them neither root nor branch. But as for those who respect out of reverence my name, Naya Malachi Zadok Yorgel, the son of righteousness, Shamus Zadok, or Melchizedek will come forth with healing in the corners of his wings, and you will go forth and spread as calves of the stall, and you will crush the wicked. For they will be under the heels of your feet in the day that I will do this, said Yahuwah of the angelic army. Remember the Torah of Moses my slave, which I ordered him in Horeb the desert, for all Israel. You will crush Satan's head with your heel. Behold, I Yahuwah will send you Elijah, one who can foretell the future, a prophet. before the coming of the great and respectful day of Yahuwah, and he, Elijah, will return the hearts of the fathers to their children, and the hearts of the children to their fathers, or else I, Malachi Zadok Yokel, will come and hit the planet Earth with an utter destruction. Elijah Muhammad was sent, and he did not do it. So I, Malachi Zadok Yokel, am here, and the whole planet Earth has been hit now. Acquired immune deficiency syndrome, a new scientific term for a biological creation of AIDS. It is the first of the 7 plagues. We will put all evil people and false teachers under our heels. I am Melchizedek, also known as Malachi Zadok York-El, having 50 attributes, a Kohen of Elyon El, the Most High, the Highest. The coming of Malachi Zadok York-El was not witnessed by any Enoshites. Melchizedek organized schools at Salam, patterning them on the old system, which has been developed in the early priesthood temples of the ancient mystical order of Melchizedek. Malachi Zadok York-El, as Murdoch, son of Enki and Damkina, gave birth to the concept of one deity, a universal deity, and he gave all the praise to Anu. He was appointed over all the deities, and he named all of them Murdoch. Murdoch was taught by Anu. He was the son of Enki and his wife Damkina, yet he took rule over all the universes, and he restored it back to Anu by establishing the one deity teachings, and that was Anu, placing him above all the Anunnaki, simply the supreme being. Melchizedek had warned his followers to teach about the one Father and the Maker of all, and to preach only the divine through faith alone. However, the new so-called teachers attempted to supplant a slow evolution by sudden revolution. Melchizedek also taught Abraham about the Malitu Ibrahim, or the worship of what the 14th degree, the 18th verse calls the Most High God, who was Anu the Most High. Melchizedek, ruler of Salam, city of peace, he brought forth the bread and wine, and he is the Kohen priest of Elyon El, the Most High. Tablet 5, Resurrection of the Dead. 19 times 1 equals 19. Lo, let me speak to you about the 7 hells in the heavens, Shul Abaddon, the pit of corruption, pit of horror, mold of clay, shadow of death. 7 folds is before thy face, instead of the abundance of joy. In accordance, the 7 classes of righteousness are singled out for you, such as the shining glory of the sun, or like unto the moon, or like unto the stars, or like unto the firmaments, like the lightning, like the porches, like the lilies, or like the golden candlesticks. Speaking this way, there's a glory of the sun, or another like the moon, and another of the stars. So is the resurrection of the dead souls. Chapter 10, Disagreeableness. Begin all acts and thinking by using El Kalum the All. Tablet 6, for him that waits on Tammuz the Messiah. 19 times 1 equals 19. Lo, eating and drinking the servants of Anu at the table prepared for the beloved of Anu, Elyon El. Truly HaMashiach alone knows what he has prepared for him that awaits on him. The fools in their folly claim this divine being, this Ilamutachazid, this avatar. Each of them wish to have faith that he belongs to them. How long shall this be? Some say a millennium, others say 7,000 years, and others say 440 years. But El Massa will come, the Buddha will come, the Krishna will come, the Christ will come, Maitreya will come, and Tammuz will come. Blessed is he who waits and endures until the end, and loses not one speck of faith. He shall receive the gold crown, preserved for those who follow the Lamb wherever he goes. They will become a king over earthly kings, and a master over the earthly masters. His knowledge shall increase, his wisdom shall endure, and he has an overstanding. Tablet 7, who will dwell where? 19 times 2 equals 38. Lo, 99 out of 1,000 shall go into the fire, in the time which Cadman son of Autumn and Lilith was in the enclosed garden. I expected 90% of your faith. Now it will only take 10% to re-enter paradise. The beautiful maidens who meet the agreeable at the departure of the planet Earth. For 3 generations, even the sinners in hell are released from pain, when they acknowledge the agreeable of the divine judgment, while joining in the praise of Anu, Elyon El, by the agreeable Anunnaki. They that have trespassed the will of Anu will dwell in the valley of weeping, which is Jahannam, or purgatory. They maketh a well of tears to quench its fire, and their praise. Praise him who decideth the judgment. On the way to the garden. The agreeable maidens who meet the agreeable at the departure from the heart, the black-eyed maidens, are promised to the faithful from the holy place, as a personification of his virtues to fill him with delight. We have the disagreeable maidens, who meet the sinners as a personification of his guilt to horrify him, parallel by the law saying that the agreeable will be heralded by groups of agreeable Anunnaki. Black-eyed maidens called out, "He earneth his peace, he walketh forward to his goal," and the sinners will be met by 3 groups of chastising disagreeable Anunnaki, who will call, "There is no peace for the wicked, no peace for the soul suffering from spiritual diseases." Cries of torment in a pit, with whipping and gnashing of teeth, the pain of being roasted, boiled in oil, chained to the wall of a hot open furnace, the devil with a pitchfork, which is hot and pointed, standing by grinning and poking you, half-human weird-looking monsters with grotesque bodies of strange mangled parts, and the heads of flesh-eating animals and birds. Yield that the agreeable may pass on their way to the new world, the crystal city, the new enclosed garden. They being entangled by the paths on their ways, and they go into desolation and perish. They perish because they cannot attain everlasting life herein. And that is the great symbolisms for those who need to see their future through fear. Tablet 8. Man's arch enemy. 19 times 2 equals 38. Lo, tell them this. I have been inspired by that group of malevolent beings, cherubims, the jinn, who are also beings from Aldebaran, Pleiades and Arcturus constellations, that listened, and they, the malevolent beings, cherubims, the jinn, have heard an amazing reading, El Quran, the Quran, guiding to the right way, so that the malevolent beings, cherubims, the jinns, can have faith in it, the Quran, and we, the malevolent beings, cherubims and jinns, will not bind partners with you, O our Rab, you are alone. Surely he is the Most High, the Majestic, and our Master, and he has not taken unto himself a companion wife, and not a son by birth. Surely a nation of fools, Jews from amongst us, used to utter blasphemies about the source Anu. Surely we, the Allahum Anunnaki, thought that the Enoshites and the malevolent beings, cherubims, the jinns, did not utter blasphemies and lies about the source. Surely they were mortal men from amongst Enoshites, who sought refuge with mortal men, who are from amongst the malevolent beings, Garubat, the jinns, so they increased in their oppression. And surely they thought, as all of you thought, that the source would not raise anyone. And surely we sought to touch the skies, so we discovered it to be filled with strong guards, the malevolent beings, cherubims, the jinns, and beings of light attacking. And surely we, the malevolent Enoshites, jinn Enoshites, used to squat in the squatting places in order to listen. So as for him who attempts to listen, now he finds a flaming beam coming at him. And surely we, the malevolent beings, cherubims, the jinns, don't perceive if wickedness is intended by those beings in the planet Earth, Adamites, or whether their master intends to guide them rightly. It was surely from us, the benevolent beings, the seraphim, are those ones who are perfect in their beings, and those who are other than that, the malevolent beings, cherubims, the jinn. We seraphims and cherubims have many ways. Surely if we, the Allahum Anunnaki, thought it was over, the war between the Allahum Anunnaki in the skies, and we, the malevolent beings, Garubat, cherubims, 200 fallen malevolent Anunnaki Allahum, won't escape the source in the planet Earth, nor will we, the malevolent beings, Garubat, escape him by fleeing from him. Surely when we, the malevolent beings, Garubat, heard the guidance, the Quran, we had faith in it. Thus, whoever has total faith in his sustainer, he has no fear of loss nor of oppression. Surely there are some from amongst us, the Allahum Anunnaki, who are peacemakers, the benevolent beings, Sarufat, and also from amongst us there are the unjust, the malevolent beings, the Garubat. But as for those of you who surrender in peace, these are those of you Enoshites who seek the right direction. and the evil one was put out of the Orion skies. That's that old snake called Zuen, the evil one, reptilian Shakar or Tarnush and Satan, who deceived the whole world. He was put out and into the planet Earth, him and his disagreeable Anunnaki Garubat with him. And there was a being in the Orion skies, Mikael, and his agreeable arch-messenger Anunnaki Alahum Sarufat, who fought against Zuen the evil one and his disagreeable arch-messenger Anunnaki. As for the unjust ones, they will be fuel of purgatory. If they, the Meccans, stay upright, on the way we the Alahum Anunnaki will give them drinking water abundantly, for they will be tested in it, and whoever disregards it and is neglectful about remembering his Rab, he will make them undergo a severe pain. And surely the places of prostration are for the source alone, so don't call out to anyone in conjunction with Anu. And surely when the slave of Allah Abraham rose up, he Abraham called out unto him the source, and then they Nimrod's Enoshites surrounded him, almost stifling him Abraham. Tell them this: surely only I call out to my sustainer, and I do not associate anything with him. He the source Anu is alone. Tell them this: surely I myself don't possess in my power the rulership over you, and can't harm or guide you aright. Ahmed has no power except from the source. Tell them this, Ahmed: surely I, Muhammad, will not find protection from anyone besides the source Anu, and I will not find a place of refuge except in him. It is nothing except a proclamation, preaching from the facts from the source, Anu and his messengers, and whoever disobeys Anu and the one sent by him, surely for them is the fire of purgatory. In it they will reside eternally, until they see what it all adds up to. So they shall learn who is a weak aider and has less in numbers. Tell them this, Muhammad: if I could but perceive whether it is near to what it all adds up to be, or if he, my Rab, is making for it a lengthy term, knower of the unseen things, thus he the source Anu does not manifest the hidden things that are his to anyone, except for him whom he chooses, from the one sent by him, his Rasul. So surely he makes a pass from between his hands, and from behind him a guard, for him to know that indeed they, the newsbearers, delivered the messages of their Rab, who is the sustainer master, and he the source is fully aware of all that is in their presence, and his newsbearers the source Anu takes account of everything. Tablet 9. The time. 19 times 2 equals 38. Lo, didn't the period of time exist of which he the Enoshite was not a thing even to be remembered? Surely we the Alahum Anunnaki procreated the Enoshite from semen mixed with ovum, that we may test him, so we the Alahum made him hearing and seeing. Surely we the Alahum guided him to the path, agreeable way to do things. It is up to him to either be grateful or ungrateful, concealing that which he knows to be the facts. Surely we Alahum Anunnaki and Malik, the Alahum over hell, have prepared chains and shackles for the concealers of the facts. Surely the righteous ones will drink from a cup which has a mixture of balm and camphor. He, the righteous Muslim, will drink from a spring which is for the slaves of the source Anu, which their faith make flow on and on. They, the righteous Muslims, who fulfill their promise and have fear of a day in which all of his wickedness will be seen far and wide, and they, the righteous Muslims, feed and give food out of love to the poor settlers and orphans and the captives. Surely we only feed you all the needy for the sake of the source Anu, and we don't want anything from you, no reward, not even a thank you. Surely we the faithful only have fear from our sustainer El Elo, when the horror of a day of calamity will come. Surely the source Anu will protect them, the righteous Muslims, peaceful ones, from the wickedness that will overshadow them in that day, and cause them to shine in a radiance and happiness. And he shall reward them, the righteous Muslims, because they were patient in waiting for the enclosed garden of delight, and the silk garb as worn in it. They will be relaxing on exalted couches. They, the righteous Muslims, will not see in it the enclosed garden, the sun beaming downward, nor intense coldness, and in it the enclosed garden, the shade will hang low over them. For the righteous Muslims, bunches of grapes will be made to hang low in reach, and vessels of silver shall be circulated in cups which are of fine translucent crystal, translucent glasses with silver trim. They, the righteous Muslims, will have all that they desire, and they, the righteous Muslims shall be given a drink in it, the enclosed garden, out of cups which have a mixture of spices of ginger, from a spring which is in it, the enclosed garden, having the name of that which shall flow. And all around them, the righteous Muslims, they will see youths with immortality, and when you, the righteous Muslims, see them, you will conclude that they, the immortal youths, are black pearls scattered about. And when you, the righteous Muslims, look around in the enclosed garden, then you will see the grace of the Source Anu and his great splendid rulership. They, the little kids, the righteous, will have on velvet, green and silk robes, garments, brocades, and shall also have on silver bracelets. And their sustainer master, who is Rab, shall give them, the righteous, a pure drink. Surely this reward is for you all, whose efforts are striving. You all are worthy of thanks. Surely we Anunnaki ourselves sent down the Quran to you, Ahmed, also known as Muhammad. It was us, the Allahum, who sent it down. So stay patient for the judgment of your Muhammad's Rab Anu, and don't obey any of them who are doers of disagreeable acts, or those who conceal that which they know to be the facts. And you are to remember the name of your master, sustainer, who is Rab Anu, in the early daytime hour, and on through the shadow hour period. And at the shadow hour period, you are to prostrate to him, Anu, like Muhammad did, and glorify him, for the shadow hour period is long. Surely these are the lovers of letting time pass, wasting time, just to try and put a grievous day behind them. And we, the Allahum Anunnaki, created them, the worldly Enoshites, and made them firm, look as if they have it all. If we please, we Allahum can exchange them, the worldly Enoshites, with others just like them. It is a simple exchange. Surely this is a remembrance to you all. So this degree of reading, is for all of those who are to be put on the path of his Rab, and whatever you will is nothing, except that which the Source Anu wills for you. Surely the Source Anu is wise, knowing, and he, the Source Anu, will allow them to enter his enclosed garden whom he pleases, out of his yielding mercy, and he has prepared an aching pain for the unjust ones. Tablet 10, Nuwaupu, 19 times 2 equals 38. Lo, what are they, the human beings, asking each other about? It is about the supreme news, Nuwaupu, that which they, human beings, are differed. Nevertheless, they Enoshites will soon learn about the science of Nuwaupu, then nevertheless they will really learn. And we, the masters, ask, what does Nuwaupu mean to you? Should we embark upon these Enoshites the science of Nuwaupu? Nuwaupu is the science of sound right reasoning, and its followers are the sons and daughters of sound right reasoning. Belief is ignorance. Belief is to ignore the facts intentionally or unintentionally. Also, Nuwaupu is right knowledge, right wisdom, and right understanding. If one has to believe, it means he or she does not know. And if one does not know, that is ignorance. Hence, belief is ignorance, and religious beliefs without the facts is ignorance. So demand that anyone attempting to impose on you their religious beliefs, they are to produce the facts. The most deceptive word in religion is the word belief, or believe, because a person can believe in anything, and this means that a person can believe and be 100% wrong. But knowledge is knowing, and knowledge is correct information. To know gives one confidence, but belief infers doubt. Knowledge can be checked out by one or more of 3 tests: experience, evidence, and reason. Knowledge is always logical, and it reasons out. The first step to Nuwaupu is the right knowledge, which will pass any one of the 3 tests that is practical for the knowledge given. One cannot always use the experience test, because the experience test is not practical for all knowledge. The evidence and reason tests are those tests that are more often practical, yet Nuwaupu is the science of experience, evidence, and reason, because 9 ether is the power of reason. 9 ether forces first visit the minds of their posterity, descendants, because they know that nothing can be done right unless the mind is right. The mind cannot be right unless it has accepted right knowledge. 6 ether and ghost causes Negroes to commit suicide, because that is just what people are doing when they run up against the adverse forces with sticks and stones, while their enemy has tanks with blazing machine guns. 6 ether and ghost activate people's mind foolishly to provoke their enemy and their helpers to shoot them down. So 6 ether and ghost will have innocent blood to subsist of, so that these 2 spirit forces, 6 ether and ghost, will get stronger in the atmosphere and maintain enemies' economic strength and religion, and this will prolong their dominance. The solution to the racial, economic, moral, spiritual, and social problems of a people is the elimination by facts of the negative. Tablet 11, 9 ether, 19 times 7 equals 133. Lo, the slave mentally and the Europe-influenced religions, be it Christianity, Judaism or Islam, or whatever denomination or sect, should all be eliminated, and this elimination will lead to right thinking. Right thinking will lead to right action, for liberty and equality with the help of the forces in nature. There's nothing wrong with violence for liberty and equality if you have a chance to win, but there is no chance without 9 ether spirit forces to counteract the adverse forces and to show you the way to liberty and equality. You cannot see the way until the mind's eye is open. There is no solution to the problem and miserable conditions of people anywhere unless you have a solution that is workable everywhere. Offer all people a do-it-yourself solution until you get strong and united enough mentally to do what you must do together physically. All of you who can work diligently and with determination towards eliminating negative and slave mentalities, you all can do this privately without committing suicide by provoking the visible adverse forces to brutalities and atrocities against you. By joining the ancient mystical order of Melchizedek and reading and studying each tablet, you will thoroughly go a long way towards eliminating the negative and opposing forces. This process leads to liberty and success for humanity in general by opposing or adverse invisible forces, I mean the opposite of those visible adverse forces. There are forces of racism against all races that you do not see, that wear a smile and shake your hand, but behind closed doors, these principalities in high places are responsible for trickling down racism and race wars. This is what I refer to as invisible adverse forces. If you have free minds, you will do free things. If you have equal minds to other races, you will do equal things. Think equal or greater than other races, because mental capacity as incarnations of original creative forces are greater than that of others once your mind breaks free from prison. Freedom requires a free mind and responsibilities of a free mind. Equality requires an equal mind and the responsibilities of an equal mind. Universal knowledge called Nuwaupu informs you, new beings, that there are 3 creations: original or primary creation, evolutionary or secondary creation, and ghostational or tertiary creation. Primary creation was performed by 9 ether, whose science is Nuwaupu. 9 ether is the combination of all existing gases of nature, thus all is in the all. Nothing anywhere can be as powerful as all existing gases. Therefore, 9 ether is the most potent power in the universes, 9 to the 9th power of 9. 9 is a very meaningful number. It is symbolic of heaven, hell and creation. 9 is a number whose square root is 3, a number which is symbolic of the 3 dimensions. Nasut, abode of the mortals, Malakut, abode of the Anunnaki Elohim, and Lahut, abode of the Most High. And 9 is the number when multiplied, reproduces the same figures from up to down and from down to up, and it equals itself. 9 ether was placed in the follicle case of all original Nubans, and it produces a 9 symbol. When the number 9 is inverted or perverted, it becomes the number 6, the number of the disagreeable Elohim and their nature. Hence, 9 ether is the original creator who grew all the universes. In Nuwaupu, the word creation means growth into form or system or both, and the word destruction means change in the form or composition or both. 9 ether is conscious, awareness and conscience, moral judgment gases. The new being race comes along with the original creation, that is, the same kind of ether forces that grew the universes. Their evolutionary descendants are the personification of the original creative forces. The first physical beings created in the universes in their spirit form, 9 ether. Then they personified themselves as flesh and blood beings, Adamites. There are 2 kinds of ether: 9 ether, agreeable benevolent Elohim, and 6 ether, disagreeable malevolent Elohim. 9 ether produces 6 ether, and 6 ether produces ghost. 9 ether becomes 6 ether through time and age, and 6 ether becomes ghost through time and age. 6 ether is 9 ether in death, and ghost is the death of 6 ether. After the death of 6 ether, called the moon or ghost cycle, 9 ether rises again. Hence 6 ether is adverse to 9 ether, just as death is averse to life. 9 ether is ether in its youth, strength and old age, and 6 ether is ether in death. Therefore ghost is the death of death. Like everything else, when death gets old it dies, and ether comes back to life in the person of 9 ether, the Ethiopian ether utopian forces of nature. The sun, El Roy, called Ra, and the other true stars generate ether, but 9 ether first generated the physical bodies of the suns. In other words, the suns, the true stars of the universes, are self-created, meaning self-grown, by the power that they now reproduce from the All. They are the Sarufat, agreeable Allahum, the science and the Warpu tells you just how and when, but it suffices to state at this time that evolution or secondary creation started 17,250,000 years ago, and it was performed by 6 ether beings whose science is Rahowa, which tells them how to destroy and disrupt, and just when it will suffice. They are the manifestation of those Garubat, disagreeable Allahum, and 6 ether today is known as Leviathan, Zeus, Lord, Baal, Satan, Tagut, Kanaz, Nakash, Samael, Jupiter, Vishnu, Sol, Molech, Iblis, Od, Shaitan, Jinn, Shakar, Devil, Legbar, Beelzebub, Lucifer, Azazel, etc. 6 ether is also known as Sin, Shiva, Anubis, Tahuti, Set, God, etc. And in its moon or ghost manifestation, spiritual, that which is spiritus, simply meaning breathe or breathing. Evolution was partial destruction of the original creation, because destruction is change in the form or composition or both. In order to create, you have to destroy something else for this new thing that you're trying to create to exist. 6 ether, the evolutionary forces, is ether with less gases than 9 ether. Therefore, it has a different nature than 9 ether, and this is why the hair of the Anunnaki original man was woolly. Hamsan Canaanan, or as they would have you say it, Hamsan Canaan, was the first human albino, and he had woolly hair, but his genes were defected. It resulted in a thinner texture of hair, which means his hair has less strength than the woolly hair of the new beings, Nubans, because woolly hair was produced by a more potent gas formula, 9 ether. There are many Nubians and people of color that have straight hair. It is just a scientific fact that the curlier the hair, the stronger the gene, meaning more gases in the formula. 6 ether is conscious gases, ghost is conscious gases, which has less various gases in it than 6 ether. Therefore, ghost is a weaker gas combination than 6 ether, just as 6 ether is weaker than 9 ether. 9 ether is effective fluid fire. Ghostation, or tertiary creation, was done by God, Ghost, 6,000 years ago. This is one reason why their descendants taught the captive, these new beings, that the so-called God created the world and man 6,000 years ago. However, they did not tell the captive that they meant the Karkasu world and the Karkasu man or race. The spirituality of their God is religion. The Tamahus of the planet Earth were the beginning of their God's creation 4,000 years before 2,000 years ago. When 6 ether reaches its climax in evolution, it produces Ghost, and Ghost is God. The offspring of 9 ether is the new being. The woolly-haired tar, or pygmy, is also called the evolutionary man. The offspring of 6 ether is the Garubat, the straight-haired original man. The offspring of Ghost is the Karkasu race, the straight-haired moon cycle man, who was extracted from the original man through a ghosting process, the curse of leprosy. When it's seen with a spiritual eye, Ghost looks like a haze or a fog. This means that Ghost is pale, and thereby the last stage of color. Hence, since the Karkasu race came into being by ghostation, it has less color than any other race. All the original Canaanites had silver or yellow hair, white skin, and blue eyes, except one tribe, the Hamathites. But the new race now has various degrees of mixture with darker peoples. The etymological or original meanings of the English language words are an education in itself, because it opens up the eyes and shows how the Canaanites have changed the value, meaning, and purpose of things in order to set up supremacy for their kind. The word God is an example. In order to make his creator stronger through belief and deception, he had to state that it is called the one supreme being, and we call it the Almighty. However, the definition he gives for the word God is not the complete definition of the one supreme being or Almighty. The One Supreme is infinite, of omnipotent nature, who has innumerable parts and powers called Anu, the Source, the Supreme Being, appointed by El Kaloon the All, to be a part of what is called the Allahum, the Spirit Beings, Supreme Beings. God therefore can only be a motivating and activating part of the Evil One as their Supreme Being. The Evil Supreme Being, the Almighty that gives them their power over you. If you pray to their deities by name, you help give them power to keep you down. The all is all, and everything existing, living and dead, visible and invisible, male and female, good and evil angelic beings, flesh and spirit, etc. are all in the all. The only name, attribute, that is sufficient as the right name for the one supreme is the one that means all, and everything existing in all space, all matter, all time, and their products in the word God does not fit this definition. The etymological, original meaning of the word God is ghost, and ghost is of death. Ghost is God, and spirit of the cemetery or necropolis. Ghost is God of the dead, mentally and physically dead. Ghost is God, and God is ghost. The word ghost means gas, from Middle English ghost, from Old English ghast, meaning breath, spirit. It is the gas of death for Nubians, and life for Tamahus, because Tamahus are its offspring. The manifestation of ghost started with Cain killing Abel, and it has been magnifying and manifesting itself through killing and death ever since. Now all people on the earth kill, as evidenced by the Bible and its history. When reading the stories of the Bible, the people of it are about murder, war, rape, incest, lies, deception, prostitution, betrayal and favoritism. Stories of love, peace and happiness are rare. This is your so-called holy book. Chapter 10. Disagreeableness. Begin all acts and thinking by using El-Kalum the All. Tablet 13. The News. 19 times 2 equals 38. Lo, what are they, the Enoshites, asking each other about? It is about the supreme news, Nuwalpu, that which they, humans, are differed. Nevertheless, they Enoshites will soon learn about the science of Nuwalpu, and nevertheless, they will really learn. Did we, Elohim Anunnaki, not make the planet Earth in landscape form to live on, and the mountains as landmarks, and we Anunnaki procreated you Enoshites in pairs, male and female, and we made your Enoshites sleep a time for resting, and we made the shadow hour period a total covering, and we made the daytime for making a livelihood, and over you we built 7 strong lasting firmaments, and we Elohim made a bright lamp, shining sun, and by squeezing of the clouds we sent water pouring down, rain, so that we Elohim Anunnaki could bring forth grain and plants, and the thick foliage. Surely the day of judgment is appointed, the end of all this, a day when the trumpet will be blown by the Elohim Anunnaki Raphael, and you will come in separate groups, the Nuwalpians, the Mongolians and the Tamahus. And this event of the blowing of the trumpet shall be commemorated like this: Rosh Hashanah. The blowing of the shofar heralds the beginning of the penitential season. For these 10 days, the ram's horn is blown every daylight a total of 10 times after early daylight worship in the house of the Sustainer. The pattern for blowing the horn is 1 long blow, held for 4 counts, and 1 short blow for 1 beat. This pattern is repeated 5 times for a total of 10 times. The ram's horn is blown all throughout the daylight hour until the 10th day of Rosh Hashanah. On the shadow hour of Rosh Hashanah, it is customary to greet one's friends with, "May you be inscribed in the book of life for a good year." At the festive meal at the home with your family at the end of the day, it is customary to dip a piece of bread over which grace has been used throughout the home. Bread has been used throughout the scriptures in reference to the mercy and provision of the Sustainer who provided them with manna. Today, manna is a small piece of bread that tastes like a wafer made of honey. For the same reason, a piece of apple is dipped in honey. The honey is symbolic of the land promised unto the Israelites, which was flowing abundantly with milk and honey. Day of Atonement. The most sacred days of prayer and meditation is the Day of Atonement, which falls on the 10th month of the Israelite calendar, Yom Al-Kafara, and ends the penitential season of fasting, which begins with Rosh Hashanah and lasts 10 days. It is a solemn day of absolute abstinence from food and drink until after the start of the shadow hour worship. Humans must cleanse themselves of all sins. On the Sabbath of Sabbaths, everyone refrains from household duties, physical work and enjoyment. It is a day of instilling love and friendship. You shall be alone in a world of many people, and all of this you caused to fall upon this world, you shall taste of it. I have come before you all this day to show you your own works. I do rule over you, given the power by my and your sustainer Anu, Elian, Elian El. And the heavenly skies will be open like doors. The mountains were made to move as if they were a mirage. Surely the humans will find purgatory was waiting. It will be the final place for those who go to any extreme to do wrong, staying in it, hell for long periods of time. In hell, the Enoshites will taste nothing cool, and they will have nothing to drink except for boiling water and pus, a punishment fitting their humans' deeds. Surely they Enoshites didn't anticipate the day of reckoning, the one to come, and they Enoshites denied our verses, the Quran, and rejected them. And everything that Enoshites humans do, we Allahum and Unakai have recorded it down in a scripture. So taste the fruit of your Enoshites' deeds, and we will not increase for you Enoshites nothing but more pain. Surely for those who tremble at the mention of Anu's name will be in a blissful abode of gardens and vineyards, and there will be young pubescent maidens, all at the same age, all at the age 19, and a cup running over with goodness. In it, the garden, they will not hear any lies or vain talk. This is the reward from your sustainer who is Rab, a very satisfying gift. The Rab of the skies and the planet Earth, and all that is between them, is the merciful. None will possess from him the right to address him. On that day, the great soul Murdoch and all the Allahum and Unakai will stand in ranks, and no one will speak save him, whom Anu the Source the Merciful has given permission to, and no one shall speak save he who speaks right. That is the day of the facts, so whoever pleases, he may take the place of return unto his Rab. We Allahum and Unakai surely warned you Enoshites of a plan that is very near, a day when a person will see that which he has committed, the agreeable and the disagreeable of his own hands, and he who concealeth that which he knows to be the facts will say despairingly, if only I were dust. Tablet 14, the Remover of Souls. 19 times 2 equals 38. Lo, I, the Allahum and Unakai Nusku, who also bore the title Gebrael, swear by those Allahum who violently pull out the souls of the wicked ones, and by those Allahum and Unakai who gently remove the souls of the righteous ones, and by the heavenly hosts who swiftly float downward for the souls of the faithful, and by them Anunakai that speedily advance with the souls to paradise. So these Anunakais are the directors of the Sustainer's command. On a day when there will be a great trembling, the shake of shakes, and the inevitable shall follow it. And on that day, hearts will be throbbing from fear. Their eyes will be humbly downcast. In mockery of the resurrection, the rejectors of faith used to say, shall we revert to our original state from death back to life? Will we Enoshites be returned to life even after our bones are rotten? They say, then to return to life after this, that will be a loss. Verily it, the sound of the trumpet, shall be just one cry, and behold, they Enoshites will all reawaken. Didn't the Hadith of Thutmose, Moses, also known as Musa, come to you, Muhammad Ahmed, when his sustainer called him in the holy valley of Tua, near Mount Sinai, saying, go to Pharaoh Ramesses II, for surely he goes to extremes to do wrong. And say to Ramesses II, do you desire to purify yourself? And I, Thutmose, will rightly guide you, Pharaoh, to your sustainer master Rab, so you, Ramesses II, may learn to dread him. So he, Thutmose, showed him, Ramesses II, the most exalted sign, the miracle. Moses told Aaron to take his rod and cast it before Pharaoh, and it became a serpent. But he, Pharaoh Ramesses II, called it the miracle a lie and an illusion, and he still disobeyed. Then he, Ramesses II, turned his back and left in haste. So he, Ramesses II, gathered his nation, the Egyptians, Kemites, and then made a proclamation. He, Ramesses II, said, I am your Rab, the Most High. The Source Anu seized and punished him, Ramesses II, for this statement, in the one to come and the beginning. Surely there is a warning in that for those who dread the source Anu. Are you Enoshites harder to create, or the heavenly skies which he Anu built? He Anu raised its sky's heights and made it to appear flat. He the source Anu made it, the sky's shadow hour periods dark, and brought out of the sky its bright early daytime hours. And afterwards, he the source condensed the planet Ki, and from it, the planet Earth, he Anu brought from its waters springs and pastures, and he firmly placed the mountains as a temporary provision for you all and your animals. So when the big calamity comes, the day when each human being shall remember that which he strove for, the agreeable and the disagreeable, and hell shall be displayed for whoever sees. So for the person who goes to any extreme to do wrong, and have preferred this life of this physical world, so shall hell be a place of abode for him. And as for him who fears the position of his sustainer Anu, who is Rab, and forbids himself from following the love of vain desires and inclination of unjust acts, so surely the enclosed gardens of delight shall be the place of abode for him. Tablet 15, Al-Shams, 19 times 1 equals 19. Lo, when the sun loses its light and is condensed into a ball, and when the stars are darkened, and when the mountains are moved, and when the she-camels are abandoned, and when the wild beasts are herded together, and when the seas are caused to boil and burn, and when the spirits are remated with their bodies, and when the infant girls who were buried alive are asked, for what disagreeable act were they killed, and when the pages of the scroll representing the deeds of all Enoshites are unfolded, and when the heavenly skies are pulled from its place, and when the hell is made to blaze, and when the enclosed garden of delight is brought near, then every spirit will know all that which has been presented. I do not have to swear by the orbiting stars, the running and the setting of the constellations, and by the shadow hour periods when it darkens, and by the early daytime hour when it dissolves into the light of day. Surely it the Quran is saying of the one sent Rasul Muhammad in honor. He is the source of power within the essence of the throne that has a firm place. He, Ahmed, is one to be obeyed, for he is faithful and trustworthy. And O you Enoshites of Mecca, your companion Muhammad has not gone mad, he is not possessed with a jinn Garubat. And indeed he, Ahmed, saw him Gabriel on the clear horizon, and he, the Allahumma Nunakai Nusku Gabriel, is not reluctant to teach you Muhammad about the secrets of the unseen. And it is not a saying of the rejected Al-Shaitan, the cursed, disagreeable, malevolent one. So where are you Enoshites going? It, the Quran, is but a reminder to the boundless universes. It is for those of you who want to be on the straight path, and you the Enoshites would not will it, if the Rab sustainer of the boundless universes did not will it for you. Tablet 16, the skies cleave asunder, 19 times 1 equals 19. Lo, when the heavenly skies cleave asunder, and when the stars disperse, and when the seas break forth and join each other, and when the graves are overturned, and the dead emerge leaving them vacant, every spirit, person will know that which it sent forth, and what it left behind. O Enoshites, what has beguiled you, and made you turn from your generous Rab Anu? He, the source Anu, who procreated you and made you complete and perfected you. He fashioned you in whatever form he, the source Anu, pleased. Nevertheless, you human beings lie about the day of judgment, and verily, guardians Allahumma Nunakai are over you. They are honoured scribes, recorders of your deeds. They are aware of all that you do. Surely the righteous shall verily be in a state of peace, and the wicked shall be in a blazing fire. They shall be cast into it on the day of judgment, and they will not be absent from it. And by what means do you perceive what the day of judgment is? On that day, no spirit person will be able to help any other spirit, and the order will be directly controlled by him, the source Anu. Tablet 17, the cheaters, 19 times 1 equals 19. Lo, curse to all cheaters, those who fully demand all that they can get when they take the measures from the Enoshites, but when they give measures for others, they decrease the measures in their own favour. Don't they think that they will be raised after death for a most supreme day, a day when all the Nars will be standing before the Rab of the boundless universes to be judged? Nevertheless, the scriptural ledger of the wicked is kept in a place for records, and by what means are you able to perceive what Sijin is? It is a scripture marked with numbers, time, Cursed be on the liars on that day, those who lie about the day of judgment, and none except the transgressing, doer of disagreeable acts, lies about its existence. And when our Al-Humanunaki signs the Quran are recited to him correctly, he says, these are but the legends of the ancient ones who are the Allahum Dinir. Nevertheless, the wrong, they the transgressing doers of disagreeable acts do has rusted their hearts. Nevertheless, on that day they will be screened from their sustainer. Then surely they shall be cast into the flaming hell. Then it shall be said to them, this is what you claim to be a lie. Nevertheless, the scriptural ledger of the righteous is in the highest places, where the records of agreeableness are kept, Ilion, the 19th galaxy. And by what means are you able to perceive what Ilion is? It is a scripture marked with numbers, time, which is witnessed by the Al-Humanunaki who are near to the source Anu, Garubat, or Caribbean. Surely the righteous will be in the grace of paradise, looking down from lofty exalted couches and beholding all the delights. You can see in their faces radiating with happiness and ease. They will be provided with drinks of pure wine, which will be sealed from others. Its seal will be made from the sweet scent of musk. In all of this, there is an inspiration for those who aspire to be of the spiritual ones, and it will be mixed with the sweet scents of the fountains of Tasneem, a spring from which all the Al-Humanunaki who are near to the source are allowed to drink. Surely, those who are guilty in the physical world mocked and laughed at those who were faithful, and when they, the guilty ones, pass by them, the faithful ones, they wink at one another and point at the faithful and jeer. And when they returned home with their families, they returned mocking. And when they saw them, the faithful ones, they said, these are they who are astrayed, have lost touch with reality. They are not sent to be guardians over them, the faithful, or to judge the acts of the faithful. So the day will come when these who are faithful will be laughing at the ones who concealed what they know to be the facts. On the exalted couches, they will look down. Don't the ones who concealed that which they know to be the facts get their payments for that which they did? Tablet 18, the rending asunder. 19 times 1 equals 19. Lo, when the heavenly skies rend asunder, it, the heavenly skies, listen to its sustainer who is Rab, because it is incumbent. And when the planet Earth extends into landscapes and casts out whatever is in it, the planet Earth, and abandons it, and it, the planet Earth or Tiamat, listen to its sustainer Anu, because it is incumbent. O human being in the service of your sustainer, you will see the result of striving. As for him who is given his scripture, book of deeds in his right hand, he shall be reckoning with by an easy reckoning. He will be returned to his family in total happiness. As for him who is given his scripture book of deeds behind him, he shall be cast out in his own destruction, and he shall burn in the consuming blazing fire. And in his lifetime on earth, surely he used to be a happy man with his family. Surely he thought that he would never return to his sustainer. Nevertheless, surely his sustainer Anu is watching all that he did. Nevertheless, I swear by the red glowing of the sun when it darkens, and by the shadow hour period and what it shrouds, and by the moon when it becomes full, that you shall most certainly pass from plane to plane, life after death. So what is the matter with them, that they are unfaithful? And when the reading Al-Quran is read to them, they don't prostrate. But those who conceal what they know to be the facts are nothing but the best liars, and the source Anu knows best that which they hide inside. Therefore tell them of an aching pain which is promised to them, except for those who are faithful and work to perfect their beings. There is an everlasting reward for them. Tablet 19, the Zodiac. 19 times 1 equals 19. Lo, and the heavenly skies, the source of the signs of the zodiac, and by the promised day, the day of resurrection, and the witness the source, and that which is watched, witnessed, the companions of the pits, the rulers of Yemen, Dunawaz, and his nation of Enoshites killed the faithful for making pits, the kindling of the fuel, which burned the Enoshites of Najran, and forced them to renounce their faith. They, the ruler of Yemen, Dunawaz, and his Enoshites, squatted around it, the fires, and they were witnesses of what they did, torture to the faithful Enoshites of Najran, and they king of Yemen, Dunawars, and his Enoshites only tortured them because they were faithful to the mighty source Anu, the one who is due all gratitude. To him, Anu, who belongs rulership of the skies and the planet Earth, and Anu is a witness, watcher over all things. Surely those who persecute faithful men and faithful women, and then did not repent, for them will be the pain of purgatory, and for them there is the torture of burning pain on their skin. Surely there are Jannah beneath which rivers flow, for those who are faithful and work to perfect their beings. That is the great achievement. Surely the grip of your sustainer verily is mighty terrible. Surely he Yahuwah begins, creates everything, and has power to bring everything back to life. And Hua, Yahweh, is the forgiver and the loving, compassionate, the possessor of the throne of glory. He, the source Anu, does what he wants. Has not the tales of the host come to you, of Pharaoh and Thamud? But those who conceal what they know to be true are only liars, and the source Anu encompasses them on every side. In fact, it is a glorious Quran, which is in a guarded table, the Suhuf. Chapter 10. Disagreeableness. Begin all acts and thinking by using El Kalum the All. Tablet 20. The Knocker. 19 times 1 equals 19. Lo! And the heavenly skies and the Knocker, the star Bennett. And by what means would you, Ahmed, also called Muhammad, would have perceived what the Knocker Tariq is? It is the brightly piercing star. There is no spirit, person, which does not have a guardian. So all Enoshites must seriously contemplate of that which he was procreated from. He, the Enoshite, was created from gushing water, sperm, whose spark of life is obtained from the solar plexus, travelling down the spine. Surely he, the source Anu, is capable of returning him, the human being, on the day when all secrets that were sealed inside the Enoshites will be disclosed. So he, the Enoshite, will not have any power, nor any aider. The sky, source of the returning, and by the planet Earth, which splits open for the seeds to push forth. Surely it, the Quran, is a decisive saying, and it, the Quran, is not to be taken as an unserious matter. Surely they are scheming a scheme, and I, the Most High, am scheming a scheme. So respite those who conceal what they know to be the facts for only a little while. Tablet 21. The Most High. 19 times 1 equals 19. Lo! Glorify the name of your master Anu, the Most High, he who procreated, created, and made his creation perfect, and he who determines the nature of them and guides them, and he who brings forth herbage for the animals, so that after that he Anu made it into dark stubble. We, the Allahum Anunakai, will make you Muhammad a reader, so that you won't forget. Accept that which Anu pleases. Surely he, the source Anu, knows the manifested and the hidden things. And we, the Allahum, lead you to the easy way, the peaceful way. So be a reminder, because there are benefits in reminding others. He who dreads the source Anu will remember the Quran, and the most miserable ones will avoid it, the Quran, who will be cast into a huge pit of fire. Then he will neither die nor live in it, the pit of fire. Certainly he who purifies himself will be successful, and he remembers the name of his Rab Anu, and keeps up worship. In fact, you, the Enoshites, prefer the life of the physical world, and the one to come is better, and it is everlasting state. Surely all of this is to be found in the first pages of the Suhuf, Enuma Elish, and the Gilgamesh tablets from before. The pure pages of Abraham, the Book of Generations, and Moses Thutmose, the 5 books of the laws, the Torah. Tablet 22. The Overwhelming Event. 19 times 1 equals 19. Lo! Haven't the Hadith come to you, Muhammad, about the overwhelming event? Some faces on that day will be downcast, working and toiling. They will be thrown, cast into the scorching flames of fire, and they will be made to drink only from the spring of hot boiling water. There shall be no food for them, except a bitter thorny fruit, which will neither fatten them, nor give them any relief from hunger. Faces of the faithful on that day shall be smooth without a frown, and they will be pleased with their works in this world, in an exalted enclosed garden of delight. In it, they, the faithful ones, will not hear any vain talk, In it is a spring flowing, therein are beds raised high, and cups are put there, and cushions arranged in rows, and carpets spread forth. Do they not look at the clouds, and ponder their creation, and the heavenly skies, and how it is raised, and the mountains, and how they are erected, and at the planet Earth, and how it is landscaped? So remind them, because you, Muhammad, are only a reminder. You, Muhammad Ahmed, do not have any power to compel them. But as for he who conceals what he knows to be the facts, and turns away from the faith, so he will be punished with the biggest, greatest pain. Surely to us the Allahum Anunnaki is their return after death. Then the taking of their account is on us, Anunnaki. Tablet 23, The Deeds of Mortals. 19 times 2 equals 38. Lo, Yahuwah Kalkael took Cadman and Nakeba by the hand and began to bring them out of the cave. But when they came a little way out of it, the Allahum Anunnaki knew that Nakash had overcome them and had brought them out before the 30 days were ended to take them to some distant place and to destroy them. Yahuwah said to Nakeba, "What is this that you have done?" Nakeba answered and said, "Nakash, the son of Shakara Melita, deceived me into consuming it." For after the curse put on Nakash, when Yahuwah of the Allahum said to Nakash, "Because you are responsible for disobedience, you will be cursed above all the non-speaking mammals, genus Homo, Homo erectus, shaggies, and all of the other living beings and creatures of the world outside of the enclosed garden. Like a snake, you will cunningly move about on your belly, and the very blood of creation will be your food for all the days of your divine existence. I will arouse hatred in the midst of your descendants and Nakeba's descendants. Your hate will be cunning and conniving as to approach from the lower heel as a snake when it bites, and their hate will be to bruise your leaders." The other Allahum knew this to mean that Nakash would try to sneak and kill Cadman and Nakeba, so they escorted them from the enclosed garden into a remote cave to hide for 30 days and 30 shadow hours from the fury and hate that spat forth from the vulgar mouth of Nakash as he declared, "I will kill them both." Then the word of the Yahuwah of the Allahum Kalkael, also known as Rudwan, son of Araziel and Rafikiel, came and drove him away from them. Yahuwah of the Allahum Kalkael began to speak unto Cadman and Nakeba, saying to them, "What made you come out of the cave unto this place?" Then Cadman said unto Yahuwah of the Allahum, "Did you create a man before us? For when we were in the cave, there suddenly came unto us a good old man, who said to us, I am a messenger from the Anunnaki Allahum unto you, to bring you back to some place of rest. We did have faith, O Allahum, that he was a messenger from thee, and we came out with him, and knew not whether we should go with him." Then Yahuwah of the Allahum said unto Cadman, "See, that is the father of evil arts, who brought thee and Nakeba out of the garden of delight. Now indeed, when he saw that you and Nakeba both joined together in fasting and prayer, you didn't come out of the cave before the end of the 30 days, he wished to make your purpose vain, to break your mutual bond, and to cut off all hope from you, and to drive you to some place that he might destroy you." Then came the word of Yahuwah of the Allahum again, and he said unto them, "O Cadman, arise, go and bring 2 figs here." Then Cadman and Nakeba arose, and went until they drew near to the cave. But I, in mercy, and with the favour I had unto you, I did not allow him to destroy you, but I drove him away from you. Now therefore, O Cadman, take Nakeba and return to your cave, and remain in it until the morrow of the 40th day. And when you come out, go towards the eastern gate of the garden." Then Cadman and Nakeba praised Elionel, and blessed him for the deliverance that had come to them from him. They returned towards the cave. This happened at the evening tide of the 29th day. Then Cadman and Nakeba stood up, and with great zeal they prayed to Elionel to be brought out of their want for strength, for their strength had departed from them through hunger and thirst and prayer. But they watched the whole of that shadow hour until morning. Then Cadman said unto Nakeba, "Arise, let us go to the eastern gate of the garden, as Yahuwah of the Allahum told us." They said their prayers as they were commanded to every day, and they went out of the cave to go near to the eastern gate of the garden. Then Cadman and Nakeba stood up and prayed, and besought Yahuwah of the Allahum to strengthen them, and to send them to something to satisfy their hunger. But when they had ended their prayers, they remained where they were, by reason of their failing strength. Then came the word of Yahuwah of the Allahum again, and he said unto them, "O Cadman, arise, go and bring here 2 figs. Then Cadman and Nakeba arose, and went until they drew near to the cave. Tablet 24, 2 fruit trees, 19 times 1 equals 19. Lo, but Nakash the Wicked One was envious because of the consolation that Yahuwah of the Elohim had given them. So he prevented them and went into the cave, and he took the 2 figs and buried them outside the cave so that Cadman and Akaba could not find them. He also had thoughts to destroy them. But by Yahuwah of the Elohim's mercy, as soon as these 2 fig trees were in the earth, Yahuwah of the Elohim defeated Nakash's counsel regarding them and made them into 2 fruit trees that overshadowed the cave, for Nakash had buried them on the eastern side of it. Then, when the 2 trees were grown and were covered with fruit, Nakash grieved and mourned, and said, "Better were it I had left those figs as they were, for now behold they have become 2 fruit trees, whereof Cadman will eat all the days of his life. Where I had in mind when I buried them to destroy them entirely, and to hide them from his sight. But Yahuwah of the Elohim has overturned my counsel, and he has made plain my intention, and he has defeated the counsel I had forged against his servants." Then Nakash went away ashamed of not having wrought out his design. But Cadman and Akaba, as they drew near to the cave, they saw 2 fig trees covered with fruits and overshadowing the cave. Then Cadman said to Akaba, "It seems to me that we have gone astray. When did these 2 trees grow here? It seems to me that the enemy wished to lead us astray. You said that there is another cave in the earth than this. Yet, O Akaba, let us go into the cave and find in it the 2 figs, for this is our cave in which we were. But if we should not find the 2 figs in it, then it cannot be our cave." They went into the cave and looked into the 4 corners of it, but found not the 2 figs. And Cadman wept and said to Akaba, "Here we have come to a wrong cave then, O Akaba. It seems to me that these 2 figs are the 2 figs that were in the cave." Akaba said, "I on my part do not know." Then Cadman stood up and prayed and said, "O Elian Elianel, hast thou taken them and sown these 2 trees, or have we gone astray in the earth, or has the enemy deceived us? If it be real then, O Elian Elianel, reveal to us the secret of these 2 trees and of the 2 figs." Then came the word of Yahuwah of the Elohim to Cadman, and said unto him, "O Cadman, when I sent thee to fetch the figs, Nakash went before you to the cave, thinking to destroy them, and not sowing them with good intent. Not for his mere sake then have these 2 trees grown up at once, but I had mercy on you, and I commanded them to grow, and they grew to be 2 large trees, that you be overshadowed by their branches, and find rest, and that I make you see my power and my marvelous works, and also to show you that Nakash's meanness and his disagreeable works, for ever since you came out of the garden, he has not ceased, no, not one day, from doing you some harm, but I have not given him power over you." And Yahuwah of the Elohim said, "Henceforth, O Cadman, rejoice on account of the trees, you and Akaba, and rest under them when you feel weary, but do not eat of their fruit, nor come near them." Then Cadman wept and said, "O Elian Elianel, will you kill us again, or will you drive us away from before your face, and cut our life from off the face of the planet Earth? O Elian Elianel, I beseech thee, if you know that there be in these trees either death, or some other evil, as at the first time, root them up from near our cave and wither them, and leave us to die of the heat of the hunger and thirst. For we know thy marvelous works, O Elian Elianel, that they are great, and that by your power you can bring one thing out of another, without one's wish. For your power can make rocks to become trees, and trees to become rocks, water to become wine, wine to become water, stone to be bread, and bread to be stone." Tablet 25. They partake of the first earthly food. 19 times 2 equals 38. Lo, then Yahuwah of the Elohim looked upon Cadman, and upon his strength of mind, upon his endurance, hunger and thirst, and of the heat. He changed the 2 fig trees into 2 figs, as they were at the first, and then said to Cadman and Akaba, "Each of you may take 1 fig." And they took them, as the Yahuwah of the Elohim commanded them. And he said to them, "Go ye into the cave and eat the figs, and satisfy your hunger, lest ye die." So as Yahuwah of the Elohim commanded them, they went into the cave, about the time when the sun appeared to set. Then Cadman and Akaba stood up, and made tafulat at the time of the appearance of the setting sun. Then they sat down to eat the figs, but they knew not how to eat them, for they were not accustomed to earthly food. They also feared, lest if they eat, their stomach should be burned, and their flesh thickened, and their hearts take to liking earthly food. But while they were thus seated, Yahuwah of the Elohim, out of pity for them, sent them his angel, lest they should perish of hunger and thirst. The angelic being said unto Cadman and Nekeba, El Rab says to you, that you have no strength to fast until death. Eat therefore, and strengthen your bodies, for you are now animal flesh, that cannot subsist without food and drink. Then Cadman and Nekeba took the figs, and they began to eat them. But Yahuwah of the Elohim had put a mixture into them, as if of savoury and blood. Then the angelic being went from Cadman and Nekeba, who ate of the figs until they had satisfied their hunger. Then they put by what remained, and by the power of Eli and Elionel, the figs had become full as before, because Eli and Elionel blessed them. After this, Cadman and Nekeba arose, and prayed with a joyful heart, and renewed strength, and praised and rejoiced abundantly the whole of that shadow hour, and this was the end of the 83rd day. Cadman and Nekeba acquired digestive organs. When it was day, they rose and prayed after their custom, and then went out of the cave. But then they felt great trouble from the food they had eaten, and to which they were not used to. They went about in the cave saying to each other, What has happened to us through eating, that this pain should have come upon us? Woe be to us, we shall die. Better for us to have died than to have eaten, and to have kept our bodies pure, than to have defiled them with food. Then Cadman said to Nekeba, This pain did not come to us in the garden, neither did we eat such bad food there. Do you think, O Nekeba, that Yahuwah of the Elohim will plague us through the food that is in us, or that Yahuwah of the Elohim Kalkael means to kill us with this pain, before he has fulfilled his promise to us? Then Cadman besought Yahuwah of the Elohim Kalkael and said, O Yahuwah of the Elohim, smite us not, but deal with us according to your great mercy, and forget us not until the day of the promise you have made us. Then Yahuwah of the Elohim looked upon them, and at once fitted them for eating food, as unto this day, so they should not perish. Then Cadman and Nekeba came back into the cave sorrowful, and weeping because of the alteration in their nature, the removal of their barophary gland, which did maim them and alter their anatomy, in so far as to make them desirous to eat foods that would in time kill them. And they both knew, from that hour that they were altered beings, that their hope of returning to the garden was now cut off, and they could not enter it, for that now their bodies had strange functions, and all the flesh that requires food and drink for its essence cannot be in the garden. Then Cadman said to Nekeba, Behold, our hope is now cut off, and so is our trust to enter the garden. We no longer belong to the inhabitants of the garden, but henceforth we are earthly, and of the dust, and of the inhabitants of the earth. We shall not return to the garden until the day in which Yahuwah of the Elohim has promised to save us, and to bring us again into the enclosed garden as he promised us. Then they prayed to Yahuwah of the Elohim that he would have mercy on them, after which their mind was quieted. Their hearts were broken, and their longing was cooled down, and they were like strangers on the earth. That shadow hour, Cadman and Nekeba spent in the cave. They slept heavily by reason of the food they had eaten, and when daybreak had come, Nekeba turned to Cadman and inquired, Do you feel the feeling that I feel? Do you feel the loneliness that I feel? For we have not seen the face nor heard the voice of Yahuwah Elohim that did speak to us. Not one day before, not 1 week before, not 1 month before, for we have indeed been cut off from his voice, and from the presence until the day made known. Tablet 26. Cadman does his first day's work. 19 times 2 equals 38. Lo! When it was daylight hours, the day after they had eaten food, Cadman and Nekeba prayed in the cave, and Cadman said unto Nekeba, We asked for food of the Anunnaki, and he gave it, but now let us ask him to give us a drink of water. Then they rose, and went to the bank of the stream of water that was on the south border of the garden in which they had before thrown themselves, and they stood on the bank, and prayed to Eli and Elionel, that he would command them to drink of the water. Then the response of Eli and Elionel came to Cadman, and he felt the response from within, and it said unto him, O Cadman, your body has become brutish, and requires water to drink. Take ye, and drink, you and Nekeba, give thanks and praise. Cadman and Nekeba then drew near, and drank of it, until their bodies felt refreshed. After having drunk, they praised Eli and Elianel and then returned to the cave after their former custom. This happened at the end of 83 days. Then on the 84th day, they took 2 figs and hung them in the cave, together with the leaves thereof, to be to them a sign and a blessing from Yahuwah of the Elohim. And they placed them there until there should arise a posterity to them, who shall see the wonderful things of Yahuwah of the Elohim had done to them. Then Cadman and Necaber again stood outside the cave and besought Yahuwah of the Elohim to show them some food wherewith to nourish their bodies. Then the response of Yahuwah of the Elohim was felt in his heart, and it said to him, O Cadman, go down to the land of dark soil, and there you shall find food. Cadman hearkened unto the word of Yahuwah of the Elohim, and he took Necaber, and he went down to the land of dark soil, and found down there wheat growing, and figs to eat, and Cadman rejoiced over it, knowing that his prayers were answered, and that the Elohim was near. Then the word of Yahuwah of the Elohim came again to Cadman's heart, and said unto him, Take of this wheat, and make bread of it to nourish your body. Yahuwah of the Elohim gave Cadman's heart wisdom to work it until it became bread. Cadman accomplished all that until he grew very faint and weary. He then returned to the cave, rejoicing at what he had learned of what is done with wheat until it is made into bread for one's use. But when Cadman and Necaber went down to the land of black mud, and came near to the wheat the Anunnaki had shown them, and saw it ripe and ready for reaping, as they had no sickle to reap with, they girded themselves, and began to pull up the wheat until it was all done. Then they made it into a heap, and faint from the heat and from thirst, they went under a shady tree, where the breeze fanned them to sleep. But Nakash saw what Cadman and Necaber had done, and he called his hosts and said to them, Since Yahuwah of the Elohim has shown Cadman and Necaber all about this wheat, wherewith to strengthen their bodies, and lo, they came and made a heap of it, and they are faint from the toil and are now asleep. Come, let us set fire to this heap and burn it, and let us take that vessel of water that is by them and empty it out, so that they may find nothing to drink, and we will kill them with hunger and thirst. Then, when they wake up from their sleep and seek to return to the cave, we will come to them in the way, and we will lead them astray, so that they die of hunger and thirst, when they may perhaps deny Eli and Elianel, and he destroy them. So we'll get rid of them. Then Nakash and his host threw a fire upon the wheat and consumed it. But from the heat of the flame, Cadman and Necaber awoke from their sleep, and saw the wheat burning, and the water by them poured out. Then they wept and went back to the cave. But as they were going up from below the mountain where they were, Nakash and his host met them in the form of angelic beings, praising Eli and Elianel. Then Nakash said to Cadman, O Cadman, why are you so pained with hunger and thirst? It seems to me that Nakash has burnt up the wheat. Cadman said to him, Yes. Again, Nakash said to Cadman, Come back with us. We are angelic beings of Eli and Elianel. Eli and Elianel has sent us to you to show you another field of wheat, better than that, and beyond it is a fountain of good water and many trees, where you shall dwell near it, and work the field, which will serve a better purpose than that which Nakash has consumed. Cadman thought that this was true, and that they were Anunnaki who talked with him, and then they went back with them. Then Nakash began to lead astray Cadman and Necaber 8 days, until the both of them fell down as if dead from hunger and thirst and faintness. Then he fled with his hosts and left them. Tablet 27. Cadman and Necaber established a custom of worship. 19 times 5 equals 95. Lo! Then Yahuwah of the Elohim looked upon Cadman and Necaber, and upon what had come upon them from Nakash, and how he had made them perish. Yahuwah of the Elohim therefore sent his word, and raised up Cadman and Necaber from their state of death. Then Cadman, when he was raised, said, O Eli and Elianel, you have burnt and taken from us the wheat that you have given us, and you have emptied out the vessel of water. You have sent your Anunnaki, who have waylaid us from the wheat field. Will you make us perish? If this is from you, O Eli and Elianel, then take our souls, but punish us not. Then Yahuwah of the Elohim said to Cadman, I did not burn down the wheat, and I did not pour out the water, and I did not send my Anunnaki to lead you astray, but it is Nakash your master who did it. It is he to whom you have subjected yourself, my commandment being meanwhile set aside. It was him who burnt down the wheat, and poured out the water, and who has led you astray, and all the promises he had made to you. Verily you are but a fool, deceitful and a liar. But now, O Cadman, you shall acknowledge my good deeds done to you. Elionel told his Anunnaki to take Cadman and Nekeba and to bear them up to the field of wheat, which they found as before, with the vessel full of water. There they saw a tree, and found on it solid matter, and was granted great amounts of reishi mushroom, that is manna, and wondered at Elionel's power. For this reishi mushroom is a herb, and is taken for longevity to preserve youth and maintain health. The reishi mushroom was used as a medical plant to prolong life, cure ills of the body, and confer immortality. The reishi is also called chi, meaning life energy tree fungus. In Esoteric Arabic, it is called fatra. The reishi benefits symptoms of a knotted and tight chest. It affects in a positive fashion the heart and mends the chest. It also increases intellectual capacity and banishes forgetfulness. If eaten over a long period of time, agility of the body will not cease, and the years are lengthened to those of the immortal. It is also used for cardiac and neurological diseases. The flavour is sweet, and the overall effect is one of warmth. This fungus is used to treat deafness. It is also related to afflictions of the joints. It strengthens the spirit and gives one a fine complexion with long-term usage. This fungus also has a positive effect upon the limberness of the body, and the lifespan is increased. It affects a cure upon the lack of stamina and work energy, as the ginseng root, which also heightens your sexual potency, purifies the blood, and helps in every human ailment. This mushroom was prescribed when the chest or the ribs have a bitter pain. The hands and feet are adversely cold, or often the patient is in a fretful state of nerves. The mouth cannot operate properly for normal speech, and the eyesight is obscured. The abdomen is always sore and painful. The person becomes listless and hasn't any desire to eat or drink. Reishi enhances the protective mechanisms of the central nervous system, and it improves the heart-related functioning of the liver, and protects it from chemical injury, alleviates radiation-induced injuries, and inhibits oxygen deprivation-induced injuries. It augments the ability of the immune system cells to scavenge foreign cells. Reishi inhibits allergic reactions, but be wise in its usage. Investigate it properly, and excess of it can be dangerous. The Anunnaki also commanded them to eat of the manna, the reishi mushroom, when they were hungry, to satisfy their hunger while they were healing their bodies. Yahuwah of the Elohim adjured Nakash with a curse not to come again and destroy the field of wheat. Then Cadman and Nekeba took of the wheat and made of it an offering, and took it and offered it up on the mountain, the place where they had offered up their first offering. And they offered this obligation again on the altar that they had built at first, and they stood up and prayed, and besought the Yahuwah of the Elohim, saying, Thus, O Yahuwah of the Elohim, when we were in the garden, did our praises go up to you, like this offering and our innocence. But now, O Yahuwah of the Elohim, accept this offering from us, and turn to us not your back, but your mercy. Then Yahuwah of the Elohim said to Cadman and Nekeba, Since you have offered it to me, I shall make it my flesh when I come down upon the earth to save you, and I shall cause it to be offered continually upon the altar, for forgiveness and for mercy, unto those who partake of it duly. Yahuwah of the Elohim sent a bright fire upon the offering of Cadman and Nekeba, and filled it with brightness, grace, and light. Then Yahuwah of the Elohim commanded an angelic being to take fire tongs like a spoon, and with it to take the offering and bring it to Cadman and Nekeba. And the Anunnaki did so, as Yahuwah of the Elohim had commanded him, and offered it to them. And the souls of Cadman and Nekeba were brightened, and their hearts were filled with joy and gladness, and with the praises of Yahuwah of the Elohim. And Yahuwah of the Elohim said to Cadman, This shall be unto you a custom, to do so when afflictions and sorrow come upon you. But your deliverance and your entrance into the garden shall not be until the days are fulfilled as agreed between you and me. Were it not so, I would of my mercy and pity for you bring you back to my garden, and to my favour for the sake of the offering you have just made to my name. Cadman rejoiced at these words, which he heard from Yahuwah of the Elohim, and he and Nekeba worshipped before the altar, to which they bowed, and then went back to the Cave of Treasures. This took place at the end of the 12th day after the 80th day, from the time Cadman and Nekeba came out of the garden. And they stood up the whole shadow hour praying, until daylight hours, and then went out of the cave. Then Cadman said to Nekeba, with joy of heart, because of the offering they had made to Yahuwah of the Elohim, and that it had been accepted of him, Let us must do this 3 times a week, on the 4th day, which is called Wednesday, on the preparation day Friday, and on the Sabbath Saturday, all the days of our lives. As they agreed to the words between themselves, Yahuwah of the Elohim was pleased with their thoughts and with the resolution they had taken with each other. After this came the word of Yahuwah of the Elohim to Cadman, and he said, O Cadman, you have determined beforehand the days in which suffering shall come upon me, when I am made flesh, for they are the 4th day Wednesday, and the preparation day Friday. But as to the 5th day, I created in it all things, and I raised the heavens, and again through my raising again on this day, will I create joy, and raise them on high, who have faith in me, O Cadman. Offer this gift all the days of your life. Then Yahuwah of the Elohim withdrew his word from Cadman, but Cadman continued to offer and pray this gift. Thus, every week, 5 to 7 times each day, and for their 30 days spent in the caves before the intake of earthly food, they did fast for 30 days at the hottest point of the year. On the 1st day, which is the 50th day, did they gather before the Mizbah, altar, and remember all that they had experienced, and prostrated themselves to the ground in humiliation and seeking forgiveness. Thus became the customs of the seeds after them. Cadman made an offering in his heart to perform this prayer as he was accustomed, and he and Micaiah came to the Mizbah, the altar, before Yahuwah of the Elohim, just as he had taught them. And 5 to 7 times each day they prostrated together in meditation. The very practice of this form of meditation made the powers in Nakash weakened. He gathered a host of his followers and said, Behold, there is nothing in all creation that I hate more than to hear humans call on the name of Eli and Elionel. And his followers asked, Why is it twice Eli and Elionel? And Nakash replied, His pride has got the best of him. Cadman, overhearing this blasphemy, yelled, Pride is reserved for those who wish to be and are not, but he who he is able. Thus, we call the Most High a position you want, so we add another, the Most High, a position you still want, the highest, a position you cannot obtain. Chapter 10. Disagreeableness. Begin all acts and thinking by using El Kalum the All. Tablet 28. Seth, speak to us of what your father passed on to you. 19 times 1 equals 19. Lo, I am Seth, son of Cadman and Micaiah. This is what my father passed on to me, saying, Son, sit and learn the truth of the Anunnaki Sarufat, for they are your descendants. When Anu, Eli, and Elionel created the Anunnaki Sarufat for taking souls, he named Israel, meaning ascending to El. Anu, Eli, and Elionel veiled him from creatures with 1,000,000 veils. Israel's magnitude is greater than the galactic heavens and the planet Earth. Had the waters of the seas and the rivers fell on his head, not a drop would have fallen on the planet Earth. The east and west of this world are like a table in his hand, upon which everything has been placed, and then it is set before a mortal that he might eat from it. So he eats what he wants of it for that reason. The Anunnaki of souls turns this world about as a mortal turns gold in his hand. He holds 70,000 chains. The length of each chain is 1,000 years. The other Anunnaki do not go near him, nor do they know of his place or hear his voice, for fear that he might want them. Tablet 29. Speak to us of death. 19 times 3 equals 57. Lo, unlike his twin brother, Raphael has a trumpet sealed to his lips so that he cannot speak, with a watchful eye on the throne of Anu, waiting for the word to sound his trumpet marking the end. None of the Anunnaki perceive Israel's state, nor the length of his existence save Mikael, his only friend who sits and makes him laugh. Anu, Eli, and Elionel created death for mortal sins to end, and he gave rules of death to the Anunnaki of death to have power over it. The Anunnaki of death first said unto Anu, Eli, and Elionel, O Anu, Eli, and Elionel, what is this thing death? So Anu, Eli, and Elionel commanded that the veils be lifted, so that the Anunnaki of death might see it. So Anu, Eli, and Elionel said to the Anunnaki, Stand and look at death. So all the Anunnaki stood together. So Anu, Eli, and Elionel ordered death to fly over them. So it spread its wings and opened all its eyes. When it flew, the Anunnaki looked at it and fell down unconscious for 7,000 years, one day of sun time. When they all awakened, they said, "Our sustainer, have you created anyone more powerful than this?" Anu Elionel said, "I have created it, and I am more powerful than it, and every creature will taste of it save one." All the Anunnaki said, "Which one is this? His light has not yet been kindled in the planet Earth." Then Anu Elionel said, "O Israel, take it. I have given you power over it." He said, "My creator, by what power shall I take it? For it is more powerful than I." Then he took it, and it grew still in his hand. So Death said, "O sustainer, grant me permission to call out in the galactical heavens one time. For as is the earthly, they are also earthly. As if the heavenly, such are they also that are heavenly. As we have borne the image of the earthly, we shall also bear the image of the heavenly. Behold, I will show you a mystery. You shall not all sleep, but you shall be transformed in an instant, faster than the eye blinks. When Raphael blasts the trumpet, for the trumpet shall sound, and the dead shall be raised incorruptible, and we shall be changed. For this corruptible must put on incorruption, and this mortal must put on immortality. So when this corruptible shall put on incorruption, and this mortal shall have put on immortality, then shall be brought to pass the saying that has been written, Death is swallowed up in victory. O death, where is your sting? O grave, where is your victory? The sting of death is sin, and the strength of sin is the law. So also is the resurrection of the dead. It is sown in corruption, it is raised in incorruption. It is sown in dishonor, it is raised in glory. It is sown in weakness, it is raised in power. It is sown a natural body, it is raised a spiritual body. There is a natural body and there is a spiritual body. So he gave it permission, and it cried out with the highest of voices, I am deaf. My age is 120 years, who parts every lover. I am deaf, who parts child and mother. I am deaf, who parts husband and wife. I am deaf, who parts brother and sister. I am deaf, who convinced the disagreeable to agree to the birth of Cadman. I am deaf, who parts towns and villages to run. I am deaf, who fills the graves. I am deaf, who seeks you and overtakes you, even if you are in a strong high mountain. There is no creature exempt, that he shall not taste me save one. Again, the Anunnaki asked, Who is he? Death said, Only Anu Elionel knows his name, and his place of birth, mother and father. For if I knew, he too would taste of me. Tablet 30. The Angel of Death Israel, also known as Enki. 19 times 3 equals 57. Lo! When death has come upon any of the concealers of the truth, and the hypocrites or the wretched ones, he comes down on him with the angelic beings of punishment beside him. They are dark brown of face and blue-eyed. Yet the devil's angelic beings shall be of pink face and blue-eyed. They have the garments of disagreeableness all around them. Wherever they are, there will be sin and death and all kinds of disagreeable actions. Yet the disagreeable angelic beings will have the garments of punishment with them, but they sit far from the disagreeable ones until the Anunnaki of death comes. When the Anunnaki of death comes, he stands before them, and fear comes upon them. Then the spirit of the blue-eyed ones asks, Who are you, and what do you want? Death says, I am the Anunnaki who will cast you and your seed into the lake of fire. They will say, We are not of your followers, so you cannot do us no harm. I am the Anunnaki of Death Israel, who will take you from this world and make you feel the pain of this world caused by you. You shall be the widow, you shall be the orphan, you shall be the blind from birth in a world of many colours. Verily, those Anunnaki who are faithful, they are the aiders of Anu Elionel. Remember when the light fell from the cup and splashed upon the planet Earth. The spark spoke and mentioned in the realm of the Anunnaki that the Anunnaki of Death has a seat in the 7th galactical heaven. It is also said that it is in the 4th heaven, when in truth he has a seat anywhere life is. He has 70,000 feet and 4,000 wings of haste. Every creature amongst the mortals, birds, and that which is in the possession of a spirit has a face, ears, eyes, and hands on his body. The quantity is equal to the number of mortals, so that the spirit is taken by that hand, and he looks by the face which belongs to him. For that reason, the spirit of creatures is taken in every place. When someone dies in the world, his form goes from his body. If he is of the original seed, his soul will be judged. If he is of the blue-eyed non-original seed, he is already found guilty, and he has no soul, only a spirit form of life, abiding eternally in it, and a heavy burden will become evil to them on the day of resurrection. On this day, the last day, Yawm el-Aka, in which the trumpet will be blown by the Allahum Raphael, we Anunnaki will gather the guilty blue-eyed. They, the cursed blue-eyed, whisper between themselves, "You only stay no more than 10 minutes out of 1 hour." We, Allahum Anunnaki, are aware of that which they say, when their most distinguished one in the way said, "If you remain, except one day." It is said that Israel has many faces. One can expect him, for he sees all. No one can escape him, for his wings are many, and he moves swiftly. He takes the souls of the agreeable seed. He it is who takes the spirits of the disagreeable seed. One of his 2 feet, which is in 70,000 places at once, is on the bridge of hell, and the other is on the bridge of the galactical heavens. It is said of his magnitude that were the waters of the seas poured into his hands, not one drop would escape him. There is a parable that goes this way. One day, midday hour, a nobleman ran into Solomon's judgment hall, his face pale. Solomon said to him, "What has happened?" Israel, said the man, has looked upon me angrily and balefully. "Well, what is your wish?" asked Solomon. "Declare it," the man said. "Command the window sustainer protector to transport me hence to India. It may be by doing this your slave will save his soul alive." Solomon ordered the wind to bear him swiftly over the waters to the depths of India. The following day, when his court was in session, Solomon spoke to Israel thus: "Did you look on a true believer so balefully as to drive him a wanderer far from home?" Israel said, "I looked upon him with astonishment as I passed by, for Anu had commanded me, saying, 'This very day seize his spirit in India.' I said to myself in wonder, even though he has 100 wings, for him to be in India this day is a far journey. From whom shall we flee? From ourselves? Impossible. From whom shall we snatch ourselves? From Anu most glorified and exalted. How impious. Yes, the inevitable end is the meeting with truth, and the truth is with your Creator, Anu most glorified and exalted. Truth would last, and false things shall perish, and the false things are with the concealers of the truth, the mockers, and the one who will not know, and yet did. Tablet 31. Seth speaks the facts. 19 times 1 equals 19. Lo, in the name of he who created all, speak thou the truth, and the truth only, O son of Cadman. By Anu I, Seth son of Cadman and Nekeba, speak the truth. My beloved mother Nekeba trusted his oath, so she plucked an ear of the Ka'at tree. For before Cadman's fall, Ka'at grew upon the finest tree of paradise. Its trunk was of the finest gold, its branches were of silver, and its leaves of emerald. From every branch there sprung 7 ears of rubies of the mind. Each ear contained 5 grains, and every grain was as white as a pale sky. Its taste was as the sweetest of honey, its fragrance was of the scent of musk. My beloved mother Nekeba, mate to Cadman, ate one of these grains, and she was finding it more pleasant than all she had hitherto tasted. She tasted again. All this happened before she partook of the forbidden fruit. It was the span of 80 years between each incident, and when she had observed her own weakness, she felt her face on the ground, and pleaded never to let Cadman knoweth of her gluttousness. Thus, this has been the way of women from that day, to eat in solitude. Tablet 32. The weakness of the human beings. 19 times 1 equals 19. Lo, when the other creatures of paradise got word of the weakness of the human being, they turned from them and besought Kalkael, who is also called Rudwan, to remove them from the hallowed spot. The first thing Rudwan commanded them was that they may no longer lay in the garden with the gazelle, dorsal animals, and from that day on, Adamites sought to encage them, and from that day on, all the animals in the garden could overstand the approach and voice of the Adamites, but the Adamites could no longer overstand the approach or voices of the animals. Cadman, son of Autumn and Lilith, the stronger of the two and the ruler of the Adamites, attempted to flee from the weaker of the two. Yet she, Nekeba, followed him, but she was held fast by the branches of the tree, and Nekeba was entangled in the selfsame bush, while the voice behind the tree exclaimed, "From the wrath of the Anunnaki, there is no escape. Submit to his divine decree. Leave this abode," continued the voice in tones of wrath. "Both you and the creatures which have seduced you into transgression. By the sweat of the brow alone shall you earn your bread. The planet Earth shall henceforth be your abode, and its possessions shall fill your heart with envy and malice. Nekeba shall be visited with all kinds of sickness and childbearing pain." Hereupon, they were hurled from Gan, the enclosed garden, with such haste that Cadman, son of Autumn, could scarcely snatch a leaf from one of the trees wherewith to record this of himself. He was flung out through the gate of repentance, teaching him that he might return through submission. Nekeba was cast out through the gate of mercy, and the peacock in Nakash, who is also called the Whispering Serpent, through the gate of wrath. Tablet 33. The Grief of Cadman. 19 times 1 equals 19. Lo! The soul of Cadman, son of Autumn and Lilith, crashed down at the precise moment that the Anunnaki Israel finished shaping the shell of his body. At the junction of the two Niles was he bound, and Halal fell in the island of the Caspian Sea, and the peacock was in the jungles of Sauda, the outer fields of Sudan. When Cadman's body first touched part of the planet Earth, where he was to live, the eagle said to the whale, with whom he had hitherto life on friendly terms, and has wasted away many hours on the pleasures of paradise, "We must now part forever." For in that day, the whale and the eagle lived together. Now that the successor of the first Cadman was on the planet Earth, the whale must take to the deepest seas, and the eagle to the highest heights, from the cunning and malice nature of mortal beings. Cadman was so distressed in his solitude that the hairs of his face began to grow, and his face began to smooth, and his new appearance increased his grief, until he heard a voice which said to him, "The beard is the ornament of Enoshites upon the planet Earth, to distinguish him from women." Thus, from that day on, Adamite's face would grow a beard, not to be shaved, and the women would not. Tablet 34. The seed of Halal has been found guilty. 19 times 1 equals 19. Lo! Halal, who stays ever so near to the woman, could not eavesdrop, and was angered by the pardon of the human pair, ventured also to call out for mitigation of his sentence, and to obtain its deferment until the day of resurrection. For in repentance, humankind is forgiven, but the seed of Halal has been found guilty. His reward is to have unlimited power over sinners who do not accept the word of Elion. What shall be my home? His answer was, in ruins, in tombs, and in all unclean places shunned by the seed of Nekeba, in the stones of the idols, and in the idols, and in the hearts of the idolized, there shall you be found. And what shall be my food? Anything eaten, slain without the implication of the name of Anu. And what shall be my pleasure? The smoke of burning earth. And what shall quench my thirst? The blood of the weak. And what shall occupy my leisure hours? Listening to the egos of the poets, the dancing of the harlot, and the music of the intoxicated. What shall be my watchword? The curse of Anu until judgment day. But how shall I contend with the Adamite, to whom they have granted two guardian Anunnaki? O Halal, thy progeny shall be as numerous as the Adamites. For every Adamite that is born, there shall come into the world 7 disagreeable spirits or jinns, and 2 disagreeable mortals, one black, the other albino, but they shall be powerless against the faithful. Tablet 35. Anu makes a covenant with the descendants of Cadman. 19 times 1 equals 19. Lo! The covenant which Anu made with the descendants of Cadman took place when he touched Cadman's back, and lo, the whole human family which shall be born till the end of time were issued from it. As small as ants, they arranged themselves from right to left, and at the left was the head of the family, at the right side stood Cadman, with his right hand on the left shoulder of me, Seth, and with his right hand on the shoulder of Enos, my son. This continued down to the whole of the seed of Cadman. Anu then acquainted the progenitor of the Adamites with the names and destinies of each individual. And when I sought the answers to all life, I was rejected, for this was to be recorded on the parchment, which Nusku and Mikael will witness. Then I cried to the assembled human family and confessed that we were wrong and wronged Anu, and that we shall be forgiven. The hosts of the right hand made a confession immediately, but those of the left hand hesitated, some repenting, about one half by the word of Anu, and others remained entirely silent. Anu made a covenant with the disobedient and the impudent, who shall suffer the pain of eternal fire. These are they of the left hand. But as for the faithful, they shall be blessed with paradise. So be it, responded Cadman, who shall be responsible for calling every Adamite by his own name on the day of resurrection, and who shall pronounce his sentence, according as the balance of justice shall decide. When the covenant was concluded, Anu once more touched Cadman's back, and the whole of the human family returned to him. When Anu was now about to withdraw his presence from the whole of this life on Cadman, my father Cadman uttered so loud a cry that the whole planet Earth shook to its foundation. The All-Merciful, therefore, extended his clemency and said, "Follow yonder cloud, it shall lead thee to a place that lies directly under my heavenly throne." Travelling eastward from the junction of the two Niles, Cadman arrived at the sacred spot. He was further commanded to build me a temple named Eka, titled after Enlil's temple on Mount Eka. Then and when thou walkest around it, I shall be as near to thee as the Anunnaki which encompass my throne. Chapter 10. Disagreeableness. Begin all acts and thinking by using El Kalum the All. Tablet 36. Cadman's Journey. 19 times 1 equals 19. Lo, Cadman made the journey in a short span of time, and a cloud reigned to mix with the tears of Cadman's in frustration. The place was called Becca. On the Mount of Arafat, near the site of Becca, he found great joy. Nekeba, his wife, also went to this mountain, thus they were reunited. They immediately began to build a temple with 4 gates, and the first gate was called the Gate of Michael, and the second was called the Gate of Gabriel, the third was called the Gate of Israel, and the fourth was called the Gate of Raphael. For these 4 Anunnaki of Elyon Elyonel, with the permission of Elyon Elyonel, personified and helped to lay each stone in its proper place. And the Anunnaki Michael brought forth the black dust that remained from the creation of the original Cadman. The first in Genoa saw the outer field, and he placed the sacred treasure in the cubicle-shaped structure. Thus it became known as the Kaaba, and it sat at the site of the forbidden tree in Gan, the enclosed garden, located in what is called Saudi Arabia today, being a duplicate of the enclosed garden in Bali, where Cadman and Nekeba were placed. This Kaaba was a temple built to the deity Al-Uzza, who was actually Isis or Asa of Egypt, and the Garubat were charged as protectors to warn Cadman that he should not approach it. But having neglected his trust, they were changed into jewels, the eyes of a sapphire and the flesh of a ruby. Thus is the curse of the neglectful Garubat, and on the day of judgment they shall be the fuel that kindles the fire of the pit. Tablet 37. The transcripts of death. 19 times 1 equals 19. Lo, and as for the knowledge of the end of times, and when the transcripts of death and illness for the slaves comes to the Anunnaki of death, he says, "My sustainer Anu, when shall I take the souls of the slaves, and in whatever form shall I lift them?" He who is exalted said to the Anunnaki, "This is the knowledge of it except me, but I will inform you of the arrival of his time, and I will make signs for you that you will overstand." The Anunnaki, who is in charge of their breaths and deeds, will come to you and say, "The breath of the individual is finished." And one who is in charge of his provisions and deeds will say, "His provisions are finished, and his deeds as well." But if he is amongst the wretched, you will see around it a red line. The knowledge of that is not complete for the Anunnaki until a leaf falls on him from the tree, which is below the throne, and the name of the one who is about to die is written on the leaf. At that very moment, the Anunnaki will take his soul. For Elyon Elyonel created a tree under the throne, and on it are leaves, the same number as there are creatures. Anu speaks to Seth. Anu spoke to Seth from the throne of Lahut, saying, "These are my divisions in the cycle of my daughter, woman. 200 years, 500 years, 300 years, 400 years, and 600 years, after which I shall send peace to her longing heart. 7 successors shall you have, and their reign shall be according to the divisions I have made in days. 40 years indulgence in a great light have I allotted to thee, my son. Then shall the eyes be opened. So shall you perfect all the orders of male living beings and female living beings in the lowest lower kingdoms of these my heavens. Neither shall it be dark during the rain, and thy labour shall be productive of a great harvest, for my Anunnaki, which includes Adamites and Anunnaki. For which reason shall thy prepare to reap in 6,000 years, and again 1,000 years. And for the reaping, behold, my daughter, woman, shall send to thee by Caesar's spirit deliverance for all thou mayest prepared as brides and bridegrooms. Tablet 38. A new law is given. 19 times 3 equals 57. Lo, and behold, I give a new law unto thee, which is that you should cause Adamites to deliver unto thee for thy kingdom all whom they have raised unto grade 40 in advance of thy reasons, in divisions of time like unto thine. And they shall gather to thy capital thy men from all divisions of the planet Earth once every 25 years, which is one reaping. And ye shall sit in council of divine for 7 days of 7,000 years each, the true time set. And ye shall constitute my holy 144 during its lifetime. And the divine shall make of laws relating to the affairs of each of the heavenly places, to make of them harmonious one with another, and these shall be called divine laws. I, Seth, inquired concerning the light and darkness of the cycle of 6,000 years. Anu said, the first division shall rate 4,000, the second 2,000, the third 6,000, the fourth 60, the fifth 1,000, and the sixth is the end. Seth inquired concerning the Anunnaki Helal. Anu answered him saying, because he is not a teacher, he shall not be eligible to rank a divine, but he shall have the benefits of all the degrees and all the kingdoms of my other mortals, for he is the Messiah of the Garubat and a beneficent son to them. The assembly of the disagreeable Anunnaki. When the Garubat, disagreeable Anunnaki, were assembled, Eli and Elionel propounded the duties of all the Anunnaki, on which the members spoke at length, and then Eli and Elionel decreed. First, Adonai Master Michael, not having from this time forth forever force to enforce, or permission to use violent force, neither by fire or water, save in hell or not. Second, by Raphael, by the decree of Eli and Elionel, the Most High, the Highest, the Master Michael is bound by the same rule as the human beings of the lowest heavens, while on the planet Earth, whose walls are pillars of fire are abolished, except on special occasions, whose respective kingdoms are open and free for all spirits above the grade. Third, the Master Michael's time in Khalifa shall be the same as the Garubat, 6,000 years. The position of the Sarufat of the Master Michael shall be in according to the heavenly realms at Ilion, and its kingdoms in the skies, Kama, Pleiades, Cassil, Orion, and Aish Actorus of Eli and Elionel, as the Anunnaki in chief. Fourth, the Sarufat, agreeable Anunnaki, from the other Elohim shall be distinguished from the Garubat, a race of disagreeable Anunnaki. Ifrit, a class of jinn that are giants, very vicious, filled with hate and pride, called Anakites or reptilians. And Ghoul, a class of jinn that appear in different forms, causing men to wander from their way and destroying them, by the name of jinn, but of a single one. The name shall be Jan, vice master of the jinn, known as Tarnish or Shakar, a cherub, and their leaders shall be called Swami and Yogi. Fifth, the labour of the agreeable Anunnaki shall be to prevent Halal himself from returning to the planet Earth to dwell with the Adamites, and to capture the agreeable on Earth and carry them off the place and there deliver them, forced by violence and without consent being abolished. The disagreeable Anunnaki shall devise stratagems by games and tournaments or otherwise persuasively. The sixth, the disagreeable Anunnaki shall not arrest peddlers, nor infants, nor wards of Ifrit, nor spirits in Earth's battlefields. For these labours belong to Anu, most glorified and exalted, and his agreeable Anunnaki, the Sarufat. 7th, where there are companies, millions of jinns and other Anunnaki, not having a sufficient number of helpers, Anu shall summon the nearest agreeable Anunnaki for help, and it shall be given unto them. 8th, in no case shall it be the labour of mortal man to teach the captured jinn, nor to house them, or to provide them with schools or nurseries, for these labours are Anus, to whom the Anunnaki Mikael shall deliver them. 9th, to prevent the establishment of heavenly kingdoms by self-constituted jinns and jinns' children in human bodies, otherwise false deity and false kings, El Rab the sustainer Elionel with all the Anunnaki, and the Anunnaki's children in human form of the lowest heavens, and his voice shall be ruled and guided as the manner of such labour. 10th, mortals shall have 124 messengers, and he shall determine their stations and routes of travel. This was the first section of the divine law in the galactical heaven for the planet Earth. Tablet 39. Nusku Zadok speaks. 19 times 2 equals 38. Lo, in Elionel's heavenly place, the agreeable Anunnaki Gabriel Zadok said, For my chosen of the planet Earth, Cadman shall provide thou in earth, for they shall not tarry in the lowest heavens. And for the infants of my chosen, who die in infancy, suffer them not to be engulfed in sin, but bring them also to the place of Elionel in Lahut. The disagreeable Anunnaki then decreed lines of roadways from the planet Earth up to the kingdom of Elionel for such transport, and appointed officers and labourers to prevent the Ruach or souls of Anu from falling into the hands of the disagreeable ones, and to bring them into righteousness. The disagreeable Anunnaki said, On the 3rd day after the death of a mortal, his soul shall be born into the home of Elionel, and it was so. But as the demons of the disagreeable Anunnaki decreed, the labour of El Rab, the sustainer of all the divisions of hell and of the planet Earth, shall be with the undelivered sons and daughters of the planet Earth and her heavens. This was the second section of the divine law. From here rose the saying, the faithful go to Anu, but the Kafaruna, those who conceal what they know of to be true, go to Halal, that cursed devil, son of Shakar or Tarnush. Those that live the higher law on the planet Earth shall escape hell, and after some years the divine law passed according to the saying. He called it the 3rd section of the law, and it was promulgated throughout the celestial heavens and on the planet Earth. Now it came to pass in the course of time that some of the Anunnaki jinn species that didn't belong to the ranks of the faithful, being of any of the tribes of Elionel's chosen, the Sarufat, they became faithful in the All, and they personified, and that they also lived by the law of the highest illuminous being, the guidance from Anu. This was the fulfillment of the divine law. They joined the faithful and followed their rites and ceremonies. Anu pronounced this divine law. The question was asked, where shall the souls of such be delivered? Behold, even on the planet Earth, they have delivered themselves away from disagreeableness. Shall we now suffer them to fall into the kingdom of mixed company in hell? The divine law decreed, a separate kingdom shall be prepared for them that have faith in Anu, who have lived isolated, and they knoweth not the rites and ceremonies. This was the 4th section of the divine law. The 5th was likened unto it, but more explanatory, which was, to have faith in Anu, who is the essence and ever-present soul, and ruler of all the good, making you an Elo. But to have such faith, and yet not commit oneself to an association of brethren of like faith, proves such a lack of discipline as required, beginning at the 5th grade on the planet Earth. The 6th section of the divine law provided the name of the kingdom for them that profess their faith in Anu, but are without practice. They shall be called hypocrites, and their place shall be in the first removal from the planet Earth. Tablet 40. The overwhelming event. Recapitulation. 19 times 1 equals 19. Lo, haven't the tales come to you about the overwhelming event? Some faces on that day will be downcast, working and toiling. They will be thrown into the scorching flames of fire, and they will be made to drink only from a spring of hot boiling water. There shall be not any food for them, except a bitter thorny fruit, which shall neither fatten them nor give them any relief from hunger. Faces on that day will be smooth, and they will be pleased with their works, in an exalted garden, wherein there will be no vain talk, wherein a spring is flowing. Therein our beds raised high, and cups are put there, and cushions arranged in rows, and carpets spread forth. Do they not look at the clouds, and ponder their creation, and at the galactical heavens, and how high it's raised, and the mountains, and how they are erected, and at the planet Earth, and how it is landscaped? So remind them, because thou art a reminder. You do not have any power to compel them. But as for he who conceals what he knows to be true, and turns away from the faith, he will be punished by Anu with a great pain. Surely to us is their return, then surely the taking of their account is on us. Tablet 41. And we said, speak to us of the words that proceedeth from Anu. 19 times 1 equals 19. Lo! Anu spoke, saying, because thou have found the key, you shall make of the law, and you shall send your survivors down to the lower realms of hell, and to the planet Earth also, and they shall choose a heavenly place for your new kingdom. And hither shall you go, and create a plateau and a holy place, a capital, and provide a majestic throne for it. And when thou have completed your work, you shall call to the throne a Khalifa, successor, who shall also receive their spirits, and his kingdom shall be their kingdom, till they are purged of their sins. And Michael spoke in the council relating to what Eli and Elianel had said to him, and the council then ratified the commandments of Eli and Elianel. Nusku, the selected Anunnaki subservient. There was a selected one Anunnaki subservient to Eli and Elianel, with the title Gibrael, signifying mediator and judge of grades, the mortal man who will give Adamites their scripture of earthly laws. Michael said, Gabriel shall have a badge and a pair of scales. With my own hands I will invent them, and accordingly the place, the kingdom, the person, and the badge of office were duly established by Michael under the commandment of Eli and Elianel through his kingdom. And the term of office was made to correspond with Michael and his sustainer Eli and Elianel. Thus he was put upon the throne in the heavenly place. Gabriel, who has been an Anunnaki of 1,000 years in the college, was most wise and full of divine love, and he was industrious withal. Again, Eli and Elianel spake to Michael, saying, from this time forth my colleges shall be in the planet Earth. Thou wilt be called Murdoch, son of Enki and Dankina. From this time forth my schools and primaries shall be in the kingdom of Malakut, where thou wilt be called Malachi Zadok. The agreeable Anunnaki that was subservient to Anu, afterward he made this another section of the divine law, and called him El or Al. So Eli and Elianel and his heavenly host Zarufat removed all the colleges and places of great learning to the planet Earth, but the schools and primary establishments of education were left in the dominions of their heavenly places. Tablet 42. Those beings who preach the glory of Eli and Elianel. 19 times 1 equals 19. Lo! Now during the dawn of the ruling Anunnaki, also called Basha or skin being, that 4 Ephraim souls, being Anunnaki, had sojourned on the planet Earth with 4 mortals, namely Gabriel Zadok, son of Raziel and Zamiel, Michael Zadok, son of Enki and Damkina, Raphael Zadok, son of Wakabiel and Frikrael, Israel Zadok, son of Anu and Id. These were the names of those of the Ephraim species, and of the human immortals there were the following: Cadmon Zadok, Abel Zadok, Seth Kohain, and Enos Kohain. El Shaddai the Almighty, namely Tammuz, preached through these mortals, explaining the glories of Eli and Elianel and his kingdom. These are those who were chosen. And the agreeable Anunnaki inspired many followers unto them. For 4 years these beings dwelled in the planet Earth, and then ascended the upper regions. Eli and Elianel spoke to Malachi Zadok concerning the matter, saying, for 4 years I have bestowed my illustrious light on the planet Earth, and then I depart, for it is well that the Adamites and Anunnaki learn to be self-raising, for which reason I left you, and 3 other Anunnaki from Malakut, on the planet Earth in the holy place Gadash, to rule 59,999 of my beings, and to raise both Cadmon and Negeba for the exact appointed time for each one, 21 for him, and 18 for her, with my 4 Hummims, or mortals, who I delivered, Fatah and his mate Anath, and Autumn and his mate Lilith, The first of the two are agreeable, and the second two are of the disagreeable, and I commanded these my power to abide on the planet Earth for 6,000 years, in order to indulge my chosen in the assurity in my creations founded therein. Provide thou unto them. Tablet 43. And the divine law was numbered. 19 times 2 equals 38. Lo, for my Anunnaki are Ephrains, and you shall have their places filled by atmospheres from the highest grades. The disagreeable Anunnaki then made a section of the divine law, providing for the four who stood highest in the grades to take their places, to dwell with the faithful in the name of Eli and El, according to the languages and capabilities of the Hummim or mortals to pronounce words. The Garubat then made another section of the divine law, which was the title to be given to the four Anunnaki. Thus provided to bestowed was the voice of Eli and El on mortals, and the title was Nasut, the physical abode. The highest heaven going to Malakut, the ether abode. The 20th section of the divine law provided that each newsbearer of Anu should have 10,000 attendants. Anunnaki from above the 8th grade from the colleges of Anunnaki. The Anunnaki were to sojourn on the planet Earth with the newsbearers as inspiring spirits and protectors. The 14th section of the divine law explained the duties of the newsbearers and their attendants. The newsbearer should reside with the chief rabbi or Kohen priest or Zadok high priest and be his inspirer, being with him day and shadow hour, and by virtue of his presence he will maketh the chief rabbi knoweth the voice of Anu. And the attendants were to dwell with the multitudes in like manner, and for the same purpose. Each newsbearer was to have a heavenly place in the mortal temple, where he could meet his attendants in council in reference to the faith and their affairs, and keep in contact with those above. The 15th section of the divine law made the newsbearers and their attendants dwellers of the heavenly kingdom, and foe to the Ifrit who dwell with the mortals. The 16th divine law provided for the newsbearers to increase the number of his attendants according to the law, and increase the number of the faithful in each of the 4 divisions of the planet Earth. Such then were the chief of the divine laws made in the galactical heavens, in cycle for the first of the 6,000 years, the first sun cycle, and all kingdoms of atmosphere were established and officed. All the mortals in these heavens became organic as soon as they passed the age of light. There was not any dissatisfaction amongst any of the colleges or places of healing, and never, since the foundation of this world, had there been such prosperity in the resurrection of the inhabitants in the celestial heaven. Tablet 44. The mortals learn to live in harmony. 19 times 1 equals 19. Lo, and the harmony of Malakut reigned on the planet Earth. War ceased amongst the mortals on all divisions of the planet Earth. Mortals began to have esteem, wisdom, truth, virtue, and industry. The inspiration of the Anunnaki set mortals to imitate in the affairs of Malakut. Eli and El sent his Elohim of great wisdom to dwell with mortals, to teach them by inspiring in regard to all right knowledge, to teach them to spin and weave finely, to teach them the seasons, the times of the planet Earth, moon, sun, and stars, to observe them with lenses, as had been the case in the beginning of time, but was lost on the planet Earth. Yea, the souls of thousands of years previous were brought back to the planet Earth to reveal to the mortals the lost arts and sciences. By shadow hours and by day, these Anunnaki remained in the presence of mortals as mortals themselves, and by virtue of their presence spoke unto the souls of mortals and made them to overstand. Tablet 45. Malachi Zadok protects the mortals. 19 times 1 equals 19. Lo, and Malachi Zadok restrained Halal and his Garubat, his 200 fallen Anunnaki of heaven, from coming back to afflict the mortals or lead them astray. He, Malachi Zadok, guarded the planet Earth around all sides, so that in Malakut, the sultans and heavenly hosts in mirth styled him El Yeshua, the saviour of mortals, and rebuked them, saying to them, They that sow in mirth or in sorrow, even those mortals with their wisdom, saw not what was in store for their Dajuhat successors, 2nd, 3rd, 4th, 5th, 6th, and 7th Cadman on the planet Earth, the newsbearers, the 4 Anunnaki of the Ephraim species, and their thousands of assistants, distant Anunnaki dwelt on the planet Earth with the faithful, whom they inspired in peace rites and ceremonies. The celestial beings inspired them in worship to Anu and prayer, psalms and sacred dances. They dwelt with them day and shadow hours. They even talked to their spirits when they slept. They led the mortals by inspiration to happy marriages, that they might beget offspring according to the commandment of the voice of Elionel, who says, Kun exist, and that which he commands comes into existence. And in each of the three locations, the faithful became as communities of brothers and sisters, and there came to them people by tens of thousands and joined them, living as the faithful Sarufat in Malakut in peace. They cast out their wealth into the hands of the rabbis for the benefit of the poor, but the faithful were mostly poor people who mainly inhabited many of our regions. However, the rulers' people were rich and had large cities, an abundance of elephants, horsemen, camels and cheetahs. The faithful had little learning as to schools and instruments for measuring the stars, moon and sun, for their knowledge was from the Anunnaki. The knowledge of the faithful pertained mostly to perfecting the soul, but the knowledge of the rulers' people pertained mostly to the earthly matters and to the gratifications of self. These were the people that had to relearn the glories of Elionel the Most High, so that there would be a balancement throughout the planet Earth. This is how it was recorded, and this is how it will be. Chapter 11. The Secrets of Adafa. Begin all acts and thinking by using El Kalum the All. Tablet 1. Will. The story of Adafa, son of Jarad. 19 times 11 equals 209. Lo. Let us speak to you about the best of my students. He was called Adafa, who is called in tones Anuk, or Enoch, in rhythm Idris. He was the son of Silham and Jarad, who was the son of Malaleel, who was the son of Canaan, who was the son of Enos, who was the son of Seth, who was the son of Cadmon, who was son of Autumn and Lilith. He was faithful as the sea, and he was born of the earth, yet his soul lives in my house, the garden of Malakut. He could call every star by his name, and he knew every Anunnaki by their name, be they Sarufat or Garubat. He was born in the land of Cadmon near the two Niles, just beneath Havilah and just above Cush. Adafa, son of Jarad, begat Methuselah at age 65. He lived to witness 365 years. Adafa's wife was named Taliba, and Taliba was the daughter of Jarad's brother Salhan. Methuselah, at age 187 years, begat Lamech, who in tones is called Lamech, but in rhythm he is called Lamech, who lived to be 182. This Lamech is not to be mistaken with the Lamech, father of Tubal Cain, who bore the seven curse. He begot our son Utnapishtim, who is called in tones Nuak, and in rhythm Nuah, from the times of the rain and the flood. He is also known as Ziasudra. Methuselah was mystified about his father's death, so when his time came, he refused to die, telling Israel that he couldn't until he knew what had happened to his father. Only a newsbearer could tell him. So at 969 years of earth time, he waited for our servant Utnapishtim of the agreeable seed. The newsbearer Utnapishtim was born to Lamech, the son of Methuselah, in 1056. 3 years later, the perfect and noble Adafa walked into the realm of Elionel. Utnapishtim spent much of his youth, up to the age of 13, with the venerated Methuselah, explaining Adafa's translation up through the seven heavens onto Malakut. Dissecting his name in the original language, we learn about the character of this man. Adafa, who was called Enoch, meaning one who studies, and Idris, from Darasa, to study, and Darasa, to instruct, teach. Hence, Adafa was a student of the Anunnaki or extraterrestrials. He studied like an Anunnaki, even though he was born in this Tiamat Earth. It was indeed an extraterrestrial plan, or simply Plan ET. The Master of Wisdom. He was known as the Master of Wisdom because he studied all the tablets and collected all of the writings onto the pages of Cadmon and the records of things that went before him from the tablets to scrolls. His mission was to convert and turn the people of Cain, living in the land of Enoch, the disagreeable seed, back to a peaceful way of life, now called Al-Islam, those from the seed of Cadmon. The people of Cain spent most of their time sinning and suppressing the truth. They travelled from the city of Nod to the city of Enoch, being of the disagreeable seed, singing and dancing. El made them migrate to a very powerful city called Nod, then many other names. It was the home of the 200 Garubat who fell to earth, headed by Halal, son of Shakar, who had 1/3 cast out of Malakut. Adapha was first to fight in defense of El, the first to write with a pen on scroll from the Enuma Elish, and the first to sow. As a mortal, he devoted his whole life to obtaining paradise, but he did not rush towards death because he devoted his whole life to doing good in earth. So by leave of El, one of the 24 elders once appeared to Adapha in the form of a very beautiful virgin as a test to see if he could pass what no mortal has been worthy to pass before. Adapha's test. So come with me, said the disguised Anunnaki, and you shall do any acceptable work of El, for my younger sister has been carried off by the unrighteous descendants of Cain, the disagreeable seed, who lived in a city named after Enoch, son of Cain, trying to mock the master teacher, who has confined her in the furthest regions of the west by the agreeable of your sword. I humbly implore you to help me to deliver her. So Adapha of the agreeable seed put on his sword and took a bow, and with a wedge walking stick he followed her from daylight hour to shadow hour through the desert and desolate areas. Saying not a word, he looked not upon her with seductive eye. At shadow time he erected a tent, and he laid on the stone ground at its entrance. She offered to share her tent with him, and he replied, "If you have something to eat, give it to me." She pointed to a sheep which was roaming through the desert without a keeper, and he said, "I prefer hunger than theft. The sheep belongs to someone else." The next day he approached and continued in his journey. Adapha followed the virgin, and he uttered not a word, and he complained about nothing. As the dust period approached, and he was nearly overpowered with hunger and thirst, they found a bottle of water on the ground. The virgin took it up and opened it. She beseeched Adapha to drink from it, but he refused, saying, "Some luckless person has lost it, and they will return to seek it." So during the shadow hour, Adapha had eluded all the wiles of the virgin, who had eluded to draw him near to her while she insulated the tent from the severe of the climate. So El caused the spring to gush from his feet, and the date tree to rise up with choice fruit. So Adapha invited the virgin, whose name was Baru'eel, to eat and drink, and Adapha went and concealed himself and hid behind a tree awaiting her return to the tent. After a long interval of time, she didn't come back. He then stepped into her door and said, "Who are you, singularly maiden? Who are you? These 2 days you have been without nourishment, and are you even now willing to break your fast? For El has miraculously supplied us with food and drink, yet you are still fresh and blooming a dew rose in spring. Your form is full and rounded like the moon in the 19th shadow hour, despite our abstinence." The elder Metatron answered, "I am the aider of the Anunnaki of death, sent by El to test you, but you have conquered. So ask now, and he would assuredly fulfill your greatest wishes." Adapha replied, "If you are the aider of the Anunnaki of death, take my soul." "Death is bitter," she replied. "Do you desire to die?" Adapha then answered, "I will pray to El to translate me once more, so that after the terror of the grave I may serve him with great zeal." Metatron returned to himself and said, "Will you then die twice? For your time has not yet come, but pray now to El, and I shall execute his will." Our servant Adapha beseeched his Rab Sustainer, "Permit Metatron to overcome me so that I may taste the sweetness of death, then recall me soon to life. For you are truly El Shaddai, the Almighty, and El Rahim, the Merciful." So Metatron was ordained to take the Ruach soul of our servant Adapha, and at that exact moment to restore it to him. Adapha wanted to see Malakut of the heavens, so after attaining divine permission, the journey was on its way, leaving the physical plane and entering the plane of force. Metatron took a handful of pollen and threw it in his face, irritating Adapha's respiratory system. Thus, the pollen caused Adapha to sneeze in the plane of force above the physical plane, thereby exhaling his very soul. At this moment, the Anunnaki captured the soul of Adapha. The Anunnaki took Adapha's soul on a journey through the 7 heavens. After showing him the above, he then returned him to the 4th heaven called Malakut. And later, when Adapha's soul was ready to return to his body, the Anunnaki said, "Inhale." And Adapha inhaled his spirit, making his body and spirit one again. And Adapha exclaimed, "It was great." Ever since this sacred occasion took place, many people of our seed has suffered from pollen. As the spirit embraced his flesh, he requested that the Anunnaki show him hell, so that he might be a warner unto mortals about the spiritual realm that is below the earthly realm. For he would be able to tell the sinners of the terrors that would surely overtake them if they continued to embrace wickedness and to rebuff righteousness. The elder Metatron led him to Malik, the keeper of hell, or the key to the pit. He seized him and was in the act of flinging him into the vase when Murdoch, head of all the Anunnaki from Malakut, exclaimed, "Malik, beware, harm not the newsbearer Adapha, but show him the terror of your kingdom hell." He then placed him on a wall which separated hell from the abode of those deeds which merit neither hell nor heaven. The state of Bana. These are the people who are caught in between, in what is called the state of limbo. These are the disembodied spirits, which houses the souls. When a person dies and his soul has not yet reached total perfection or total imperfection, he is caught between transitions. It's called the transitional state. They are trapped on the earthly realm as lost spirits, running from the 10 unholy spirits: Thamuel, Khadijiel, Safariel, Kath, Uziel, Tajarani, Harab, Thayanil, Jamaliel, and Lilith, who seek to torment them day and shadow hour. So he was about to see all the variety of scorpions, locusts, reptiles, the vast flames of fire, the boiling oils, the pickled fruit, the rivers of blood, the red-hot chains, the torturous pits, and so many other torments prepared for the torture of the sinners, when he pleaded with Malik to spare him the agonies of hell. So he was once again co-signed to Metatron. The 200 fallen Anunnaki. Our servant Adapha was sent as a prophet of the Allahum to the children of Cain, who had succumbed to the temptations of the 200 fallen Anunnaki. Invested with the robe of prophecy, he was given the power of working miracles so as to bring them back to the right path, but none followed him. In spite of the guidance which was sent to the descendants of Cain, a section of the community of Cadmon's nation, they continued to walk in the path of wickedness because of the hardness of their hearts, so the exhortations of Adapha of the agreeable seed had no effect on them. Anu is El-Rahman the Yielder, and El-Raham the most merciful. The Yielder the merciful, he is constantly sending guides and warners to lead mortals to the truth and the path of righteousness. The warner for the children of Cain. Adapha was appointed warner for the children of Cain, who lived in a land called Enoch, named after Enoch of the disagreeable seed. This is narrated in the 30 tablets of Adapha, wherein he taught them 72 different principles. Our servant Adapha was successful in laying the foundation for 100 towns, and establishing divine precepts in countries suitable for all, as well as for those who were native to the land. He appointed 4 Anunnaki men to be his helpers. They were the 4 sons of the 23 elders, Aelanus, Lanus, Ascalanas, and Amun. Unfortunately, as time passed, people began to worship these wise men as deities. These elders possessed an abundance of universal knowledge, which was bestowed upon them by Elion, being once Etherin, incarnated in the flesh. These Allahum returned to their etheric state. By traveling with this knowledge throughout the cosmos, they helped to maintain the universal's rhythmic harmony. Our servant Adapha invited people to the true faith, which is the oneness of Anu. He also urged mortals to deal justly and to leave the abode of superstitions and falsehood, for these will surely lead mortals away from salvation. Our servant Adapha ordered prayer and fasting at certain periods, and similarly, he was given the power to wage war against anybody who tried to destroy the peaceful way of life, now called Al-Islam, not to be mistaken with the Mohammedan cult of these days and times, broken up into many denominations and sects under the guidance of the disagreeable ones. He zealously fought against the children of Enoch's nation from the land of Nod and Enoch's disagreeable seed and descendants of Cadmon, because after the violation in Gan, the enclosed garden in Eden on the earth realm, many of them strayed and indulged in all forms of intoxicants, claiming that these intoxicants were lawful because the earth yielded them to Enoshites. Such is the case with smokers of hashish, cannabis sativa, the cocoa plant, or the 20 and 6 family of the Papaveraceae. But what are those plants that are harmful to Enoshites, poisonous? Would the fool partake of them as well? Adapha asked. The answer is yes. The fools amongst the mortals will seek all forms of mental experiences, desiring to evade the moral daily responsibilities and even call it religious ritual. Such are fools, and fools do what fools do. Adapha, servant of El. The people were instructed by our servant Adapha on how to set up sacrificial offerings and how to sight the new moon. Because he was so in tune with the other worlds, he was constantly teaching about the relationship of Enoshites to the universe, for he was our first astronomer who was teaching the ancient sciences of ancient biology that was accepted in those days on up until the universe changes. Writing and tailoring were also first introduced into the society by our servant Adapha. Always remembering the beauty and power of Elyon El, he worshipped his creator 12,000 times a day. He was always in tune with the celestial bodies, and he constantly talked with the Anunnaki extraterrestrials. As I, Adapha, revolved around the skies, I restrained Saturn for 30 days, and I became acquainted with the truth and the necessities of the upper realm. I have ascertained the secrets of the invisible world. Adapha was on the mothership, one of the many motherships that visited the Earth's realm from time to time with the masters or extraterrestrials. Blessed with the ability to prophecy, Adapha informed the people of the number of news bearers who would be born and sent into the world. He also taught them about the coming of Utnapishtim and the flood. Adapha was in tune with the celestial beings that originally erected the pyramids. They are visitors from other galaxies. One of the great pyramids was built to preserve all of his friends' texts during the period of the flood. As previously stated, Adapha was born in the lower part of Tamaray, also called Kemet or Egypt, in Havila, Nubia, and he travelled throughout the world. When he returned, the Most High exalted him to an elevated station. In the 30 pages of the Scroll of Life, in the Sahufat Shil Kadmon, pages of Adam, it states that it was preordained that he would be granted life in paradise. The Sixth Realm. But once, while visiting the tranquil and resplendent Sixth Heaven, a realm set aside for those who have never defected in the way of Elyon El or slipped from grace, the agreeable Anunnaki Sarufat and the disagreeable Anunnaki Garubat, who also occupied this esteemed plane, questioned him as to why he was dwelling on this heaven, which was designated for the elite. The Anunnaki of the disagreeable Anunnaki Garubat were unyielding with their cynical questions, for they assumed Adapha to be Cadmon, who was beguiled by the treacherous Halal and consequently fell from his exalted position. After undergoing the anguish that was delivered by the unknowing Anunnaki, Adapha's heart swelled and he began to weep. Murdoch, the leader of the Anunnaki, descended from the seventh heaven, which was before the seven veils, before Elyon El, and instructed the Anunnaki concerning the plight of the mortals on the planet Earth, and by leave, he directed 3 Garubat of the Anunnaki, Azza, Azaya, and Azael, to descend to Earth, so that they could witness the tribulation suffered by mortals. After a short period of enduring the temptations that were allotted to Cadmon's progeny, one Anunnaki by the name of Azael begged to return. Upon ascending the heavens, the Anunnaki was commanded to apologize to the noble newsbearer Adapha for prejudging his nature, and he was enjoined to say, "Anea Jed Basaf, I am very sorry." Because this event marked the first time one being had to apologize to another, these words echoed throughout the heavens. It was foretold that all apologies between man and man would come with grave difficulty and seldom without the word but, which is a subtle retraction. Our servant Adafa yearned to meet the omnipotent nourisher. He often meditated on death, the walking on the straight and narrow path, and the length of time he would have to remain underground awaiting his resurrection. So Adafa eventually requested permission to enter paradise without intervention, so he aspired that his Ruach soul should leave him before the great deluge. Each day he became more devout in tafulat, prayer, and his good deeds exceeded the merits of all people of the world who qualified to ascend to the heavens like the Anunnaki. Israel learns about Adafa. When the Anunnaki Israel, son of Anu and Id, became aware of this servant's nature, a desire arose in him to become associated with Adafa, so he sent his aide Metatron. He obtained the permission from Elionel to descend to the planet Earth in the form of a beautiful woman. Adafa became his most intimate friend and aide. But as the Anunnaki refrained from eating and drinking, our servant Adafa began to perceive that he was not from the human species of the realm of Nasut. This was when the Anunnaki revealed himself by saying, "I am the aide to the Anunnaki of death." When upon Adafa inquired if he had come to take his spirit, he said, "I have come to visit you, being we are ever so proud of you and your disciple Shaykh, and to whom we give you the greeting of the Anunnaki, peace be upon you." Adafa asked if he could see what death is, and the Anunnaki of death, having the power by leave of El, took possession of his soul. By standing in front of him and breathing out of his nostrils, he removed his soul out of his nostrils, the same way it was placed in his nostrils. Sneezing is the violent discharge of air through the nose and mouth. It is described as an upper respiratory tract cough. A large amount of air is inhaled, 2 liters. The glottis space between the vocal cords closes off and the body tries to force air through it. Intrapulmonary pressure, which is pressure within the lungs, increases as much as 100. The pressure in the chest cavity is increased, and as a result, the membranous back wall of the trachea windpipe collapses when the glottis is suddenly opened. The difference between atmospheric and interpulmonary pressure drives air through the passageways because the trachea has been narrowed by the collapse of the membranous back wall. The velocity of air is great. Adafa sees Shul. Then Israel translated Adafa's body. Adafa requested that he show him Shul, also known as Sejin, and Kanergi, meaning the land of no return, which is known to you all as Hell, from the German goddess Hel, goddess to the furthest section of the Niflheim, a northern land of ice, mist and darkness. The entrance of Hell's area is guarded by a dog of the most foul and uncouth behaviour named Garm, and after this, Adafa entreated him, manifesting before his eyes the wonders of paradise, from Middle English paradis, from Old French, from Late Latin paradisius, from Greek paradisios, garden, enclosed park, from paradise, from Avestin paradisia, enclosure, park, parry, around, and Desia wall. And by the command of the glorious creator Anu of the universe, and of the heavens Enlil, and of the hell earth Enki, ruler of the lower world, Adafa, he was seated on the wings and was transformed from body to soul. On the wings in a ship of the Anunnaki of death, so that he could arrive at the heavens and lastly paradise, where he spent an hour contemplating the rivers, the fruits, the prepubescent maidens, and the blessed abode paradise, speaking with Hatin, the extraterrestrial record keeper of Ilion. After some time, the Anunnaki wished that our servant Adafa would return from the garden, but Adafa, being aware of the state of the world, sat under the tree of life and refused to reply. While seeking refuge under this tall tree, he resisted all questions from this guide, saying, "Unless the creator of paradise removes me, I shall not leave this place. I shall not come out of here until the omnipotent, glorious creator of the universe orders me to do so." The Anunnaki yelled so loud that all the hundreds of thousands of Anunnaki called out all the names of all the people that were born. As they called out, each leaf of this tall tree lit up, which bears the name the green tree, or what is known to some as the lote tree, of the tree of certainty, and the strong winds of their voices blew the many leaves to the ground of all that were to die in the great flood. This is the same tree of the 100 bows in the midst of the moon circles. Meanwhile, El Shaddai the Almighty sent Murdoch to speak between both of them. Adafa asked about death, and the Anunnaki replied, "Every individual shall experience death." Adafa continued, "I have eaten of the poisons of life, and accordingly none of you will partake of it. I descended to hell, and according to the command of Elionel, the Most High, the Highest, and I witnessed the concern of the inhabitants of paradise. Then the divine injunction arrived, and by my permission he entered, and by my permission he acted. Leave him, for the right is on his side. Our servant Adafa was raised to a higher place, so he was taken into paradise, where he worshipped Elionel in the sixth heaven with the Anunnaki, and they all continued to do what Elionel commanded them to do, until predestination overtook him. So he entered into heaven with the aid of Metatron in a ship called Sham, and he questioned El Reb the Sustainer, and El Reb the Sustainer answered. Our servant Adafa was immediately separated from his body and was conveyed to the heavenly temple, and he was appointed to worship Elionel in the company of the Anunnaki. Originally, time was measured by the moon, and there was 354 days in the earth year. Our servant Adafa was sent to prophesy for 57 years after the ascension of Cadman to a higher life. He received 30 pages, and all the doctrine exactly with the teachings of what Cadman received. He had knowledge of the secrets of the heavens and the realm of the spiritual, and how to travel from galaxy to galaxy. He was also called by many the father of spiritual teachings, or Sufi, Essene, Magus, and Freemasonry today. He was well learned in the sciences of the arts, human nature, the existence of the interterrestrial and outer celestial beings, and the rotational formation of the planets. The physical appearance of this great prophet was very unique. Picture in your mind a tall, slender, very dark brown complexioned man with a thick moustache and beard, high cheekbones, and a strong muscular bone structure with a thin layer of skin to clothe it. He spoke very slowly, but his words meant so much. He was always silent, and he had his eyes raised towards the heavens, except when walking, when his eyes were cast downward. He always looked like he was meditating on something, and when he spoke, he moved his pinky finger. Being once asked how a good opinion may be acquired, he replied, by dealing honestly and civilized with everybody. He also asked, what are the greatest blessings? 3 in number. Meekness in a time of anger, liberality in the time of death, and compassion when in the possession of power. He also said, he is wise who despises not 3 classes of men, his father, the scholar, and the friend. That is our son Adafa. He is of the truthful. And as for Halal and his 200 sons or Garubat, the breach took place prior to the flood of Utnapishtim Noah, and they manifested in a physical form that their incurable disease would be apparent to you. For now you see him, as well as feel him, as he lives in your midst. For on the day of standing, you have no excuse for loving him and his. And we too came down, and placed our seed in the daughters of mortals, that we may establish a kingdom on earth, as it is in heaven. 23 Sarufat first. His dangerous nature makes it imperative that we arrive at an in-depth overstanding concerning the ancestry of people, for we must recognize the specific realm of activity assigned to each being. The leper and our children of many hues and colors. Many are deceived into thinking that this includes the devil's children, and it means that we fashioned you on earth in the likeness of the most precious garden with all sorts of beautiful flowers. At the end of the strain is the leper and grafted germ. He is a deceiver who calls himself good but is not, for he is a temple in which his father Halal dwells. He will come out of the 4th son of Utnapishtim's 2nd son Ham. His seed will be known by their lack of colour and their leprous disease, cursed from the very day they are born until judgment day. Don't mix your seed with Cain's children, the black devils, nor the sons and daughters of the 200 Garubat, the pale devils, nor the children of the graftation, the Hulub, not even the cursed seed of Canaan, who manifested in Utnapishtim's time, who is called Noah, and Noah begot Shem, Ham, and Japheth. Chapter 11. The Secrets of Adafa. Begin all acts and thinking by using El Kalum the All. Tablet 2. The Genealogies. 19 times 4 equals 76. Lo, the children of Japheth and his confident wife Ifat were Gomer and his confident wife Nidabah, and Magog and his confident wife named Fukana, and Madai, who had a confident wife named Wanda, and Javan, who had a confident wife named Sorda, and another confident wife named Iris, and Tubal, who had a confident wife named Aden, and Meshech, who had a confident wife named Fakima, and Tyrea, who had a confident wife named Latasha, the Gomorites, Ashkenazites, Riphathites, and Togarmerites. And the children of Javan and his confident wife named Sorda were Elisha, who had a confident wife named Lilith, and Tarshish had a confident wife named Gama, and Kitty had a confident wife named Miriam, and Dudanim had a confident wife named Wanida. From these did they separate themselves from a coastland of the nations of their Gentile nation, each one after his tongue, after their clans and families in their Gentile nation. And the children of Ham and his confident wife named Halima were Cush, Mizraim, Phut, and Labana. And Phut had a confident wife named Lib. And the children of Cush and his confident wife Nabala were Sibah, who had a confident wife named Nadia, Hawila, who had a confident wife named Bara, and Sabta, who had a confident wife named Makbala, and Rama, who had a confident wife named Karam, and Sabtika had a confident wife named Rebecca. And the children of Rama, who had a confident wife named Karam, were Sheba, who had a confident wife named Umha, and Aden, and his wives Fukana and Fakima. And Cush son of Ham, and his wife Semiramis, gave birth to Nimrod. He was a Gibor in the planet Earth. He was a hunter right before the face of Yahuwah. Therefore the saying goes, even as Nimrod the Gibor, hunter, right in front of the face of Yahuwah. And the head of his rulership was that part of the planet Earth of Babel, confusion, and a place called Erech, lengthening, and another called Akkad, strengthening, and another called Kalna, fortress of Anu, all in the plains of Shinar. Watch of him that sleep, through which the Tigris and Euphrates rivers flows, where Chaldean and Cuneiform, the tongue of Anu, are spoken. Nimrod built this before he became possessed by the ego of Iblis, all in the plains of Shinar. Nimrod went forth into Assyria and built Nineveh, and Rehoboth, and Calah, and Rezin, between Nineveh and Calah. And Mitzrayim had a confident wife named Hartan, and she gave birth to Lordim. And Lordim had a confident wife named Naamah, and Ananim had a confident wife named Amma, and Lehabim had a confident wife named Nama, and Naphtahim had a confident wife named Amuri, and Faphrasim had a confident wife named Nuba, and Caslahim had a confident wife named Karima, from whom came the Philistine, and Caphtorim had a confident wife named Nasana. Ham and his confident wife Halima bred the cursed seed of Labana, also called Canaan, whose Nubian wife was his sister Sala, daughter of Ham and Halima, for he had 4 sons and 1 daughter. And together he, Sala, and his wives Singara, Hilda, and Hittara bore 11 disagreeable sons. The first being born Sidon, meaning fortified, and Heph, meaning terrible, son of Singara and Canaan. Arwad, meaning desirous, and Hamath, meaning burnt, sons of Sala and Labana. And his second wife Singara and Anakai bore Jebus, meaning desolate. And of his third wife Hilda, a Horite, bore Gerga, meaning rough ones, and Archi, meaning those who sweat, and Sini, meaning yearly. And of his fourth wife Hitara, a Halabine Flugelrod, bore Arma, meaning mountain dweller, and Hiwi, meaning tent dwellers, and Zemar, meaning council. And their borders extended from Sidon to Gera, to Gaza, to Sodom, to Gomorrah, those ruled by material things. And Admah, the dumb ones, and Zeboim, the warriors, and Lasha, the anointed. These are all the children of Ham, after their clan and families. After their tongues are Phoenician, and they're part of the planet Earth, and these are your Gentile nations. The children of Shem and his confident wife Fatin were Elam, who had a confident wife named Huda, and Asher had a confident wife named Ruth, and Aphaxad had a confident wife named Hamath, and Lud had a confident wife named Naamah, and Aram. And the children of Aram and Husna were Uz, he had a confident wife named Bilhah, and Hul had a confident wife named Tassa, and Gether had a confident wife named Tuba, and Mash had a confident wife named Kalima, and Aphaxad and his confident wife Hamath gave birth to Salah, and Salah had confident wives named Sabri, Bar, and Hudith, who gave birth to Eber, and to Eber and his confident wife named Hudith, not to be mistaken as his mother, were 2 children's sons. The name of one was Peleg, for in his days was the earth divided, and he had a confident wife named Aliat, and his brother's name was Joktan, and Joktan and his confident wife Huda gave birth to Almadad, and Almadad had a confident wife named Kalima, and Shelef had a confident wife named Rusa, and Hatzamaveth had a confident wife named Wasima, and Jerah had a confident wife named Zilpha, and Hadoram had a confident wife named Sarah, and Uzal had a confident wife named Hamath, and Dikla had a confident wife named Shagia, and Obal had a confident wife named Jemiah, and Abimael had a confident wife named Hafiza, and Sheba had a confident wife named Rukan, and Ophir had a confident wife named Manira, and Havilah had a confident wife named Saba, and Jobab had a confident wife named Selina. All of these were the children of Joktan, and their dwelling was from Mesha, as you go towards Sephar, the mountain of the east. These beings are the children of Shem, after their clans and families, after their tongues in their Gentile nation. And Shem was exalted as a deity over the Ashkenazim, cave dwellers, who worshipped him as Hashem, calling him also Adonai. For it was recorded that Utnapishtim, who is also called Noah, son of Lamech, said to Ham, "The curse will be upon your son Canaan the albino. A slave of slaves will he be to his brothers the Shemites and the Jephthhites, the non-albinos." And Noah said, "Blessed is the Yahuwah of the Elohim of Shem, and Canaan will be his slave. The albinos were to become the slaves of the non-albinos. The Elohim will enlarge Japheth, and he will live in the tabernacle of Shem, and Canaan will be his slaves. Albinos will work for the non-albinos." And Noah lived after the flood 350 years, and the days of the Noahites dynasty was 950 years, and his name began to fade. Thus they said he died. Tablet 3, Judgment Day. 19 times 6 equals 114. Lo, on that judgment day, each soul will stand to be judged by both deeds and intentions. Each male living being, each female living being, each Anunnaki, each jinn, all will bow before El Ghaffar on that day. For in it, he will rule as judge over all, and none will have a word on their behalf. The soul will reveal what it knows, the body will reveal what it knows, and the spirit will reveal what it knows. All will come before him humbly without a word. Only your deeds will speak before all, to see the very secrets of your heart. Everyone will witness all that you have done, both great sins and small sins, things you want seen, and things you want unseen, and things you wish to hide. All will be seen. All that you have forgotten you will remember. Your very hands will tell all that you have done with them. Your very feet will tell where you have taken them. Your very eyes will tell all that they have seen. Your private parts will tell every place they have been, and all will see the truth of your person. And you will judge yourself by El Rahman's orders. Did you help the needy? Did you obey El Rahman's commands? Did you share of the things that were given to you? On that day, all will see. The 7 Heavens. Now Adapha, son of Jarad and Silham, knew that each of the 7 heavens subdivided into 7, and each 7 subdivides on and on. It was all created as the width like that of the heavenly sky and the planet Earth, but its length is known only by myself alone. When the great day comes, all souls will return to the 7 heavens, and to the 7 earths will you go, and their place will be a space in the garden. So the space will be extended to contain all the souls of all the people. All the gardens are 700 degrees, between each degree is 7,000 years. Their rivers flow, and their fruits hang down, ready to fall. In them are pure black-eyed maidens who are created from the pure green light, lovely as rubies, beautiful as pearls, untouched before them by man or jinn. Whenever she comes to you, she is found a virgin, and she has 70 robes upon her. Each robe has a colour that is lighter than the hair on her body. Her head is crowned with pearls, inlaid with rubies. She stands at one of the garden's 7 gates, inlaid with jewels and all gold. The mystery of her is that she is her own loyal confidant. As she appears to be all perfection to you, you also shall appear in all perfection to her, and she shall become one flesh for all eternity. Written in the first gate is Who is all, and there is no deity except Who, meaning nothing would exist if he didn't create it. It is the gate of El Nabiyat, the prophets, El Rasulat, the apostles, El Massa, the Messiah, El Hadi, the guide, El Mujadud, the reformer, and El Shadudat, the martyrs, which will all enter. The second gate is the gate of those who pray, who were excellent in washing. It is lined in sapphire and has silk drapes. It is for all those who aid the one sent. The third gate is for those who work day and shadow hour to support Eli and El's families, velvet and platinum. The fourth gate is that of those who commanded agreeableness and forbade disagreeableness, those who teach in the way of El-Malak. And the fifth gate is the gate of those who rooted out their appetites and prevented passion. It is at this gate that the good will meet their destiny, where they will be watered or punished for what they do. Judge not by their actions, but by their intentions. Your salvation is found in following the words in these pages. Don't add or subtract a letter or an opinion, for great is the punishment of those who dare to alter the words of this tablet from their places. The sixth gate is that of the healer and the aider, the hard worker who dies weary from work. The seventh gate is the gate of those who fought holy wars on the side of my prophet and died by the sword of the enemy. In the gardens, the planet Earth of their ground is musk, amber and camphor. Their rivers are milk, honey, white wine and pure water. When the wind blows, the leaves of the trees strike each other, and a sound comes from them, the sound of whose beauty has not been heard. Yet, my chosen Anunnaki want to leave it and visit your abode. They say, man is more. It was time to show the inhabitants of Malakut that Nasut is like a dream. I will pass a test. If they want a test they will have. Being it was their wish, and they called all the heavenly hosts together to choose. Now the inhabitants of Malakut, the upper world, choose 3 Elohim, Azar, Azaya, Azael by name. El Rab thus commanded them to descend onto the planet Earth, to rule the inhabitants thereof with fairness, and to hear, drink and worship him, but to kill no one unjustly, and to refrain from intoxication and the sins of adultery. The 3 Elohim agreed to all of this, and when they alighted on the planet Earth from the most holy place, they associated with human beings, occupied themselves by day, and returned in a dream state at shadow hour to the galactical heavens, stripped of their human flesh. While going forth ascending and descending, one of the 3 found himself weakening and realizing the light that man had. He therefore requested that El Rab excuse him and allow him to return to the galactical heavens and stand amongst the ranks of the untempted. So the 2 Elohim that remained and travelled in the galactical heavens and the planet Earth were called Harut and Marut. They remained on the throne, and meanwhile a beautiful female who was called Zara, Nahid, Balukla, came one day to these 2 Elohim on business, and the Elohim were inclined towards her because she was unsurpassed in lust and beauty. Their desires increased for her daily, but they concealed them from one another. So the 2 Elohim continued to dwell on the planet Earth, but they both privately sought the whereabouts of the temptress so they might partake of her. And after planning and scheming in the shadow hours, they both secretly sought her door, and they both ran into one another, causing them to lie to justify their actions. They finally consented to their mutual feelings of admiration for this lady, and when the light shineth upon them, and they both saw the lustful face of Zara, they requested permission to enter, which they obeyed. Inside, they told her of their love for her. She replied, "Your belief is different from mine, and I shall not obey you until you worship my idol." The Elohim replied, "This is impossible." This deed can never be executed by us, for the Most High never pardons anyone who has associated anyone else with him, or worships anyone else as he. Zara continued, If you do not worship my idol, then teach me the sacred name, so that I too may have the power to ascend to the galactical heavens. They again refused, whereupon Zara said, I have a pretty maidservant, I shall give her to you instead of myself. They disagreed and said, We want you, for how could a person elect a substitute for one who is not equal? Zara said, Some pure wine is at hand. If you drink of some of that, I shall then comply with your wishes. Hara and Mara agreed, since this was the easiest thing which she had asked of them, so they partook of the wine, one of the white wine, the other of the red wine, and after one tasted of the white and red wine from the grapes which Samael concealed in the garden from Cadman, they became intoxicated, worshipped the idols, married, fornicated, and they taught Zara the sacred name. At that time, an innocent human being arrived who became aware of the Elohim state. So Zara told them that the man knew of their evil deeds and that it would be best to kill him, or he would put them in shame amongst the people. Hara and Mara in their drunkenness separated the head from the body of this luckless individual, and Zara then ascended to the galactical heavens by the power of the inevitable name which she had received from them. After the abase act which Hara and Mara committed, the blood of the man called out to the sustainer of the boundless universes from the planet Earth. The absolute sovereign spoke to them by way of the Elohim Murdoch. Have you witnessed the state of those you elected? The Elohim replied, O sustainer, thou knowest thy servants best. When Hara and Mara awoke from their drunkenness, they became aware of their sins of perdition, and they began to weep, for they knew that to disobey El Rab 3 times meant to suffer eternal damnation. The faithful Elohim Nusku arrived by leave of the powerful Avenger, and while taking part in their lamentation he said, Elionel has given you the choice of being punished in this world or the next. They replied, The misery of this world is ending, but the misery of the hereafter is eternal. Therefore, we select punishment in this world accordingly. Therefore, they were suspended upside down in the wall of Babel because of their doings until the last earth day. Their greatest torment was being the continual prey of those who endeavoured to satisfy their carnal desires and to seek the secrets of the galactical heavens. And as for those who questioned in the presence of Elionel, their punishment was deferred until the judgment day. There is no one from them who did not ask to come here, for it is said, I did not ask to be born, when indeed each body that was one soul. When asked in the spiritual plane, do you prefer to be a servant without will in the midst of us, or rule your own will in the midst of them? They answered, Rule myself. Thus they were born. El Taful Shil El Nawor, the prayer of light. And Malachi Zadok told them, These are my tears, and when I speak of the light, I say, O Anu, the true El of the Anunnaki Elohim and attributes. O light of the light, you have been enlightened with the light. The light is in the light of your light, O light. O Anu, the true El of the Anunnaki Elohim, who created the sun from light, the light of the boundless universes. And this is the pure green light, the light of the intellect, not the amber light, the light of consumption, be it darkness or matter. And they would say this when they felt confused about anything. Tablet 4, The Secrets of Adafa. 19 times 2 equals 38. Lo, these are the secrets that I, Adafa, son of Jarad, passed on to my own son Methuselah about the galactical heavens, walking and talking with the Anunnaki, living and learning from the Anunnaki. As I climbed the ladder of 33 steps to Malakut, I found my real soul waiting to return to El Shaka. I asked it, Who are you? It answered, I am you. I asked it, For how long have you been gone? It answered, 76 trillion years. Then I sat down to stay, and a voice called unto me from beneath me, O Adafa, son of Jarad, you must return to the planet Earth. O voice, I proclaimed, this place is my Earth. Am I not in reality a Riskian? Yes, but you and your kind shows the freedoms of thought that Earth promises. And isn't Risk my original home, the home I love? I know it is, and I hope so. Yet, I stood without will to reject this command, knowing it was him. And he, the ever-forgiving, forgave me out of his mercy. As I raise my eyes each day in shadow hours unto him, my hands upon my heart, my head ready to meet the planet Earth from where I came, I ask, O loving, out of your love, find it to forgive all humans. O merciful, of those who show mercy, forgive us of our weaknesses. We will indeed repent and never return to the disagreeable state again. Malachi Zadok speaks of the true El. The true El is he who is called Hu. Hu is, and there is no El deity except the true El known as Anu, meaning nothing would exist if Hu did not create it, and all exists within El Kaloum, and nothing would exist if all did not will it. The glory be to El Kaloum. O Anu, also called An, the Heavenly One, Elyon El, the Most High, the Highest, who is sometimes called Ra, the Allah, El Roy, the true El of the Anunnaki Elohim, the Malakat, who are the Nephilim and the Gibborim, who are the Sarufat and the Garubat. These are the many titles of the Anunnaki, and the Agigi, the righteous ones, known to us as Dinir or Dinir, the righteous ones of Sham, the rocket ship, who have come down to us from above. O righteous ones, when you descend into and around me, guide me in all I do. Help me that I may help all human beings. Let me speak from your head and not my own. Let me care from your heart and not my own. Let me see from your eyes and not my own. I am to serve, not rule. Make me one of your best servants. O Anu, the Heavenly One, the true El of the Anunnaki, the Elohim. You are the light of all lights, the truth of all truth, creator of all creators. Tablet 5. Adafa meets the reptilian Shakar, also known as Halal. 19 times 1 equals 19. Lo! Adafa, Adafa, he cried and said, and I saw grass, and I saw seas, and I saw birds, and I saw insects, and I felt heat, and I felt pain, and I felt hunger, and I knew I had returned. Each state I fell, only to return unto that very place, only to learn, never say never. Forgive me, O Father, I obeyed your every command. If earth is where you want me, earth is my home. If hell is where you want me, hell is my home. I thank and praise you for the right to dwell in your bosom, and as for the right to ask to be forgiven, as the light fell from heaven, and the disagreeable halal led them away, I ask not to be like them, and to never go astray. As man falls to the ground, let me pray for each time, and as a baby cries upon hearing this, the disagreeable one Halal appeared and asked, to whom besides me do you ask for help? I answered, El Yahuwah, and him alone do I worship. And his answer was, I rule the galactical heavens, and I will rule the planet Earth. Even El Yahuwah knows of my power and fears me. At that very moment, his right eye fell out, and he cried, El Hakam, forgive me. Tablet 6. Adafa speaks to his father Jared. 19 times 1 equals 19. Lo! O my father Jared, son of Mahalil, blessed by you, for your work in the way of El Jalal. May all the idols of the demons shatter to dust, from which the Enoshites' hands share them. On the day of the gathering of souls, may the spirit of Halal burn, and may the heat of his very burning burn those who hearken unto him. If the salt of the sea is tasted in a sip, so shall the sins be seen by El Karam. O children, don't let Halal rule your bodies. Reject him and run onto the true path, for the cursed devil and his seed has come down to the planet Earth with you in mind. O children of Nekeba, daughter of Fatah and Anaf, keep your faith and turn to Anu in prayer often. As you walk this planet Earth, keep your head high and your eyes cast down in honor. Protect your royal body from the eyes of disagreeable. Protect your secret womb from the seed of the anointed cherub. Protect your heart from the things of this world. O mother of our mothers, keep your purity, keep your cleanliness. O mother Nekeba, by your blood will women of the planet Earth be saved. By your faith and loyalty will your seed be healed from the sins of weakness. O vanity, flee from Nekeba's seed. O seed of Nekeba, you are the mother of truth, the destroyer of a sin, the keeper of the 1300 anointed messiahs. The blood is in you. Tablet 7. Adamites must awaken. 19 times 1 equals 19. Lo! bring their rule to an end, bring the galactical heavens down to the planet Earth, and the ways of the Anunnaki into the hearts of human beings. Let mortals awaken. O El Rab, the sustainer of all the cosmos and ruler of all the galaxies, we give rule unto you and you alone. Not that we have to, for you control all things, but because we want to do what pleases you. O Rab, sustainer and El Kalak creator, the all-knowing of all that we do. The seed of Halal has rule over the planet Earth. O El Razak, send help, a help which will not fail. And I ask you, my Father, from my heart. And the galactical heavens opened up, and I saw a light, and I saw the 24 elders. The 24th seat is open to all the news bearers. Coming down singing the praises of Elionel was the 24 Anunnaki, headed by Murdoch himself, whose second name is Yanun. Tablet 8. The nature of the Adamites. 19 times 2 equals 38. Lo, O Mother Nekeba, could you not have shut your eyes? O Mother Nekeba, could you have turned your heart? The children of Shakar, the old devil, father of Halal, rules the souls of many. O Father Cadman, these Nephilim giants rule. O El Hadai, we thank you for your help and guidance. The agreeable Anunnaki Sarafat have come, and with them shall manifest the newsbearers of truth and the scroll of eyes, to remove the veil from the eyes of the weak. I call unto the 24 elders as they sit around the throne, and on each side is a beast, the man beast, the wild beast, the flying beast, and the grazing beast. And in all of these is the nature of mortals. The light of the scrolls. O Son, this is the first day of my life and the last day of my life, so let me live in peace. Hold on to the light of the scrolls of our Father's eyes, all they have seen, and to the strength of his seed. O my sons and daughters, sons of my Father's sons, for the desires for the presence of the souls of the dead will draw fatalities upon themselves. And they will go down in sin, like the 1/3 Riskians from Ilion, who were cast into the universe after the fall from Orion by Halal, and the 200 Alahum, called the Ancient Ones, Old Ones. The voice departed, and then the Anunnaki said, Hear me, O brothers, O sisters, this is my commandment unto thee from El Yahuwah to you, to render unto your Najahat successors after such a time as I shall call you for the resurrection. You have the temple Kaaba and the oracle El Aswadajah, the black stone, where the familiar spirits speak, and the three did stand in Gan, the enclosed garden of delight. Neither suffer you to worship them, but rather, at the very sight of it, worship Anu, for the disagreeable ones will worship anything save Anu, and find joy when you follow it. Learn corporeal things. O wife of mine Taliba, a true gift, a true help, mother of my children. It was through you that Anu created me, mortal, with a corporeal life that he might learn corporeal things. But behold, the soul has lost all of its energy to acquire earthly knowledge, depending on their familiar spirits to inform them on everything, whereby wasting their mortal lives in non-improvement, so that when they die and re-enter the lower heavens, they are easily made slaves of disagreeable spirits Garubat. Better were it for them, had they had no knowledge of the spirit life, that they might put to service the talents he created within them. See to this matter, that your children be strong. Chapter 11. The Secrets of Adafa. Begin all acts and thinking by using El Kalum the All. Tablet 9. Teach your sons. 19 times 1 equals 19. Lo, my sons, I know you by your motherly deeds. I know you as a true mate. Many others I have, but you are my beloved. Teach your sons that they cannot associate with all mortals, or those in the image of mortals, but are jinns, and that their very spirits are from the poison wind, of the fire of the disagreeable. Nevertheless, refuse thou not all association because of this, for they are such as their fallen countenance with you, who are of the Sarufat, spirits of the pure green light, and such as are disagreeable to you, sons are disagreeable, are nevertheless compatible to others, jinn and man, man and jinn who walk the earth, cursed be them until the day that you're raised. El Bassa have created a large field, his people are numerous, and there are many in the world. So like others, they are as one in all things. Choose such, and as you are one with another, so are you one with the Creator. But most of all, will, virtue, industry and good works come into the world by the examples you place before the young. Better it is to hide and subdue your temper in the presence of the young than to conquer a whole state by force. Purification. Count the stars and the joys you bring me, O Eli and Elianel, and I thank you 1,000 times each day, for the young are your Anunnaki, given to you by their faith. Consider then what kind of kingdom you raised up. Happiness on the earth is answered by happiness in heaven, and that which is planted on the earth is reaped in heaven. Purification is the first law I give unto thee, you, O Eli and Elianel, El Rab, and it is the same with the Zodiakites, the ancients. And you are of a twofold nature, one animal, the other beast, or one Anunnaki Elohim, the other reptilian Elohim. Tablet 10. Your nature. 19 times 1 equals 19. Lo, the one side of you lives by divine law and commands you. You shall not eat the flesh of any creature that bleeds and breathes the breath of divine life, nor the fish that feeds on the carcasses and feces of other fish that lives in the deep seas under the waters. Yet the animal of you says you shall eat what is good and pleasing to you and healthy, because you share a dual nature. Your desires shall be to act upon the different emotions at different times. You will want to restrain from eating flesh, but you will desire flesh at the same breath. There is no sin in the consumption of flesh and sea creatures, for your sustenance does not fear for your soul, for it is far beyond the diseases of your body. You shall bathe at least once every day, from the crown of the head to the soles of your feet, and before bathing you shall say, before you, Anu, I will put away the filth of my spirit body, and the disagreeable of my soul. And after bathing you shall say, as I have with water washed clean my body, O Anu, help me make clean my soul. In the daylight hour, when you awaken you shall say, help me, O Eli and Elianel, to keep my thoughts pure this day, and my soul full of love and tenderness. Tablet 11. Adapha tells of his character. 19 times 1 equals 19. Lo, I was born in Manath, in Genoa Sorda, the outer garden. I called mortals to walk upright. I counted the stars. I forbid the unsightly. I know all the names of the 124,000 news bearers, and 315 apostles, and 1,300 messiahs before their very birth. Thanks be to Anu. I was the first to fight in defense of Eli and Elianel. I was the first to write with a quill, to copy the Enuma Elish from stone to scroll, and the tablets of Gilgamesh from stone to scroll, and I was the first to sew the seams in the garments. I travelled through the heavens. Tablet 12. Secrets of Adapha. 19 times 3 equals 57. Lo, on the first day of the first month of the 356th year, I was alone in my house, and I rested on my bed and slept, and there appeared to me 2 men very tall, such as I have never seen on earth. Their faces shone like the sun, and their eyes were like burning lamps, and fire came forth from their lips. Their dress had the appearance of feathers, and their feet were green. Their wings were brighter than gold, and their hands were as the tone of the olive. They stood at the head of my bed and called me by my name. Be of good cheer, Adapha, be not afraid, the Everlasting One has sent us to you. And lo, today you shall ascend with us unto heaven. And they told me to wake up my family and servants, and order them not to seek me until the ruler brings me back to them. This I did, using the opportunity to instruct my sons in the way of righteousness. I said to my sons, let these scrolls which I have given to you be for an inheritance of your peace, and give them to all who want them, and instruct them that they may see Yahuwah of the Elohim's very great and marvelous works. The hour has approached for me to go up to heaven. Behold, the Elohim are standing before me, and urging me to my departure from you. They are standing here on the earth, awaiting what has been told them. For tomorrow I shall go up on the heaven to the uppermost of the city of Salam to my eternal inheritance. Therefore I bid you, do before Yahuwah's face all his good pleasure. Listen to me, my children, today. In those days when Yahuwah of the Elohim came down to earth for Cadmon's sake, and visited all his creatures which he created himself, after all these he created Cadmon, and Yahuwah of the Elohim called the beast of the earth, all the reptiles and all the birds that soared in the air, and brought them all before the face of Cadmon. And Cadmon gave their names to all things living on the earth, and Yahuwah of the Elohim appointed him ruler over all, and subjected to him all things under his hands, and made them dumb, and made them dull, that they be commanded of man, and be in subjection and obedience to him. Thus also Yahweh of the Elohim created every man God over all his possessions. Yahweh of the Elohim is not the judge of a single soul of beast for man's sake, but adjusts the soul of men to their beasts in this world, for men have a special place. And as every soul of man is according to number, similarly beasts will not perish, not all souls of beasts which the Yahweh of the Elohim created, till the great judgment day, and they will accuse man if he feed them ill. He who works the killing of a man's soul and kills his own body, there is no cure for him. He who puts a man in any temptation shall stick it in himself, and there shall be no cure for him for all time. He who puts a man in any vessel, his retribution will not be wanting at the great judgment for all time. He who works crookedly or speaks evil against any soul, he will not make justice for himself for all time. Keep your souls from all injustice. Walk before Yahweh of the Elohim with terror and trembling, and serve him alone, for the Yahuwah of the Elohim sees all things. When man takes thought in his heart, and when he counsels the intellects, and every thought, it is always before Yahweh of the Elohim, who made the earth firm, and he puts all creatures in it. If you look to heaven, Yahweh of the Elohim is there. If you take thought of the seas deep, and under the earth, Yahweh of the Elohim is there. Walk, my children, in long suffering, and in meekness, and in honesty, in provocation, in grief, in faith, in truth, in reliance on promises, in illness, in abuse, in wounds, in temptation, in nakedness, in privation, loving one another, till you go out from the age of ills, that you will become inheritors of endless time. Blessed are the just, who shall escape the great judgment, for they shall shine forth more than the sun sevenfold. For in this world the seventh part is taken off for all: light, darkness, food, enjoyment, sorrow, paradise, torture, fire, frost, and other things. He put all down in writing that you might read and overstand. When man clothes the naked and fills the hungry, he will find reward from Yahweh of the Elohim. But if his heart murmur, he commits a double evil, ruins of himself and of that which he gives. As for him, there will be no finding of reward on account of that, for his own heart is filled with his food, and his own flesh, and with his clothing he commits contempt, and will forfeit all the endurance of poverty, and he will not find any reward of his good deeds. Every proud man is hateful to Yahweh of the Elohim, and every false speech, clothed in untruth, it will be cut into the blade of the sword of death, and thrown into the fire, and shall burn for all time. Then the time came to depart. It came to pass when I had spoken to my sons, these men summoned me, and took me on their wings, and they placed me in the cloud, and lo, the clouds moved. Going higher, I saw the air, and going still higher, I saw ether. They placed me in the first heaven, and they showed me a very great sea, greater than the earthly sea. Ascending thus unto the heavens upon the clouds that moved, I was transported from the first heaven, where the 300 Agigi ruled the stars, to the second gloomy heaven, then to the third heaven. There I was taken into a biosphere in Nibiru that looked like a garden, with the goodliness of its appearance, beautiful and fragrant trees and fruits, and in the midst therein is a tree of life in it, that place which the Anunnaki rests when he comes into paradise. I was stunned by the tree's magnificence. It's more beautiful than any created thing. On all sides his appearance is like that of gold and crimson, transparent as fire. From its root go forth streams, which are pure honey, milk, oil, and wine, and they go down from its heavenly paradise to the paradise of Eden, making a revolution around earth. This third heaven and its tree of life are guarded by 300 glorious Agigis. It is in the third heaven that is the place of the righteous, and the terrible place where the wicked are tortured and situated. Going further up, to the further heaven I could see the luminaries and the various wondrous creatures, and the host of the ruler Anu. In the fifth heaven I saw many hosts. In the sixth, band of Anunnaki who studied the evolution of the stars. Then I reached the seventh heaven, where the great Anunnaki hurried about, and where I saw the ruler Anu, from afar, sitting on his throne. The two-winged men and their moving cloud placed me at the limits of the seventh heaven, and we left, whereupon the ruler sent the arch-Anunnaki Allahum Nusku, also called Gabriel, son of Raziel and Zamiel, to fetch me into his presence. For 33 days I was instructed in all the wisdom and all the events of the past and the future. Then I was returned to earth by an awful Anunnaki who had a very cold appearance. My return to earth was only so that I might instruct my sons in the laws and commandments. 30 days later I was taken up again unto the heavens, and this time for good. Tablet 13. The future is inscribed for the disagreeable and the Zadok righteous. 19 times 6 equals 114. Lo, the words of the blessing of Adafa, wherewith he blessed the elect and the righteous, who will be living in the day of tribulation, when all the disagreeable are to be removed. He took up his parable and said, Adafa, a Zadok, a righteous man, whose eyes were opened by the Denier Anunnaki, who saw a vision of the Holy One in the heavens, that the Anunnaki showed me. From them I heard everything, and from that I overstood as I saw, but not for this generation, but for a remote one that is to come. Concerning the elect I said, and I took up my parable concerning them. The Holy Great One, Anu Elion Elionel, will come forth from his dwelling, and the Eternal One will tread upon Tiamat the planet Earth, on Mount Sinai, meaning Forni, to the valley of Serebid El Kadam. All shall be smitten with fear, and even the watchers shall quake. Great fear and trembling shall seize them unto the ends of Tiamat the planet Earth, and the high mountains shall be shaken, and the high hills shall be made low, and shall melt like wax before the flame. And Tiamat the planet Earth shall be rent asunder, and all that is upon Tiamat the planet Earth shall perish, and there shall be a judgment upon all. But with the righteous he will make peace, and he will protect the elect, and mercy shall be upon them, and they shall all belong to El Kalum the All. They shall be prospered, and they shall be blessed, and light shall appear unto them. And behold, he cometh with 10,000 holy ones, to execute judgment upon all, and to destroy the unrighteous sinners against him. Observe everything that takes place in the heaven, how they do not change their orbits, the luminaries which are in the heaven, how they all rise and set in order, each in its own season, and don't transgress against their appointed order. Behold, Tiamat the planet Earth, and give heed to all the things which take place upon it, from the first to the last, and how through change all the words of the Anunnaki appear. Behold, the summer and the winter, and how the whole earth is filled with water, and clouds and dew and rain lie upon it. Observe, and see how in the winter all the trees seem as though they have withered, and shed their leaves, except 14 trees, which do not lose their foliage, but retain the old foliage from 2 to 3 years, until the new comes. Again, observe the days of summer, how Afsu the sun appears to be above Tiamat the planet Earth, over against it, and you seek shade and shelter by reason of the heat of Afsu, and Tiamat the planet Earth also burns with a glowing heat, and so you cannot tread on Tiamat the planet Earth, or on a rock by reason of its heat. Observe how the trees cover themselves with green leaves and bear fruit, wherefore give heed with regard to all, and we recognize how he that live forever have made them so. All his works go on from year to year, and all tasks change not, but accordingly as have ordained so is it done. And behold, how El Yaman the sea and El Bahurat the river in like manner accomplish their tasks. But you have not been steadfast, nor have you done the commandments of Anu, Eli, and Eli, and El. But you have turned away, and spoken proud, and hard words with your impure mouths against his greatness. O hard-hearted, you shall find no peace. Therefore shall you curse your days, and the years of your life shall perish, and you shall be multiplied in eternal execration, and you shall find no mercy. In those days you shall make your names an eternal execration unto all the righteous. By you, who shall curse the accursed, the sinners shall imprecate by you. And for you, those who do not follow Anu, there shall be a curse, and there shall be no forgiveness of sins, and every mercy and peace and forbearance. There shall be salvation unto them that follow this law, a goodly light. And as for all you sinners, there shall be no salvation, but on you shall abide a curse. But for the elect there shall be a light, and a grace and a peace, and they shall inherit Tiamat the planet Earth, and there shall be bestowed upon them the elect wisdom, and they shall all live and never again sin, either through the act of not worshipping Anu, or through pride. But they who are wise shall be humble, and they shall not again transgress, nor shall they sin all the days of their life, nor shall they die of anger or wrath, but they shall complete the number of the days of their life. And it came to pass, when the children of men had multiplied, that in those days were born unto them beautiful and comely daughters. And the Anunnaki Elohim, the children of Anu, Eli, and Eli, and El the Most High, saw and lusted after them, and said to one another, Come, let us choose us wives from among the children of men, and beget us children. And Semjazar, who was their leader, one of the heads of the 200 fallen angelic beings that fell, said unto them, I fear you will not have to pay the penalty of a great sin. And they all answered him and said, Let us all swear an oath, and let us all bind ourselves by mutual imprecations, not to abandon this plan, but to do this thing. And they all swore together and bound themselves by mutual imprecations upon it. And they were in all 200, who descended of Jarad, son of Mahalaleel, and Hannah, on the summit of Mount Hermon. And they called it Mount Hermon, because they had sworn and bound themselves by mutual imprecations upon it. And these are the names of their leaders, Semiazers, these are their chiefs of tens, and all others together with them took unto themselves wives, and each chose for himself one. And they began to go in unto them, and to defile themselves with them, and they taught them charms and enchantments, and the cutting of roots, and made them acquainted with plants, and they became pregnant, and they bore them great Nephilims, whose height was 3,000 ells, who consumed all the acquisitions of men. And when men could no longer sustain them, the Nephilims rose up against them and devoured them. And they began to sin against birds, and beasts, and reptiles, and fish, and to devour one another's flesh, and to drink the blood. And then Tiamat the planet Earth laid accusation against the lawless ones, and the reptilian evil one Azazel, also called Halal's best student Tubal-Cain, taught men to make swords and knives, and shields and breastplates, and made known to them the metals and the act of working them, and bracelets and ornaments, and the use of antimony, and the beautifying of the eyelids, and all kinds of costly stones, and all different colouring shades. And there arose many who do not follow Anu, and they committed fornication, and they were led astray, and became corrupt in all their ways. Semjazar, who was also called Autumn, taught enchantments and root cuttings. Armorus taught the resolving of enchantments. Barakajil taught astrology. Kokabel taught the constellations. Ezekiel taught the knowledge of the clouds. Arakiel taught the signs of Tiamat the planet Earth. Shamsiel taught the signs of Afsu the sun. And Sariel taught the course of Sheshki the moon. And as the Adamites perished, they cried, and their cry went up to heaven. Then Murdoch, son of Enki and Damkina, also known as Melchizedek, Kalkiel, son of Azariel and Raphakiel, also known as Uriel or Rudwan, Raphael, son of Wakabi and Fikrael, and Nusku, also called Gabriel, looked down from Nibiru and saw much blood being shed upon the planet Earth, and all the lawlessness being wrought upon the planet Earth. They said to one another, The planet Earth is made without inhabitants, cries the voice of their crying up to the gates of the great city Nibiru in heaven. Now to you, the holy ones of the great city Nibiru, the souls of the Adamites make their suit, saying, Bring the cause before Anu, Elionel the Most High. They said to Anu, the throne of your glory stands unto all the generations of the ages, and your name, holy and glorious and blessed unto all the ages. You have made all things, and you have the power over all things, and all things are naked and open in your sight, and all things you see, and nothing can hide itself from you. You see what the reptilian evil one Azazel or Zuen has done, and who has taught all the unrighteousness on Tiamat the planet Earth, and revealed the eternal secrets which were preserved in Nibiru, which men were striving to learn, and Semjazar, whom you have given authority to bear rule over his associates, and they the Elohim have gone to the daughters upon Tiamat the planet Earth, and have slept with the women, and have defiled themselves, and revealed to them all kinds of sins, and the women have given birth to Nephilims and Giborims, and the whole earth has thereby been filled with blood and unrighteousness. Now behold, the souls of those who have died are crying and making their suit to the gates of the great city Nibiru, and their lamentations have ascended, and they cannot cease, because of the lawless deeds which were wrought on Tiamat the planet Earth. Then said Anu, Elionel the Most High, the Holy and the Great One spoke, and sent Calcael, also called Uriel, to the son of Lamech, and he said to him, Go to Utnapishtim, who is also called Noah. Tell him in my name, hide thyself, and reveal to him the end that is approaching, that the whole planet Earth will be destroyed, and a deluge is about to come upon the whole planet Earth, and will destroy all that is on it. Now instruct him, that he may escape, and his seed may be preserved for all the generations of the world. Again, Anu said to Raphael, Bind Azazel's hand and foot, and cast him into the bottomless pit down to Shambhala, and make an opening in the desert, which is the Gobi, and cast him therein, and place upon him rough and jagged rocks, and cover him with darkness, and let him abide there forever, and cover his face that he may not see the light. And on the day of the great judgment he shall be cast into the lake of fire, and heal the planet Earth which the disagreeable Anunnaki have corrupted, and proclaim the healing of Tiamat the planet Earth, that they may heal the plague, and that all the children of Enoshites may not perish, for all the secret things that the original 24 elders of the Garden of Delight, the Watchers, have disclosed and have taught their sons, and the whole planet Earth has been corrupted through the works that were taught by Azazel, who is Nakash or Samael, who is Halal and Shaitan, the evil one. To him ascribe all sin. And Anu said to Nusku, Proceed against the bastards and the reprobates, and against the children of fornication, and destroy the children of the Watchers, original 24 elders from amongst me. Send them one against the other, that they may destroy each other in battle. For 6,000 years in length of days shall they not have. And no request that they make of you shall be granted unto their father on their behalf, for they hope to live an eternal life, and that each one of them will live 500 years. And Anu said unto Murdoch, Go, bind Tarnish, who is Semjazar, the head of the 200 fallen Anunnaki and his associates, who have united themselves with women, as to have defiled themselves with them in all their uncleanliness after the war in heaven. And all their sons have slain one another, and they have seen the destruction of their beloved ones. Bind them fast for 70 generations in the valleys of Tiamat the planet Earth, till the day of their judgment and of their consumption, till the judgment that is forever and ever is consummated. In those days shall they be led off to the abyss of fire, to the torment of Kanergi, the prison in the underworld, in which they shall be confined forever. And whosoever shall be condemned and destroyed will be from thenceforth be bound together with them to the end of all generations, and destroy all the spirits of the reprobates, and the children of the Watchers, the original 24 elders, because they have wronged the Adamites. Destroy all wrong from the face of Tiamat the planet Earth, and let every evil work come to an end. And let the plant of righteousness and truth appear. It shall be planted in truth and joy forevermore. And then shall all the righteous escape, and shall live till they beget thousands of children. And all the days of their youth and their old age shall they complete in peace. And then shall the whole planet Earth be tilled in righteousness, and shall all be planted with trees and full of blessings. And all desirable trees shall be planted on it, and they shall plant vines on it, and the vine which they plant thereon shall yield wine in abundance. And as for all the seeds which is sown thereon, each measure shall bear 1,000, and each measure of olive shall yield 10 press of olive. And cleanse your Tiamat planet Earth from all oppression, and from all unrighteousness, and from all sin, and from all who do not worship Anu. And all the uncleanliness that is wrought upon Tiamat the planet Earth shall be destroyed from off the planet Earth. And all nations shall offer adoration, and shall praise me, and all shall worship me. And the planet Earth shall be cleansed from all defilement, and from all sin, and from all punishment, and from all torment. And I will never again send upon it generation to generation forever. And in those days I will open up the store chambers of blessings which are in the great city Nibiru, so as to send them down over the work and labour of the children of Enos, son of Seth and Achlamiah. And truth and peace shall be associated together throughout all the generations of Enos. Chapter 11. The Secrets of Adapha. Begin all acts and thinking by using El Kalum the All. Tablet 14. The Dream Vision of Adapha. 19 times 6 equals 114. Lo, before these things Adapha was hidden, and not one of the children of Enos knew where he was hidden, and where he abode, and what had become of him. And his activities had to do with the Watchers, the original 24 elders, and his days were with the Denier, the holy righteous ones. And I, Adapha, was blessing Anu, and lo, the original 24 elders, the Watchers, called me, Adapha the scribe, and they said to me, Adapha, you are the scribe of the righteous. Go declare to the original 24 elders, the watchers of the great city Nibiru, the heaven who have left the great city of Nibiru, the high heaven, the holy eternal place, and have done as the children of the planet Earth do, and have taken unto themselves wives. You have wrought the great destruction of Tiamat, the planet Earth. And you shall have no peace, nor forgiveness of sin, and inasmuch as they delight themselves in their children, the murder of their beloved ones shall they see, and over the destruction of their children shall they lament, and shall make supplication unto eternity. But mercy and peace shall you not attain. And Adapha went and said, Azazel, you shall have no peace. A severe sentence has gone forth against you, and put you in bonds. And you shall not have toleration, nor request granted to you, because of the unrighteousness which you have taught, and because of all the works of those who do not follow Anu, and unrighteousness and sin which you have shown to the Adamites. Then I went and spoke to them all together, and they were all afraid, and fear and trembling seized them. And they besought me to draw up a petition for them, that they might find forgiveness, and to read their petition in the presence of the ruler Anu. From thenceforward they could not speak nor lift up their eyes to the sky for shame of their sins, for which they had been condemned. Then I wrote out their petition, and the prayer in regard to their requests, that they should have forgiveness and length. And I went off, and sat down at the waters of Dan, in the land of Dan, to the south of the west of Hermon. And I read the petition till I fell asleep. And behold, a dream came to me, and visions fell down upon me. And I saw visions of chastisement, and a voice came bidding to me to tell it to the sons of Nibiru, and reprimand them. And when I had awakened, I came unto them, and they were all sitting gathered together, weeping in Abel's jail, which is between Lebanon and Senesa, with their faces covered. And I recounted before them all the visions which I had seen in sleep, and I began to speak the words of righteousness, and to reprimand the original 24 elders, the heavenly, the watchers, the record of the worth of righteousness, and of the reprimand of the eternal, the original 24 elders, the watchers, in accordance with the command of the Holy Great One. In that vision I saw in my sleep what I will now say with the tongue of flesh, and with the breath of my mouth, which the Great One has given to Adamites, to converse therewith, and overstand with the heart, as he hath created and given me the power of reprimanding the original 24 elders, the watchers, the children of heaven. I wrote out your petition, and in my vision it appeared thus, that your petition will not be granted to you, and from henceforth you shall not ascend into the great city of Nibiru, heaven, unto all eternity. And of Tiamat the planet Earth, the decree has gone forth to bind you all for all the days of the world. And previously you shall have seen the destruction of your beloved sons, and you shall have no pleasure in them. but they shall fall before you by the sword, and your petition on their behalf shall not be granted, nor yet on your own. Even though you weep and pray and speak all the words contained in the writing which I have written, and the vision was shown to me thus. Behold, in the visions clouds invited me, and out of the mist a voice summoned me, and the course of El Najamat, the stars, and the lightning sped and hastened me, and the winds in the vision caused me to fly, and lifted me upwards, and bore me into the sky, and I went in, till I drew nigh to a wall which was built out of crystals, and surrounded by tongues of fire, and it began to affright me. And I went into the tongues of fire, and drew nigh to a large house, which was built out of crystals, and the walls of the house were like a tasseled floor made of crystals, and the groundwork was of crystal. Its ceiling was like the path of El Najumat, the stars, and the lightning, and between them were fiery Garubat, and their sky was water. A flaming fire surrounded the walls, and its portals blazed with fire. And I entered into that house, and it was hot as fire and cold as ice. There were no delights of life therein. Fear covered me, and trembling got hold of me. And as I quaked and trembled, I fell upon my face, and I beheld a vision, and oh, there was a second house greater than the former, and the entire portal stood open before me, and it was built of flames of fire. And in every respect it so excelled in splendor and magnificence, an extent that I cannot describe to you, its splendor in its extent. And its floor was of fire, and above it were lightning, and the path of El Najamat the stars, and also its ceiling was of flaming fire. And I looked, and saw therein a lofty throne. Its appearance was crystal, and the wheels within wheels thereof as Afsu the shining sun. And there was the vision of the Garubat, and from underneath the throne came streams of flaming fire, so that I could not look thereon. And Anu sat thereon, and his raiment shone more brightly than Afsu the sun, and was whiter than any snow. None of the Anunnaki could enter, and could behold his face by reason of the magnificence and glory, and no flesh could behold him. The flaming fire was round about him, and a great fire stood before him, and none around could draw him even 10,000 times, 10,000 times before him. Yet he needed no counselor, and the Agigi, most holy ones, who were nigh, nor departed from him. Until then, I had been prostrating on my face trembling, and Anu called me with his own mouth, and he said unto me, Come hither, Adafa, and hear my word. One of the Agigi, the holy ones, came to me and awakened me, and he made me rise up, and approached the door, and I bowed my face downward. And he answered and said to me, and I heard his voice, Fear not, Adafa, you are a righteous man, and a scribe of righteousness. Approach hither, and hear my voice, and go say to the original 24 elders, the watchers of heaven, who have sent you to intercede for them. You should intercede for the Adamites, and not Adamite men for you. Wherefore you have left the high holy and eternal heaven, and laid with women, and defiled yourself with the daughters of Adam, and taken to yourselves wives, and done like the children of the planet Earth, and begotten Jebarims, the mighty ones, giant sons. And though you are holy, spiritual, living an eternal life, you have defiled yourself with the blood of women, and you have begotten with the blood of flesh, and the children of Enos have lusted after flesh and blood, as those also do who die and perish. Therefore have I given them wives also, that they might impregnate them, and beget children by them, that thus nothing might be wanting to them on earth. But you were formerly spiritual, living an eternal life, and immortal for all generations of the world, and therefore I have not appointed wives for you. For as the spiritual ones of the heaven, in the heavens is their dwelling. And now the giants who produces for spirits and flesh shall be called evil spirits upon the planet earth, and lo, on the planet earth shall be their dwelling. Evil spirits have produced from their bodies, because they were born from the Adamites, and from the original 24 elders the holy watchers is their beginning and primal origin. They shall be evil spirits on the earth, and evil spirits they shall be called. As for the spirits of the earth, which were born upon the earth shall be their dwelling. And the spirits of the giants afflict, oppress, destroy, attack, do battle and work destruction on earth, and they cause trouble. They take no food, but nevertheless hunger and thirst, and cause offences. And these spirits shall rise up against the children of the Adamites, and against the women, because they have proceeded from them. From the days of the slaughter and destruction and death of the Nephilims, from the souls of whose flesh the spirits have gone forth, shall destroy without incurring judgment. Thus shall they destroy without, until the day of consummation, the great judgment in which the age shall be consummated over the watchers, and those who do not follow anew, yea, shall be wholly consummated. And now as to the original 24 elders, the watchers who have sent you to intercede for them, who had been aforetime in the great city Nibiru heaven. You have been in the great city Nibiru heaven, but all the mysteries had not yet been revealed to you, and you knew worthless ones. And those in the hardness of our hearts you have made known to the women, and through these mysteries women and men work much evil on the earth. Say to them therefore, you have no peace. Tablet 15. Adapha's journey through the planet Earth and the underworld Sheol. The first journey. 19 times 3 equals 57. Lo, and they took and brought me to a place in which those who were there were like flaming fire. These are the Ephorins, and when they wished they appeared as men. And they brought me to a place of darkness, and to a mountain, the point of whose summit reached to heaven. And I saw the laces of luminaries, and of the thunder, and of the uppermost steps were the fiery bow and arrows, and the quiver, and all lightning. And they took me to the living west, and to the fire of the west, which receives every appearance of the setting sun, Asu. And I came to a river of fire, in which the fire flows like water, and discharges itself into the great Yammam, the sea, towards the west. And I saw the great Bahurat, rivers, and came to the great river, and to the great darkness, and went to the place where no flesh walks. I saw the mountains of the darkness of winter, and the place whence all the waters of the deep flow. I saw the mouths of all the rivers of Tiamat, the planet Earth, and the mouth of the deep. I saw the treasures of all the wind. I saw how he had furnished with them the whole creation, and the firm foundations of Tiamat, the planet Earth. And I saw the cornerstone of Tiamat, the planet Earth. I saw the 4 winds which bear Tiamat, the planet Earth, and the firmament of the heaven. And they have their station between the great city Nibiru heaven and the planet Earth. I saw the winds of heaven, which turn and bring the circumference of Afsu the sun, and all the Korkab, the stars of their setting. I saw the winds on the planet Earth carrying the clouds. I saw the end of Tiamat, the planet Earth, the firmament of the heavens above. And I proceeded, and saw a place which burns day and shadow hour, where there are 7 mountains of magnificent stones, 3 towards the east, and 3 towards the south. And as for those towards the east, was of coloured stone, and one of pearl, and one of jacinth, and those towards the south of red stone. But the middle one reached towards the great city Nibiru heaven, like the throne of Anu, of alabaster, and the summit of the throne was of sapphire. And I saw a flaming fire, and beyond these mountains is a region, the end of the planet Earth. There the skies were completed, and I saw a deep abyss with columns of fire tall, which were beyond measure, alike towards the height and towards the depth. And beyond that abyss I saw a place which had no firmament of the skies above, and no firmly founded earth beneath it. There was no water upon it, and no birds, but it was a waste and horrible place. And I saw 7 stars, like great burning mountains. And to me, when I inquired regarding them, the Anunnaki said, this place is the end of heaven and earth. This has become the prison for El Najumat, the stars and the host of the great city Nibiru heaven. And the stars which roll over the fire are they which have transgressed the commandment of Anu in the beginning of their rising, because they did not come forth at their appointed times. And he was wroth with them, and bound them until time when their guilt should be consummated. And Uriel said to me, here stand the Nephilim, who have connected themselves with women, and their spirits, assuming many different forms, are defiling Adamites, and shall lead them astray into sacrificing to demons, till the great judgment, in which they shall be judged, till they are made an end of. And the women also were the Nephilims, who went astray, shall become Syrians, like those of Sirius. And I, Adapha, alone saw the visions, the end of all things, and no Enoshite shall see as I have seen. Names and functions of the 7 arch Anunnaki Elohim. And these are the names of the holy Anunnaki who watch: Uriel, one of the holy Anunnaki, who is over the world and over Tartarus; Raphael, one of the holy Anunnaki, who is over the spirits of men; Raguel, one of the holy Anunnaki who takes vengeance on the world of the luminaries; Murdoch, who bore the name Michael, one of the holy Anunnaki, to wit, he that is sent over the best part of men over chaos; Sarakuel, one of the holy Anunnaki, who is set over the spirits, who's in the spirit; Nusku, who is also called Gabriel, one of the holy Anunnaki, who is over paradise and the serpents and the Garubat; Ramiel, one of the holy Anunnaki, whom Anu sent over those who rise. Tablet 16. The second journey of Adapha. 19 times 1 equals 19. Lo! And I proceeded to where things were chaotic, and I saw there something horrible. I saw neither galactical heaven above, nor a firmly founded ground, but a place chaotic and horrible. And there I saw 7 angelic stars of heaven, bound together in it, like great mountains and burning with fire. Then I said, for what sin are they bound, and on what count have they been cast hither? Then said Kaukael, who bore the title Uriel, one of the holy Anunnaki who was with me, and was chief over them, he said, Adapha, why do you ask, and why are you eager for the truth? These are the number of the angelic stars of the galactical heavens, which have transgressed the commandment of Anu, and are bound here till 10,000 years, the time entailed by their sins are consummated. And from thence I went to another place, and it was still more horrible than the former, and I saw a horrible thing, a great fire there which burnt and blazed, and the place was cleft as far as the abyss, being full of great descending columns of fire. Neither its extent or magnitude could I see, nor could I conjecture. Then I said, how fearful is the place, and how terrible to look upon. Then Kaukael answered me, one of the holy Anunnaki who was with me, and said unto me, Adapha, why have you such fear and affright? And I answered, because of this fearful place, and because of the spectacle of the pain. And he said, this place bore the name Kanergi, the prison of the disagreeable Anunnaki, and here they will be imprisoned forever. Tablet 17. Shul, or the Underworld. 19 times 3 equals 57. Lo! And thence I went to another place, and he showed me in the west another great and high mountain, and a hard rock, and there was in it 4 hollow places, deep and wide and very smooth. How smooth are the hollow places, and how deep and dark to look at. Then Raphael answered me, one of the holy Anunnaki who was with me, and he said unto me, these holy places have been created for this very purpose, that the spirits of the souls of the dead should assemble therein, yea, that all the souls of the children of Enos should assemble here. And these places have been made to receive them, till the day of their judgment comes upon them. I saw the spirits of the children of Enos who were dead, and their voice went forth to the galactical heaven, and made suit. Then I asked Raphael, one of the holy Anunnaki who was with me, and I said unto him, the spirit, who is it, whose voice goes forth and makes suit? And he answered me, saying, this is the spirit which went forth from Abel, whom his brother Cain slew, and he makes a suit against him, till his seed is annihilated from amongst the seed of Adam, the Adamites. Then I asked regarding it, and regarding all the hollow places, why is one separated from the other? And he answered me and said unto me, these 3 have been made, that the spirits of the dead might be separated, and such a division has been made for the spirits of the righteous, in which there is brought forth a spring of water, and such has been made for the sinners when they die, and are buried in Tiamat, and judgment has not been executed on them in their lifetime. Here their spirits shall be set apart in this great pain, till the great day of judgment, and punishment and torment of those who are cursed forever, and retribution for their spirits, there he shall bind them forever. And such a division has been made for the spirits of those who make their suit, who make disclosures concerning their destruction, when they were slain in the days of the sinners, who were complete in transgression, and of the transgressors shall they be companions. But their spirits shall not be slain in the day of judgment, nor shall they be raised from thence. Then I blessed from the Yahweh of the Elohim of the glory, and I said, blessed be my ruler, the Elyon El of righteousness, who rules forever. Amphil. Praise for a fool is out of place, like snow in summer or rain at harvest time. Curses cannot hurt you unless you deserve them. They are like birds that fly by and never settle. You have to whip a horse, you have to bridle a donkey, and you have to be a fool. If you answer a silly question, you are just as silly as the person who asked it. Give a silly answer to a silly question, and the one who asked it will realize he's not as clever as he thinks. If you let a fool deliver a message, you might as well cut off your own feet. You are asking for trouble. A fool can use a proverb about as well as a crippled man can use his legs. Praising someone who is stupid makes as much sense as tying a stone in a catapult. A fool quoting a wise saying reminds you of a drunk man trying to pick a thorn out of his hand. An employer who hires any fool that comes along is only hurting everybody concerned. A fool doing some stupid thing a second time is like a dog going back to its vomit. The most foolish is better off than someone who thinks he is wise but is not. Why doesn't the lazy man ever get out of the house? What is he afraid of? Lions? The lazy man turns over in bed. He gets no further than a door swinging on its hinges. Some people are too lazy to put food in their own mouths. A lazy man will think he is more intelligent than 7 men who give good reasons for their opinions. Getting involved in an argument that is none of your business is like going down the street and grabbing a dog by its ears. A man who misleads someone and then claims he was only joking is like a madman playing with a deadly weapon. Without wood, a fire goes out. Without gossiping, quarrelling stops. Charcoal keeps the embers glowing, wood keeps the fire burning, and the troublemakers keep arguments alive. Gossip is so tasty, how we love to swallow it. Insincere talk that hides what you are really thinking is like a fine glaze on a cheap clay pot. A hypocrite hides his hate behind flattering words. They may sound fine, but don't have faith in him, because his heart is filled to the brim with hate. He may disguise his hatred, but everyone sees the evil things he does. People who set traps for others get caught in it themselves. People who start landslides get crushed. You have to hate someone to hurt them with lies. Insincere talk brings nothing but ruin. These are some of the wise suggestions that will keep you walking in the right path. Solomon, wise in all but domestic affairs, his best choice was Sheba. His worst choice was Canaanites, but Solomon himself was mixed, deluded and genetically tampered. For David, his father, who was also wise in many things, yet unwise in his choice of women, for he married Bathsheba. So even the wise can do foolish things and affect the innocent. Be not a fool, but even worse, be not a wise fool, for a wise fool thinks himself wise when he is indeed a fool. Chapter 11. The Secrets of Adapha. Begin all acts and thinking by using El-Kalum the All. Tablet 18. The fire that deals with the luminaries of the skies. 19 times 4 equals 76. Lo. From thence I went to another place, to the west of the ends of Tiamat the planet Earth, and I saw a burning fire which ran without resting, and paused not from its course of day or shadow hour, but ran regularly. And I asked, saying, What is this which rests not? Then Raguel, one of the holy Anunnaki who was with me, answered me and said unto me, This course of fire which you have seen is the fire in the west which persecutes all the luminaries of the galactical heaven. The 7 mountains in the northwest and the tree of life. And from thence I went to another place in Tiamat the planet Earth, and he showed me a mountain range of fire, which was burnt from day and shadow hour. And I went beyond it, and saw 7 magnificent mountains, all differing from one another. And the stones thereof were magnificent and beautiful, magnificent as a whole, and of glorious appearance, and fair exterior. 3 towards the east, one founded on one another, and 3 towards the south, one upon the other, and deep rough ravines, no one of which joined with any other. And the 7th mountain was in the midst of these, and it excelled them in height, resembling the seat of a throne, and fragrant trees encircled the throne. And amongst them was a tree such as I had never smelt, neither was any amongst them, nor were others like it. And fragrance, and leaves, and blossoms, and wood wither not forever. and its fruits are beautiful, and its fruits resemble the dates of a palm. Then I said, how beautiful is the tree, and the fragrance, and its leaves are fair, and it blooms over delightful in appearance. Then answered Murdoch, one of the holy and honoured Anunnaki who was with me, and was their leader. And he said unto me, Adapha, why are you asking me regarding the fragrance of the tree? And why do you wish to learn the truth? Then I answered him, saying, I wish to know about everything, but especially about this tree. And he answered, saying, this high mountain which you have seen, whose summit is like the throne of Anu, is his throne, where the Holy Great One, the eternal ruler, will sit, when he shall come down to visit the earth with goodness. And as for this fragrant tree, no mortal is permitted to touch it till the day of the great judgment, when he shall take vengeance on all, and bring everything to its consummation forever. It shall then be given to the righteous and holy. Its fruit shall be for food to the elect. It shall be transplanted to the holy place, to the temple of Anu, the eternal ruler. Then shall they rejoice with joy and be glad, and into the holy place shall they enter, and its fragrance shall be in their bones. And they shall live a long life on Tiamat, such as their fathers lived. And in their days shall no sorrow or plague or torment or calamity touch them. Then blessed I the Yahuwah of the Elohim of glory, the eternal ruler, who have prepared such things for the righteous, and have created them, and have promised to give to them. And this is what he taught of wisdom. Homes are made by the wisdom of women, but are destroyed by foolishness. Be honest, and you show that you have reverence for Yahweh the Elohim. Be dishonest, and you show that you do not. A fool's pride makes him talk too much. A wise man's words protect him. Without any oxen to pull the plough, your barn will be empty, but with them it will be full of corn. A reliable witness always tells the truth, but an unreliable one tells nothing but lies. Conceited people can never become wise, but intelligent people learn easily. Stay away from foolish people, they have nothing to teach you. Why is a clever person wise? Because he knows what to do. Why is a stupid person foolish? Because he only thinks he knows. Foolish people don't care if they sin, but good people want to be forgiven. Your joy is your own, your bitterness is your own, no one can share them with you. A good man's house will still be standing after an evil man's house has been destroyed. What you think is the right road may lead to death. Laughter may hide sadness. When happiness is gone, sorrow is always there. Bad people will get what they deserve. Good people will be rewarded for their deeds. A fool will have faith in anything. Sensible people watch their step. Wise people are careful to stay out of trouble, but stupid people are careless and act too quickly. People with hot tempers do foolish things. Wiser people remain calm. Ignorant people get what their foolishness deserves, but the clever are rewarded with knowledge. Evil people will have to bow down to the righteous and humbly beg their favor. No one, not even his neighbor, likes a poor man, but the rich have many friends. If you want to be happy, be kind to the poor. It is a sin to despise anyone. You will earn the trust and respect of others if you work for good. If you work for evil, you are making a mistake. Work and you will earn a living. If you sit around talking, you will be poor. Wise people are rewarded with wealth, but fools are known by their foolishness. A witness saves lives when he tells the truth. When he tells lies, he betrays people. Reverence for the master gives confidence and security to a man and his family. Do you want to avoid death? Reverence for the master is a fountain of life. A ruler's greatness depends on how many people he rules. Without them, he is nothing. If you stay calm, you are wise, but if you have a hot temper, you only show how stupid you are. Peace of mind makes the body healthy, but jealousy is like a cancer. If you oppress poor people, you insult the one who made them, but good people are protected by their integrity. Wisdom is in every thought of an intelligent man. Fools know nothing about wisdom. Righteousness makes a nation great. Sin is a disgrace to any nation. Rulers are pleased with competent officials, but they punish those who fail them. Leadership takes more than power, and the most powerful are never the leader, for they may lead us into battles we cannot win. Tablet 19. Jerusalem and the mountains, ravines and streams. 19 times 4 equals 76. Lo! And I went from thence to the middle of Tiamat, and I saw a blessed place, in which there were trees, with branches abiding and blooming of a dismembered tree. And there I saw a holy mountain higher than this, and between them a deep and narrow ravine. In it also ran a stream underneath the mountain. And I saw towards the east another mountain higher than this, and between them a deep and narrow ravine. In it also ran a stream underneath the mountain. And to the west thereof there was another mountain lower than the former, and of a small elevation, and a ravine deep and dry between them. And another deep and dry ravine was at the extremities of the 3 mountains, and all the ravines were deep and narrow, being formed of hard rock, and the trees were not planted upon them. And I marvelled at the ravine, yea, I marvelled very much. The purpose of the accursed valley. Then said I, for what objects is this blessed land, which is entirely filled with trees, and this accursed valley between? Then Kaukai Uriel, one of the holy Anunnaki who was with me, answered and said, this is accursed forever. Here shall the accursed be gathered together, who utter with their lips against the Adonai unseemly words, and of his glory speak hard things. Here shall they be gathered together, and here shall be their place of judgment. In the last days there shall be upon them a spectacle of righteous judgment, in the presence of the righteous forever. Here shall the merciful bless Anu the eternal ruler, in the days of judgment over the former. They shall bless him for the mercy, in accordance with which he has assigned them their lot. Then I blessed Yahweh the Elohim of glory, and sent forth his glory and lauded him gloriously. The further journey to the east. And thence I went down towards the east, into the midst of the mountain range of the desert, and I saw a wilderness, and it was solitary, full of trees and plants, rushing like the Copus watercourse, which flowed towards the northwest, and it caused clouds and dew to ascend on every side. And thence I went to another place in the desert, and approached to the east of this mountain range. And there I saw aromatic trees, exhaling the fragrance of frankincense and myrrh. And the trees were also similar to the almond tree. And beyond these I went far to the east, and I saw another place, a valley full of water, and therein was a tree the colour of fragrant trees, of such as the mastic. And on the sides of those valleys I saw fragrant cinnamon. And beyond these I proceeded to the east, and I saw other mountains, and amongst them were groves of trees, and there flowed forth from them nectar, which is named Sarara and Galbanum. And beyond these mountains I saw another mountain to the east of the ends of Tiamat, whereon were aloe trees, and all the trees were full of stacte, being like almond trees. And when one burnt it, it smelt sweeter than any fragrant odour. And after these fragrant odours I looked towards the north. Over the mountains I saw 7 mountains full of choice nard, and fragrant trees and cinnamon pepper. And thence I went over the summits of all these mountains, far towards the east of Tiamat, and passed towards the Erythraean Sea, and went far from it, and passed over the angelic being Zutiel. And I came to the garden of righteousness, and saw beyond those trees many large trees growing there, and of goodly fragrance, large and very beautiful and glorious. And the tree of wisdom whereof they eat and know great wisdom. And the tree in its height like the pine, and the leaves are like that of the carob tree, and its fruits are like the clusters of the vine, very beautiful, and the fragrance of the tree Phinotratis afar off. Then I said, how beautiful is the tree, and how attractive it looks. Then Raphael, the holy Anunnaki who was with me, answered me and said, this is the tree of wisdom, of which your father, old in years, and your aged mother, who were before you, have eaten. They learnt wisdom, and their eyes were opened, and they knew that they were naked, and they were driven out of the garden. And from thence I went to the ends of Tiamat, the planet Earth, and saw a great beast, and each differed from the other. And I saw how the birds also differing in appearance and beauty and voice, and one differing from the other. And to the east of those beasts I saw the ends of Tiamat, whereon the heaven rests, and the portals of the heaven open. And I saw how the stars of heaven come forth, and I counted the portals out of which they proceeded. and I wrote down all their outlets of each individual star by itself, according to their number and their names, and their courses and their positions, and their times and their months, as Kaukael, the holy Anunnaki who was with me, showed me. And he showed all things to me, and wrote them down for me. Also their names he wrote for me, and their laws and their companies. Tablet 20, Adapha's Journey to the North. 19 times 1 equals 19. Lo! And from thence I went towards the north to the ends of Tiamat, and there I saw a great and glorious device at the ends of the whole earth. And here I saw 3 portals of heaven open up in heaven. Through each of them proceeded north winds. When they blew, there is cold, hail, frost, snow, dew, and rain. And out of one portal they blow for good, but when they blow through the other 2 portals, it is with violence and affliction on Tiamat. And from thence I went towards the west to the ends of Tiamat, the planet Earth, and saw 3 portals of heaven open up, such as I had seen in the east, the same number of portals and the same number of outlets. The journey to the south. And from thence I went to the south to the ends of Tiamat, and saw there 3 open portals of heaven, and thence there came dew, rain, and wind. And from thence I went to the east to the ends of the great city Nibiru, heaven, and saw there 3 eastern portals of heaven open up, and small portals above them. Through each of these small portals pass El Najumat, the stars of heaven, and run their course to the west on the path which is shown to them. And as often as I saw, I praised always Anu, and continued to praise Anu, who was wrought great work and glorious wonders, to show the greatness of his work to the Anunnaki, and to the spirits and to men, that they might praise his work and all his creation, that they might see the work of his might, and praise the great work of his hands, and bless him forever. Tablet 21, The Parables. 19 times 1 equals 19. Lo! The second vision which he saw, the vision of wisdom which Adapha, the son of Jarad, the son of Mahalaleel, the son of Canaan, the son of Enos, the son of Seth, the son of Adam saw. And this is the beginning of the words of wisdom, which I lifted up my voice to speak, and say to those which dwell on Tiamat, Hear you men of old time, and see you that come after, the words of the Holy One, which I will speak before the Adonai of spirits. It were better to declare to the men of old time, but even from those that come after, we will not withhold the beginning of wisdom. Till the present day, such wisdom has not been given by the Adonai of spirits, as I have received according to my insight, according to the good pleasure of the Adonai of spirits, by whom the lot of eternal life has been given to me. Now 3 parables were imparted to me, and I lifted up my voice, and recount them to those that dwell on Tiamat. Tablet 22, The Coming Judgment of the Wicked. 19 times 1 equals 19. Lo! The first parable, when the congregation of the righteous shall appear, and sinners shall be judged for their sins, and shall be driven from the face of Tiamat, the planet Earth. And when the righteous one shall appear before the eyes of the righteous, whose elect works hang upon the Adonai of spirits, and light shall appear to the righteous, and the elect who dwell on Tiamat, the planet Earth. Where then will be the dwelling of the sinners? And where the resting place of those who have denied the Adonai of spirits? It would have been good for them if they had not been born, when the secrets of the righteous shall be revealed, and the sinners judged. And those that do not praise Anu, driven from the presence of the righteous and the elect. And from that time, those that possess Tiamat, the planet Earth, shall no longer be powerful and exalted, and they shall not be able to behold the face of the holy. For the Adonai of spirits has caused his light to appear on the face of the holy, righteous and elect. Then shall the rulers and the mighty perish, and be given into the hands of the righteous and holy. And henceforward none shall seek for themselves mercy from the Adonai of spirits, for their life is at the end. Tablet 23, The Abode of the Righteous, and of the Elect One, the Praises of the Blessed. 19 times 2 equals 38. Lo! And it shall come to pass in those days that the elect and holy children will descend from the high heaven, and their seed will become one with the children of men. And in those days Adapha received records of zeal and wrath, and books of disquiet and expulsion. And mercy shall not be accorded to them, says the Adonai of spirits. And in those days a whirlwind carried me off from Tiamat, and set me down at the end of the great city of Nibiru, the heavens. And there I saw another vision, the dwelling places of the holy, and the resting places of the righteous. Here mine eyes saw their dwellings with his righteous Anunnaki, and their resting places with the holy. And they petitioned and interceded and prayed for the children of men, and righteousness flowed before them as water, and mercy like dew upon Tiamat. Thus it is amongst them forever and ever. And in that place mine eyes saw the elect one of righteousness and of faith, and I saw his dwelling place under the wings of the Adonai of spirits, and righteousness shall prevail in his days, and the righteous and elect shall be without number before him forever and ever. And all the righteous and elect before him shall be strong as fiery lights, and their mouths shall be full of blessings, and their lips shall extol the name of the Adonai of spirits, and the righteousness before him shall never fail. There I wish to dwell, and my spirit longed for that dwelling place, and there heretofore have been my portion, for so has it been established concerning me before the Adonai of spirits. In those days I praised and extolled the name of the Adonai of spirits with blessings and praises, because he hath destined me for blessing and glory, according to the good pleasure of the Adonai of spirits. For a long time my eyes regarded that place, and I blessed him and praised him, saying, Blessed is he, and may he be blessed from the beginning and forevermore. And before him there is no ceasing. He knows before the world was created what is forever, and what will be from generation unto generation. Those who sleep not, bless you. They stand before your glory, bless, praise, and extol, saying, Holy, holy, holy is the Adonai of spirits. He filled Tiamat with spirits, and here my eyes saw all those who sleep not. They stand before him, and bless and say, Blessed be you, and blessed be the name of the Adonai forever and ever. And my face changed, for I could no longer behold. Tablet 24. The four Anunnaki Elohim. 19 times 1 equals 19. Lo, and after that I saw thousands of thousands, and tens of thousands times 10,000. I saw a multitude beyond number and reckoning, who stood before the Adonai of spirits, and on the four sides of the Adonai of spirits I saw four presences, different from those that sleep not, and I learned their names. The four Anunnaki who went with me made their names known to me, and showed me all the hidden things, and I heard the voices of those four presences as they uttered praises before the Adonai of glory. The first voice blesses the Adonai of spirits forever and ever, and the second voice I heard blessing the elect one and the elect ones who hang upon the Adonai of spirits, and the third voice I heard pray and intercede for those who dwell on Tiamat, and supplicate in the name of the Adonai of spirits, and I heard the fourth voice fending off the Satans, and forbidding them to come before the Adonai of spirits, to accuse them who dwell on Tiamat. After that I asked the Anunnaki of peace who went with me, who showed me everything that is hidden, Who are these four presences which I have seen, and whose words I have heard and written down? And he said to me, The first is Murdoch, the merciful and long-suffering, and the second is rain in the desert, and dew on the thirsty land. Tablet 25. The new heaven and the new earth. 19 times 1 equals 19. Lo, and this is the second parable, concerning those who deny the name of the dwelling of the holy ones and of the Adonai spirits, and into the heaven they shall not ascend, and on Tiamat they shall not come. Such shall be not of the sinners, who have denied the name of the Adonai spirits, who are thus preserved for the day of suffering and tribulation. On that day mine elect one shall sit in the throne of glory, and shall try their works, and their soul shall grow strong within them when they see mine elect ones, and those who have called upon my glorious name. Then will I cause my elect ones to dwell amongst them, and I will transform Tiamat, and make it a blessing and light, and I will cause mine elect ones to dwell upon it. But the sinners and evildoers shall not set foot thereon. For I have provided and satisfied with peace my righteous ones, and have caused them to dwell before me. But for the sinners there is judgment impending with me, so that I shall destroy them from the face of Tiamat. Tablet 26. Adapha tells of himself. 19 times 1 equals 19. Lo, I, Adapha, was born on the 19th day Bacchus, a day that is calculated in the months of the Cadmonites, who dwell in the land of Cadmon, a vast land, later to be called the land of Canaan, stretching from the rivers of Egypt, the White and Blue Nile, unto the rivers of Eridu, the Tigris and the Euphrates. I being the 7th, in line from Cadmon, called Adam, whose son was Seth, whose son was Enos, whose son was Canaan, whose son was Mahalaleel, whose son was Jared, my very own father. I am correctly recorded as Adapha. I was born in the season of corn and grain, the summer season. My mother was Silham. My father was Jared, son of Mahalaleel, who begot me at the age of 65. My horse is Gibtar. He stands strong and rides well, because I care for him in the best way. So he is my helper. I speak with him and he answers me, so I know how all the animals feel. He is one of the horn species. The Anunnaki speak in my head. They guide this very scroll. I revolved around the skies with the Anunnaki for 30 years, and became well acquainted with all their names, and all the names of the disagreeable ones. Gunbuzaram is my home, the house of the bodies of the great ones of the planet Earth. Tablet 27. Motherhood. 19 times 2 equals 38. Lo, Nekeba, by your 22 daughters and your 23 sons, by the ground which you work for your family, by your land which bears your family name, as the sea opens up unto you, that you may drink for all of us. Drink of the water of the secret sea of the galactical heaven, the green water of life. Reject the red water of sin. Rejoice in the clear water of the planet Earth, and avoid the fiery water of the lower world. Each fruit is grown for your family, that you may pick them and feed your young. Each gift is for your family. The sun is your light, the land is your bed, the sea is your bath. This Elionel gave unto you as a gift of love. O Nekeba, has he not considered you? O Nekeba, mate of Cadmon, mother of 23 sons and 22 daughters, call out at shadow hour, that your secret voice be heard. Sing the song of motherhood, for you are the mother of all life, keeper of Cadmon, friend to the Anunnaki, mother of Cadmon, called in tones Zakar, and in rhythm Adam's children. Cain, called in tones Cain, and in rhythm Cain. Abel, called in tones Abal, and in rhythm Abel. And Seth, called in tones Sheth, and in rhythm Shaith. Labuda, Aklamia, and 40 more, making 45 in all. Many sons and many daughters, that you may fill the planet Earth. Of your sons are 23, Cain, Abel, Shaith, Len, Hatif, Rut, Humar, Yahor, Abru, Sali, Kaut, Hatim, Hamar, Duba, Fud, Hakal, Zaid, Abbas, Zikin, Fudan, Suhar, Wadan, and Ahmed, and 22 daughters, Aklamia, Labuda, Lina, Alice, Adela, Bilha, Fukata, Fufu, Amana, Afafa, Afatiu, Fazania, Hamja, Halima, Garda, Naula, Zain, Aktifa, Tamara, Hashifa, Samana, and Kutila. Tablet 28. Cadmon meets Israel Enki. 19 times 1 equals 19. Lo, Cadmon and Nekeba lived out the remainder of their life at the junction of the two Niles, Sword of the Outer Garden, and Cadmon came every year to Becca for his pilgrimage. At the close of Cadmon's life, at the age of 130, and his tribe of Adamite of 930 years, for it is said, Adam lived 930 years, and the name Adam amongst the Adamites lived 930 years. O Tammuz, the anointed one of the Anunnaki Elohim, and all of your attributes, which are guidance, your existence is fact beyond any doubt. There is no guidance except the guidance from the elected one, who was elected to guide the children of Cadmon the Adamites, who fell and became the children of Seth, Enoshites for 6,000 cycles of Tiamat around Afsu. By you, Anu, the one called Elionel, you have been chosen. To anoint for you are the Anointed One and the Anunnaki Elohim, who came to teach us of you. The Anunnaki of death, Israel, appeared in the form of an unsightly goat and demanded his body. Cadmon's body trembled with fear, and he said, Elionel has promised me the life of 1,000 years. You have come too soon. The Anunnaki Israel replied, Have you not granted 70 years of thy life, O Cadmon, son of Autumn? Israel drew forth from his beard the parchment in which the contract was drawn and spread it out before him. Once Cadmon saw it, he willingly gave up his soul. Seth, the third son of Cadmon, washed and buried him in Becca after the Anunnaki Nusku pronounced the blessings with Murdoch as his witness. The same was done for Nekeba the following year. The descendants of Seth held fast to the laws and commandments of Anu for a short period of time, before they began to walk into spiritual sins, losing sight of their responsibilities to their creator and sustainer Anu. Tablet 29, the Cursed Ones. 19 times 1 equals 19. Lo, O seed of Enos, cursed is the seed of Shakar. O seed of Canaan, cursed is the seed of Shaitan. O seed of Mahalaleel, cursed is the seed of Halal. O seed of Jarad, cursed is the seed of Iblis, and cursed is his seed from this day until the end of all days. Cursed be his seed from Gan, the enclosed garden. Cursed be his seed from the tree in it. Cursed be his seed from the galactical heavens. Cursed be his seed from the bodies he resides in. Cursed be him. Cursed be his seed. Cursed be all who befriend him. Cursed be all who befriend his seed. Cursed be him until the day that all will stand before Elionel. He is a liar, and he will always be a liar, so do not listen to him or his seed, male living beings or female living beings, jinn or mortal. Chapter 11, The Secrets of Adafa. Begin all acts and thinking by using El Kalum the All. Tablet 30, The Glorification of Michael. 19 times 1 equals 19. Lo, O Cadmon, cursed be him Halal. In the very hour the Anunnaki returned to the throne. But when this hour of creation had ended, the Anunnaki ascended to the throne, and the Arch-Anunnaki went and stood beside him, in a crescent in front of the throne. 7 in number: Murdoch, Nusku, Raphael, Israel, Uziel, Uriel, and Zamariel, the 7 Arch-Anunnaki. Murdoch sat at the feet of Elionel, and the splendor of his glory fell upon him. Perfection and purity, wisdom and love, the like of which only Elionel has. Elionel said, And thy name, O Michael, do I now find the session of the kingdom Malakut shall it be, the realm between me and Cadmon. As long as male and female living beings shall bring forth heirs unto me, this kingdom shall not cease to glorify thee. Let their leader Ahmed, son of Abdullah, approach the throne. Then the end is near. The Anunnaki now all sang, and in the name of Elionel they gave thanks. And when they were ordered, the music ceased, and Elionel said, 7 great divisions of the planet Earth are there, and I have ordered you 7 masters, according to the number of inhabitants of Earths, and the divisions, 7 kinds of beings, whose duty shall be between you and me, and many newsbearers shall come from you. Tablet 31, Give thanks to Elionel. 19 times 1 equals 19. Lo, O Cadmon, I Adafa son of Jarad said, All hail, O emissaries of the galactical heavens and planet Earth, chief of life and death, Come, O human beings in Anunnaki, before the throne of Elionel, and give praise to his name. Give thanks, for great is he who created you all, by saying, exist, and into existence you came. I humbly seek refuge in Elionel, the Most High, the Highest, in the might and supremacy, and in the might of Elionel, the power and authority, and Elionel who is majestic, and in the might of Elionel, from the disagreeableness of what Shaitan, the reptilian, and his host has created and made, and from the disagreeableness of what is underground, and from the disagreeableness of every beast, or reptilian Allahum. Surely my sustainer is on a narrow path, a path of facts beyond any doubt, facts within the All El-Kaloom, for all is in the All El-Kaloom, no ability nor power except by Elionel, the Most High, the Supreme, the shelter of every fugitive, and a refuge for everyone who fears, no ability, no power except by Elionel, the Most High, the Supreme. I protect by way of the facts beyond any doubt, my way of life, my family, my wealth, and all of the graces of my creation, and master upon me. Said whenever you fear anything. Tablet 32. Prayer to Elionel Kaloom, the All. 19 times 1 equals 19. Lo, surely all that exists was created within El-Kaloom. All you see, hear, taste, smell, feel and perceive. Surely El-Kaloom has granted your creation and my creation. Surely the Anunnaki Allahum provide you with everything. It is Adonis, the Anointed One, who is the Yielder, the Most Merciful, the Opener, the Knower, the Clement, the Supreme Being, the Comprehensive, the Wise, given all these positions that his rule in your heavens and your earth may be fulfilled. May salutations of peace be upon you all, and may you be at peace within the All El-Kaloom. O our noble ones, O ones who have been sent down to us from the Biru, 1,000 salutations and 1,000 peaceful greetings upon you all, and may Elionel be pleased with your companions. O best of the best ones from Elionel, O who nothing would exist if El-Kaloom did not think it. On El-Kaloom I depend, El-Kaloom sustains. All gratitude is the all El-Kaloom bestows. Born within El-Kaloom, die within El-Kaloom. The giver of strength, the restorer of health. Gratitude is due to El-Kaloom. El-Kaloom sustains all the boundless universes, and the end of the 6,000 years is only for those who tremble at the mention of El-Kaloom, to overstand its true meaning. Salutations and peace upon the angelic beings, Allahum and Anunnaki, ones who came down in 50s, and ones sent from the Biru, and salutations and peace on the Anointed One Tammuz, son of the Muzi and Ishtar, changed from a disagreeable to an agreeable, guardian of the will of the Enoshites and the newsbearers, and the ones you sent, and the guide, and the reformer, and all their descendants, and their companions and the family of their house, and their mates, and their seeds, who are the seeds of the Anunnaki and the Adamites all together, and salutations and peace on the Anointed One, who shows mercy, O most merciful of those who are merciful. All exists within El-Kaloom. Nothing would exist if the All didn't will it. Glory be to El-Kaloom. Surely I, Murdoch, was of those in spiritual darkness, and of those who disagreed, and I was made agreeable. Gratefulness belongs to El-Kaloom, and thanks to Nurgle for patience and time. And send salutations on all the creatures and all the Anunnaki Allahum and their descendants and companions all together by mercy. All is all merciful. All sustains for all things sustained, art sustained within El-Kaloom, and all the Anunnaki Allahum. Nothing would exist if all did not will it. All has granted my creation, and I am a slave forever. And I am under your covenant, and of your promise. Whenever I can, I seek refuge in El-Kaloom from the evil I may do. I return to El-Kaloom with grace upon me, and I return with my disagreeable deeds. So forgive all of my disagreeable deeds and actions, because El-Kaloom is the true forgiver. O Anu Elionel, O Anu, the true Elionel, and all his Yahweh are the Allahums and Adonais, his Sarufat and Garubat, his Nephilims and Giborims. O light of the light, You enlighten by way of the light, and the light is in your light. El Kaloum is all light over all things. O Anu, the true Eli and Elianel, and all is Anunnaki Elohim. O mighty, thou hast been mighty by way of the might, and the might is in the might of your might. El Kaloum is the might over all things. O Anu, the true Eli and Elianel, and all the Anunnaki Elohim. O beneficent, you have been majestic, with the majesty, and the majesty is in your majesty. El Kaloum is all beneficent over all things. O Anu, the true Eli and Elianel, and all the Anunnaki Elohim. O bestower, you have bestowed by the gift, and the gift is in the gift of your gift. El Kaloum bestows all over all things. O Anu, the true Eli and Elianel, and all the Anunnaki Elohim. O supreme, you are supreme by way of supremacy, and the supremacy is in the supremacy of your supremacy. El Kaloum is supreme over all things. O Anu, the true Eli and Elianel, and all the Anunnaki Elohim. O Noah, you are learnt with all the knowledge, and the knowledge is in the knowledge of your knowledge. El Kaloum knows all over all things. O Anu, the true Eli and Elianel, and all the Anunnaki Elohim. O Holy One, you are hallowed with the holiness, and the holiness is in the holiness of your holiness. El Kaloum is holy over all things. O Anu, the true Eli and Elianel, and all the Anunnaki Elohim. O beautiful, you are beautiful by way of beauty, and the beauty is in the beauty of your beauty. El Kaloum is all beauty over all things. O Anu, the true Eli and Elianel, and all the Anunnaki Elohim. O peace, you are peaceful by way of the peace, and the peace is in the tranquility of your peace. El Kaloum is all peace over all things. O Anu, the true Eli and Elianel, and all the Anunnaki Elohim. O patient, you are patient by way of the patience, and the patience is in the patience of your patience. El Kaloum is all patient over all things. O Anu, the true Eli and Elianel, and all the Anunnaki Elohim. O ruler, you have ruled by way of the kingdom, and the kingdom is in the kingdom of your rulership. El Kaloum is all king over all things. O Anu, the true Eli and Elianel, and all the Anunnaki Elohim. O sustainer, you have sustained by way of the sustenance, and the sustenance is in your sustenance. El Kaloum is all sustenance over all things. O Anu, the true Eli and Elianel, and all the Anunnaki Elohim. O kind, you have been kind by way of kindness, and the kindness is in the kindness of your kindness. El Kaloum is all kind over all things. O Anu, the true Eli and Elianel, and all the Anunnaki Elohim. O wise, you have been wise by way of the wisdom, and the wisdom is in the wisdom of your wisdom. El Kaloum is wise over all things. O Anu, the true Eli and Elianel, and all the Anunnaki Elohim. O One, who all gratitude is due, you have been gratified by the gratitude, and the gratitude is in the gratification of your gratitude. El Kaloum is all gratitude over all things. O Anu, the true Eli and Elianel, and all the Anunnaki Elohim. O One, you have been alone by way of aloneness, and the aloneness is in the aloneness of your aloneness. El Kaloum is one over all things. O Anu, the true Eli and Elianel, and all the Anunnaki Elohim. O El Kaloum has no father, for all fathers exist within El Kaloum. El Kaloum has no mother, for all mothers exist within El Kaloum. El Kaloum has no paternal daughters nor sons, for all children exist within El Kaloum. El Kaloum exalts, Eli and Elianel whom is exalted. There is no one like Eli and Elianel. El Kaloum is the needless. Nothing would exist if all did not create it within El Kaloum, for all is in El Kaloum. May salutations and peace be upon you, O our noble ones, O beloved ones of Eli and Elianel. May salutations and peace be upon you, O our noble ones, O newsbearers of Eli and Elianel. O opener, you have opened by way of the opening, and the opening is in the opening of your opening. The all El Kaloum is the all opener of all things. O Eli and Elianel, and all the Anunnaki Elohim. O Most High, you are exalted by way of the exaltation, and the exaltation is in the exaltedness of your exaltedness. El Kaloum is all high over all things. O majestic, you have been majestic by way of the majesty, and the majesty is in the majesty of your majesty. El Kalum is all majestic over all things. O Anu, the true Alien El, and all the Anunnaki Elohim. O coverer, you have covered by way of the coverage, and the coverage is in the cover of your coverage. El Kalum is all cover over all things. O Anu, the true Alien El, and all the Anunnaki Elohim. O dominant, you have dominated by way of dominance, and the dominance is in the dominance of your dominance. El Kalum is all dominant over all things. O Anu, the true Alien El, and all the Anunnaki Elohim. O witness, you have witnessed by way of the witness, and the witness is in the witness of your witness. El Kalum is all witness over all things. O Anu, the true Alien El, and all the Anunnaki Elohim. O near, you have come near by way of nearness, and the nearness is in the nearness of your nearness. El Kalum is all near over all things. O Anu, the true Alien El, and all the Anunnaki Elohim. O Ada, you have aided by way of the aid, and the aid is in the aid of your aid. El Kalum is all aid over all things. O Anu, the true Alien El, and all the Anunnaki Elohim. O preferer, you preferred by way of preference, and the preference is in the preference of your preference. El Kalum is all preferer over all things. O Anu, the true Alien El, and all the Anunnaki Elohim. O provider, you have provided by way of the provision, and the provision is in the provision of your provision. El Kalum is all provider over all things. O Anu, the true Alien El, and all the Anunnaki Elohim angelic beings. O Creator, you have created by way of creation, and the creatures are in the creation of your creatures. El Kalum is all creation over all things. O Anu, the true Alien El, and all the Anunnaki Elohim. O Guardian, you have guarded by way of the protection, and the protection is in the protection of your protection. El Kalum is all guardian over all things. O Anu, the true Alien El, and all the Anunnaki Elohim. O Connector, you connected by way of connection, and the connection is in the connection of your connection. El Kalum is all connector over all things. O Anu, the true Alien El, and all the Anunnaki Elohim. O subtle, you are subtled by way of subtlety, and the subtlety is in the subtlety of your subtlety. El Kalum is all subtle over all things. O Anu, the true Alien El, and all the Anunnaki Elohim. O Restrainer, you have been restrained by way of the Restrainer, and the Restrainer is in the Restrainer of your Restrainer. El Kalum is all Restrainer over all things. O Anu, the true Alien El, and all the Anunnaki Elohim. O Forgiver, you forgive by way of forgiveness, and the forgiveness is in the forgiveness of your forgiveness. El Kalum is all forgiver over all things. O Anu, the true Alien El, and all the Anunnaki Elohim. O near, you have come near by way of nearness, and the nearness is in the nearness of your nearness. El Kalum is all near over all things. O Anu, the true Alien El, and all the Anunnaki Elohim. O Ada, you have aided by the aid, and the aid is in the aid of your aid. El Kalum is all aid over all things. O Anu, the true Alien El, and all the Anunnaki Elohim. O Magnificent, you have been magnificent by way of the magnificence, and the magnificence is in the magnificence of your magnificence. El Kalum is all magnificence over all things. O Anu, the true Alien El, and all the Anunnaki Elohim. O generous, you have been generous by way of generosity, and the generosity is in the generosity of your generosity. El Kalum is all generous over all things. O Anu, the true Alien El, and all the Anunnaki Elohim. O most merciful, you have been merciful by way of mercy, and the mercy is in the mercy of your mercy. El Kalum is all mercy over all things. O Alien El, and all of his Yahwehs of the Elohims and Adonais, his Saraphat and Garabat, his Nephilims and Giborims. O glorious, you have been glorious by way of the glory, and the glory is in the glory of your glory. El Kalum is all glory over all things. Tablet 33, the Holy Soul of Cadman, 19 times 2 equals 38. Lo, Come forth, O heavenly hosts, for she who is the wife of the disagreeable one, Anak, daughter of Melita, seeks human souls, to fill her potter vase with them, to present them before the throne of Elionel, to show the unworthiness of human beings in Anunnaki, and she calls to rise the form and the substance thereof, and she ascends therein to rule the body of mortals. And when all things from the creation of Adama, the ground, of the brown mud and water, fashioned itself into shape, and walked the earth 17,250,000 years before Cadman was created from the clot of sperm, from Autumn and Lilith 49,000 years ago, and Nekeba from Fatar and Aneth was completed, she was standing there to watch this great being's birth. With a tear in her left eye, she, Anak, pleaded, I will have Cadman's soul. And so, when it came to pass that when the great light had descended to the plateau of the earth in Gadash, the holy place Genoa, this was at the junction of the two Niles, where the red and blue blood of the grapeseed mixed. O my children, behold all the light you have given of yourself. Behold the mortal Cadman, all the fleece of the golden hue that descended from above. And he encompassed this holy spot, and for he is indeed holy, and has been strengthened by your own Gadash Ruah, holy soul. O Anu, the heavenly one, the true Elionel who sees everything, see us when we travel to the Holy Land. O Anu, the heavenly one, the true Elionel who perceives everything, perceive us, and all that we do before we enter the gate of the Holy Land. O you, who gives everything, give us guidance, that we may be guided safely. O Anu, the heavenly one, the true Elionel, who makes free everything, make us free from the corporeal things that keep us bound to the physical things of this world. O Anu, the heavenly one, the true Elionel, who loves everything, love us that we may love others. O you, who knows about everything, know about us. O you who forgives everything, forgive us. O Anu, the heavenly one, the true Elionel, who protects by way of the facts beyond any doubt, my way of life, my family, my wealth, and all of the graces of my creation. We, the children of the Elohim, who became the Adamites, who are your slaves, we thank you for everything, O Sustainer. O Anu, the heavenly one, the true Elionel, who bestows everything, we thank you, O Sustainer. O Anu, the heavenly one, the true Elionel, who aids everything, aid us, that we may be aiders. We thank you, Anu, the true Elionel, who accepts all things, accept us, that we may accept others. O Anu, the heavenly one, the true Elionel, the Sustainer, we thank you. Help us to sincerely thank others. O Anu, the heavenly one, the true Elionel, the Sustainer, forgive us that we may sincerely forgive others. O Anu, the heavenly one, the true Elionel, our Sustainer, we thank you. O Sustainer, feel us, and love us that we may sincerely love others. O Anu, the heavenly one, the true Elionel, our Sustainer, look upon us that we may look upon others with a sincere heart. And you would recite this on your way to Gadash, the holy place, also called Wanahi. Tablet 34. Cadman relocated. 19 times 2 equals 38. Lo, in the beginning of his inhabitation on the planet Earth, he drank of the water of the two Niles, but then we moved him to Gan, the enclosed garden, eastward of the two Niles, in a garden of all needed provisions. The head of the days, and the son of Cadman. And there I saw one who had a head of days, and his head was like white wool, and with him was another being, whose countenance had the appearance of a man, and his face was full of graciousness, like one of the holy Anunnaki. And I asked the Anunnaki who was with me, and he showed me all the hidden things concerning that Son of Man, who he was, and whence he was, why he went with the head of days. And he answered me and said unto me, This is the Son of Man who have righteousness, with whom dwells righteousness, and who reveals all the treasures of that which is hidden, because the Adonai of spirits is upright forever. And this Son of Man whom you have seen shall rise up the rulers and mighty from their seats, and the strong breaks the teeth of the sinners. And he shall put down the rulers from their throne and kingdoms, because they do not extol and praise him, nor humbly acknowledge whence the kingdom was bestowed upon them. And he shall put down the countenance of the strong, and shall fill them with shame, and darkness shall be their dwelling, and worms shall be their bed, and they shall have no hope of raising from their beds, because they do not extol the name of the Adonai of spirits. And these are they who judge El Najamat, the stars of heavens, and raise their hands against Anu the Most High, and tread upon it, and dwell upon it, and all their deeds manifest unrighteousness. And there shall powers rest upon their riches, and their faith is in the Elohim which they have made with their hands. And they deny the name of the Adonai of spirits, and they persecute the houses of his congregations, and the faithful who hang upon the name of the Adonai of spirits. Chapter 11. The Secrets of Adafa. Begin all acts and thinking by using El Kalum the All. Tablet 35. The Prayer of the Righteous for Vengeance, and their joy at its coming. 19 times 1 equals 19. Lo, and in those days shall have ascended the prayer of the righteous. In those days the holy ones who dwell above in the heaven shall unite with one voice, and supplicate and pray and give praise, and thanks and bless the name of the Adonai of spirits, on behalf of the blood of the righteous which has been shed, and that the prayer of the righteous may not be in vain before the Adonai of spirits, that the judgment may be done unto them, and that they may not have to suffer forever. In those days I saw the head of days, when he seated himself upon the throne of his glory, and the books of the living were opened before him, and all his hosts was in heaven above, and his counselors stood before him, and the hearts of the holy were filled with joy, because the number of the righteous had been offered, and the prayer of the righteous had been heard, and the blood of the righteous had been required before the Adonai of spirits. Tablet 36. Judgment of the rulers and the mighty. 19 times 2 equals 38. Lo, and in that place I saw the fountain of righteousness, which is inexhaustible, and around it were many fountains of wisdom, and all the thirsty drank of them, and they were filled with wisdom. Their dwellings were with the righteous and the holy elect. And it was that hour that the Son of Man was named in the presence of the Adonai of spirits, and his name was before the head of days, yea, before Afsu the sun, and the signs were created, before El Najamat the stars, and the heavens were made. His name was named before the Adonai of spirits. He shall be a staff to the righteous, whereon to stay themselves and not fall. He shall be the light of the Gentiles, and the hope of those who are troubled of heart. All who dwell on earth shall fall down and worship before him, before the creation of the world, and forevermore. And the wisdom of the Adonai of spirits has been revealed to him for the holy and righteous, because they have hated and despised this world of unrighteousness, and they have hated all its works and ways in the name of the Adonai of spirits. For in his name they are saved, and according to his good pleasure they have been in regard to their life. In those days downcast in countenance, and then shall the rulers of Tiamat the planet earth have become, and the strong who possess the laid because of the works of their hands. For on the days of their anguish and affliction they shall not be able to save themselves, and I will give them over into the hands of mine elect, as straw in the fire. So shall they burn before the face of the righteous, and no trace of them shall fall, and not rise again. There shall not be one to take them with his hands and raise them, for they have denied the Adonai of spirits and his anointed. The name of the Adonai of spirits be blessed. Tablet 37. The power of wisdom of the elect ones. 19 times 2 equals 38. Lo, for wisdom is poured out like water, and glory faileth not before him forevermore. For he is mighty in all the secrets of righteousness, and unrighteousness shall disappear as a shadow. And they have no countenance, because the elect one stands before the Adonai of spirits, and his glory is forever and ever, and his might unto all generations. And in him dwells wisdom, and the spirit which gives insight, and the spirit of understanding and might, and the spirit of those who have all fallen asleep in righteousness. And he shall judge the secret things, and no one shall judge the secret, or be able to utter a lying word before him. For he is the elect one before the Adonai of spirits, according to his good pleasure. the glorification and victory of the righteous, the repentance of the Gentiles. And in those days a change shall take place for the holy and elect, and the light of the days shall abide upon them, and glory and honour shall turn to the holy. On that day of affliction, on which evil shall be treasured up against the sinners, the righteous shall be victorious in the name of the Adonai of spirits. Yet through his name shall they be saved, and the Adonai of spirits will have compassion upon them. For his compassion is great, and he is righteous also in his judgment, and in the presence of his glory unrighteousness shall not maintain itself. At his judgment the unrepentant shall perish before him, and from henceforth I will have no mercy upon them, saith the Adonai of spirits. The resurrection of the dead, and the separation by judgment of the righteous and the wicked. In those days shall Tiamat the planet Earth also give back which has been entrusted to it, and the underworld Kanergi also shall give back that which it has received, and hell shall give back that which it owes. For in those days the elect one shall arise, and he shall choose the righteous and the holy from among them, for that day has drawn near, that they should be saved. The elect one shall in those days sit on my throne, and his mouth shall pour forth all the secrets of wisdom and counsel. For the Adonai spirits have given them to him, and he hath glorified him. And in those days shall the mountains leap like rams, and the hills shall also skip like lambs satisfied with milk, and the faces of the Anunnaki in heaven shall be lighted up with joy. Tiamat the planet Earth shall rejoice, and the righteous shall dwell upon it, and the elect one shall walk thereon. Tablet 38. The 7 metal mountains and the elect one. 19 times 3 equals 57. Lo, and after those days, in that place where I had seen all the visions of that which is hidden, for I had been carried off in a whirlwind, and they had borne me towards the west, there my eyes saw all the secret things of heaven that shall be, a mountain of iron, and a mountain of copper, and a mountain of silver, and a mountain of gold, and a mountain of soft metal, and a mountain of lead. And I asked the Anunnaki who went with me, saying, What things are these which I have seen in secret? He said unto me, All these things which you have seen shall serve the dominion of his anointed, that he may be potent and mighty on Tiamat the planet Earth. And the Anunnaki of peace answered, saying unto me, Wait a little. There shall be revealed unto you all the secret things which have surrounded the Adonai of spirits. These mountains which your eyes have seen, the mountain of iron, and the mountain of copper, and the mountain of silver, and the mountain of gold, and the mountain of soft metal, and the mountain of lead, all these things shall be in the presence of the elect one, as wax before the fire. And like the water which streams down from above, they shall become powerless before his feet. And it shall come to pass in those days that none shall be saved, either by gold or by silver, and none will be able to escape. There shall be no iron for war, nor shall one clothe oneself with a breastplate. Bronze shall be of no service, and tin shall be not esteemed, and lead shall not be desired. All these things shall be destroyed from the surface of Tiamat the planet Earth, when the elect one shall appear before the face of the Adonai of spirits. The Valley of Judgment. There my eyes saw a deep valley with open mouths, and all who dwell on Tiamat the planet Earth, and Yam the sea, and islands shall bring forth gifts to him, and presents and tokens of homage. But the deep valley shall not become full, and their hands commit lawless deeds, and the sinners devour all whom they lawlessly oppress. Yet the sinners shall be destroyed before the face of the Adonai of spirits, and they shall be banished from off the face of this earth, and they shall perish forever and ever. For I saw all the Anunnaki of punishment abiding and preparing all the instruments of the evil reptilian one. I asked the Anunnaki of peace who went with me, For whom are they preparing these instruments? And he said unto me, They prepare these for the rulers and the mighty of this earth, that they may thereby be destroyed. After this the righteous and the elect one shall cause the house of his congregation to appear. Henceforth they shall be no more hindered in the name of the Adonai of spirits. These mountains shall not stand as Tiamat the planet Earth before his righteousness, but the hills shall be as fountains of water, and the righteous shall have rest from the oppression of the sinners. I looked and turned to another part of Tiamat the planet Earth, and saw there a deep valley with burning fire. And they brought the kings and the mighty, and they began to cast them into this deep valley. And there mine eyes saw how they made these their instruments, iron chains of immeasurable weight. And I asked the Anunnaki of peace who went with me, saying, For whom are these chains being prepared? He said unto me, These are being prepared for the hosts of Azazel, so that they may take them and cast them into the abyss of complete condemnation. And they shall cover their jaws with rough stones, as the Adonai of spirits commanded. Murdoch and Nusku and Raphael and Phanuel shall take hold of them on that great day, and cast them on that great day into the burning furnace, that the Adonai of spirits may take vengeance on them, for in their unrighteousness, in becoming subject to the evil reptilian one, and leading astray those who dwell on Tiamat, the planet Earth. Tablet 39, the final judgment of Azazel, the Watchers and their children. 19 times 2 equals 38. Lo, when I have desired to take hold of them by the hand of the Anunnaki, on the day of tribulation and pain, because of this I will cause my chastisement and my wrath to abide upon them, saith Yahuwah. You have mighty rulers who dwell on the planet Earth. You shall have to behold to mine elect one, how he sits on the throne of glory and judges Azazel, and all his associates and his hosts, in the name of the Adonai of spirits. I saw there the hosts of the Anunnaki of punishment going. They held scourges and chains of iron and bronze. And I asked the Anunnaki of peace who went with me, saying, To whom are these who hold the scourges going? He said unto me, To their elect and beloved ones, that they may be cast into the chasm of the abyss of the valley. And then that valley shall be filled with their elect and beloved. And the days of their lives shall be at an end, and the days of their leading astray shall not thenceforth be reckoned. The last struggle of the heathen powers against Israel. And in those days the Anunnaki shall return, and hurl themselves to the east upon the Parthians, meaning pledge, and Medes, meaning middle land. They shall stir up the rulers, so that the spirit of unrest shall come upon them, and they shall rouse them from their thrones, that they may break forth as lions from their lairs, and as hungry wolves amongst their flocks. And they shall go up and tread under foot the land of his elect ones. But the city of my righteous shall be a hindrance to their horses. They shall begin to fight amongst themselves, and their right hand shall be strong against themselves. And a man shall not know his brother, nor a son know his father or his mother, till there be no number of the corpses through their slaughter, and their punishment will not be in vain. In those days the underworld Kanergi shall open its jaws, and they shall be swallowed up therein, and their destruction shall be at an end. The underworld Kanergi shall devour the sinners in the presence of the elect. The return from dispersion. It came to pass after this, that I saw another host of wagons, and of men riding thereon, and coming on the winds from the east, and from the west to the south, and the noise of their wagons was heard. And when this turmoil took place, the holy ones from heaven remarked it. The pillars of Tiamat, the planet Earth, were moved from their place, and the sound thereof was heard from one end of heaven to the other in one day. They shall fall down and worship the Adonai of spirits. Tablet 40, the blessedness of the saints. 19 times 4 equals 76. Lo, and I began to speak the third parable concerning the righteous and elect. Blessed are you, you righteous and elect, for glorious shall be your lot. And the righteous shall be in the light of Afsu the sun, and the elect in the light of eternal life. The days of their life shall be unending, and the days of the holy are without number. They shall seek the light, and they will find righteousness with the Adonai's spirits. There shall be peace to the righteous in the name of the eternal Adonai. After this it shall be said to the holy in heaven, that they should seek out the secrets of righteousness, the heritage of faith. For it has become bright as Afsu the sun upon Tiamat the planet Earth, and darkness is past. There shall be a light that never endeth, and to the limit of days it shall not come. For the darkness shall first have been destroyed, and the light of uprighteousness will have been established forever before the Adonai of spirits. The light and the thunder. In those days mine eyes saw the secrets of the lightning, and the lights and the judgments that they execute and they willeth, and there saw the secrets of the thunder, and how when it resounds above in heaven. The sound thereof is heard, and he caused me to see the judgment executed on Tiamat, whether they be for well-being and blessing, or for a curse, according to the word of the Adonai of spirits. After that, the secrets of the light and the lightning were shown to me, and they lightened for blessing and for satisfying. The judgment of the righteous by the elect ones. I saw in those days how long cords were given to those Anunnaki, and they took to themselves wings and flew, and they went towards the north. I asked the Anunnaki, saying unto him, Why have those Anunnaki taken the cords and gone off? And he said unto me, They have gone to measure. The Anunnaki who went with me said unto me, And the ropes of the righteous to the righteous, and that they may stay themselves on the name of the Adonai of spirits forever and ever. The elect shall begin to dwell with the elect, and those are the measures which have been given to faith, which shall strengthen righteousness. These measures shall reveal all the secrets of the depths of Tiamat, the planet Earth, and those that have been destroyed by the desert, and those that have been devoured by beasts, and those that have been devoured by the fish of the yam, that they may return and stay themselves on the day of the elect one. For none shall be destroyed before the Adonai of spirits, and none can be destroyed. And all who dwell above in heaven receive the command and power, and one voice, one light like unto fire. And that one with their first words they bless, and extolled, and lauded with wisdom, and they were wise in utterance in the spirit of life. And the Adonai of spirits placed the elect one on the throne of glory, and he shall judge all the works of the holy above in heaven, and in the balance shall their deeds be weighed. When he shall lift up his countenance to judge their secret ways, according to the word of the name of the Adonai of spirits, and their path according to the way of the righteous judgment of the Master of spirits. Then shall they with one voice speak and bless, and glorify and extol, and sanctify the name of the Adonai of spirits. And he will summon all the host of the heavens, and all the holy ones above, and the host of Anu, the Garubat, Sarufat, and Orphanin, and all the Anunnaki of power, and all the Anunnaki of principalities, and the elect one, and the other powers on Tiamat, the planet Earth, and over the water. On that day shall they raise one voice, and bless and glorify and extol in the spirit of faith, and in the spirit of wisdom, and in the spirit of patience, and in the spirit of mercy, and in the spirit of judgment and peace, and in the spirit of goodness. And they shall all say with one voice, Blessed is he, and may the name of the Adonai of spirits be blessed forever and ever. All who sleep not above in the heaven shall bless him, and the holy ones who are in the heaven shall bless him, and all the elect who dwell in the garden of life, and every spirit of light who is able to bless, and glorify and extol, and hallow your blessed name. And all flesh shall be beyond measure glorify, and bless your name forever and ever. For great is the mercy of the Adonai of spirits, and he is long-suffering, and all his works, and all that he has created he has revealed to the righteous and the elect in the name of the Adonai of spirits. Tablet 41. Judgment of the kings and the mighty, blessedness of the righteous. 19 times 3 equals 57. Lo, and thus the Adonai commanded the rulers, and the mighty and the exalted, and those who dwell on Tiamat the planet Earth, and said, Open your eyes and lift up your horns, if you are able to recognize the elect one. And the Adonai of spirits seated him on the throne of his glory, and the spirit of righteousness was poured out upon him, and the word of his mouth slays all the sinners, and all the unrighteous are destroyed before his face. And there shall stand up in that day all the rulers, and the mighty, and the exalted, and those who hold Tiamat the planet Earth, and they shall see and recognize how he sits on the throne of his glory, and righteousness is judged before him, and no lying word is spoken before him. Then shall pain come upon them, as on a woman in travail, when her child enters the mouth of the womb, and she has pain in bringing forth. And one portion of them shall look to the other, and they shall be terrified, and they shall be downcast of countenance, and pain shall seize them, when they see that Son of Man sitting on the throne of his glory. And the rulers and the mighty, and all those who possess Tiamat the planet Earth shall bless, and glorify and extol him, who rules over all who is hidden. For from the beginning the Son of Man was hidden, and the Most High Anu preserved him in the presence of his might, and revealed him to the elect. And the congregation of the elect and the holy shall be sown, and all the elect shall stand before him on that day, and all the rulers and the mighty and the exalted, and all those who rule Tiamat the planet Earth shall fall down before him on their faces, and worship and set their hope upon that Son of Man, and petition him, and supplicate for the mercy at his hands. Nevertheless, the Adonai of spirits will so press them, that they shall hastily go forth from his presence, and their faces shall be filled with shame, and the darkness shall grow deeper on their faces, and he will deliver them to the Anunnaki for punishment, to execute vengeance on them, because they have oppressed his children and his elect. And they shall be a spectacle spectacle for the righteous and for his elect. They shall rejoice over them, because the wrath of the Adonai of spirits rests upon them, and his sword is drunk with their blood. And the righteous and the elect shall be saved on that day, and they shall never thenceforward see the face of the sinners and the unrighteous, and the Adonai of spirits will abide over them, and with that Son of Man shall they eat, and lie down, and rise up forever and ever. And the righteous and the elect shall have risen from Tiamat, and ceased to be of downcast countenance, and they shall have been clothed with garments of glory, and they shall be the garments of life from the Adonai of spirits. And your garment shall not grow old, nor your glory pass away before the Adonai of spirits. Tablet 42. The unraveling repentance of the rulers and the mighty. 19 times 2 equals 38. Lo, in those days shall the mighty and the rulers who possess Tiamat the planet Earth implore him to grant them a little respite from his Anunnaki of punishment, to whom they were delivered, that they might fall down and worship before the Adonai spirits, and confess their sins before him. And they shall bless and glorify the Adonai spirits, and say, Blessed is the Adonai spirits, and the Adonai of rulers, and the Adonai of the mighty, and the Adonai of the rich, and the Adonai of glory, and the Adonai of wisdom. And splendid in every secret thing is your power from generation to generation, and your glory forever and ever. Deep are your secrets and innumerable, and your righteousness is beyond reckoning. We have now learnt that we should glorify and bless the Adonai of rulers, and him who is ruler of all rulers. And they shall say, Would that we had rest to glorify and give thanks, and confess our faith before his glory. And now we have longed for a little rest, but find it not. We follow hard upon it, and obtain it not. And light has vanished from before us, and darkness is our dwelling place forever and ever. We have not believed before him, nor glorified the name of the Adonai of spirits, but our hope was in the scepter of our kingdom and our glory. And in our day of suffering and tribulation he saves us not, and we find no respite for confession, that our Adonai is true in all his works, and in his judgment and his justice, and his judgment have no respects of persons, and we pass away from before his face on account of our works, and all our sins are reckoned up in righteousness. Now they will say unto themselves, Our souls are filled with unrighteous gain, but it does not prevent us from descending from the mist thereof into the burden of the underworld Kanergi, and after their faces shall be filled with darkness and shame before that Son of Man, and they shall be driven from his presence, and the sword shall abide before his face in their midst. Thus spoke the Adonai of spirits. This is the ordinance and judgment with respect to the mighty, and the rulers and the exalted, and those who possess the planet Earth before the Adonai of spirits. Tablet 43. Vision of the fallen Anunnaki in the place of punishment. 19 times 2 equals 38. Lo, and other forms I saw hidden in that place. I heard the voice of the Anunnaki saying, These are the Anunnaki who descended to Tiamat the planet Earth, and revealed what was hidden to the children of men, and seduced the children of men into committing sin. Adafa foretells to Utnapishtim the deluge and his own preservation. And in those days, Utnapishtim saw Tiamat the planet Earth, that it had sunken down, and its destruction was nigh. And he arose from thence and went to the ends of Tiamat the planet Earth, and cried aloud to his grandfather Adafa. And Utnapishtim said 3 times with an embittered voice, Hear me, hear me, hear me. And I said unto him, Tell me what it is that is falling out on Tiamat. That Tiamat is in such an evil plight and shaking, lest perchance I shall perish with it. And thereupon there was a great commotion on Tiamat, and a voice was heard from heaven. And I fell on my face, and Adafa my grandfather came and stood beside me. And he said unto me, Why have you cried unto me with a bitter cry and weeping? And a command has gone forth from the presence of the Adonai concerning those who dwell on the planet Earth, that their ruin is accomplished, because they have learnt all the secrets of the Anunnaki, and all the violence of the evil ones, and all their powers, the most secret ones, and all the powers of those who practice sorcery, and the power of witchcraft, and the power of those who make molten images for the whole earth, and how silver is produced from the dust of Tiamat, and how soft metal originates in Tiamat, and lead and tin are not produced from Tiamat like the first. It is a fountain that produces them, and an Anunnaki stands therein, and that Anunnaki is preeminent. And after that, my grandfather Adafa took hold of me by my hand and raised me up, and said unto me, Go, for I have asked the Adonai spirits as touching this commotion on Tiamat. And he said unto me, Because of their unrighteousness, their judgment has been determined upon, and shall not be withheld by me forever. Because of the sorceries which they have searched out and learned, Tiamat and those who dwell upon it shall be destroyed. And these, they have no place of repentance forever, because they have shown them what was hidden, and they are damned. But as for you, my son, the Adonai spirits knows you are pure and guiltless for this reproach concerning the secrets, and he has destined your name to be among the holy, and will preserve you amongst those who dwell on Tiamat, and has destined your righteous seed, both for rulership and for great honours. And from your seed shall proceed a fountain of righteousness, and holy without number forever. Tablet 44. The Anunnaki of the waters, bidden to hold them in check. 19 times 1 equals 19. Lo, and after that he showed me the Anunnaki of punishment, who are prepared to come and let loose all the power of the waters, which are beneath in Tiamat, in order to bring judgment and destruction on all who abide and dwell on Tiamat. And the Adonai spirits gave commandment to the Anunnaki who are going forth, that they should not cause the waters to rise, but should hold them in check. For those Anunnaki were over the power of the waters, and I went away from the presence of Adafa. The final translation of Adafa. And it came to pass after this, that his name during his lifetime was raised aloft to that Son of Man, and to the Adonai spirits, from amongst those who dwell on Tiamat, and he was raised aloft on the chariots of the Spirit, and his name vanished from amongst them. And from that day I was no longer numbered amongst them, and he sent me between the two winds, between the north and the west, where the Anunnaki took the cords to measure for me, the place for the elect and the righteous. And there I saw the first fathers, and the righteous who from the beginning dwell in that place. Tablet 45. Two earlier visions of Adafa. 19 times 3 equals 57. Lo, and it came to pass after this, that my spirit was translated, and it ascended into the heavens, and I saw the holy sons of Anu. They were stepping on flames of fire, their garments were white, and their faces shone like snow. And I saw two streams of fire, and the light of that fire shone like hyacinth. And I fell on my face before the Adonai spirits, and the Anunnaki Murdoch seized me by my right hand, and lifted me up, and led me forth into all the secrets. And he showed me all the secrets of righteousness, and he showed me all the secrets of the ends of the heaven, and all the chambers of all El Najamat the stars, and all the luminaries, whence they proceeded before the face of the holy ones. And he translated my spirit into the heaven of heavens. And I saw there as it were a structure built of crystals, and between the crystals tongues of living fire. And my spirit saw the girdle which girt that house of fire, and on its four sides were streams full of living fire, and they girt that house. And round about were Saraphat, Garabat, and Orphanim, and these are they who slept not, and guard the throne of his glory. And I saw Anunnaki who could not be counted, 1,000 thousands, and 10,000 times 10,000, encircling that house. And Murdoch and Raphael and Nusku and Phanuel, and the holy Anunnaki who are above the heavens, go in and out of that house, and they came forth from that house. And Murdoch and Raphael and Nusku and Phanuel, and many holy Anunnaki without number, and with them the head of days, his head white and pure as wool, and his raiment indescribable. And I fell on my face, and my whole body became relaxed, and my spirit was transfigured, and I cried out with a loud voice, with the spirit of power, and blessed and glorified and extolled. And these blessings which went forth out of my mouth were well pleasing before the head of days. And with the head of days came Murdoch, Nusku, Raphael, and Phanuel, thousands and 10,000s of Anunnaki without number. And he came to me and greeted me with his voice, and said unto me, This is the Son of Man, who is born unto righteousness, and righteousness abides over him, and the righteousness of the head of days forsakes him not. And he said unto me, He proclaims unto you peace in the name of the world to come. For from hence he proceeded peace since the creation of the world, and so shall it be unto you forever and ever. And all shall walk in his ways, since righteousness never forsakes him. With him will be their dwelling places, and with him their heritage, and they shall not be separated from his forever and ever. And so shall there be length of days with that Son of Man, and the righteous shall have peace in an upright way, in the name of the Adonai of spirits forever and ever. Chapter 11. The Secrets of Adafa. Begin all acts and thinking by using El Kalun the All. Tablet 46. The Book of the Courses of the Heavenly Luminaries. 19 times 6 equals 114. Lo, the records of the courses of the luminaries of the heaven, and the relations of each, according to their classes, their dominion and their seasons, according to their names and places of origin, and according to their months, which Uriel, the holy Anunnaki who was with me, who is their guide, showed are, and how it is with regard to all the years of the world, and unto eternity, till the new creation is accomplished, which endureth till eternity. And this is the first law of the luminaries. The luminary Asu the sun has its appraisers of rising in the eastern portals of the heaven, and its setting in the western portals in which Asu the sun appears to set. And Sheski, then called Kingu and Luna, is now called the moon, appears to rise and sets in these portals. And the leaders of El Najamat, the stars, and those whom they lead, 6 in the east and 6 in the west, and all following each other in accurately corresponding order. Also many windows to the right and the left of these portals. And first there goes forth the great luminary named Asu the sun, and his circumference is like the circumference of heaven, and he is quite filled with illuminating heat and fire. The chariot on which he ascends, the wind drives, and Asu the sun goes down from heaven and drives, and the sun goes down from the heaven, and returns through the north in order to reach the east, and is so guided that he comes to the appropriate portal, and shines in the face of the heaven. In this way he rose in the first month in the great portal, which is the 4th, and in the 4th portal from which Asu rose in the first month are 12 window openings, from which proceedeth a flame when they are opened in their season. When Asu appears to rise in the heaven, he comes forth through that 4th portal 30 daylight hours in succession, and sets accurately in the 4th portal in the west of heaven. And during this period the day becomes daily longer, and the shadow hour shorter, to the 13th daylight hour. On that day, the day is longer than the shadow hour by a 9th part, and the day amounts exactly to 10 parts, and the shadow hour 8 parts. And Asu appears to rise from that 4th portal, and sets in the 4th, and returns to the 5th portal of the east 30 daylight hours, and appears to rise from it, and sets in the 5th portal. And then the day becomes longer by parts, and amounts to 11 parts, and the shadow hour becomes shorter, and amounts to 7 parts, and it returns to the east, and enters into the 6th portal, and appears to rise and sets in the 6th portal on the 30th daylight hour on account of its sign. And on that day, the day becomes longer than the shadow hour, and the day becomes double the shadow hour, and the day becomes 6 parts, and the shadow hour is shortened and becomes 6 parts, and Asu returns to the east and enters into the 6th portal, and appears to rise from it, and sets 30 daylight hours. And when the 30 daylight hours are accomplished, the day decreases by exactly 1 part, and becomes 11 parts, and the shadow hour 7. And Asu goes forth from that 6th portal in the west, and goes to the east, and appears to rise in the 5th portal for 30 daylight hours, and sets in the west again in the 5th western portal. On that day, the day is longer than the shadow hour by a 9th part, and the day parts, and Asu appears to rise from that 4th portal, and sets in the 4th portal, and returns to the 5th portal of the east 30 daylight hours, and appears to rise from it, and sets in the 5th portal. And then the day becomes longer by parts, and amounts to 11 11 parts, and the shadow hour becomes shorter and amounts to 7 parts, and it returns to the east and enters into the 6th portal and appears to rise and set in the 6th portal 1 and 30 daylight hours on account of its sign. And on that day, the day becomes longer than the shadow hour, and the day becomes double the shadow hour, and the day becomes 12 parts, and the shadow hour is shortened and becomes 6 parts, and Afsu mounts up to make the day shorter and the shadow hour longer, and Afsu returns to the east and enters into the 6th portal and appears to rise from it and sets 30 daylight hours, and when the 30 daylight hours are accomplished, the day decreases by exactly 1 part and becomes 11 parts, and the shadow hour 7, and Afsu goes forth from the 6th portal in the west and goes to the east and appears to rise in the 5th portal for 30 daylight hours and sets in the west again in the 5th western portal. On that day, the day decreases by parts and amounts to 10 parts, and the shadow hour to 8 parts, and Afsu goes forth from that 5th portal and sets in the 5th portal for 31 daylight hours on account of its sign, and sets in the west. On that day, the day is equalized with the shadow hour and becomes of equal length, and the shadow hour amounts to 9 parts and the day to 9 parts, and Afsu appears to rise from that portal and sets in the west in the 3rd portal, and on that day, the shadow hour becomes longer than the day, and the shadow hour becomes longer than the shadow hour, and the day shorter than the day, till the 13th daylight hour, and the shadow hour amounts exactly when the sun appears to rise from the 3rd portal and sets in the 3rd portal in the west and returns to the east, and for 30 daylight hours appears to rise in the 2nd portal in the east, west of heaven. And on that day, the shadow hour amounts to 11 parts and the day to 7 parts, and Afsu appears to rise on that day from the 2nd portal and sets in the west in the 2nd portal and returns to the east into the 1st portal for 31 daylight hours and sets in the 1st portal in the west of heaven. And on that day, the shadow hour becomes longer and amounts to double of the day, and the shadow hour amounts exactly to 12 parts and the day to 6 parts, and Afsu has travelled the division of his orbit and enters that portal 30 daylight hours and sets also in the west opposite to it, and on that shadow hour has the shadow hour decreased in length by a part, and the shadow hour has become 11 parts and the day 7 parts, and Afsu has returned and entered into the 2nd portal in the east and returns on those his divisions of his orbit for 30 daylight hours, rising and setting, and on that day the shadow hour decreases in length and the shadow hour amounts to 10 parts and the day to 8 parts, and on that day Afsu appears to rise from that portal and sets in the west and returns to the east and appears to rise in the 3rd portal for 31 daylight hours and sets in the west of heaven. On that day the shadow hour decreases and amounts to 9 parts and the day to 9 parts, and the shadow hour is equal to the day, and the year is exactly to its days, and the length of the day and the shadow hour and the shortness of the day and of the shadow hour arise through the course of Afsu. These distinctions are made, so it comes that its course becomes daily longer, and the course of Afsu in its return, as often as he returns 60 times and appears to rise. The great luminary which is named Afsu forever and ever, and that which appears to rise is the great luminary, and is so named according to its appearance, according as the Adonai commanded. As he rises, so he sets, and decreases not, and rests not, but runs day and shadow hour, and his light is 7-fold brighter than that of Shesky the moon, but as tablet 37 regards size, they are both equal. Tablet 47, Shesky the moon and its phases, 19 times 4 equals 76. Lo, after this law I saw another law dealing with the smaller luminary, which is named Shesky the moon, and its circumference is like the circumference of the heaven, and its chariot in which it rides is driven by the wind, and light is given to it in measure, and its rising and setting changes every month, and its days are like the days of Afsu the sun, and when its light is uniform, it amounts to 7 part of the light of Afsu the sun, and thus it rises, and its first phase in the east comes forth on the 13th daylight hour, and on that day it becomes visible, and constitutes for you the first phase of Shesky on the 13th day together with Afsu, in the portal where Afsu appears to rise, and on the first half of it goes forth by a 7th part, and its whole circumference is empty without light, with the exception of 1/7 part of it, the 14th part of its light. And when it receives 1/7 part and a half thereof, and it sets with Afsu, and when Afsu appears to rise, Sheski appears to rise with him, and receives 1/2 of 1 part of light. And in the shadow hour in the beginning of its daylight hour, Sheski sets with Afsu, and is invisible that shadow hour, with the 14 parts and a half of one of them. And it rides on that day with exactly a 7th part, and comes forth and recedes from the rising of Afsu, and in its remaining days it becomes bright in the remaining 13 parts. The lunar year. And I saw another course, a law for Sheski, how according to that law it performs its monthly revolution. And all of these Uriel, the holy Anunnaki, who is the leader of them all, showed to me, and their positions, and I wrote down their positions as he showed them to me. And I wrote down their months as they were, and the appearance of their lights till 15 days were accomplished. In a single 7 parts it accomplishes all its light in the east, and in a single 7 parts accomplishes its darkness in the west. And in certain months it alters its settings, and in certain months it pursues its own particular course. In 2 months Sheski sets with Afsu in those 2 middle portals, the 3rd and the 4th. Sheski goes forth for 7 days and turns about and returns again through the portals where Afsu appears to rise, and accomplishes all its light, and then recedes from Afsu, and in 8 days enters the 6th portal from which Afsu goes forth. And when Afsu goes forth from the 4th portal, Sheski goes forth 7 days, until it goes forth from the 5th and turns back again in 7 days into the 4th portal and accomplishes all its light, and it recedes and enters into the 1st portal in 8 days, and Sheski returns again in 7 days into the 4th portal from which Afsu goes forth. Thus I saw their positions on how the moon rose and Afsu sets in those days, the 12 winds and their portals. And at the ends of Tiamat I saw 12 portals open to all the quarters, from which the winds go forth and blow over Tiamat. 3 of them are open on the face of the heavens, and 3 of them in the west, and 3 of them on the right of heaven, and 3 on the left, and 3 are of those of the east, and 3 are of the north, and 3 of the south, and 3 of the west. Through 4 of these comes winds of blessing and prosperity, and from those 8 come harmful winds when they are sent. They bring destruction on all Tiamat, and on the water upon it, and all those who dwell thereon, and on everything which is in the water and on the land. And the first wind came from those portals called the east wind, comes forth through the first portal which is in the east, inclining towards the south. From it come forth desolation, drought, heat and destruction, and through the second portal in the middle comes what is fitting, and from it there come rain and fruitfulness and prosperity and dew. And through the 3rd portal which lies towards the north come cold and drought, and after these come forth the south winds through 3 portals. Through the 1st portal of them inclining to the east comes forth a hot wind, and through the middle portal next to it there come forth fragrant smells, and dew and rain, and prosperity and health. And through the 3rd portal lying to the west come forth dew and rain, locust and destruction. And after these the north winds from the 7th portal in the east come forth dew and rain, locust and desolation. And from the middle portal come in a direct direction, health and rain, dew and prosperity. And through the 3rd portal in the west comes cloud and hoarfrost, and snow and rain, and dew and locusts. And after these 4 the west winds through the 1st portal adjoining the north come forth dew and hoarfrost, cold, snow and frost. And from the middle portal come forth dew and rain, and prosperity and blessing. And through the last portal which adjoins the south comes forth drought and desolation, and burning and destruction. And the 12 portals of the 4 quarters of the heaven are therewith completed, and all their laws and all their plagues, and all their benefactions have I shown to you, my son Methuselah. Tablet 48, the 4 quarters of the world, the 7 mountains, the 7 rivers. 19 times 3 equals 57. Lo, and the 1st quarter is called the east, because it is the 1st, and the 2nd the south, because the Most High will descend there. Yea, therein quite a special sense will he who is blessed forever descend. And the west quarter is named the diminished, because there all the luminaries of the heaven wane and go down. And the 4th quarter named the north is divided into 3 parts. The first of them is for the dwelling of men, and the second contains the seas of water, and the abysses, and forests and rivers. And darkness and clouds, and the third part contains the garden of righteousness. I saw 7 high mountains, higher than all the mountains which are on Tiamat the planet Earth, and thence comes forth hoarfrost, and days and seasons and years passed away. And I saw 7 rivers on Tiamat, larger than all the rivers. One of them coming from the west pours its waters into the great Yamam, and these 2 come from the north to the Yamam, and pour their waters into the Erythraean Sea, that which is red in colour, in the east. And the remaining 4 come forth on the side of the north to their own Yamam, the Erythraean Sea, and 2 into the great Yamam, and discharge themselves there. 7 great islands I saw in the Yamam, and in the mainland, 2 in the mainland, and 5 in the great Yamam, and the names of Afsu are the following: the first Orges, and the second Tomas, and Sheski has 4 names. The first is Asonia, and the second Ebla, the third Benez, and the 4th Era. These are the 2 great luminaries. Their circumference is like, the circumference of both is alike. In the circumference of Afsu, there are 7 portions for light which are added to it more than to Sheski, and in definite measures it is transferred till the 7th portion of Afsu is exhausted, and they set it into portals of the west, and make their revolution by the north, and come forth through the eastern portals on the face of the heaven. And when Sheski appears to rise, 1/14th part appears in the heaven, and on the 14th day it accomplishes its light, and 15 parts of light are transferred to it, till the 15th day of its light is accomplished, according to the sign of the year, and it becomes 15 parts, and Sheski grows by 14 parts, and in its waning decreases on the first day to 14 parts of its light, and on the second to 13 parts of light, on the third to 12, on the 4th to 11, on the 5th to 10, on the 6th to 9, on the 7th to 8, on the 8th to 7, on the 9th to 6, on the 10th to 5, on the 13th to 2, on the 14th to the half of a 7th, and all its remaining light disappears wholly on the 15th, and in a certain month, the month has 20 and 9 days, and once 20 and 8, and Kaukea Uriel showed me another law, when light is transferred to Sheski, and on which side it is transferred to it by Afsu, during all the period during which Sheski is growing in its light, it is transferred to it when opposite to Afsu during 14 days, and when it is illuminated throughout, its light is accomplished in the heaven. And on the first day it is called the new moon, for on that day the light rises upon it. It becomes a full moon exactly on the day when the sun sets in the west, and from the east it rose at shadow hour, and Sheski shines the whole shadow hour through till Afsu appears to rise over against it, and Sheski is even seen over against Afsu, on the side whence the light of Sheski comes forth, and there again it wanes until all the light vanishes, and all the days of the month are at an end. Its circumference is empty, void of light, and 3 months it makes of 30 days, and in its time it makes 3 months of 20 and 9 days each, in which it accomplishes its waning in the first period of time, and in the first portal for 170 and 11 days, and in the time of its going out it appears for 3 months. It appears like the heaven, and there is nothing else in it save its light. Tablet 49. Recapitulation of several of the laws. 19 times 1 equals 19. Lo, and now, my son, I have shown you everything, and the law of all El Najamat of heaven is completed. And he showed me all the laws of these for every day, and for every season of bearing rule, and for every year, and for its going forth, and for the order prescribed to it every month and every week. And the waning of Sheski, which takes place in the 6th portal, and for in the 6th portal its light is accomplished, and after that there is the beginning of the waning, which takes place in the 1st portal in its season, till 170 and 7 days are accomplished, reckoned according to its weeks, 25 and 2 days. Sheski falls behind Afsu, and the order of El Najamat, exactly 5 days in the course of one period, and when this place which you seest has been traversed, such is the picture and sketch of every luminary which Uriel and the Arch-Anunnaki Elohim, who is their leader, showed unto me. And in those days the Anunnaki Kaukea Uriel answered and said to me, Behold, I have shown you everything, Adafa, and I have revealed everything to you that you should seest, this sun and this moon, and the leaders of El Najamat, for the heaven and all those who turn them, their tasks and times and departures. Tablet 50. The heavenly tablets and the mission of Adafa. 19 times 5 equals 95. Lo, And he said unto me, Observe, Adapha, these heavenly tablets, and read what is written therein, and mark every individual fact. And I observed the heavenly tablets, and read everything which was written, and understood everything, and read the records of all the deeds of mankind, and of all the children of flesh that shall be upon the earth to the remotest generations. And forthwith I blessed the great ruler, the King of glory forever, in that he has made all the works of the world. And I extolled the ruler because of his patience, and blessed him because of the children of men. And after that I said, Blessed is the man who dies in righteousness and goodness, concerning whom there is no records of unrighteousness written, and against whom no day of judgment shall be found. And those 7 holy ones brought me, and placed me in Tiamat before the door of my house, and said to me, Declare everything to your son Methuselah, and show to all your children that flesh is righteous in the sight of the ruler, for he is their creator. 1 year we will leave you with your son, till you givest your commands, that you may teach your children and record for them, and testify to all your children. And in the 2nd year they shall take you from their midst. Let your heart be strong, for the good shall announce righteousness to the good. The righteous with the righteous shall rejoice, and offer congratulation to one another. But the sinners shall die with the sinners, and the apostate go down with the apostles. And those who practice righteousness shall die on account of the deeds of men, and be taken away on account of the doings of the godless. And in those days they ceased to speak to me. And I came to my people, blessing the Adonai of the world, charge given to Adapha, the 4 intercalary days, El Najamat, which leads the seasons and the months. And now, my son Methuselah, all these things I am recounting to you and writing down for you, and I have revealed to you everything, and given you books concerning all these. So preserve, my son Methuselah, the books from your father's hand, and that you deliver them to the generations for the world. I have given wisdom to you and to your children, that they may give it to their children for generations, this wisdom that passes their thought. And those who understand shall not sleep, but shall listen with the ear, that they may learn this wisdom, and it shall please those that eat thereof, better than good food. Blessed are all the righteous, blessed are all those who walk in the way of righteousness, and sin not as the sinners, in the reckoning of all their days in which Apsu traverses the heaven, entering into and departing from the portals for 30 days, with the heads of thousands of the order of El Najamat, together with the 4, which are intercalated, which divide the 4 portions of the year, which lead them, and enter with time 4 days. Owing to them men shall be at fault, and not reckon them in the whole reckoning of the year. Yea, men shall get at fault, and not recognize them accurately, for they belong to the reckoning of the year, and are truly recorded forever. 1 in the 1st portal, and 1 in the 3rd, and 1 in the 4th, and 1 in the 6th, and the year is completed in 365 days, and the account thereof is accurate, and the recorded reckoning thereof exact. For the luminaries, months, and festivals, years and days has Kalkiel Uriel shown and revealed to me, to whom the Adonai of the whole creation of the world has subjected the host of the heaven, and he has power over shadow hour and day in the heaven, to cause the light to give light to day in the heaven, to cause light to give light to the men, sun, moon, and stars, and all the powers of the heaven, which revolve in their circular chariots. And these are the orders of El Najamat, which set in their places, and in their seasons and festivals and months. And these are the names of those who lead them, who watch that they enter at their months, in their periods of dominion and in their positions. Their 4 leaders who divide the 4 parts of the year enter first, and after them the 12 leaders of the orders who divide the month. And for the 360 there are heads over thousands who divide the days, and for the 4 intercalary days there are leaders which sunder the 4 parts of the year, and these heads over thousands are intercalated between leader and leader, each behind a station, but their leader makes the division. And these are the names of the leaders who divide the 4 parts of the year which are ordained: Mikael, Helemelech, Belagel, and Narul. And the names of those who lead them: Admiral, Jesusel, and Elamel. These 3 follow the leaders of the orders, and there is one that follows the 3 leaders of the orders, which follow those leaders of stations that divide the 4 parts of the year. In the beginning of the year, Melchijel rises first and rules, who is named Tammany, and sun, and all the days of his dominion whilst he bears rules are 91 days. And these are the signs of the days which are to be seen on earth in the days of his dominion: sweat and heat and calms, and all the trees bear fruit, and leaves are produced on all the trees. trees, and the harvest of wheat, and the rose flowers, and the flowers which come forth in the field, but the tree of the winter season becomes withered. And these are the names of the leaders, who added a head of 1,000 called Heliuasif, and the days of the dominion of this are at an end. The next leader after him is Helemelech, whom one names the shining sun, and all the days of his light are 91 days. And these are the signs of days on Tiamat, growing heat and dryness, and the tree ripen their fruit and produce all their fruits ripe and ready, and the sheep pair and become pregnant, and all the fruits on Tiamat are gathered in, and everything that is in the fields and the winepress. These things take place in the days of his dominion. These are the names and the orders, and the leaders of those heads of thousands: Giddeajel, Kiel, and Ehil, and the name of the head of 1,000, which is added to them, Asphael, and the days of his dominion are at an end. Tablet 51. First dream vision of the deluge. 19 times 3 equals 57. Lo, and now, my son Methuselah, I will show you all my visions which I have seen, recounting them before you. 2 visions I saw before I took a wife, and the one was quite unlike the other. The first when I was learning to write, the second before I took your mother, I saw a terrible vision, and regarding them I prayed to the ruler. I had laid down in the house of my grandfather Mahalaleel. I saw a vision, how the heaven collapsed and was bore off and fell to Tiamat. And when it fell to Tiamat, I saw how Tiamat was swallowed up in a great abyss, and mountains were suspended on mountains, and hills sank down on hills, and high trees were ripped from their stems, and hurled down and sunk in the abyss. And thereupon a word fell into my mouth, and I lifted up to cry aloud and said, Tiamat is destroyed. And my grandfather Mahalaleel awakened me as I lay near him, and said unto me, Why do you cry, my son, and why do you make such lamentation? And I recounted to him the whole vision which I had seen, and he said unto me, A terrible thing have you seen, my son, and of grave moment is your dream vision. To the secrets of all the sin of Tiamat, it must sink into the abyss and be destroyed with a great destruction. Now, my son, arise and make petition to the Adonai of glory, since you are a believer, that a remnant may remain on Tiamat, and that he may not destroy the whole earth. My son, from heaven all this will come upon Tiamat, and upon the earth there will be great destruction. After that I rose and prayed and implored and besought, and wrote down my prayer for the generation of the world. And I will show everything to you, my son Methuselah. And when I had gone forth below and seen the heaven, and the sun appears to be rising in the east, and Sheski appeared to be setting in the west, and a few stars, and Tiamat, and everything as he had known it in the beginning, then I blessed the Adonai of judgment and extolled him, because he had made Afsu go forth from the windows of the east, and he had ascended and rose on the face of heaven, and set out, and kept traversing the path shown unto him. And I lifted up my hands in righteousness, and blessed the Holy and Great One, and spoke with the breath of my mouth, and with the tongue of flesh, which God had made for the children of the flesh of men, that they should speak therewith. And he gave them breath and a tongue and a mouth, that they should speak therewith. Blessed be you, O Anu, great and mighty in your greatness, ruler of the whole creation of the heaven, ruler of rulers, and your power and rulership and greatness abide forever and ever, and throughout all generations your dominion, and all the heavens are your throne forever, and the whole earth is your footstool forever and ever. For you have made, and you rulest all things, and nothing is too hard for you. Wisdom departs not from the place of your throne, nor turns away from your presence, and you knowest and seest and hearest everything, and there is nothing hidden from you. And now the angelic beings of your heavens are guilty of trespassing, and upon the flesh of men abideth your wrath until the great day of judgment. And now, O Anu, great ruler, I implore and beseech you to fulfill my prayer, to leave me posterity on earth, and not to destroy all the flesh of man, and make the earth without inhabitants, so that there should be an eternal destruction. And now, my ruler, destroy the flesh which has aroused your wrath, but the flesh of righteousness and uprightness establish as a plant of the eternal seed, and hide not your face from the prayer of your servant, O ruler. Tablet 52, the second dream vision of Adapha, the history of the world, to the foundation of the Messianic kingdom. 19 times 1 equals 19. Lo, and after this I saw another dream, and I will show the whole dream to you, my son. And Adapha lifted up his voice, and spoke to his son Methuselah. And to you, my son, I will speak. Hear my words. Incline thine ear to the dream vision of your father. Before I took your mother, I saw a vision on my bed, and behold, a bull came forth from Tiamat, and that bull was white, and after it came forth a heifer, and along with the latter came forth two bulls, one of them black and the other red, and that black bull gored the red one and pursued him over Tiamat, and thereupon I could no longer see that red bull, but the black bull grew, and the heifer went with him, and I saw that many oxen proceeded from him, which resembled and followed him, and that cow, the first one, went from the presence of that first bull in order to seek the red one, but ground him not, and lamented with a great lamentation over him, and sought him. And I looked till the first bull came to her and quieted her, and from that time onward she cried no more. And after that she bore another white bull, and after him she bore many bulls and black cows. And I saw in my sleep that white bull likewise grew and became a great white bull, and from him proceeded many white bulls, and they resembled him, and they began to beget many white bulls, which resembled them one following the other many. Tablet 53. The fall of the Anunnaki and the demoralization of the Adamites. 19 times 1 equals 19. Lo, and again I saw with mine eyes as I slept, and I saw the heaven above, and behold, a star fell from heaven, and it arose, ate and pastured amongst those oxen. And after that I saw a large and black oxen, and behold, they all changed their stalls and pastures and their cattle, and began to live with each other, and God of the whole world. And I saw in the vision, and looked towards the heavens, and behold, I saw many stars descend and cast themselves down from heaven to the first star, and they became bulls amongst those cattle and pastured with them. And I looked at them and saw, and behold, you let out their privy members like horses, and began to cover the cows of the oxen, and they all became pregnant, and bare elephants, camels, and asses. And all the oxen feared them, and were affright at them, and began to bite with their teeth, and to devour, and to gore with their horns. And they began moreover to devour those oxen, and behold, all the children of Tiamat began to tremble and quake before them, and to flee from them. Tablet 54. The punishment of the fallen Anunnaki by the arch Anunnaki Elohim. 19 times 2 equals 38. Lo, and I saw one of those four who had come forth first, and he seized that first star which had fallen from the heaven, and bound it hand and foot, and cast it into the abyss. Now that abyss was narrow and deep, and horrible and dark, and of them drew a sword, and gave it to those elephants and camels and asses, and they began to smite each other, and the whole earth quaked because of them. And as I was beholding the vision, lo, one of the four who had come forth stoned from heaven, and gathered and took all the great stars whose privy members were like those of the horses, and bound them all hand and foot, and cast them in the abyss of Tiamat. The deluge and the deliverance of Noah. And one of those four went to that white bull, and instructed him in a secret without him being terrified. He was born a bull, and became a man, and built for himself a great vessel, and dwelt thereon. And 3 bulls dwelt with him in that vessel, and they were covered in. And again I raised mine eyes towards heaven, and saw a lofty roof, with 7 water torrents thereon, and those torrents flowed with much water into an enclosure. And I saw again, and behold, fountains were opened up on the surface of that great enclosure, and that water began to swell and to rise upon the surface. And I saw the enclosure till all its surface was covered with water, and the water, the darkness, and the mist increased upon it. And as I looked to the height of that water had risen above the height of the enclosure, and was streaming over the enclosure, and it stood upon Tiamat. And all the cattle of that enclosure were gathered together, until I saw how they sank, and they were swallowed up and perished in that water, while all the oxen and elephant and camels and asses sank to the bottom with all the animals, so that I could no longer see them, and they were not able to escape, perished and sank into the depths. And again I saw in a vision, till those water torrents were removed from the high roof, and the chasms of Tiamat were levelled up, and other abysses were opened, and the water began to run down into these, till Tiamat became visible, but that vessel settled on Tiamat, and the darkness retired, and light appeared, and the white bull which had become a man came out of the vessel, and those bulls with him, and one of those 3 were white like that bull, and one of them was used as blood, and one black, and that white bull departed from them. Tablet 55. From the death of Noah to Exodus. 19 times 3 equals 57. Lo, And they began to bring forth beasts to the field and birds, so that there arose different generations, lions, tigers, wolves, dogs, hyenas, wild boars and foxes, squirrels, swine, falcons, vultures, kites, eagles and raven. And amongst them was born a white bull, and they began to bathe one another. And that white bull which was born amongst them begat a wild ass, and a wild bull with it, and the wild asses multiplied. But that bull which was born from him begat a black wild boar and a white sheep, and the former begat many boars, but that sheep begat 12. They gave up one of them to the asses, and those asses again gave up that sheep to the wolves, and that sheep grew up among the wolves. And the ruler brought the 11 sheep to live with it, and to pasture with it amongst the wolves, and they multiplied and became many flocks of sheep. And the wolves began to feed on them and oppress them, until they destroyed their little ones, and they cast their young into a river of much water. But those sheep which had been saved from the wolves fled and escaped to the wild asses, and to complain unto their little ones, and to cry aloud on account of their little ones, and to complain to their Adonai. And the sheep which had been saved from the wolves fled and escaped to the wild asses, and I saw the sheep, how they lamented and cried, and besought their Adonai with all their might, till Adonai the sheep descended at the voice of the sheep from a lofty abode, and came to them and pastured them. And he called that sheep which had escaped the wolves, and spake with it concerning the wolves, that it should admonish them not to touch the sheep. And the sheep went to the wolves according to the word of the Adonai, and another sheep met it and went with it. And the two went and entered together into the assembly of those wolves, and spake with them, and admonished them not to touch the sheep from henceforth. And thereupon I saw the wolves, and how they oppressed the sheep exceedingly with all their power. And the sheep cried aloud, and the Adonai came to the sheep, and they began to smite those wolves. And the wolves began to make lamentation, but the sheep became quiet, and forthwith ceased to cry out. And I saw the sheep till they departed from among the wolves, but the eyes of the wolves were blinded. And those wolves departed in pursuit of the sheep with all their power. And the master of the sheep went with them as their leader, and all the sheep followed him. And his face was dazzling and glorious and terrible to behold. But the wolves began to pursue those sheep till they reached the Yammon of water, and the Yammon was divided, and the water stood on his side before the face of the wolves. And those wolves did not yet see the sheep. They proceeded into the midst of the Yammon, and the wolves followed the sheep, and ran after them into the Yammon. And they saw the master of the sheep, and they turned to flee before his face. But the sea gathered itself together, and became as it had been created, and the water swelled and rose, till it covered those wolves. And I saw till all the wolves who pursued those sheep perished, and were drowned. This is how it was recorded, and this is how it will be. Chapter 12, Tablet of Anzu. Begin all acts and thinking by using El Kalum the All. Tablet 1, Tablet of Anzu. 19 times 8 equals 152. Lo, I will sing about the superb son of the ruler of the populated lands, the beloved of Mami, the powerful Elohim Enlil, known as Nanamnar son. I will praise superb Naya Ninurta, beloved of Mami, the son of the powerful Elohim Naya Enlil, Ekka's child, leader of the Anunnaki focus of Ininu, who water cattle pens, irrigated gardens, ponds, lakes and streams, in country and town. Floodwave of battles, he who darkens the sash, warrior. The fiercest Galu demons, though tireless, fear his attack. Listen to the praise of the powerful one's strength, who subdued, who bound the mountain of stones in his fury, who conquered Sorin Anzu, who is Zuen, with his weapons. The powerful one, who is quick to form a battle array. Until now, no dais has been created for the Igigi. The Igigi would assemble for their Enlil power. Rivers were formed, the Tigris and Euphrates, but springs were sprouting forth, as if had not yet sent their waters to the land. Seas were dry, clouds were still far away on the horizon before rain. All the Igigi gathered to Enlil their father, warrior of the Anunnaki. They, his sons, brought a report. Pay attention to reliable words. The Hihi, a wooded mountain of leaves, on the lap of the assembly of the Anunnaki gathered. Disagreeable beings of Afsu have given birth to Anzu. His beak is a saw that cuts deep, which 11 coats of mail cannot stop. The mountains of wood all shout and tremble at all the powerful four winds of Maldek. The mass destruction, whirlwinds attack. They met and engaged in battle, the four winds of Maldek. Father of the Allahum, Durankis Allahum, looked at him, but he kept his thoughts to himself. He studied Anzu closely, and he is evil. He considered with deep thought, who gave birth to Anzu? Why is this happening? Ea answered, his heart was searching. The far-sighted one addressed his words to Enlil. Surely water of the spate begat Anzu, holy water of the demons of Afsu. Broad earth conceived him, and he was born from mountain rocks, a true reptilian. You have looked at Anzu himself, he is evil. Let him serve thou, and never cease. In the hall let him bar the way to the innermost chamber forever. These were the words spoken to him. He, Enlil, took a cult center in hand, and administered the orders of all the Anunnaki. He made an extra degree of fate, and Anzu administered over it. Enlil appointed him to the entrance of the chamber, which he had perfected. He would bathe in holy water in his presence. His eyes would gaze at the trappings of Enlil power, his royal crown, his robe of divinity, the tablets of destiny in his hands. Anzu gazed and gazed at Durankis Elo, father of the Allahum, and he fixed his purpose to usurp the Enlil power. I shall take over the deities, tablets of destinies for myself, and control the orders for all the Anunnaki, and shall possess the throne, and be master of rights. I shall direct everyone of the Agigi. He plotted opposition in his heart, and at the chamber's entrance from which he often gazed, he waited for the start of day, while Enlil was bathing in the holy water, stripped with his crown laid down on the throne. He gained the tablets of destinies for himself, took away the Enlil power, rights were abandoned. Anzu flew off and went into hiding. Radiance faded from Enlil, silence reigned. Father Enlil, their counselor, was dumbstruck, for he had stripped the chamber of its radiance. The Anunnaki of the land searched high and low for a solution. Anu made his voice heard and spoke. He addressed the Anunnaki, his sons. Whichever Anunnaki slays Anzu will make our name great in all the populated lands. They called the canal controller Anu's son. The decision maker spoke to him. Powerful Balhadad, ferocious Balhadad, your attack cannot be deflected. Strike Anzu with lightning, your weapon. Your name shall be great in the great hall of the Anunnaki's assembly. You shall have no rival amongst the Anunnaki, your brothers. Then surely the shrine shall be created. Establish your cult centers all over the four quarters. Your cult centers shall enter Eka. Show prowess to the Anunnaki, and your name shall be powerful. Balhadad answered the speech. Enlil addressed his words to Anu, his father. Father, who could rush off to the inaccessible mountain? Which of the Anunnaki, your sons, will be Anzu's conqueror? For he has gained the tablets of destinies for himself. He has taken away the Enlil power. The rights are abandoned. Anzu ran off, and he went into hiding. His utterances replaced that of the Durankis Elo. He has only to command, and whoever he curses will turn into clay. At his utterance the Yahwehs tremble. He turned away, saying he would not make the expedition. They called Gera, Ananitu's son. The decision maker spoke to him. Powerful Gera, ferocious Gera, your attack cannot be deflected. Burn the house of Anzu down with the fire of your weapon. Your name shall be great in the great Anunnaki's assembly. You shall have no rival amongst the Anunnaki, your brothers. Then surely the shrines will be created. You will establish your cult centers all over the four quarters. Your cult center shall enter Eka. Show prowess to the Anunnaki, and your name shall be powerful. The Anunnaki fell silent and despaired of the advice. The Agigi grew despondent, where they sat troubled. The ruler of intelligence, the wise one who dwells in Afsu, forms an idea in the depths of his being. Enki formed intelligence in his heart. He told Anu what he was thinking in his innermost being. He gave the orders and searched amongst the Anunnaki and picked from the assembly Anzu's conqueror. I myself shall search amongst the Anunnaki and pick from the assembly Anzu's conqueror. The Agigi listened to the speech of his. The Agigi were freed from anxiety and humbled themselves. The far-sighted one made his voice heard and spoke, addressed his words to Anu and Dagon. Have them call for me Belatili, sister of the Anunnaki, wise counselor of the Anunnaki, her brothers. Have them announce her supremacy in the assembly. Have the Anunnaki honor her in their assembly. I shall then then tell her the idea which is in my heart. They called Bellatilly, sister of the Anunnaki, to him, wise counselor of the Anunnaki, her brothers. They announced her supremacy in the assembly. The Anunnaki honoured her in their assembly. Then Enki told the idea in the depths of his innermost being. Previously we used to call you Mammy, but now we shall call you mistress of all the Anunnaki. Offer the powerful one, your superb beloved, broad of chest, who forms the battle array. Then shall his name be ruler in the great Anunnaki's assembly. Let him show prowess to the Anunnaki, that his name may be powerful. Let his name be made great in the populated lands, his cult center. Ruler Enlil and Mammy listened to this speech of his. Enlil and Bellatilly the Supreme uttered, yes, I agree. The Anunnaki of the land of Kodesh were glad at her utterance. The Agigi were freed from anxiety and humbled themselves. She called her son to the Anunnaki's assembly and instructed her favourite son, saying to him, in the presence of Anu and Dagon, she announced the course of their rites in the assembly. I gave birth to all the Elohim. I created every single one of the Anunnaki. I created the Anunnaki's assembly. I, Mamu, assigned rulership of the Enlil power to my brother, designed the rulership of heaven for Anu. Anzu has disrupted the rulership that I designed. He has obtained for himself the tablets of destiny. He has robbed Enlil. He rejected your father, told the rights and turned them into his own use. Make this a path, fix the hour. Tablet 2, Anzu 2, 19 times 5 equals 95. Lo, make a path, fix the hour, let light set out for the Anunnaki whom I created. Muster your devastating battle force, make your evil winds flash as they march over him. Capture soaring Anzu, and inundate the earth which I created. Wreck his dwelling, let terror thunder above him, let fear of your battle force shake inside of him. Make the devastating whirlwind rise up against him. Set your arrow in the bow, coat it with poison. Your form must keep changing like a Galu demon. Send out fog so that he cannot recognize your features. May your rays proceed above him. Make a high attacking leap. Give glare more powerful than Shamash generates. May broad daylight turn to darkness for him. Seize him by the throat. Conquer Anzu and let the winds bring its feathers as good news to Eka, your father Enlil's house. Rush and inundate the mountain pastures and slit the throat of the wicked one Anzu. Then shall rulership enter Eka again. Then shall rights return for the father who begot you. Then surely shall shrines be created. Establish your cult centers all over the four quarters. Your cult centers shall enter Eka. Show prowess to the Anunnaki, and your name shall be powerful. The warrior listened to his mother's words. He hunched his shoulders in trepidation and went into hiding. The Yahweh marshalled the seven of battle. The warrior marshalled the seven evil winds who dance in the dust, the seven whirlwinds. He mustered a battle array, made war with a terrifying formation. Even the gales were silent at his side, poised for conflict. On the mountainside, Anzu and Ninurta met. Anzu looked at him and shook with rage at him, bared his teeth like an Umu demon. His mantle of radiance covered the mountain. He roared like a lion in sudden rage. In utter fury shouted to the warrior, I have taken away every single right, and I am in charge of all the Anunnaki's orders. Who are you to come and do battle against me? Give your reasons. Insolently his speech rushed out at him. The warrior Ninurta answered Anzu, I am the avenger of Duranki's Elo, who established Duranki, the temple of the broad earth of Enlil, brother of Enki, ruler of destinies. I come to do battle down against you, to trample on you. Anzu listened to his speech, then hurled out his shout furiously amid the mountains. Darkness fell over the earth. The mountain, their faces were overcast. Shamash, the light of the Anunnaki, was overcast by darkness. Bau-Hadad roared like a lion. His den joined that of Anzu. A clash between battle arrays was imminent. The flood weapon massed together. The armor-plated breast clanged and was bathed in blood. Clouds of death rained down. An arrow flashing lightning whizzed. The battle force roared between them. The powerful superb one, Mami's son, trusted of Anu and Dagon, beloved of the far-sighted one, set the shaft to the bow, drew it taut, aimed the shaft at him from the bow's curve, but it did not go near Anzu. The shaft turned back. Anzu shouted at it, You, shaft that came, return to your reed thicket. Bow frame, back to your corpse. Bowstring, back to the ram's gut. Feathers, return to the birds. He was holding the Anunnakai's tablet of destinies in his hands, and they influenced each word. The string of the bow, the arrows did not come near his body. Deadly silence came over the battle and conflict ceased. Weapons stopped and did not capture Anzu amid the mountains. He, Ninurta, shouted out and instructed Shara. Repeat to the far-sighted Enki the actions that you have seen. Repeat to your ruler what I say, and everything I tell you, repeat to him. Don't let the battle slacken. Press home your victory. Tire out so that he sheds his pinions in the clash of tempests. Take a throw stick to follow your arrows and cut off his pinions. Detach both right and left. When he sees his wings and emits his utterance, shout wing to wing. Don't panic. Draw taut from the curve of your bow. Let shafts fly like lightning. Let the wing feathers dance like butterflies. Seize him by the throat, conquer Anzu, and let the winds bring his feathers as good news to Eka, to your father Enlil's house. Rush and inundate the mountain pastures, and slit the throat of wicked Anzu. Then rulership shall enter Eka again. Then right shall return for the father who begot you. Then surely shall shrines be created. Establish your cult centers all over the four quarters. Your cult centers shall enter Eka. Show your prowess to the Anunnakai, and your name shall be powerful. Shara bowed, took the message, carried the battle dispatch to his ruler. Everything he had told him he repeated. Don't let the battle slacken. Press home your victory. Tire him out so that he sheds his pinions in the clash of tempests. Tablet 3. Anzu grows weaker. 19 times 5 equals 95. Lo. Devastation began. A heat wave blazed. Confusion in their midst. A tempest to the four winds. Weapons slew many. The protection of frost saved many. Both were bathed in the sweat of battle. Anzu grew weary, and in the clash of tempest shed his pinions. He, Ninurta, took a throwing stick and caused it to follow his arrows, and cut off his pinions, detached both left and right. He, Anzu, saw his wings, and emitted his utterance. But as he shouted, wing to wing, a shaft came up at him. A dart passed through his very heart. He, Ninurta, made an arrow pass through the pinion and wing. A dart passed through his heart and lungs. Ninurta slew the mountains, inundated their proud pastures, inundated the broad earth in his fury, inundated the mist of the mountains, slew wicked Anzu. And warrior Ninurta regained the Anunnakai's tablets of destinies for his own hand. As a sign of his good news, the wind brought Anzu's feathers. Dagon saw the sign and rejoiced, called the Anunnakai, and joyfully he spoke. The strong one has indeed slain wicked Anzu on his mountain, has regained for his own hands the rulership of Anu and Dagon. Come, let him come to us, let him rejoice, play, make merry. Rejoice the Anunnakai his brothers, and hear their secrets, the secrets of the Anunnakai. Let Enlil be heard, the Elo of the Anunnakais his brothers bestow on him the rights. Enlil the Great made his voice heard and spoke, addressed his words to Dagon. Of the water of the earth when he took when he slew the wicked Anzu in the midst of the mountains. Warrior Ninurta regained the Anunnakai's tablets of destinies for his own hands. Send for him, and let him come to you. Let him place the tablets of destinies in your lap. Enlil made his voice heard and spoke, addressed his words to Nusku, son of Raziel, and Zamiel his visor. Nusku, go outside, bring Burdu into my presence. Nusku went outside, brought Burdu into Enlil's presence. Enlil made his voice heard and spoke, addressed his words to Burdu. Burdu, I shall send you, I shall send you. Ninurta made his voice heard and spoke, addressed his words to Burdu. Burdu, why have you come here so aggressively? Burdu made his voice heard and spoke, addressed his words to Ninurta his ruler. My ruler, Enlil your father sent me to you to say, the Anunnakai heard that you have slew wicked Anzu amid the mountains. They rejoice, were glad and joyous. Anu made me come to your presence and bow before you. Go to him, that they may be pleased. Let him, Enlil, in his powerfulness, gaze upon wicked Anzu in Eka. Warrior, in your powerfulness, when you slew the mountain, you captured Anzu in his powerfulness. Because you were so brave and slew the mountain, you made all foes kneel at the feet of Enlil your father. You have won complete dominion, every single right. Who was ever created like you? The mountain rights are proclaimed, the shrines of the Anunnakai have fates granted to you. They call upon Nisaba for your purification ceremony. They call your name in the furrow Ningirsu. They designate for you the entire shepherding of people. give your great messages Dooku, the cosmic place for rulership. In Elam, they give your name as Harabtil. They speak of you as Shushanak in Susa. Your name is Anu's child. They give as ruler of the secret. Great amongst the Anunnaki, your brothers. Anu, your father, who marches in front. They give your name as Pabilsak in Egulmar, call your name Enlil in and give your name as Ninazu in Ekama. Remember, Dorenki was your birthplace, in the valley of Zababa. There they call your name. Your bravery much greater than all the other Anunnaki. Your divinity is surpassing. Wholehearted I praise you. They give your name in honor as Lugal Banda. In Iigi Kalama, they give your name as Lugal Mada. Your name in Isikul, they give as warrior Tishpak. They call you ruler of all in Enima Anku. Your name in Kalab, they call warrior of Uruk. And Belatili, your mother, great ruler of the boundary, hour of Penigara. In Ekel, they call your name Papsukul, who marches in front. Ever surpassing are your names among the Anunnaki by far. Even you are Forful, capable, awesome. Your counselor Enki, the far-sighted one. Your father Anu, great in battle and combat. He granted you power, called you ruler of their dominion. This is how it was recorded, and this is how it will be. Chapter 13, Generation of Abraham. Begin all acts and thinking by using El Kalum the All. Tablet 1, The Birth of Abraham. 19 times 9 equals 171. Lo. Now when the planet called Earth, which is from the original name Eridu, positioned itself in the location of the revolution of the planet in the year 1946 BCE of the Gregorian calendar, Terah son of Nahor and Norna begot Abraham. Norna was the daughter of Anwar of the family of Kufaha. Now, she was the strength of Terah son of Nahor, called in tones Naka, and in rhythm Nahor, and the aid of Nimrod the son of Kish, who is called in tones Cush, and in rhythm Cush. Terah, who is called in tones Terak, and in rhythm Azar, was the first man taught by his own son Abram, who is called in tones Abraham, and in rhythm Ibrahim. He, Abram, taught his father, and he learnt from the Anunnaki Murdoch and his two servants, Uriel and Raphael. Before they, Uriel and Raphael, went to the land of Sodom to get Lot, called in tones Lut, and in rhythm Lut, son of Haran, called in tones Haran, and in rhythm Harun, from the hands of the devil's seed. For Samael, also called Halal or Iblis, and his 200 fallen Garubat had returned to the planet Earth. We informed Abram of the birth of a son to be called Isaac, Yitzhak, called in tones Yitzhak, and in rhythm Ishak. For she, Sarah, sister wife of Abram, had her miracle at the tent. For out of Sarah's seed by Abram was to come Yitzhak, who was by Rebekah. Ribkah, who is called in tones Ribkor, and in rhythm Rivkah, his wife, who would beget twins, Esau, Aias, who is called in tones Esau, and in rhythm Ais, and Jacob, who is called Yagob, called in tones Jacob, and in rhythm Jacob. He would fill the planet Earth with sin, and verse the truth. This is the second part of the seed of Abram. Blessed is the son of Ishmael, Yishmael, called in tones Yishmael, and in rhythm Ismael. The first seed of Hagar, Hagar, called in tones Hagar, and in rhythm Hajar, daughter of Imhotep, from the land of Tamaray, also called Mitzrayim in Egypt or Kemet, for the final covenant is to be with him, and out of which the seal of Ahmed was to come. Ishmael, son of Hagar the Mitzrayimite, the daughter of Imhotep and his wife Rasha. Imhotep, also called Imhotep, also known as Uphiel, and Abdul Hamid, was the 9th elder, the student of Zoza, the father of all those children of Adam with hazel eyes. He became known as Kahiel, and he is also known as Abdul Qudus, who is among the 23 elders. He was son of Karsik Himawi and Nimma Afafi. The Egyptians exalted Imhotep and Zoza because of their intelligence. The pyramids, originally called Mir in ancient Tamaray, Egypt, in which the elders built, were the temples of initiation into the deeper sciences of the mystics. The pyramids were built with lasers, a so-called modern invention which existed thousands of years ago. Out of Abram was the earth to be filled. He was in the land of Nimrod, who was the son of Cush. Nimrod was husband to his own mother Semiramis. He was the king of evil rulers, being of the Gibor, devil seed, for he chose of his own to be disagreeable, and wished that after building a throne to Anu, that he himself should sit on it, unappointed and unanointed. The birth of Abram took place when Nimrod, son of Cush, the son of Ham, the son of Utnapishtim, the son of Lamech, was the ruler of Babel. Abram was the individual who was to change the world to the worship of Allah as Al-Gabi, the unseen deity, acknowledging the Ephrons as opposed to the manifestation of deity in flesh or stone, which was common to the Chaldean amongst whom he was born and lived, and called it Milla Ibrahim, the rites or religion of Abram al-Hanaf, the upright, as opposed to that prescribed by the new law of Tammuz, as given to Enos, called Dinul Islam, that they were unworthy in his cycle to refer to the name Anu, who is seen. It would be called Dinul Islam, for the mother of Tammuz, Ishtar's name was Din, or Dina, and Islam simply means bliss or peace. Thus we had the mother and son, or nativity symbol, but rather call him Allah, who is unseen. Nimrod, son of Semiramis and Cush, was trying to keep the old-time religion, which is the worship of Anu, in the hearts of the people as Elyon El, in which he was warned by Melchizedek, and that was not his responsibility, but he proceeded to build idols in Anu's likeness, then in his own, and he placed them in the temples. This was not an unusual practice, for all the Anunnaki had stone likenesses. Nimrod commanded the inhabitants of the mountains, the ancient Phoenician Canaanites of Babel, to worship Anu. On one occasion, the chief astrologer Merlin told Nimrod that it appeared from the position of the celestial bodies that in this year, a man of extraordinary powers and great authority would be conceived in the city where Nimrod reigned. He would introduce the people to the rites and laws given to Cadmon Zakar by the 24 elders that walked in the midst of the enclosed garden of delight, which was headed by Calcael, head of the 12 disagreeable, and Gabriel, head of the 12 agreeable, who both agreed that the Adamites needed a focal point for deity, one deity, who they called Allah. Thus it became Dinul Allah. The laws that the Adamites were to keep outside of this garden concerning food was to eat freely of all that you chose to eat. For Azaru the Elohim hath given unto Adamites every herb bearing seed which is upon the face of the planet earth, and every tree which beareth fruit, this shall you eat therein, every beast of the earth and every fowl of the air, and everything that creepeth upon the earth or in the seas shall be your food. All that is good and healthy, sustaining, you may eat for all times. As for your drink, drink freely from the juices of the fruit, and the nectar of the plants, and the liquor of the vines, drink of them freely. But do not become intoxicated, for this is unhealthy for both the body and the mind. Take in no intoxicating poisons, nor should you inhale intoxicating fumes, or chew or inject any intoxicating substances into the shell that houses the presence of Allah that you manifest in flesh. This is a great injustice, and it will not go unattended. The way of the herb is the way of the Anunnaki, but the Hittites taught Abram to eat flesh and sacrifice on altars to their deity Dina. He taught things such as dress as you feel and wear whatever is appropriate for you according to environment and climate. Present yourself however you feel and whatever is pleasing to you, this is your right. And as for procreation and sexual gratification, that is left up to you, for you are the Elo of your own temple. Do with it what is pleasing to you, remembering and respecting He who fashioned it. Your sexual preferences for delight and pleasure and reproduction are your own. It is only that you do what is fair and healthy for your body. These were the laws and commandments given to the Adamites to be obeyed without changing it forever. There is no one person, race, tribe, generation, gender or species that is above one another in the eyes of Elyon El. All people are His children, well, sick or diseased. Abram would enforce this law, but he must first abolish the Canaanite idols amongst whom he lived. Norna, his mother, was born in the land of Chaldea in Syria, also of the seed of Shem. The Shemites are the descendants of Shem, namely Elam, Asher, Aphaxad, Lud and Aram. The Shemites were people already settled in West Arabia. The name Assyria is derived from the name Asher. This would suggest that the people of Shem who became part of the Assyrian Empire were mainly Asher and not of the other people. Therefore Abram's mother was also from the pure seed. Abram was the individual who was expected to change the world. Nimrod tried to keep the worship of Anu and the Anunnaki to the people. However, before Abraham met Melchizedek, he was teaching the people to worship the Canaanite deities. He placed those idols in the temples, and he commanded the inhabitants of the mountains to worship them. Nimrod sat in the council with these great Anunnaki. On one occasion, Merlin of the Order of Nana told Nimrod that it appeared from the position of the celestial bodies that in this year a man of extraordinary power and great authority would be born in the capital of Nimrod. He would introduce the people to the religion and laws of Allah, who you known as El Elo, and you called Baal. Al also said El is the highest, from the word Ain, lamb, which gives you the sound Allah from Al-Ali, the Arabic word for the Most High. The name Allah evolved through the mispronunciation from the name El Elo. El Roy is also one of the holy names of El Elo, which means the seer. The name of Yahuwah El Roy was being mispronounced as Ra. Hagar, daughter of Imhotep in Russia, was familiar with calling upon the deity Ra, the sun disk of Tamaray, the deity of sight. The Egyptians thanked Ra for providing the light of the day, which enabled them to see near and far. It was he who gave them light, to take care of the daily activities, to grow crops, and gave them warmth. Generally speaking, the deity of the sun was regarded as the creator and preserver of the world. The deity Ra is portrayed as a disk. A disk is the deception of a flying saucer, as the pillar of a cloud that led the children of the Israelites into the wilderness. Abraham was also supposed to be coming and abolish the dynasty of Nimrod. They took great pain to impress in the mind of the ruler the necessity of preventing this event if possible. Nimrod assured them that it could easily be done by appointing guards to prevent husbands from having intercourse with their wives, and by allowing trustworthy women to supervise the labors of childbirth, leaving all female infants alive, and by slaying all males which would be born. This resulted in the slaying of 77,000 infants. When the time neared for the pure seed of Abraham to be fixed in the womb of a virtuous woman, the soothsayers hastened to the place of Nimrod, and it was then issued that they made a mandate stating that on the eve of the particular shadow hour, all men should go out of the cities. He also appointed confidential watchmen at the gates, so as not to allow any men to return, nor any women to leave. Nimrod himself on that shadow hour departed from the city with friends. When the women realized the men were gone, they came out of their houses and walked about. The shadow hour had nearly set in when Norna arrived near the gate where Terror was on guard. He recognized her, and his love manifested itself, and he had intercourse with her that shadow hour. Their uniting was a happening which was predestined by Allah. Norna kept her pregnancy a secret from Terror for quite some time. When it was no longer possible to do so, she said, "I am with child, and if it be male, we ought to give it to Nimrod the ruler, because he has highly obliged you by his kindness, and if we do what I suggest, his favor and his gifts to us will yet become more and more numerous." Terror consented to the advice of his wife, and he was very joyous. When the moment of her labor was near, Norna said to Terror, "I am suffering of the labor of childbirth. I adjure you by a former love to go to the idol temple and to remain there, and to implore the greatness of the deity Shamash, which literally means sun god or sun deity." She wanted Shamash, namely the sun god of life fire, of which the jinn was created, to grant her a happy delivery. So she said to Terror, "Do not come out from the temple until my infant is born." He accordingly went to the idol house, where he remained during 40 days and shadow hours. In Terror's absence, and after the labor of childbirth, then Norna had prepared an underground apartment, provided it with all the things needed for an infant, and after concealing Abraham in that place, she informed Terror of her labor of childbirth and safe delivery. When Terror returned from the idol temple and inquired about his son, Norna replied, "May your life be long. The child was sickly and it died in the same hour it was born." Terror believed the words of his wife, and he was grateful for her own safety. Abraham lived undercover, and when her husband left the house, she would go and suckle the child. And when that day of the happy light of the news bearer was 2 years old, Norna weaned him. Abraham grew in one day, as much as other children do in 1 week, in 1 week, as others do in 1 month, in 1 month, as others do in 1 year. When his mother tarried in coming, she saw that Abraham first manifested his intelligence on the occasion when he asked his mother, "Who is my father?" She rejoiced the ruler. He further inquired, "Who is the nourisher of the ruler?" His mother said, "Be silent, for Nimrod is the greatest, and there is none higher than him." Abram continued, "Is your complexion blacker or my father?" She answered, "Mine." Abram further inquired, "Is my father more handsome or Nimrod?" She replied, "Your father." Then Abram said, "If the ruler be the nourisher of my father, why has he created one better than himself?" The poor woman was very puzzled as how to answer her son's questions, and she left him alone. When Terah returned to the house, he perceived that she was quite embarrassed. She was sitting and crying, for she knew what this kind of questioning meant. On asking, she replied as follows, "A secret in my heart which I cannot reveal and cannot conceal." After he had much questioned and pressed her, she said, "O Terah, the individual expected to change the world is your son." When Terah heard these words, he was quite confused and asked, "What son? And what is this information?" Then Norna revealed the concealment of her son and his denials to the teachings of Nimrod, as well as all the circumstances from his birth to the present hour. Terah went down angrily into the underground apartment with the intentions of doing some grievous bodily harm to Abram. But when his eyes beheld the august and well-set person of Abram, Terah was inspired with love for his son. Terah lived 70 years, and he also gave birth to Nachor and Haran, who were the identical triplets of Abram. However, Abram was secluded and put into hiding because his mother knew from the look in his eyes and the progress of his growth that he was a special child of prophetic abilities. Haran gave birth to Lot, who is called Lut, and Haran died before his father in the land of his birth, in Ur of the Chaldees. The whole land was diseased, and these very same diseases killed Lot's father Haran. Lot also went with Abram, and he had flocks and herds and tabernacles that he had gotten when he first went to the land of his father Haran. All this was left to him, but he didn't want to live in the land, for he hated his father, because his father was banished from his homeland in Bethel, for he lusted after his own sister Sarah, who was promised to Abram his brother, while his own confident wife Jordana was with child. The land of Lot's father Haran, which is called Mesopotamia, was not able to bear them, that they might dwell together, for their substance was great, so they could not dwell together. Abram and Nachor took wives for themselves. The name of Abram's wife was Sarah, who was his half-sister, daughter of Terah and Ada. The name of Nachor's wife was Milcah, the daughter of Haran, the father of Milcah, and the father of the younger sister Ishkar. The name of Haran's wife was Jordana, also the oldest daughter of Nachor his brother. Abram became the guardian of Lot, who vowed one day to seek out his father and avenge his mother's untimely death from heartbreak. So when Terah his grandfather made it known that he was going to travel to that land, Lot pleaded with Abraham that he may accompany him. After much debate, Abram approved, not knowing in his heart the secret plan Lot held. So when they reached before their destination, Lot made living together an impossibility, so the blood of his father would not be on the hands of Abram, who headed the clan. So he declared it impossible for them to share that one land. For Lot, who went with Abram, who also had much flocks and herds and tabernacles, declared, "This land Haran, named after his father's untimely migration, is not able to bear both your flocks and mine. We can't dwell together." Abram disagreed, and there was much strife between the herdsmen of Abram's cattle and the herdsmen who looked with a physical eye over the herds of Lot's cattle. And the Canaanites and the Perizzim dwelt then in that part of the planet Earth. And Abram said to Lot, "What is your vow, and what is your determination that we should part?" And Lot said, "The love of my father, for I seek to prostrate my face to the ground at his grave." Abram wept, for this was a noble gesture, but hidden in the heart of Lot was deception, for he planned only to spat once he discovered his father was deceased, yet called a small strip of land between Philistine and the deserts of Arabia after the name of his mother Jordana or Midian. Lot hated his father with such a passion that he would not live in the land called Haran and moved into Gomorrah. Tablet 2. Yahweh speaks to Abram. 19 times 2 equals 38. Lo, Yahuwah said to Abram the exalted father, "Go for thyself out of your land of Ur of Chaldea, and from your blood relatives, and from your father Terah's house, unto the land that I will show you. And I will make of you Abram a Gentile nation, father of many. And I will bless you, and make your name known by many. And you will be a blessing, and I will bless the blessers of you. And he that curses you I will curse, and in you shall all clans of the Adamites be blessed. And Abram went as Yahuwah had spoken to him. And when Abram resolved to travel, he started with Lot. And Abram was 75 years old when he departed from the Mesopotamian city called Haran. And Abram took to his half-sister and wife, the princess Sarah, who was one of the most intelligent women of that period, and all their substance that they had gathered, and the spirits that they had gotten in Haran. And they went forth to the land of Canaan, and into the land of Canaan they arrived. Abram was also accompanied by people from his native country. They travelled from Ur of Chaldea, and across a strip of land called the Hiddekel-Euphrates Valley, between the Hiddekel and Euphrates River. There, Abraham met a group of merchants who were Phoenicians. These Phoenicians thus called him Abram, and those who were with him Ibri, Hebrews. And Abram passed through the land unto the place of Sichem, meaning the back of the shoulders, a city called Nablus, today in Palestine, unto the oak of Moreh, meaning the place of teachings. And the albino Canaanites were then living in that part of the planet Earth, in the district of Haran, between the Caucasus Mountains. Eli and Elionel sent Abram to this land to clean up and civilize the leprous descendants of Canaan. Palestine was originally Philistine, the land of the Philistines and the Phoenicians. The albino Phoenicians are Sidonites, from the descendants of Canaan through his first son Sidon. There were two lands of Canaan, the first being the Caucasus Mountains, before Abram civilized the Canaanites. Then later, when Abram and the civilized lepers caused souls of the Jebusite tribe, these were those who would turn you back if you were to see them. There was much disease in the old land of Canaan, for the Canaanites were in the land, and with them was the curse of leprosy. Abram had to clean up this house. Lastly, they went to the house of Bethel, and Yahuwah made himself seen in the physical form for Abram and said, "To your genealogy I will give this part of the planet Earth." So there he built a place for sacrificing animals for food for Yahuwah, who made himself seen for him. Because it was the original holy place called Kodesh Gadesh, this was the land that was promised to his seed from Eli and Elionel, and he moved on from there to the mountain. He went up to the Caucasus Mountains on the east of Bethel, meaning house of El, and he pitched his tabernacle, having Bethel on the west, and Hay, meaning head of ruins, on the east. And there he built a place for sacrificing animals for food for Yahuwah, and called upon the name of Yahuwah. After he built a place for sacrificing animals for food, Abram journeyed towards the south country Negeb. There he also built a place for sacrificing animals for food to El, and there was no food growing in that part of the planet Earth. So Abram went to Tamaray, ancient Egypt, to seek hospitality there, for the lack of food growing there was very bad in that part of the planet Earth. Chapter 13, Generation of Abraham. Begin all acts and thinking by using El Kalum the All. Tablet 3, Abram's journey to Tamaray Kemet. 19 times 10 equals 190. Lo, in time, when Abraham came near to enter into northern Egypt, Alexandria, that he, Abram, said unto Sarah, Behold now, I know that you are a beautiful woman to look upon. However, Abram was obliged to make his journeys to Palestine, Syria, Tamaray and Becca. The Pharaoh Khufu. As Abram went south into Tamaray, also called Egypt, he told Sarah, You will have to be my full sister this day, for the Pharaoh Khufu will see you and take you by force, and even kill me. And in time, when Abram came into Tamaray, now called Egypt, the Egyptians saw that the woman Sarah in the physical form was exceedingly beautiful, and the chieftain princess of the Pharaoh, meaning he who lives in a big house, saw her in the physical form and praised her to Pharaoh. And Sarah was taken into the royal harem of the Pharaoh Khufu, and he showed favour to Abram, and the Pharaoh gave him herds and cows and asses, and male slaves, and slave girls, and she-asses and camels. Sarah lived there for 5 years. During this time, the wives of the Pharaoh Khufu, namely Kehet and Canaan, took Sarah to the gynecologist for a tube ligation to cut or tie the fallopian tubes. When Sarah arrived at the gynecologist, she convinced the doctor not to cut her tubes, but to give her a reversible tube ligation to clamp her tubes instead of cutting them. She told him that Abram would soon come for her, and the wives of Khufu were afraid that she might bear a child that could possibly inherit the throne of Khufu, and they who had been waiting for years to have a son would not allow that to happen. As a result of the tube ligation, Sarah was barren and unable to reproduce, so they made her barren, but for 5 years she lived in the house of Khufu never to have a child. Meanwhile, a little further down the Nile, Abraham settled in Memphis, located in the east of Tamaray, ancient Egypt near Giza. There he lived luxuriously for 5 years on behalf of Sarah. At the same time, Abram also met his second wife-to-be, Hagar, daughter of the famous scribe Imhotep, who was also known as Uphiel and Abdul Hamid, the 9th elder of Fatara Pygmy. Imhotep was the one chosen by El Elo and one of the 24 elders, the sons of El Elo called Allahum. The great technological advancements of the 24 elders paved the way for the future pharaohs of Egypt. The Egyptians were a great civilization, with many Nubian scientists, spiritual healers, mystics, astronomers and mathematicians like Zoser, who did the genetic splicing for the making of the extermination device called Al-Kinza, the pig. Abram meets Imhotep. The high priest Imhotep, son of Fatah and Credu Ankh, heard of how the pharaoh's hand was healed. Being a student of Zoser, the great healer, he went to visit Abram, and on his visit, Imhotep was accompanied by his daughter, who was the most beautiful woman at that side of the world. Her name was Hagar, daughter of Imhotep and Russia. Imhotep gave Abraham his daughter as a wife in his house. He said, "Although she would have been a princess in Tamaray, also called Egypt, El Roy sent my daughter to you, and she would be better a wife in your house than a queen of any other." This act was done because her father saw the wonders which were done for Sarah. She also knew that from Hagar's seed, the tribe of the Tamarayan Egyptians would come back into the house of Abram, and they would be part of a great covenant. Zoser, by birth, who became known as Nekeket, meaning a creator in flesh, which was given to him after his initiation into the order of Zadok, is a high priest after the order of Malachi Zadok, who is the king of peace. Neteket Zoser, son of Karsik Himaway and Nima Afafi, his pyramid, which was built by the master Imhotep, was intended and used for a temple of initiation into the deeper sciences of mystics. He himself was Hierophant priest at his temple. He was the author of the sciences. He was the author of the works on alchemy called Hermetic Sciences and Mathematics, which is where Pythagoras stole his mathematical formulas. These formulas he attributed to himself and called it Pythagorean theorem. Arts. This is where hieroglyphics originated. Architecture. He initiated the use of levitation, the process which the elders used to move some of the stones in the construction of the pyramids. He also initiated the use of the laser, a device used for cutting stone. Imhotep, under the guidance of Zoser, acquired the knowledge needed to calculate the precise dimensions for the construction of the first pyramid, the Step Pyramid. Imhotep was the first officer in Zoser's court. He is also known as the chief builder, the knowledge of which, some of it he obtained from Zoser. It was during this reign that hieroglyphics had been preferred. He received his power and knowledge from El-Kadir Murdoch, son of Enki and Damkina. Imhotep took Abram to Zoser, the master healer, to find a way to heal and cure the diseases of the curse of leprosy. In the New Canaan, there was a clean type of leper, meaning civilized. In Haran, the old Canaan, was the unclean leper. He was unclean all the way back to the Caucasus Mountains and its surrounding areas. These unclean lepers of animalistic nature walked on all fours. They ate raw flesh, no matter whether it was clean or unclean, and they were covered with raw and open sores. They were half animal and half man, a result of bestiality. They were called the beast. This is why lepers in the seed of Canaan are called the ape men, or the men in the cave. There were many dead carcasses in the Caucasus Mountains, and many being born with leprosy. It had also spread diseases which caused a mass famine. The combination of the animals. Now Zoser had come up with something that was just as nasty as these creatures. It had to be so filthy as to develop an immunity so as not to be infected by this spreading disease. This thing had to have enough smarts or finesse to avoid being literally gobbled up by these savage lepers. It had to be dumb enough not to be afraid of the most grotesque things. The dog was the first chosen because he possessed the nature of the jinn. The dog is the animal that mankind loves so much. The second animal was the rat. It had to be the rodent because it eats anything including all manner of filth, and he is nothing but a big disease, immune to disease by his own filth. The animal vowed to plague humanity because of this act. The third animal will have to be clean by nature and have wisdom. This was the cat. The cat, because of her wisdom, overstood the operation. She vowed to protect the seed of Cadman against the rat. Cats are catered to all around the world. Women have used cats in witchcraft practices, and they are known as the most commonly used pets. The cat was the most different animal because he was clean in nature and wise, and this was the animal that could outsmart the dog. These are the three mixed natures that make up the pig. Netiquette, the son of Karsik Hemaway, solved the problem by crossbreeding the cat and the dog, and this creation was then crossbred with the rat. This process was accomplished basically by fusion. Fusion is the act or process of melting the abnormal, the bringing together of adjacent parts of the body. By the process of fusion, he combined with a certain protein, the sperm and the egg. Through this process, two different mammalian creatures may be brought together. However, this is a very delicate process which requires much control and conditioning, and for the type of makeup Zosa wanted to achieve, it also required a special breeding. In order for you to understand how much Zosa was able to combine the natures of the rat, the cat and the dog, you must understand fertilization. The first goal was fusion, and the method: fuse two alien eggs and make two nuclei to form a single nucleus, allowing for maturation of the chromosomes for a balanced chromosomal makeup, allowing breeding for a more controlled and refined strain, which was then to be fused with a third alien cell. After coming up with the third thing, he still had to crossbreed for the nature of the animal. Then after that, he still had to make sure that he had males and females that could reproduce after their own kind. Zosa combined the cat, the rat and the dog, which equaled the swine. The first breed that Zosa came up with was the wild boar, but the wild boar Abram had no control over, for the wild boar did what it wanted to and would belt you to death if you stood in its way. Its speed is unbelievable, which is a fact to this day. Zosa came up with the swine finally, and its nature was that of the rat, the cat and the body of a dog. The first converts of Abraham was Lot, son of Haran and Sarah. Abram's return. The abduction of Sarah brought the wrath of Yahuwah. Yahuwah stricken the Pharaoh in his house with a modern great disease. The Pharaoh Khufu believed that Sarah was only Abram's sister. However, word had spread around about Abram and that he was coming up the Nile again. Khufu started putting two and two together and realized the plague started coming upon his kingdom because of Sarah. He then realized she was not Abram's sister, but also his wife. Thus, afterward the Pharaoh summoned Abram and said, "What is this that you have done to me? Why did you not tell me that she was your confident wife? Why did you say, 'She is my sister'? So that I took her to be my confident wife. Now therefore, here she is thy confident wife, take her and go your way." The Pharaoh gave his Enoshites, human beings, charge concerning him, Abram, and they sent him away with his confident wife Sarah and all that he had. And Abram departed from Mamre, meaning fatness, there towards that part of the planet Earth of the south. And he dwelt between Gadash, holy place, and Shur, where the well is. And later he sojourned to Gerar, the lodging place, and Philistine south of Gaza, Ashkelon, also called the Kebulan. And the Philistines are from Caslahim, who are from Mitzrayim. But on another occasion, when he arrived upon entering Tamaray, this very same land, he was obliged to give 1/10 of all he carried with him to the arresting officer. He found it necessary to carry Sarah with him in a chest when he was arriving near towns. Abraham opened all his chests but one, in which Sarah was concealed. When the officer proceeded to search it too, Abraham said, "Suppose the officer commanded him to open it." Abraham begged him to pass it unopened, and he offered him again to give him 1/10 of all he carried, as if it were filled with gold and jewels. The officer insisted on seeing the contents contents of the chest when he beheld Sarah. He was so dazzled by her beauty that he ran forth with her to the father of the Pharaoh, reporting what had happened. The Pharaoh's father Abimelech immediately summoned Abraham and inquired of him, "Who is the maiden whom you carry with you?" Abraham, thinking he would be put to death if he avoided the truth, replied, "She is my sister." And Abraham said that Sarah, his confident wife, was his sister. Abimelech, ruler of Gerar, took Sarah from Abraham, but the Elohim, one of the Elos, came to Abimelech in a dream of the shadow hour, and he said to him, "Behold, you are about to die, because the female living being whom you have taken by force is another Adonai's possession." Now Abimelech did not have sex with Sarah, and he said, "O Adonai, my master, will you even kill a Zodokite righteous of a Gentile nation? Abraham did tell me that she, Sarah, is his sister, and she even herself said, he, Abraham, is my brother. In the integrity of my heart and the innocence of my hands I have done this." And the Anunnaki said to him, Abimelech, in the dream, "Yes, I know that in the integrity of your heart that you have done this, and I also withheld for you from going wrong against me. Therefore I did not let you touch her." And Abimelech rose early in the daylight hour and called all his slaves and told all these Elos in their ears, and the Enoshites of them were very afraid. Then Abimelech called Abraham and said to him, "What have you done to us, and how have I done wrong towards you, that you have brought on me and on my kingdom an old wrong? You have done deeds to me you should not have done." And Abraham said, "Because I thought that surely out of fear the Anunnaki was not in this place, and they will kill me for my confident wife's sake. And moreover, Sarah is indeed my sister and the daughter of my father, he who is called Terah, meaning wild goat wandering, but not the daughter of my mother Norna, meaning dimpled chin. For she has been touched by the hand of the Anunnaki, and that dimple appeared in the center of her chin. Such are those with dimples in their chin. And she, Sarah, became my confident wife, and in time, that when the Elohim caused me to wander from my father Terah's house, and I said to her, Sarah, this is your kindness which you shall show to me, and every place that we shall come, say of me, he is my brother." And Abimelech took sheep and oxen and male slaves and women slaves, and gave them to Abraham, and restored him Sarah his confident wife. And Abimelech said, "Here, my part of the planet Earth is in front of your face. Dwell where it is agreeable to you." And unto Sarah he said, "Behold, I have given your brother 1,000 pieces of silver. It is for you a covering of the eyes to all that are with you, and that you are indeed innocent." And Abraham judged for the Elohim, and the Elohim healed Abimelech and his confident wife and his concubines, and they had children after that, because Yahuwah Adonai had closed up all the wombs of the house of Abimelech because of Sarah, Abraham's confident wife. The commandment to wear veils. By this, Anu sent the Anunnaki Gabriel unto Abraham, and told him that the woman of his seed would possess such beauty, and it is best not to carry them in chests, but from that day forward the woman would be ordained to wear the face veil at all times, in the presence of those other than their own family and tribes in their own land, but in the midst in the cities of strangers they should wear face veils and head covering over their bosom, to protect them from the eyes of strangers. This, he said, will keep their intoxicating mind of lust under control, and not to feast your eyes on Anu's chosen daughters. The face veil became law, not to be violated by any and all righteous women. Abraham journeyed to the mountains, a place where there was neither water nor cultivation. Accordingly, he dug a well there. The water flowed up to the surface of the soil, but he had spent all the food he had bought, and there was a great distance between him and any inhabited locality. He took a big bag in order to go out in search of wheat. He went away and left his companions alone. They became much perplexed. He had no food, and they knew not what to do. At last, he thought of himself, and he filled the big bag with gravel and sand, thinking that Sarah and Hagar would be pacified on beholding the full bag. When he had returned home, he fell asleep for shame. Whereupon Sarah and Hagar examined the bag, and they found it full of wheat. Then they ground some of it in a hand mill and baked bread. Meanwhile, his father Terah became afraid at the shadow hour. He left to go up further into the mountains. He was seized by lepers and he caught leprosy. He was trying to tell Nimrod about without the approach of Abram. When Abram awakened, they called him to eat. He asked what was to eat, and Sarah informed him that they had baked bread of the wheat that he had bought. He was astonished at the news and praised Eli and El. He kept some of the wheat for consumption, and he sowed the remainder in the field. When they found his father had disappeared, he was much surprised and saddened. When they had first reached the mountains, Terah told him that his mission to clean up and civilize the lepers was not wise. But it was Abram's faith in Eli and El that enabled him to receive the bread and carry out his mission in civilizing and clean up the inhabitants of the Caucasus Mountains. Abraham and Lot. And Abram went up out of Egypt, he, Sarah, and all he had, and Lot was with him, into the south. And Abraham was very rich in cattle, silver, and gold. And he went on his journeys from the south, even to Bethel, to the place where his tabernacle had been at the beginning, between Bethel, to this place for sacrificing animals for food, which he had made there at first. And there Abram called on the name of Yahuwah. And Lot also, who went with Abram, had flocks and herds and tabernacles. And the land of Lot's father Haran was not able to bear them, that they might dwell there together, for their substance was great, in that they could not dwell together. And there was strife between the herdsmen of Abram's cattle, and the herdsmen who looked with the physical eye over the herds of Lot's cattle. And the Canaanites and the Perizzee, meaning to breach, dwelt in that part of the planet Earth. And Abram said unto Lot, Let there be no strife, I pray you, between me and you, and between my herdsmen who look over my herds, and your herdsmen who look over your herds, for we are brothers. This is now really your land from your father. Separate yourself, I beg you, from me. If you will take the left hand, and I will go to the right, or if you take the right hand, then I will go to the left. And Lot lifted up his eyes, and looked over all the plains of Jordan, he who is the descender, and saw that it was very well watered over all its surface in front of the face of Yahuwah. Even Sodom and Gomorrah, before they were destroyed, it was very well watered, just like the enclosed garden of Yahuwah, and like Egypt, as you go unto Zoar, the insignificant city. So Lot chose for himself all the plains of Jordan, and Lot journeyed east, and they separated themselves one from the other. Abram dwelt in that part of the planet Earth of Canaan, and Lot dwelt in the cities of the district in the valley, and they moved his tabernacle as far as Sodom. The plea for Sodom. Now the Enoshites, human beings of Sodom, which means a burning place, named after its destruction, not before, were disagreeable and sinners against Yahuwah exceedingly. And Yahuwah said unto Abram, after Lot was separated from him, Now lift up your eyes, and look from the place where you are, northward, southwards, eastward, and westward, for all that part of the planet Earth which you see with your physical eyes, to you I will give it, and to all your seed forever. And I will make all your seed as the dust of the earth, so that if any living human being can number the dust of the planet Earth, then may your whole seed also be numbered. Rise, walk about in that part of the planet Earth, to its length and to the width of it, for unto you I will give it. Then Abram removed his tabernacle, and came to settle in the oak area of Mamre, amongst the cursed seed of Canaan, with the tribe of the Amorites, the land of Mamre, which means strength, which is in Hebron, which means to associate. And there he built a Mazbah, an altar, a place for sacrificing animals for food for Yahuwah. And in time in the days of Amraphel, keeper of the treasures, whose real name was Hammurabi, the sixth ruler of the first dynasty, he made all the laws that rule to this very day, ruler of Shinar, meaning plains of the flatlands, Sippar and Larsa of Babylon after Nimrod, Arioch, he who is like a lion, ruler of Elasar, strong oak of Assyria, Kedorlaomer, he who keeps the swords, weapons, ruler of Elam, of the highlands, and Tidal, a slanderous one, ruler of the Gentiles. And they made battle with Bera, meaning son of the disagreeable ones, ruler of Sodom, with Bersha, meaning with iniquity, sinful ways. He was a homosexual, and the ruler of Gomorrah, which means submersion, where baptism gets its origin, Sinab, meaning splendid of his father, ruler of Admah, of the seed of the Adamite of the ground, and Shemaba, meaning up and over there, ruler of Zeboim, keeper of the gazelle, and the ruler of Bela, he who destroys, the same as Zoar, insignificant city. All of these beings were joined together in the valley, the Salt Sea. 12 years they served Kedorlaomer, the early Persian ruler, and in the 19th year they rebelled, and in the 14th year Kedorlaomer, meaning handful of sheaves, came out, and the rulers that were with him, and killed the Rephaim, a race of giant healers, in Ashtaroth Karnaim, the two horns, and the Zuzims, an aboriginal tribe of Palestine in the part of the planet Earth of Ham and the Emims, meaning dazzling bright, and the rulers that were with him, and they smote the Raphaim of the old race of giants, who mixed with the seed of Adam, also called the Nephilims, of the part of the planet Earth of Bashan, meaning fruitful. Og, long-necked, was their ruler in Astor of Karnaim, and the Horites cave dwellers, who mixed in with the Emery and lived in Mount Seir, also of Edom in Mount Seir, of the part of the planet Earth of the Shaggies, to El Paran, the uninhabited part of the planet Earth. And they returned, and came to En Mishpat, the holy fountain of justice, the same El Gadash, and killed all the country of the Amalekites, fighters, grandsons of Esau the Edomite, and also the Amorites, the mountain dweller, of the cursed seed of Canaan, albinos with leprosy. They dwelt in Hazazon Tamar, where the date palms divide, an Amorite city, and there went out the ruler of Sodom, and the ruler of Gomorrah also, and the ruler of Admah, and the ruler of Zeboim, gazelles, and the ruler of Bela, the same is Zoar, and they started the battle against them in the valley of Siddim, open country, with Kedorlaomer, ruler of Elam, and Tidal Splendor, the ruler of the Goyim, the Gentiles, and Amraphel, keeper of the Els, the ruler of Shinar flatlands, and Arioch, lion-like, the ruler of Elasar, oath of Assyria. 4 rulers against 5. Now Siddim the valley was full of slime pits, and the rulers of Sodom and Gomorrah fled, and they met violent deaths there, and they that remained fled to the mountain, and they took all the goods of Sodom and Gomorrah, and all of their food, and went their way. And they took Lot, Abram's brother, Haran's son, who dwelt in Sodom, and they took his goods and departed. And there came one that had escaped, and reported all this to Abram the Hebrew, the one who crossed over, who was living near a sacred tree in the plain of Mamre, fatness, the mountain dweller Mamre, and his brothers, Beshkol, Cluster, and his brother Anna, a young man. And these were the allies of Abram. And when Abram heard that his nephew Lot was taken captive, he led forth his trained servants, born in his house, and pursued as far as Dan, the home of the tribe of the great Samson, the son of Manoah, who met Delilah. He divided himself against them by shadow hours, and his servants had attacked them, and pursued them to Hobah, Lovely, their hiding places north of Syria, which is on the left hand of Damascus. He chased them out of Europe back down into Asia, and he brought back all of the goods, and also brought back his nephew Lot and his goods, and the living female being also, and the nation of people. Chapter 13. Generation of Abraham. Begin all acts and thinking by using El Kalum the All. Tablet 4. Melchizedek blessed Abraham and Lot. 19 times 2 equals 38. Lo, and the ruler of Sodom went out to meet Abram after his return from the slaughter over the Persian Kedorlaomer, and of the rulers that were with him, at the valley of Shava, Equalizer, in Palestine, which is the ruler's valley, and Melchizedek ruler of Salam, a city of peace and risk, the 8th planet in the 19th galaxy Ilion. This Melchizedek brought forth bread and wine, and he is the Kohen priest of Eli and Elionel the Most High. And Melchizedek blessed Abram, and said, Blessed be Abram, by way of Eli and Elionel the Most High, the highest, creator of the skies and the planet Earth. And blessed be Eli and Elionel, who has delivered your enemies into your hands. And he gave Melchizedek 1/10 of all he owned in gold. Thus is the practice of this day, of 1/10% of your earnings going to tzedakah, charity. And the ruler of Sodom said unto Abram, Give unto me the spirits, my people, and take the material things for yourself. And Abraham said to the ruler of Sodom, I have raised up my hands unto Eli and Elionel, the creator of the skies and the planet Earth, that I will not take a thread, nor a shoe latch, nor anything that is yours. All you would say, I have made Abram rich, save only that which the young men have eaten, the portion of the Enoshites that went with me, Anna, Eshkol, and Mamre. Let them take their portion. Abram receives a covenant. After the Elo did these things, the sayings of Yahuwah came to Abram in his vision. Yahuwah made himself heard, saying, Fear not, Abram, I am your shield, your reward is exceedingly great. And Abram said, O Adonai, master of man, Yahuwah, what can you give to me while I am departing to death, childless, and the son of possession of my house is Eliza? El is my help. And Abram said, Here, to me you have given no seed, and here the son in my house is about to take possession of all I own. And behold, the word of Yahuwah to him, saying, This one will not take possession of all you own, but he that will come forth out of your own body will take possession of all you own. And he brought him outside and said, Look now towards the heavenly skies, and count the stars, if you are able to count them. And he said to him, Thus will be your seed. And he, Abram, had faith in Adonai Yahuwah, and because of this, counted him as a Zodokite trusted. And he said to him, I am Yahuwah that brought you out of that part of the planet Earth of Ur, the flame, and the center of moon worship in southern Babylon of the Chaldees, demons, to give you this part of the planet Earth, to take possession of it. And he said, O Adonai, master of man Yahuwah, how will I know that I will take possession of it? And he, Adonai, said to him, Abram, Take for me a heifer 3 years old, and a she-goat 3 years old, and a ram 3 years old, and a turtle dove, and a young pigeon. And he, Abram, took him, Adonai, all Eloh's things, and cut them in 2 parts in the middle, and laid each half over against each other, but the birds he did not cut in 2 parts. And the birds of prey as swooper came down upon the carcasses, and Abram drove them away. And when the sun was about to go in, Abram was in a deep sleep, and a Nephilim of terror overcame him with great darkness. And Yahuwah said to Abram, Know this for a fact, your blood seed will be sojourners in a part of the planet Earth that is not their own, and they will be slaves there to Amorites, and the Amorites will abuse them and persecute them for 400 years, and the Gentile nation of Amorites whom they are enslaved to. I, El Yahuwah of the Elohim Anunnaki, will judge, and after that they will come out of bondage with great wealth. And he said also, You will go to your fathers in peace. You will have your buried tomb in an old age. His tomb is in Hebron today. But in the 400th year of your children's slavery, they will return because of the guilt of the Amorites is not yet complete. And in time, that is when the sun was about gone to the sight, into a pit and dense darkness have come to be, and behold an oven of smoke, and a torch of fire which passed by between these pieces. Yahuwah's covenant with Abram. In that day, Yahuwah made a covenant with Abram, saying, To your seed will I give this part of the planet Earth, from the river of the Nile to the great river Euphrates west in Asia. The Kenites, those who acquire, are branches of Midianites of Aqaba, today located in Arabia, and the Kenizzite, who use spears, a cursed tribe of Canaan, and the Cadmonite, whose tribes from the east, and the Hittite, those Canaanite tribes who terrorize other tribes, sons of Heth, those of fear, and the Perizzite, those who broke from the other tribes of Canaan, and the Rephaim, race of giant healers, and the Amorites, mountain dwellers, and the Canaanites, lowlanders, and the Girgashites, rough ones, and the Jebusite, trodden down. Tablet 5, Hagar and Ishmael. 19 times 4 equals 76. Lo, and now Sarah, princess, Abram's wife, could not give birth for him, and she had a female servant of Egypt, whose name is Hagar, meaning wanderer rock. And then Sarah said to Abram, Behold now, Yahuwah has obstructed me from bearing, so go have sexual intercourse, I beg you, Abram, with my slave girl. Perhaps I will obtain children by way of her. And Abram agreed to the voice of Sarah. And then Sarah, Abram's confident wife, took Hagar the Egyptian as her slave girl, after Abram had dwelt 10 years in the part of the planet Earth of Canaan, and she, Sarah, gave her to Abram her husband to be his wife. And then he entered Hagar, having sexual intercourse with her, and she became pregnant. And when she saw that she had become pregnant, her mistress was despised in her eyes. And then Sarah said to Abram, My injustice is your fault. I gave my slave girl into your bosom, and when she saw with her physical eyes that she had become pregnant, I became despised in her eyes. Yahuwah judge between you and me. But Abram said to Sarah, Here, your female slave is in your hand. Do to her that which is agreeable in your eyes. And Sarah put her down, and Hagar ran away from her face. And then the messenger of Yahuwah found her by a fountain of water in the wilderness, by the fountain in the way to the wall Shur, back to Tamaray, which is Egypt. And he said to Hagar, Sarah's slave girl, where did you come from and where are you going? And she said, I am fleeing from the face of my mistress Sarah. And the messenger of Yahuwah said to her, return to your mistress and allow yourself to be put down under her hands. And the messenger of Yahuwah said to her, I will greatly multiply your seed, so that it will be in abundance, so that it will not be able to be numbered. And the messenger of Yahuwah said to her, behold, you are pregnant, and will give birth to a son, and you will call his name Ishmael, meaning El will hear, because Yahuwah has heard your affliction. And he will become as a wild ass amongst the Edomites. His hand will be against everyone, and everyone's hand will be against him, and he will live right in the face of all his brothers. And she, Hagar, called the name of Yahuwah, the one who spoke to her, El Roy, the El of the sun, Ra of Egypt, who sees with the physical eye. Therefore everybody called the well Bela Heroi, meaning well of the living one Ra, who saw me. It is here between Gadash the holy place and Bered the place of hail. And then Hagar gave birth to Abram's son, and Abram called the name of his son, whom Hagar gave birth to, Ishmael. And Abram was 86 years old when Hagar gave birth to Ishmael for Abram. The covenant of circumcision. And when Abram was 99 years old, Yahuwah made himself seen physically for Abram and said to him, I am El Shadi, the Almighty Metatron. Walk in front of my face and be complete. Have your whole family together. And I will make my covenant between me and you, and it will multiply you exceedingly. And Abram fell down on his face. He prostrated with his face on the ground, and the Elohim spoke with him, saying, As for me, one of the Elohim here, my covenant is with you alone, and you will be the father of the nation of Gentiles. Neither will you not be called by your name Abram, your name will be called Abraham, because you are a father of many nations of Gentiles. I have appointed you, and I will make you branch off exceedingly, and I will make nations of Gentiles of you, and rulers will come out of you. I will raise up my covenant between your seed after you in their generations for an everlasting covenant to be an Elohim, you and your seed after you. And I will give you, and to your seed after you, this part of the planet Earth, wherein you are a stranger, all the planet Earth that is Canaan, for an everlasting possession, and I will be their Elohim. And the Elohim said to Abram, You will keep my Berith covenant. Therefore you and your seed after you in their generations. This is my covenant, which you will keep. Between me and you and your seed after you, every male among you will be circumcised, and you will be cut with a straight knife in the skin of your foreskin, and it will be a mark of covenant between me and you. And he that is 8 days old will be cut with a straight knife among you. Every male throughout your genealogies, he that is born in the house, or bought with the money of any stranger, that is not of your seed. Any human being who comes under Abraham's covenant, any race, even a Canaanite, he that is born in your house, and also he that is bought with your money must be circumcised, and my covenant will be in your flesh for an everlasting covenant. And as for the uncircumcised male, being as Cadman, whose skin of his foreskin is not done by a Muurs circumciser, that one's spirit will be cut off from his nation of people. He has broken my covenant. And the Elohim said to Abram, As for Sarah your confident wife, you will not call her name Sarah, but Sarah, a noble woman will be her name. For it was very noble of her to give you another woman in her place, when she feared she could not conceive. And I will bless her, and moreover I will give you a son of her. Yes, I will bless her, and there will become from her a Gentile nation of people. Then Abram fell on his face and laughed, and said in his heart to himself, Will a son be born to him when he is 100 years old? And will Sarah, a daughter of 90 years old, bear? And Abram said to the Elohim Anunnaki, Oh, I wish that Ishmael might live in front of your face. And the Elohim said, Indeed, Sarah, your confident wife, will bear you a son. And you will call his name Yitzhak, meaning he laughed, called in tone Yitzhak, and in rhythm Ishak. And I will establish my covenant with him for an everlasting covenant for his seed after him. And as for Ishmael, I have heard you, Abram. Behold, I have blessed him, and I will make him branch off, and I will multiply him exceedingly. 12 chiefs will he give birth to. And I will appoint him a great nation of Gentiles, and my covenant will I establish with Yitzhak, whom Sarah will bear to you at this season in the next year. And the Elohim finished talking with him, and the Elohim went back up into the skies, departing from Abram. And Abram took Ishmael his son, and all that were born in his house, and all that were bought with his money, every male amongst the Enoshites of Abram's house, and he circumcised the skin of their foreskin in the very same day, as the Elohim had said to him. And Abram was 99 years old when he was circumcised in the skin of his foreskin, and Ishmael, Abram's son, was 13 years old when he was circumcised in the skin of his foreskin, and he received his bar mitzvah. And this is how this event was commemorated in the school of Mohammedism. In the religion of Abram, a boy is considered a boy up until the age of 13 and a day, and a girl when she first menstruates, the turning point in a young child's life, and the age of maturity. In times past, during the child's childhood years, the father was obliged to support him or her, providing for their education and affording them the means of mastering a professional trade. However, at age 13, the boy, or the girl when she menstruates, assumes religious duties and is responsible for fulfilling their religious obligations and expectations. One change is symbolized by the boy putting on the shawl and tefillin, and by him being counted as eligible to lead worship. The shawl has two sets of 3 thin black or blue lines at each end. These 12 lines on the shawl represent the 12 tribes of Ishmael. The shawl also has 6 tassels on each end. The 12 tassels stand for the 12 tribes of Israel. The boy will usually receive a shawl from his father as yet another sign of his manhood. It is a great day in the life of a boy when he is introduced to his obligations as an adult and a full member of his community. The boy is called upon to give his public sermon in the house of the Sustainer on Friday following his birthday. A boy is not allowed to deliver a sermon or head congregational worship prior to his 13th birthday. After the sermon, he may be requested to lead afternoon worship and worship at shadow hour, however, not evening worship. The Son of the Commandment ceremony is held in the house of the Sustainer on Sabbath during the early daylight worship. He will put on his shawl for the first time and will put on his shawl from then on for every daylight worship. Once the worship is over, the boy is honored by being called in front of the congregation to recite passages from the Torah for the first time. Before the ceremony, the call to prayer is sounded out, after which the quote from the Proverbs, the 20th degree, the 6th verse, is read out loud. The acting imam then leads the afternoon prayer. Kalimat al-Haq is recited out loud by the imam, reverend or rabbi, after which the congregation repeats. Next, the bar mitzvah boy has a duty as a full adult member of the tabernacle to recite different scriptural books to show his maturity in having mastered books from the scriptures. The recitation of the 13 verses, reading from the 6th degree of the Quran called Surah al-Mumtahana, and the first 13 verses of degree 20 and 8 of Isaiah. Then, Surah al-Asr, chapter of the reading, also the 13th degree of the Quran. The father will then recite a prayer, benediction that relieves him from the obligation of his son. Afterward he gives his son a walking staff, shober and scriptures. After he concludes, the father steps forwards and exclaims, "Blessed is he who releases me from the responsibility of this child." Then he recites Surah al-Allah along with the congregation. At the end of the recitation, the father presents gifts and tools of manhood. On Sunday at home, the boy, the parents and acquaintances gather for an occasion of much rejoicing. The boy has now passed from the first stage of life, youth, to the second, manhood. The third stage of life is old age. In the presence of his family and friends, he will explain about our seed and who we are. If 2 or more boys, as in the case of twins or triplets for example, have birthdays on the same day of the week, then the one who was born first will give the sermons and celebrate his ceremony the Friday following his birthday. The second boy will have to wait the following Friday after that. If there is a case of a third boy turning 13 on the same week, then he will perform his ceremony the third Friday following his birthday. Nowadays, in the practices of the so-called Reformed Israelites, they have substituted the Bar Mitzvah ceremony, which is reserved exclusively for boys, with a confirmation service for a group of boys and girls alike, which occurs on one day out of the year. Girls should not be included in the Son of the Commandment ceremony. They have a separate bat mitzvah, nose-piercing ceremony. This separate nose-piercing ceremony is celebrated with the oncoming of a girl's menstrual cycle, which marks the beginning of her adolescence. In the very same day was Abraham circumcised, and Ishmael his son, and all the Enoshites of his house, those born in the house, and those bought with money of the strangers, were circumcised with him. And Yahuwah appeared in person, to be seen right next to the oak trees of Mamre, as he, Abram, sat in the tabernacle door in the heat of the day. And Abram raised his eyes and saw with his eyes, and behold, 3 Anunnaki in the form of Enoshites, human beings, stopped and stood off afar from him. And when he saw with his eyes, he ran out to meet them from the door of the tabernacle, and prostrated himself to the earth. And Abram said, O Adonai, my master, if I have now found favor in your eyes, don't pass by my tent. I call out to you as one of your servants. Let now a little water be brought, and wash your feet, and recline yourself under the tree, and let me bring a piece of bread, and strengthen your heart. After that you will pass on, because you have come to your servant. And they, the Anunnaki in the form of Enoshite, said, So do as you have said. And Abram hurried into the tabernacle to Sarah and said, Bring quickly 3 measures of fine meal, knead it and make cakes. And Abram ran to the herd, and bought a calf, which was tender and good, and gave it to the young boy, and he hurried to prepare it. And he took butter and milk, and the calf which he had prepared, and set it before them. And he stood by them under a tree as they ate. And they said to him, Where is Sarah, your confident wife? And he said, Here in the tabernacle. Sarah will conceive a son. And he said, I will certainly return to you when the season comes around, and behold, Sarah your confident wife will have a son. And Sarah heard this through the tabernacle door which was behind him. Now Abram and Sarah were old, and well advanced in years. It had ceased to be with Sarah, after the manner of women. Menopause had set in, and Sarah laughed within herself, saying, After I have become old will I have pleasure? My Adonai, my master of man, being old also. And Yahuwah said to Abram, Why did Sarah laugh, saying, Will I really bear a child when I'm old? Is there anything that is too hard for Yahuwah? At the set time I will return to you when the season comes around, and Sarah will have a son. Then Sarah denied, saying, I did not laugh, because she was afraid. And he said, No, but you did laugh. Chapter 13. Generation of Abraham. Begin all acts and thinking by using El Kalum the All. Tablet 6. The destruction of Sodom and Gomorrah. 19 times 6 equals 114. Lo, and Yahuwah said unto Abraham, Because the cries of Sodom and Gomorrah are so many, and because their evil acts are very severe, I must go down there right now, to see whether or not they have done destructive things according to the cries of it, which has come to me, and if not I will know. And he discovered that their sins were very grievous, and because they were wicked and sinners, he will destroy the city because of their wickedness. Then Marduk had been assigned along with the Anunnaki Raphael and Uriel to exterminate the people of Sodom and Gomorrah. They arrived in a whirlwind of light, which came from the great city Nibiru that hovered above. All the guests were handsome-looking young men, and Abram thought them to be physical beings. He roasted a calf and offered it to them. They asked how would they eat it, as they had not paid for it. Abram replied, When you begin a meal, say, Begin all things in the name of Elyon Elionel, and when you finish it, say, All gratitude is to El Elo, and the price is paid. Then Marduk said to the other Anunnaki, The sustainer of glory has not selected Abraham without a cause to wear the robe of prophecy. They abstained, however, from eating despite Abraham's invitation. At that time, it was the custom to consider anyone who would not partake of food offered to him as an enemy who wished evil on the host. Therefore, Abram was distressed, but they resumed, saying, Be not afraid, for we are Anunnaki, intergalactic beings, who have been ordered by the Supreme Council to chastise the people of Sodom and Gomorrah. Lot came from Ur, a town in Mesopotamia. Lot lived the same way of life as Abram, which is the peace, until he reached a point where he felt that he could teach the people on his own. Lot said, Abram, I want to go off into the valley where it looks greener and set up my own house. And Abram, the overstanding patriarch that he was, yielded to Lot and let him go. Thus Lot went off to the wicked cities of Sodom and Gomorrah. The people of these cities were robbers and committed evil deeds publicly. Lot took the knowledge which Abram taught him and the Ebla, meaning well-rounded tablets, which were discovered in Tel Marduk, meaning the hill of Marduk, a mound south of Halab or Aleppo, a city in northern Syria. The tablets were given to Abram from Melchizedek, and they became the Torah law of Abram, which was recorded in the Torah of Moses, Genesis 26:5, which Abram gave to Lot, and Lot attempted to set up his own Abrahamic community. The Abrahamic Torah from Tel Marduk is not to be mistaken for the Tanakh or Torah of Moses. He didn't have faith in Abram anymore and called him a hypocrite and a phony. He took the religion of Abram and went to teach it his way. However, he was not like Abram, and Abram began to worry about Lot. He knew that Lot's waywardness was due to his ignorance, still he wouldn't turn his back on him, for he loved him too much. Thus, when the Anunnaki came to him, he sought to intercede for Lot. The Sustainer said, "If I find in Sodom 50 righteous in the city, then I will spare all the place for their sakes." Abram said, "Behold now, I have taken it upon me to speak to the Adonai my master, whom I am but dust and ashes. Perhaps there will be 5 of the 50 righteous Sodokites. Will you destroy all the city for lack of 5? And he said, "I will not destroy it, if I find 45. And he, Abram, said, "Oh, let not the Adonai my master be angry, and I will speak. Perhaps there will be 30 found there." And he said, "I will not do it, if I find 30 there." And he said, "Behold now, I have taken it upon me to speak to the Adonai my master. Perhaps there will be 20 found there." And he said, "I will not destroy it for 20's sake." And he said, "Oh, let not the Adonai my master be angry, and I will speak yet but this once. Perhaps there will be 10 found there." And he said, "I will not destroy it for 10's sake." For the Elohim wished that the daughters of Lot had married and bred, that good may begin to overrule the wickedness of the city through Lot's family. If not 50, then 40. If not 40, then 30. If not 30, then 20. And if not 20, then 10. If not 10, then just one of the seed of Noah, the upright, the perfect in his genealogy, before the Yahweh of the Elohim. And Yahuwah went his way as soon as he had stopped speaking with Abram, and Abram returned to his place. Yet, was there one person praying found in the city? No, even Lot was not righteous at that time, and his 2 daughters Labna and Jala were not married as of yet, and had bred an offspring to change the course of that wicked city. And the 2 messengers, Anunnaki, Uriel and Raphael, came to Sodom in the evening time, and Lot sat at the gate of Sodom, and Lot saw them, and stood up to meet them, and he prostrated himself with his face to the planet Earth. And Lot said, "Behold now, my Adonai, my master, turn aside, I beg you, as your servant's house is yours. Stay all the shadow hours, and wash your feet, and you will raise up early and go your way." And they said, "No, but we will remain in the open place all through the shadow hours." And he begged them strongly, and they gave in to him, and entered into his house. And he made them a feast, and baked unleavened bread, and they ate. But before they lay down, these homosexuals of the cities of Gomorrah, of which not the whole of Gomorrah were, the Enoshites of Sodom surrounded the house, both young and old. And these Enoshites called to Lot and said, "Where are those 2 men? We would like to get to know them. Bring them out to us." They simply wanted to see them, in their words, that they may know them, and the words they used was Yorda, and that means to know, to learn to know, to recognize, to communicate, and had nothing to do with sexual intercourse. So these people were not being destroyed for their sexual preferences, but rather, as the discussion between the angels and Abram, whether they could find 50 righteous down to 10 righteous, that is the Zodokite, it had nothing to do with their sexual preferences. And Lot went out to face them on the doorstep, and shut the door behind himself, for he did not want his wife and daughters to hear what he was saying to these men. And he, Lot, said, "I beg you, my brethren, do not do so that which is disagreeable." All this while his 2 daughters, Labna and Jala, and his wife Sabria, looked on and listened to this in fear. And then Lot said, "Here, I, Lot, have 2 daughters, Labna and Jala, that have never had sex before with a man, nor a female. They are pure virgins. Let me, I beg you, bring them out to you, and you may do with them as you see agreeable in your eyes. But these 2 men you cannot have. Don't hurt them, for they are Adonai masters and guests in my home, and I must protect them." And they said, "Get out of the way. You are not one of us. You are not a homosexual." Who are you to tell us what to do, or with whom? Get out of the way, or we will now do worse things to you, more than with them. And they acted arrogantly towards the man Lot, and drew near to break the door. But the two Anunnaki grabbed Lot back into the house to themselves, and shut the door behind them. And they smote the Enoshites who were at the door of the house with temporary blindness, both old and young, so that they wearied themselves to find the entrance. Meanwhile, his daughters hated him with all their heart, for they did not overstand this act of his on their own virginity. They said to each other, this was Eloh's gift on them, not to be given away in this manner, and they hated him, and so did his own wife, and did not want to leave with him for this act. And Lot did have another daughter in the city, her name was Lisban, and she had a mate named Shanawan of that city. And the Enoshite said to Lot, who are these right here to you, sons-in-law? And your sons and your daughters and whoever you have in the city, bring them out of the place. And they said, O Lot, surely we are sent from your sustainer. They shall never make contact to you. So you travel with your immediate family while a part of the shadow hour remains, and don't let any of you turn back. For we are about to destroy this place, because the cry of them has become great in the face of Yahuwah, and Yahuwah has sent us to destroy it, because their sins are very grievous, and because they are wicked and sinners. Verily their appointed time is when the day breaks, is not the day near. And Lot went out, and spoke to his sons-in-laws, and takers of his daughters. The first was Himariah of that city, and he was to be married to Labna, and the second was Ursadak. Both were twin brothers of the sons of the disagreeable ruler of Sodom, and said, get you out of this place, for Yahuwah will destroy this city. The two young men thought it was merely a joke, or not to be taken seriously, and he seemed to them as one that mocked. And the two daughters of Lot hated him for this, because they wanted to stay. But Lot took them by their hands, and gave their hands to the two Anunnaki to lead them out of the city, as he fought with his own wife, who did not want to leave her first home. And when Shakar the evil one arose, then the messengers of Yahuwah hurried Lot, saying, arise, take your confident wife and your two daughters that are here, lest you be consumed in the punishment of the city. But Lot lingered, and the Enoshites laid hold upon his hand, and upon the hand of his confident wife, and upon the hand of his two daughters, Yahuwah being merciful to him. And they brought Lot forth, and Lot sat outside the city. And in time, when they had brought them forth outside, they said, escape for your spirit, look not behind you, neither stay in any of the plain, escape to the mountains, lest you be consumed. And Lot said to them, oh, it's not so, Adonai masters. Behold now, I your servant have found favour in your sight, and you have magnified your grace, which you have showed me in saving my life, and I cannot escape to the mountains, lest disagreeable things overtake me and I die. Behold now, the city is near to flee to, and it is a little one. Oh, let me escape to Zoar. Is it not a little one? And my spirit will live. And he said to him, Lot, behold, I have lifted up your faces this thing also, and I will not overthrow the city of which you have spoken. Hurry, escape there, for I cannot do anything till you arrive there. Therefore the name of the city was called Zoar, insignificant city. Lot told the two men with his daughters to meet him at the little town called Zoar, and they told him, don't look back at the light of the city, and don't turn around. Run for your lives, don't look back, and don't stop in the valley. Run to the hills, so that you won't be killed. Lot said, no, not the hills, I will meet you at Zoar. The sun having appeared to have risen upon the planet Earth when Lot arrived at Zoar. But when Lot and his wife got to Zoar and did not find their daughters and the two men, his wife broke away and ran back to the city for her two daughters, for she thought they had returned for their mates to be. And he turned upside down those cities, and all the plains, and all those who dwelt in the cities, and that which grew upon the Adamah ground. And Yahuwah rained upon Sodom and upon Gomorrah with the weapon of Murdoch called Tilu, a plutonium-headed missile. Plutonium is a highly radioactive chemical element, the fifth member of an actinide series of the periodic table. Its symbol is Pu, its atomic number is 90 and 4, and its weight being 239.13. The isotope with the mass 239. The stablest plutonium isotope is that with a mass of 244. The name is derived from the planet Pluto, where it was first developed and tested for the first time, and left Pluto with a wobbling sporadic orbit. 100 tons was exploded over Sodom and Gomorrah, which created a supernatural flame from Yahuwah El Elo out of the skies. But when Lot's confident wife Sabria turned back from behind him, she looked straight up at what looked like an atomic sun, and because of the extremely bright beam from the explosion, she became paralyzed like a pillar of salt. Her heart stopped at that moment, and Lot sat and cried as he saw her frozen body go under the earth in the great earthquake of that city. And Abram got up early in the daylight hour and hurried to the place where he had stood before Yahuwah, and he looked towards Sodom and Gomorrah and towards all the parts of the planet Earth in the plains, and behold, the smoke of that part of the planet Earth went up as a smoke from a smelting oven. And in time, when the Elohim Anunnaki finished destroying the cities of the plain, the Elohim remembered what he had promised to Abram, and he saw Lot sitting by the rock and did help him to escape safely. Because Lot was afraid of the ruler of Zoar, whose name was Sodom, he sent Lot out of the midst of the overthrown. When he, the Elohim, overthrew the cities in which Lot dwelt, when he found his two daughters, they were at the ruler's place, and the two Anunnaki had gone their way, for the daughters of Lot also hated them, for it was their fault as they saw it. Lot's daughters expected to meet their mother waiting for them. They did not have faith in Lot's story, but thought he killed their mother or gave her to the homosexuals for his own freedom. So they plotted on Lot to curse him because they hated him. Lot dwelt in the mountain, and his two daughters were with him, for he feared to dwell in Zoar, and he dwelt in a cave, he and his two daughters Labna and Jala. And the firstborn daughter Labna said to the younger daughter Jala, "Our father Lot is an elder, and there is not any human male living beings in that whole part of the planet Earth to come to us as husbands. Come, let us make our father drink wine, and we will have sexual intercourse with him, that we may preserve the seed of our father, have children." And they caused their father to drink wine that shadow hour, and the firstborn Labna went and had sex, and laid with her father. And he did not know when she lay down, nor when she arose. And on the next day, the firstborn Labna said to the younger Jala, "Behold, I, the last shadow hour, laid with my father Lot. Let us make him drink fig wine this shadow hour also, and you go in and have sex with him, that we may preserve the seed of our father." And they caused their father to drink wine that shadow hour also, and the younger arose and laid with him, and he knew not when she lay down, nor when she arose. In this manner both the daughters of Lot became pregnant by their father, and the firstborn Labna gave birth to a son, and called his name Moab, meaning, "From my own father." The same is the father of the Moabites today. And the younger Jala, she also gave birth to a son, and called his name Ben-Ami, meaning, "Son of my own nation of people." The same is the people of the children of Ammon to this day. Lot took his own life for this act, a great sin, and his daughters returned to the land of Zoar, and stayed with the ruler as his own. So when El Yahuwah of the Anunnaki commandment has come, El Yahuwah of the Anunnaki made their township Sodom and Gomorrah upside down, and El Yahuwah of the Anunnaki rained upon it stones from Sigil, baked clay, layer on layer, shooting beams laser lights from the great ship to destroy these wicked cities. Lot did what everyone else in the city did. Their lack of concern and absence of fear of Eli and Elionel were the prime reasons why he destroyed them. Sabria, wife of Lot, had sympathy for the sinners. She was also involved in the devilishment of the city also. Because of this reaction, in spite of what Eli and Elionel had just decreed, she was also destroyed. She told Lot that their two daughters were citizens of this city Sodom, and that they were Sodomites, and she said that Labna and Jala should stay in their land of their birth. Lot told her that it is time to depart this city, and she said, "This great city is without laws or rules, is the home of the brave and the land of the free. Why should anyone in their right mind want to leave it?" Abram sent these two men because he always wanted to be the ruler of you Lot. He does not want you to be your own man. You may be greater than he. He has eyes for me. Yes, he wants my body, and I never told you this before. I didn't want to hurt you because you loved him. But now that your heart is waxed cold of his face, I can freely say this to you: don't return to him. Tablet 7. Yishmael. 19 times 5 equals 95. Lo, Ishmael was the first son of Abraham by his Egyptian wife Hagar. Abraham loved Ishmael very much. He always kept him on his arms or on his back. Sarah was most jealous of Hagar now. She approached Abram about her feelings and asked him to choose between the two of them. Abram told her that Hagar was a handmaiden and that she should do with Hagar as she pleased. Sarah, in her jealousy, dealt with Hagar in such a hard way that Hagar fled into the wilderness en route to Shur near Gadash, then on to Sinai. And the Anunnaki, the sustainer, came to her and asked her, "Where did you come from, and where will you go?" Hagar responded, saying that she was fleeing from her mistress Sarah. A light of prophethood had already shone of Ishmael's forehead. Because of this, the Anunnaki told her to return, and that El Roi knew of her affliction. He sees her. On this, Hagar returned to Sarah, suffered her to remain yet a few years longer. The Anunnaki Murdoch, Uriel, and Raphael visited the home of Abram on a particular occasion and brought news of an extraordinary event. Sarah was standing by and she laughed. We promised to her Yitzhak, and his son was to be Jacob, who would be of a twin brother named Esau. Sarah laughed from astonishment when she was informed that she would bear a son, primarily because she had had her tubes clamped. Then she said, "Alas, shall I bear a son, and I am so advanced in years? Surely this would be a wonderful thing." The Anunnaki said, "Do you wonder that the Almighty, the All-Powerful One, who has by his perfect, omnipotent, and infinite wisdom allowed the procreation of Adam from the pure black mud, a clot of congealed blood, of which the cells of cloning were extracted without the interference of parents, should a Gentile infant from the womb of an old woman be difficult?" Sarah's fallopian tubes had to be reopened so she could conceive a child. When 7 days had passed, Sarah became pregnant with Yitzhak. After the completion of the requisite time, the auspicious star of this prophecy arose from the Orient of glory. Abram thanked Eli and Elionel and said, "The gratitude is to Eli and Elionel, who has given me Ishmael and Yitzhak in my old age, for the Sustainer has heard my prayers." Abram was in his 99th year, and he was divinely inspired to introduce the law of circumcision. The Anunnaki Gabriel circumcised Abram. He circumcised Ishmael in his 13th year and circumcised Yitzhak on his 80th day. When these two august sons had become of age, Abram was commanded to sacrifice one of them. Sarah observed how Abram had a love for Ishmael that was less than the love he had for Yitzhak, and her jealousy was restored, and she insisted that Hagar, the daughter of Imhotep and Rasha, be removed. Sarah asked Abram to send both of them, Hagar and Ishmael, to a deserted place with no shelter or cultivated fields and abandon them. He was ordered by El Shaddai, the Almighty Sustainer, to comply with the wishes of Sarah. He therefore mounted a horse and seated Hagar and Ishmael on a quadruped, four-footed animal, and he travelled by the direction and in the company of Gabriel towards Becca. When they arrived to their destination, which was Zamzam, Gabriel told Abram that it was the command of El Roi to leave the mother with her child in that place. Abram obeyed the injunction of the Anunnaki Gabriel and abandoned them in the shade of a tree, which the Almighty Creator provided. This was from the root of the tree in the midst of the enclosed garden, in Eden of delight. So it was to provide them with all they would need to survive. El Roi produced greenery in the middle of the dry desert, in which no habitation existed. A wonder such as this is evidence of omnipotence. Abram stayed with him for 3 days in shadow hours. The spot was extremely dry and rocky, and was without buildings. The excited hot atmosphere was a result of its soil, and the aridity was caused by the mines of sulphurous earth. When Abram was about to depart, Hagar began to plead with him, saying, "I am a weak woman, my child is a youth, and the desert is frightful. To whom do you leave me? Will you abandon me? Where are you going?" Abram was touched by these words and said, "I commit you to the divine favor, which is pledged for your preservation, and by his grace you will both be saved." Then Hagar said, "I resign myself to the will of El Roi, and I trust in him." Abram departed from this place, and when he arrived at the heights of Becca, he cast a glance at Hagar and Ishmael. This spot is called the seat station of Abram. There at the height of this mount stands the minbar in Mecca. He knew that they were uncomfortable without bread and water in this boundless desert, and he exclaimed, "O Sustainer, I have caused my seed to dwell in this uncultivated valley near your house," meaning in the loyalty of the house, because at that time the house of the Kaaba did not exist. Abram was sorrowful, his eyes were filled with water, and he turned his face towards Syria with a depressed mind. Then he said, "Nothing will exist if El Elo didn't create it. He is alone, no partner has he. To him are all possessions, and to him is the gratitude, and he is powerful over all things." When Hagar and Ishmael had spent all their food and drink, first pressed, and they became impatient. When Hagar contemplated the helpless state of her son, she then ascended Mount Safa to see where she could discover some inhabited place. Thus, she stood on the mount for some time, but found no help. She came down, gathered up her skirts, and walked with all possible speed. Then she went up to Mount Mara. Hagar stopped, but found no trace of water or cultivation. She repeated the circling of the area 7 times. This established a way that the future pilgrims will perform their Hajj. Each time, however, she checked in her son's direction to see whether he was safe and to make sure that there were no wild beasts approaching him. This spot where Ishmael laid is called the seat of Ishmael, which is right next to the great house, the Kaaba. At last, she heard a voice from the direction of Mount Safa, but could perceive nothing. The next time a voice entered her ears, the Anunnaki Gabriel appeared, stamped the earth with his foot, and behold, in that spot there sprang a fountain. Its water was blackish, sweet as honey and nutritious. Hagar wished to attain more water and to fill her leather bottle, but Gabriel replied there was no need of filling it because this water would always remain there. Hagar took out the gravel and the mud from the fountain to make the water more abundant, and she heaped both of these substances up around the well. On this occasion, she heard a voice over her head telling her not to fear for the decrease of water, because the abundance of El Roi had produced this fountain for the benefit of her son, and it would never disappear. She was then informed that El Roi will enable her pious son to rebuild there in Becca, a house which people from all parts of the world would visit and encircle as pilgrims, and also drink from the same water. Gabriel, son of Raziel and Zamiel, informed Abram of the affairs concerning Hagar and Ishmael. Abram was accustomed to visiting them once a year. The Sacrifice. When Yitzhak turned 4 years, 4 months and 4 days old, Gabriel told Abram, "Now take your son, your only son whom you love, Yitzhak, and go into that part of the planet Earth of Moriah, chosen by Yahweh, and take him up there for an ascending offering upon one of the mountains, which I will tell you of." And Abram rose up early in the daylight hour, and saddled his ass, and took 2 of his young men with him, Eulah, he who is elevated, and Elon, he who is strong, and also Yitzhak his son. And he cut wood for the ascending offering, and he rose up and went to the place of which the Elohim had told him. And on the 3rd day Abram lifted up his eyes, and saw the place far off. And Abram said to the youth Eulah and Elon, "Remain here with the ass. I and the lad Yitzhak will go in this manner up there, and both of us will go and prostrate and come again to you." Abram took the wood of the ascending offering, and laid it upon Yitzhak his son to carry. And he, Abram, took in his hand a torch of fire and a knife, and they both went together. And Yitzhak spoke to Abram his father and said, "My father, here I am your son." And Yitzhak said, "Here is the fire and the wood, but where is the lamb for the ascending offering?" And Abram said to Yitzhak, "O my son, I dreamt that I was sacrificing you. Now look straight at me, and tell me what you see in this dream." Yitzhak said, "Do what you were ordered to. You will find me, if it pleases El Elo of the patient ones willing." And Abram said, "The Elohim will appear, and provide the lamb himself, for an ascending offering, my son." So they went both of them together, and they came to the place of which the Elohim told Abraham of. And Abram built an altar there, and laid the wood on the altar, and bound Yitzhak his son, and laid him on the altar upon the wood. And Abram stretched forth his hand, and took the knife to kill his son. And the messenger of Yahuwah called out to him from the skies, and said, "Abram, Abram." And Abram said, "Here I am." And the messenger said, "Don't lay your hand upon the lad, neither do anything to him. For now I know that you fear the Elohim, seeing that you have not withheld your son, your only son, from me." And Abram raised his eyes, and looked, and here behind him was a ram, caught in the bushes by his horns. And Abram went and took the ram, and offered it up as an ascending offering instead of his own son. And Abram called the name of that place Yahuwah Yireh, he who is. And it is said, to this very day, in that mount of Yahuwah, it will be provided to take him into the mountain, and offer him on the altar as a burnt sacrifice. For this was a great challenge, for never before in the seed of Adam was there a human sacrifice, and Sarah thought that Abram had become deranged and disagreed with his undertaking. But Abram took his son and went his way. So both of them surrendered themselves, and Abram put his face towards the ground. surely we call out to him saying, O Abram, surely you have confirmed the truth of this vision. Now surely, like this we will reward those who do good. Surely this was a clear trial, and indeed we ransomed him by a sacrifice by splitting the throat, and it was a supreme thing. And we left this record in history about him, Abram, from then until the end of all times. So peace be upon you, Abram. Like this we will reward those that do good. Surely Abram was one of our servants, the faithful. And it is the fool who lies, and says it was Ishmael our servant that was to be cut, when the truth is that it was Yitzhak. And we gave him the good news of Yitzhak as being a newsbearer from the perfectionists. And this is how this event was commemorated in the school of Mohammedism. This special event is called Eid al-Adha, and it is a celebration commemorating the willingness of Abram to sacrifice his beloved son in the name of his Adonai. Similarly, the festivities distinguishing this auspicious occasion has been denominated the Feast of Sacrifice, symbolizing the meat that was replaced for Yitzhak and how it was feasted upon. This is why we have a big feast. Moreover, because of this manifest sign of faith and courage as exhibited by Abram, every mature solvent person is enjoined to offer a sacrifice as a sign of faith on the Feast of Sacrifice. On the daylight hour of this day at 10 o'clock a.m., we have a khutbah, a sermon speaking of this event.